The countdown to the apocalypse has concluded. The human fleet embarks into the depths of space, leaving behind the comatose, forever forsaken on the dying Earth. When the last unconscious individual, Zhao, awakens in the desolate city, he finds not salvation awaiting him, but a global tempest of destruction and utter helplessness. In this dire situation, the divine technology system is activated, igniting a flame of knowledge within his mind. Under the real-time broadcast to the entire human fleet, he dismantles abandoned factories with bare hands and melts steel amidst the ruins of civilization. With the frailty of a mortal body, he initiates a plan that will reverberate across the cosmic seas, the creation of a hand-woven steel battle suit. Chapter 1. The Wandering Earth. Humanity's Flight. In the beginning, no one paid heed to this overture of the end. Was merely an anomalous volcanic eruption, a sudden rift in an ice field, a subtle deviation of ocean currents from their millennia-old paths, a coastal city engulfed by a black tsunami in an instant. Life continued its relentless course, each individual occupied with their trivialities, collecting fragments of joy and sorrow amidst the mundane. It was not until the core data of the Gaia Shadow Plan was unreservedly disclosed by the Global Observation Network that the reality struck that in that moment, calm scientific language transformed into a harbinger of doom. The solar system was on a trajectory toward a cloud of interstellar dust that had lain dormant for millions of years. What followed was not a radiant constellation, but a cosmic tempest capable of rending the atmosphere, freezing oceans, and upending all chemical equilibrium. Time became the most extravagant of commodities. In the face of impending calamity, humanity displayed unprecedented efficiency and resolution. The Ark Fleet, a name that bore the weight of humanity's final ember, was forged in a matter of years by all nations still bound by order. Their destination was the Hope Star system, a mere 4.2 light-years away, potentially conducive to life. Amidst chaos, there was an unsettling order. Countless individuals, filled with trepidation and astonishment, boarded the final transport aircraft bound for the near-Earth orbital spaceport under the guidance of armed personnel. They glanced back at their rapidly diminishing homeland, their eyes woven with nostalgia and bewilderment. What cosmic farce is this? Just yesterday, I was fretting over next month's mortgage and my children's tuition. Today, I must contemplate survival in the vacuum of space and the intricacies of light-year travel, murmured a middle-aged man clad in an ill-suited suit. Is there truly no other way? Have we, after thousands of years of civilization, simply abandoned Earth? An elderly professor, leaning on a cane, spoke with tears welling behind his spectacles. Mom, look, the stars are so close and bright. Are we going to live among them? The innocent voice of a little girl pierced the hearts of all the adults surrounding her. Interstellar colonization. A real-life epic. Who would have thought that a corporate drone like myself would witness such a monumental event in my lifetime? Life is worth living. A young programmer attempted to mask his inner fear with jest, though his voice betrayed a subtle tremor. In the face of fates large enough to consume the individual, all emotions dwindled to mere dust, swiftly swept along by the torrent of evacuation. It was not only humanity that was saved. Meticulously curated gene banks of flora and fauna, a civilization's database encapsulating all knowledge and art, as well as the essential seed technologies for rebuilding industrial systems were carefully secured within the vast hulls of colossal starships. Simultaneously, countless deep space probes, communication relay satellites, and resource outposts were dispatched into the shadowy void of space as scouts ahead of the fleet. They would establish a fragile yet vital network for early warning, navigation, communication, and defense. Welcome to the Chiming Core Viewing Plaza. I am your guide, Elena. A clear female voice resonated throughout every corner. The grand screen before you will connect us in real time to our eyes left behind in the solar system, accompanying us until we depart from our home. Perhaps you might find familiar corners of your past within. The plaza fell silent as thousands of gazes fixated on the screen. In the dark and cold backdrop of the universe, a sapphire blue planet hung silently. Witnessing the entirety of their homeland was a stark contrast to mere images. A profound awe stemming from the essence of life itself seized every breath. The screen divided into countless small windows, showcasing the final, authentic images of Earth. The desolate Great Wall winding along the vast ridges, the roaring Amazon River, still thrashing, yet devoid of sails. The Antarctic ice cap reflecting the stark sunlight, the Eiffel Tower isolated in the emptiness of Paris, the pyramids casting elongated shadows, standing still amidst an endless sea of sand. Cities resembled lifeless behemoths. Amidst the steel jungle, only weeds dared to peek through the cracks. Animals wandered the once bustling streets, seemingly the new masters of this realm. It truly has become a ghost town, those stray dogs. They have taken over the streets that in a few years. Nature will reclaim all of this, won't it? That's my neighborhood. The flowers on my balcony, they're still blooming. People murmured, trying to salvage remnants of their past from these eerily familiar yet foreign scenes that it felt like a hasty escape from a dream, casting a veil of unreality over the present. However, this faint glow was abruptly pierced by a scream. Look, there's someone in that hospital room, my God. There are still people left on Earth. Weren't we told everyone had boarded? Panic spread like wildfire. Every gaze fixated on a single surveillance feed, pupils dilating in disbelief. It appeared to be an intensive care unit. 3 beds lay empty, but on the one by the window, a figure lay quietly, attached to monitoring devices. An oxygen mask obscured half of their face. Someone had been abandoned on a planet destined for annihilation. It's a comatose patient. A trembling voice emerged from the crowd, carrying a professional certainty. They have been deemed unconscious survivors. That I am a doctor. After a brief silence, a harsh reality surfaced amidst the uproar. In the hierarchy of extreme rescue priorities, these lives, regarded as socially dead, were placed on the sacrificial list. Cut it. Quickly switch off this feed. The supervisor of the fleet's live broadcast control center shouted frantically. Just as an operator's finger hovered over the switch to erase the unsettling image, within the feed, a pale, emaciated hand, connected by an 4-line, suddenly moved. The fingers curled, then, with tenacity and trembling, grasped the bed railing. Moments later, that figure, who had lain still, began to struggle upright with the strength of their arms. The oxygen mask slipped away, revealing a young face devoid of color. Slowly, they opened their eyes, initially vacant and confused. They rapidly focused, revealing a blend of weakness and surprise as they surveyed the empty room. He had awakened. At this moment, declared dead by an entire civilization, in a world abandoned by all his kind. In the plaza of the Qiming, an initial gasp of astonishment echoed, as if all the air had been instantaneously siphoned from everyone's lungs. Then, a deafening surge of voices erupted, mingled with exclamations of shock, skepticism, fear, and a glimmer of indescribable hope, nearly threatening to shatter the dome of the viewing plaza. Chapter 2. Lu Zhao. Gaia's shadow. Lu Zhao, 18 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Basic physiological indicators severely low due to prolonged bed rest, yet life signs are stabilizing. Background: raised in a welfare institution in Tianhai City, graduated from Tianhai High School, scored 413 on the college entrance examination. Profession: delivery rider. 3 months ago, while delivering food, he was involved in a traffic accident, struck by a heavy-duty truck, and fell into a persistent vegetative state. The above constitutes the entirety of the verifiable information regarding the target individual. The ARC Fleet Command Center, the Ring of Fate conference room. Before the circular conference table, representatives from the principal participating nations are seated. The atmosphere is so tense it seems it could condense into water. Displayed on the central holographic projection is the bewildered face of Lu Zhao, who has just awakened, along with a succinct summary of his resume. This unforeseen event pierces the fragile calm that the fleet had managed to maintain since its departure. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand this is regrettable. Charles Brandt, the representative of the North American Federation, is the first to shatter the silence. With his hands clasped on the table, his tone remains calm and unperturbed. However, the ARC cannot turn back. We bear the future of 6 billion lives and cannot afford to take any risks for one individual. This is harsh, but it is a necessary sacrifice. Mr. Brandt is correct. The representative of the British Federation immediately concurs. This is a classic trolley problem. For the majority, we must make a choice. His awakening is a fortunate misfortune, but that is all it will be. The representative of the Southeast Asian community sighs, his tone laced with regret, yet he offers no dissent. An increasing number of representatives nod in agreement or tacit approval. The rational scale tips without hesitation towards the collective in the face of survival. This moment, a voice as sharp and cold as ice cuts through the air of compromise. The Republic will not abandon its citizens. All eyes instantly turn towards the source of the voice, which does not emanate from the typically silent representative of the Republic, Zhao Qingtian, at the round table. Instead, it comes from the entrance of the conference room, where a young woman clad in a deep blue research uniform, adorned with a peculiar crystalline insignia on her epaulette, stands. Her posture is erect, her features strikingly beautiful, yet she seems to be shrouded in an unmelting frost. Her gaze is incisive enough to pierce through all pretense and hesitation. Su Xueqing, the youngest academician of the Republic's Academy of Sciences, one of the core designers of the arc power and ecological circulation system. She has the authority to enter this place. Her presence often signifies an undeniable technical authority. We have an independent rescue plan. Su Xueqing disregards the astonished or discontented gazes. She strides directly to the Republic's seat, looking towards Brant. Without utilizing the resources of the joint fleet, Brant furrows his brow tightly. Dr. Su, every joule of energy and every gram of material on the fleet belongs to all of humanity. Any unauthorized action, I am using my personal quota and the authority of the Republic's Special Technology Reserve. Su Xueqing interrupts him, her tone unwavering. According to Article 7, Section 3 of the ARC Charter, member states are entitled to conduct technology validation actions without utilizing joint materials. Rescuing our citizens while testing new rapid deployment technology complies with regulations. Brant's countenance darkens immediately. Su Xueqing's personal quota is already exceedingly high, and coupled with the Republic's enigmatic technology reserves, he indeed cannot openly obstruct her. More importantly, like the other representatives, a wave of insatiable curiosity wells up within him. How does she intend to execute the rescue without turning back? Very well. Brant inhales deeply, forcibly suppressing his emotions. Then we wish the Republic a successful operation. Now, let us return to the more pressing matter of the labor points and survival rights binding bill. He raises his voice, redirecting the attention of the assembly. This is a long voyage measured in centuries. Resources are limited, and hearts are restless. We must mobilize every individual, for survival, for order, and to prevent them from having surplus energy and time to ponder matters they ought not to. The vast majority will enter the cyclical ecological zone's power matrix, earning necessary energy credit points through physical labor, primarily cycling, to generate power. Food, water, living space, entertainment privileges. Even the time to gaze at the starry sky outside requires credit points for purchase. No resource should be easily obtained. Simultaneously, class and division of labor are the best stabilizers. This ensures they can never form a unified noise. Furthermore, Brant pauses, casting a significant glance at the screen displaying Lu Zhao. Notify the control center to maintain a live broadcast signal on the target individual. This real drama may serve as an excellent emotional regulator. Providing the public something to watch is preferable to allowing them to indulge in idle thoughts. Su Xueqing, expressionless, turns and departs from the ring of fate. She feels a visceral aversion towards the proposal that dehumanizes individuals into mere labor and control data. Even amidst the vast cosmos, the game of power continues to play out, merely on a different stage. She hastens into the high-speed elevator, her gaze fixed on the real-time footage of the square displayed on the inner wall. At this moment, information regarding Lu Zhao and her decision to initiate a rescue has been deliberately disseminated, inciting a massive uproar. Has academician Su Xueqing gone mad? How can she possibly save him? This Lu Zhao is so unfortunate. After finally awakening, he discovers the world has ended and is left behind. Spending such precious independent technological reserves on a vegetative state? This is irrational. May the divine protect him. He moved. He moved again. It seems he wants to get out of bed. Amidst the murmurs, the image of Lu Zhao, after initial confusion and futile attempts to call for help, appears to finally grasp the extreme abnormality of his surroundings. Breathing heavily, he supports his body with trembling arms, gradually shifting his legs, attempting to escape the bed that has confined him for months. Every motion is fraught with immense difficulty. His frail body, coupled with prolonged bed rest, has led to muscle atrophy, rendering him precariously unsteady. He removes the intravenous needle from the back of his hand, blood oozing out without his notice. Lu Zhao clutches the edge of the bed, trying to stand, nearly toppling over and having to desperately grasp the bedside cabinet. On the cabinet, a metal water cup left behind by a nurse is knocked over, producing a sharp clatter that reverberates through the silent ward and the bustling square of the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, he notices the electronic calendar hanging on the wall by his bedside. The date is clearly displayed, along with a line of scrolling red alert text. The shadow of Gaia effect intensifies. The final evacuation deadline has passed. In that instant, Lu Zhao's pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks, and outside the window of the ward, where the city skyline should be visible in the distance, a strange, ominous crimson aurora-like light is slowly spreading across the horizon. The vanguard of the cosmic storm has already touched this planet. Chapter 3, The Cruel Truth. The Doomsday Countdown Personal Showcase. Look, he moved again. What does he intend to do? Oh God, he pulled out the needle. Blood. He is bleeding. To awaken at such a time, Is it a stroke of fortune or the greatest misfortune? Give up? Lying back down would at least allow for a more comfortable death. Shut your mouths, you cold-blooded creatures. In the core viewing plaza of the Qiming, the uproar nearly threatens to topple the dome. Thousands of eyes are fixed intently on the main screen, watching the figure struggling in the silent ward. The earlier debate over whether a vegetative individual is worth rescuing becomes pale and powerless at the moment Lu Zhao truly begins to act out a more primal, direct empathy and shock grips the heart of every observer. In the footage, Lu Zhao's movements are clumsy and laborious. The long-term bed rest has severely atrophied his muscles. Each slight shift is accompanied by labored breaths and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His action of pulling out the intravenous needle carries an instinctual sense of resolve. It seems that the connection was not a life-sustaining infusion, but rather chains binding him to the bed of death. That a few drops of crimson blood splattered onto the pale sheets, a sight both piercing and alarming. He gripped the cold metal bed rail with all his might. The veins on the back of his hands bulged as he endeavored to shift his powerless lower limbs off the bed. Once, twice. His feeble body felt like an unresponsive, heavy sack of sand. Each attempt nearly drained him of the scant strength he had just regained. In his gaze, the initial bewilderment was supplanted by a sharp and suspicious will to survive that he surveyed the empty hospital room, his eyes drawn to the unusually brilliant yet ominous blood-red sky beyond the window, his throat constricted painfully. It's moving. He's trying to get his legs off the bed. Keep going. Just a little more. Damn, it's hard to watch. Merely a dying struggle. Even if he gets out of bed, where can he go? The outside world is already a hellish foyer. In the square, voices of support and skepticism intertwined. Emotions swung violently between hope and despair. Passengers from diverse cultural backgrounds found their stances becoming increasingly polarized as they beheld the solitary figure on the screen. On the periphery of the crowd, Su Xueqing, having just exited the Fates Loop conference, halted in her tracks. Her cold gaze fell upon Lu Zhao's face, distorted from exertion, yet paradoxically youthful. It lingered on his arduous attempt to support his weight with trembling arms. She heard the surrounding harsh comments, particularly the unabashed mockery from several Anglo-Saxon passengers. Looking at him, I'd bet he won't last 10 minutes. Don't Eastern people believe in fate? Why can't he quietly accept his destiny? Perhaps he's hoping for a miracle? Too bad. God isn't working today. Su Xueqing's fingertips curled slightly, yet her expression remained impassive. She pressed a key on her personal terminal to initiate a secure communication. It's me, Su Xueqing. Her voice was subdued but imbued with undeniable resolution. Initiate the preparatory program for the Firefly plan. Target, Tianhai City Central Hospital. Coordinates synchronized. I require the highest priority life signal lock and environmental scan. Inside the hospital room, Lu Zhao's feet finally touched the cold floor. In that instant, the sensation from his soles jolted his muddled mind awake. He had succeeded. He had escaped the bed that symbolized his social death. Yet, this was merely the first step. That a powerful wave of dizziness and weakness crashed over him like a tide, nearly forcing him back onto the bed. He clung tightly to the edge, his nails turning white from the strain. He spotted the solitary electric wheelchair parked not far away. It was his only means of escape from the room, his only tool to reach the truth. Each step felt like trudging through a mire. His lungs burned painfully, and his legs were as weak as noodles. He nearly collapsed into the wheelchair. The impact elicited a muffled groan, yet it sharpened his awareness. The oxygen mask is unnecessary now, Lu Zhao murmured to himself, his voice hoarse like a torn windbag. He tore off the mask and inhaled deeply the air tainted with disinfectant and dust. Then, he maneuvered the wheelchair towards the door of the room. The wheels rolled over the smooth floor, producing a faint buzzing sound. In the profound silence, this noise echoed infinitely. It resonated in Lu Zhao's heart and reverberated in the eardrums of every observer aboard the Qimingho. In the corridor, it was utterly deserted. The nurse's station was strewn with documents, and the computer screen was dark. He pressed the call button, which sank under his touch, yet received no response. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? His voice echoed in the vast hallway, colliding with the walls and bouncing back. Only an even more suffocating silence remained. An unprecedented panic began to creep like cold vines around his heart. Lu Zhao was no stranger to solitude. Growing up in an orphanage, he had long been accustomed to facing many things alone. But the emptiness he felt now was the profound stillness after the entire world had been hollowed out. This was no longer the loneliness of a corner, but the absolute void following the disappearance of civilization itself. He accelerated the wheelchair, making his way to the lobby. His gaze darted anxiously, finally resting on the idle computer at the consultation desk. The screensaver displayed a tranquil and beautiful blue earth, contrasting brutally with his current environment and the ominous phenomena outside. He moved the mouse, illuminating the screen. A news live broadcast window popped up, automatically beginning to play. The solemn-faced host of CCTV News, with a hint of unmasked sorrow, began to read the declaration of the Human Survival Plan. Based on the final confirmation data of the Shadow of Gaia plan, the solar system can no longer provide a cradle for the continuation of human civilization. The Ark fleet, carrying the last embers of humanity, will set sail at standard time, destination star system, Proxima Centauri. This is a tragic voyage, but a necessary relinquishment. We remember all that is on Earth, but survival is the foremost demand of civilization. Lu Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. He abruptly moved the mouse, opening the browser. There was no need. The headlines on the homepage already conveyed everything. Final farewell. The Ark fleet has departed near-Earth orbit. Earth enters destruction countdown. Cosmic Storm Vanguard has arrived. Abandoned world. Documenting the last moments we have departed, in hopes of one day returning. Each headline was a jarring shock, accompanied by images of desolate cities, the distant starlight of the fleet's departure, and the increasingly prominent blood-red glow spreading across the sky outside. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Lu Zhao's mind. His blood seemed to freeze instantly, only to surge wildly to his head in the next moment. The ringing in his ears pierced sharply, drowning out all external sounds. He had been abandoned, not by a specific individual, nor by an institution, but by an entire civilization, by all of humanity, cast aside on this doomed island. Chapter 4. The Shawshank Redemption. Lu Zhao's fingers frantically clicked the mouse. Each crisp sound echoed hollowly in the silent hospital lobby, like a powerless inquiry into this abandoned world. News pages, official announcements, the last fragments of information on social media. A torrent of countless messages surged through the cold screen into his recently awakened, still fragile mind. Shadow of Gaia. Interstellar dust cloud. Cosmic storm. Ark fleet. All of humanity's exodus. Each term struck like a heavy hammer, shattering his remaining delusions of hope. What the hell is going on? A surge of emotions, absurdity, fear, and extreme bewilderment crashed over him, causing his vision to blacken as he nearly slipped from the wheelchair. Lu Zhao clutched the armrest tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His chest heaved violently, and his heavy breaths echoed starkly in the empty lobby. This was no nightmare. The blood-red glow swirling in the sky outside. The streets, desolate as a ghost realm, and the suffocating silence pervasive within this building. Everything cruelly corroborated the cold words on the screen. He snatched up the landline phone at the consultation desk. His trembling fingers jabbed at the buttons. Beep beep. A busy signal. A long, despair-inducing busy tone. 110, 119, even a few familiar numbers from his memory. Every attempt sank into oblivion. It felt as if he were the only person left in the world. Crash. He slammed the receiver back onto the desk. The plastic casing shattered instantly, sending fragments flying. An uncontrollable wave of rage and despair surged through him. Not directed at any specific person, instead, it is directed towards the inexorable fate that has callously abandoned him. In the Chiming House Square, silence reigned. Everyone held their breath, watching the screen as Lu Zhao exhibited near-manic behavior. They observed him dial one unanswered call after another, witnessed him ultimately shatter the receiver in a fit of despair. They noted the intense fluctuations of his frail chest, a manifestation of his emotional turmoil, but a profound sense of hopelessness and impotence permeated the atmosphere, palpable even through the screen. It constricted every throat present. Oh, God, he is truly on the brink of madness. This sensation is unbearable, as if the entire world has completely forgotten him. Will he choose to end it all? It's heart-wrenching to watch. Whispers of sympathy, regret, and even a tinge of secret relief echoed from every corner of the square, a quiet gratitude for not being the forsaken soul left behind. Su Xueqing stood at the entrance of the corridor, her icy gaze fixated on the screen. As she witnessed Lu Zhao shatter the receiver, her entire being seemed to deflate, collapsing into her wheelchair, her focus lost. Her fingertips twitched slightly. Is the signal stable? She inquired in a hushed tone through an encrypted channel. The signal is stable, Dr. Su. The target's vital signs are exhibiting severe fluctuations, with erratic heart rate and elevated blood pressure. Continue monitoring, Su Xueqing interjected, her tone devoid of inflection. Yet, the tight line of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. At that moment, Lu Zhao suddenly lifted his head. In his eyes, once hollowed by despair, a flicker of almost obsessive fire ignited. Without hesitation, He maneuvered his wheelchair towards the hospital's entrance. The electric motor of the wheelchair emitted a faint hum, propelling him through the vacant corridor. He rolled over scattered documents on the floor, resolutely aiming for the light beyond. He's going outside. He wants to see the outside world. Perhaps there is still hope. Maybe there are others who haven't evacuated. The crowd stirred once more, their gazes tightly following Lu Zhao's figure. Sunlight, long absent and blinding. Fresh air filled his lungs, infused with the scent of grass and earth. However, this vibrant life stood in stark contrast to the desolation before him. The hospital doors were firmly shut. Heavy iron chains and a massive padlock mercilessly declared the path impassable. Outside, the world lay barren. The once bustling thoroughfare now resembled an abandoned racetrack. There were no vehicles, no pedestrians, not even a single bird in sight. Only the wind stirred fallen leaves and debris, swirling on the ground, producing a rustling sound. Silence, a silence more expansive and profound than that within the hospital. Liu Zhao sat in his wheelchair, quietly observing for several minutes. His silhouette appeared particularly gaunt and solitary under the sun. He seemed like the sole existence in this vast emptiness. Eventually, he slowly turned his wheelchair, in no anger, no cries, just silently gliding back into the hospital's shadows. It's over. He has given up. How can he do anything when he can't even get through the door? Look, he passed by the vending machine. There's food and water inside. Amidst all the expectant gazes, Lu Zhao's wheelchair passed directly by the vending machine filled with supplies, showing no sign of stopping. What is he doing? Why isn't he taking the food? Has he truly lost all hope, even for survival? Confusion and misunderstanding spread like a plague. Even Su Xueqing furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Could this young man, just awakening, truly be so easily crushed? Yet, Lu Zhao's wheelchair continued onward, its purpose unwavering. When he finally halted at the entrance of the pharmacy and struggled to maneuver inside, an immense gasp erupted from the square. The pharmacy. He's gone to the pharmacy. Oh my God. He can't be thinking of sleeping pills. He must be looking for sleeping pills to end it all. Damn it. Can't he hold on just a little longer? Rescue may already be on the way. Though even the speaker did not believe his own words. Despair and pessimism swiftly took the upper hand. Su Xueqing's heart sank heavily. She nearly ordered the immediate initiation of the Firefly plan. Even if it were just to send a single message, she wanted to offer Lu Zhao a glimmer of hope. But at that moment, on the screen, Lu Zhao stopped before the shelves of medicine. With great effort, he pressed his hands against the armrests of his wheelchair, trembling as he painstakingly lifted his feeble body bit by bit. This simple action, at this moment, was akin to a grueling trek for him. Sweat instantly soaked the strands of hair on his forehead. His pale cheeks flushed with an unusual hue due to the strain. His arms trembled violently, yet his gaze remained resolute. He stretched his arm, reaching past the bottles labeled with sleeping and sedative indications, determinately extending towards the top shelf where boxes of oral glucose injections were neatly arranged. It's glucose. He's not trying to end it. He's looking for an energy boost. Wonderful. He hasn't given up. This young man from the East is still fighting. The tremendous twist of events set off a thunderous cheer and applause in the square. Many even embraced each other in exhilaration. It was as if Lu Zhao's survival was their own victory. Su Xueqing's tense shoulders subtly relaxed. She watched the young man on the screen as he trembled while tearing open the packaging. He cracked open the neck of the glass vial and tilted his head back, pouring the viscous syrup into his mouth. That movement exuded a raw, defiant vitality. Chapter 5 The Chosen One, cursed by knowledge. Lu Zhao leaned against the cold medicine shelf, gasping for breath. The frigid glucose solution slid down his throat, bringing a fleeting sweetness and warmth. It was gradually infusing his nearly depleted body. He could feel strength slowly gathering, dispelling the weakness that permeated his limbs. After 18 years of traversing this world, from an orphan in a welfare institution to a tireless delivery rider, he had long grown accustomed to fate's relentless tendency to cast him into the abyss time and again. This time, it was merely a deeper and darker descent into the depths. Abandoned by the entire world? He had always been solitary. What was there to discuss about abandonment? As the initial shock and panic receded like a receding tide, an odd blend of numbness and chilling calm gradually took hold of his mind. He even found the leisure to pick up the box of glucose and turn it over, his gaze aimlessly scanning the densely packed ingredients, properties, pharmacology and toxicology, and precautions. However, just as his eyes skimmed over the line stating that this product is a glucose oral solution, The phrase ding resonated with a clarity that could not possibly stem from the external world, exploding in the depths of his mind. Detection of host consciousness awakening, cognitive abilities intact. Binding conditions met, technology survival system officially activated. Ultimate unique task released. The host has been abandoned on the doomed planet Earth. Countdown to cosmic storm. 364 days. 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 22 seconds. For survival and the continuation of civilization, please lead Earth to escape the solar system and venture into deep space. Task rewards, unknown. Beginner-esque gift package has been issued. Please check. Only talent loaded. The chosen one cursed by knowledge. Ding. Detection of host reading XX brand oral glucose injection instructions. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Introductory medical knowledge. Branch of nutrition and pharmacology. Gain knowledge points. 10 points. Current attribute panel has been opened. Please check it yourself. A series of emotionless electronic sounds fell like cold hail. Lu Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. The overwhelming influx of information rendered his mind blank in an instant, causing him to forget even how to breathe. Was it an illusion? A delusion before death? Or something he dared not contemplate? His gaze involuntarily focused on a translucent holographic panel, glowing faintly blue. Hovering in the air before him without warning. The data was crystal clear. Host, Lu Zhao, talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent. All knowledge you read and comprehend will be recorded, analyzed, and transformed into corresponding skills or knowledge points by the system. Knowledge is your source of power. Current knowledge reserve. Level 4 English, high school mathematics. Elite level electric vehicle maintenance and driving. Introductory medical knowledge. Knowledge points. 10. Current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time. 364 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 22 seconds. Knowledge Mall. Not activated. Requires 5,000 knowledge points to unlock. Current. 105000. System message. In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beauties. Read, comprehend, and contemplate. Knowledge will cleave through all thorns on your path. A deathly silence enveloped the pharmacy. Only Lu Zhao's heavy breathing echoed in the air, sounding distinctly clear. Moments later, a low chuckle, tinged with disbelief and absurdity, escaped his throat uncontrollably. The laughter grew louder, gradually transforming into an uncontrollable, even slightly manic cackle. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. He laughed until his entire body trembled, nearly slipping from his wheelchair. After 18 years of traversing this world, with no hint of a golden finger, he had resigned himself to fate, prepared to struggle and survive in this unfamiliar realm with his own hands. And what was the result? A senseless car accident rendered him a bedridden vegetative state. Just as he finally woke up, he was met with the apocalypse, abandoned by all of humanity on this doomed planet. Just when he thought his life script had deteriorated beyond repair, it was about to conclude in the most tragic manner. The system arrived, bearing an ultimate task that sounded like a fairy tale and a seemingly absurd talent of being cursed by knowledge. In his moment of utmost despair, it descended upon him in this manner. Who knows if the loss of the old man's horse is a blessing? Lu Zhao wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his heaving chest gradually calming. Deep within those eyes, which had appeared dull due to weakness and despair, two fiery flames now ignited. A year's time? The system granted a full year. A year to lead this planet to wander? It sounded like a task only a madman would undertake. Nevertheless, he lifted his hand, observing his pale yet slender fingers, his gaze finally landing on the glucose instruction sheet that he had unconsciously crumpled. Introductory medical knowledge. 10 knowledge points. An indescribable epiphany and determination blossomed within him. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold and sharp arc. Since you have abandoned this place, since you have taken away all hope and embers, then so be it, he murmured softly, his voice still hoarse, yet infused with an unprecedented sense of conviction and a dangerous aura. Let me, this abandoned orphan, join this forsaken planet in a grand escape game. In Qiming Square, everyone distinctly witnessed Lu Zhao's sudden, enigmatic laughter and the complex expression that followed. It was no longer despair, nor confusion, but a strange calm that mingled madness with clarity, a sentiment they could not comprehend. Why is he laughing? Has he accepted reality? Or has he truly lost his mind? His gaze was peculiar, sending shivers down spines, sowing seeds of unease and whispers among the crowd. Su Xueqing gazed at Lu Zhao's eyes on the screen, which seemed to burn with a fire from the shadows, and for the first time, she felt a genuine curiosity and desire to explore the young man she initially wished to rescue out of humanitarian duty and a hidden agenda. Chapter 6. Can he truly create miracles? Lu Zhao leaned against the cold medicine shelf, feeling the faint warmth brought by the glucose solution circulating slowly within his limbs. The sensation of weakness still clung to him like a shadow. Each movement felt like a struggle against invisible shackles. Yet the system panel, glowing faintly blue in his mind, acted like a spotlight piercing through the dense fog, banishing the suffocating despair. 1 year to lead Earth to escape the solar system. He muttered this absurd task under his breath, the corners of his mouth twisting into an almost mad, self-deprecating yet resolute arc. With both hands firmly supporting himself on the medicine shelf, the cold metallic touch surged through his palms as he attempted to stand once more. This time, despite his legs trembling like reeds in the wind and his knees creaking softly, they were no longer completely unresponsive. He forced himself to lean against the wall and began to take slow, measured steps in his rehabilitation training within the pharmacy filled with medications and instruments. Muscles screamed in agony from the tearing pain. The atrophy from prolonged bed rest transformed even simple movement into a torment. Each step felt as though he were treading upon burning coals. Sweat soon drenched his frail hospital gown anew, dark stains spreading across his back, while the strands of hair on his forehead clung to his skin. Yet, the flame in his eyes blazed ever brighter amidst the crucible of pain. It was a vitality that erupted from the depths of despair, a defiance against all odds. Not nearly far enough. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Yet his gaze sharply scanned the rows of medicine cabinets, urgently seeking energy replenishment while striving to comprehensively understand the resources available within the hospital. He settled back into his wheelchair, methodically navigating through every corner of the pharmacy. Beyond merely locating glucose, he meticulously examined labels, collecting various vitamin tablets and electrolyte supplements. He even managed to pry open a locked cabinet, using a discarded crowbar he had found in the corridor, where he discovered enteral nutrition solutions intended for critically ill patients. Undoubtedly, these were far more efficient sources of energy. He categorized his spoils, carefully placing them into the storage basket attached to his wheelchair and a canvas bag he had brought along. With unwavering determination, he maneuvered the wheelchair back along the path he had come, returning to the vending machine he had previously encountered. This time, faced with an array of products behind a glass barrier, Lu Zhao hesitated not for a moment. He picked up a broken chair leg from the ground, gauging its weight, before exerting all his strength, twisting slightly at the waist, and smashing the wooden stick against the vending machine's sturdy glass panel. The sharp sound of shattering glass erupted in the silent hospital corridor, akin to a stone hurled into a placid lake. Shards of glass scattered, reflecting the unusual daylight outside. In Kiminghao Square, moments before, people had been quietly cheering for Lu Zhao's wise decision to seek glucose to replenish his energy. Now rendered speechless by this sudden act of violence, the square fell into a brief silence. Yet the next moment, as everyone witnessed Lu Zhao's calm demeanor, unfazed by the chaos, reaching through the shattered window to retrieve neatly packaged high-calorie chocolates, energy bars, and bottled water, and eagerly tearing open the wrappers to devour the food. Their astonishment transformed into a deeper shock and understanding. He was fighting for his survival, employing the most direct means. My God, he was so composed. Perhaps one could even say ruthless? Yet this only highlighted his desire to live. Observe the fire in his eyes. It was a stark contrast to the confusion and despair he had exhibited upon awakening. Now, they radiated purpose and tenacity. This young man harbored an indomitable will to survive. Alas, perhaps in such dire circumstances, this unyielding decisiveness was indeed the sole path to survival. Could he truly create a miracle? Awe, sympathy, astonishment, and even a hint of fear intermingled in whispers among the crowd. Each of Lu Zhao's proactive, even somewhat brutal, acts of self-rescue appeared as flickering flames, weak yet persistently burning, piercing through the pervasive fog of pessimism that enveloped the square. They ignited a complex admiration for the primal resilience of life deep within the hearts of the onlookers. He was transforming from a pitiful symbol of tragedy, forsaken by fate, into a vibrant and powerful individual actively battling against destiny. Meanwhile, within the Fate Circle conference room, a large circular holographic table displayed a small window showing the hospital surveillance footage in real time. The admirable young man drew a slight nod from the British representative, who spoke with a tone imbued with sincere appreciation that transcended mere political allegiance. In ostensibly hopeless plight, he had not succumbed to despair, but instead swiftly adjusted his mindset, actively and efficiently seeking all available resources for survival. This disposition and adaptability were indeed rare. The representative from the Southeast Asian community concurred, his gaze revealing admiration for Liu Zhao's clear logic and defined goals. First replenishing rapid energy to stabilize bodily functions, then seeking more stable food and water sources. This thought process and efficiency of action bore no resemblance to that of a recently awakened and severely weakened individual. Rather, he resembled an experienced survival expert or soldier. Even the usually taciturn and stern-faced representative of the Republic, Zhao Qingtian, seemed to subtly soften the stony curve of his lips. He offered no commentary, yet his steadfast gaze quietly conveyed recognition of this young compatriot's tenacity in the face of adversity. However, this fleeting atmosphere of shared human empathy and admiration for resilience struck the North American Federation representative, Charles Brandt, like a sharp thorn in his heart. He could not tolerate a citizen of the Republic, a mere pawn destined to perish in an abandoned world, displaying such strength and even garnering considerable respect. This attention inadvertently elevated the Republic's moral standing and discourse on the matter, a scenario he desperately wished to avoid. He maintained a polished, seemingly omnipotent smile, yet his fingers discreetly moved beneath the table, sending an encrypted command through his personal terminal, succinct and cold. Create a technical delay for the Firefly project. It need not be entirely obstructed, but it must not achieve rapid breakthrough progress. Chapter 7. Is Earth a prison? Or is the Ark the true prison? Brandt cleared his throat, gently tapping the table with his knuckles, forcibly redirecting everyone's focus from the surveillance footage back to the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all moved by this young man's indomitable spirit. It truly is a moment of brilliance in the human spirit. Brandt's tone shifted, becoming grave and icy, as if he had instantly transformed from a compassionate observer into a shrewd politician. Regrettably, please remember that this is ultimately a lamentable episode that cannot alter the final outcome. The struggles of the individual appear insignificant in the face of civilization survival. Now, let us focus on the core issues that will determine the fate of the 60 billion souls aboard the Ark, the Labor Points and Survival Rights Binding Act. The moment for the final vote has arrived. He gestured grandly. The main holographic projection instantly shifted to a detailed list of the bill's provisions. The cold text was enumerated like ironclad laws. Core of the bill: energy credit point system, essential survival consumables, including basic allocations for air circulation, water circulation, and minimum caloric standards of synthetic nutrition paste, will no longer be provided free of charge. All must be exchanged using personally earned energy credit points. The primary means of acquisition for all able-bodied individuals will require them to enter the power matrix in the cyclical ecological zone at designated times, earning credit points through physical labor, such as pedaling for electricity or operating simulated gravity wheels. The intensity and duration of labor will directly correlate with credit point output. The scope of credit point usage will expand. Beyond essential survival needs, it will encompass permissions for more comfortable living spaces, quotas for synthetic meats and fresh produce, access time for virtual entertainment systems, and even limited priority usage rights for windows with views, all requiring substantial credit points. Social stratification and guarantees will be established based on contributions prior to boarding and professional skill ratings, setting different baseline allocation amounts and credit point acquisition coefficients. To ensure that key personnel, technical experts, and management staff enjoy enhanced living security and system privileges, thereby maintaining order and efficiency throughout the entire Ark fleet during its prolonged voyage. The specifics of the legislation resemble a cold waterfall, exuding an undeniable sense of authority that washes over the nerves of every representative present. Simultaneously, these provisions are instantaneously transmitted through internal communication channels to every public screen and private terminal aboard the Kiminghao and throughout the fleet. The atmosphere in the square, which had been momentarily uplifted and moved by Lu Zhao's fervent will to survive, abruptly plummets to freezing temperatures. What? After our arduous escape to the spaceship, we must tread like hamsters on a wheel to stay alive. The very air and water essential for survival must be exchanged for points. What are the elderly, children, and the injured? Are they to await elimination by the system? This is not an arc that embodies hope. It is clearly a space prison masquerading under the guise of civilization's continuity. Our abandonment of Earth was in pursuit of a new beginning for all humanity, not to serve as lifetime slaves to those who set the rules. Outrageous inquiries, desperate cries, and agonizing moans erupted instantaneously from every corner of the square. Panic and fury spread like a contagion. The once orderly square began to show signs of unrest. People could not accept that they had forsaken everything only to receive a future that would reduce them entirely to mere energy-producing units. The trivial joys and sorrows were just crushed by the weight of fate, and now they were further ground down by the harsh reality of survival. The unrest rippled through the crowd, panic spreading like a virus. Amidst this chaos, a little girl, tightly embraced by her mother, looked up with her clear, bewildered eyes at the main screen. There, Lu Zhao struggled through the desolate hospital, leaning against walls as he walked, occasionally grimacing from muscle soreness, yet persisting in his exploration. She tilted her head and, with a tender yet clear voice, posed the absurd question that resonated deep within every adult's heart. Mom, that brother is on Earth, free to walk where he pleases, break things if he wants, and even find chocolate and candy, while we are here having to calculate our breaths and sips of water, forced to tread that endless wheel. Who is it that is caged and waiting to die? The unfiltered words of a child struck like a sharp dagger, instantly piercing through all hypocritical facades and grand narratives. The entire square fell into a peculiar, mortifying silence. Many gazed at the screen, observing the solitary figure trapped on the silent earth, yet seemingly endowed with a primal freedom. They felt the impending, omnipresent precision of control looming within this colossal starship. An indescribable sense of absurdity and humiliation weighed heavily on their hearts. Indeed, Lu Zhao, struggling for survival with the resources of an abandoned world, contrasted starkly with those ensconced within the pinnacle of human technology, yet exhausting every ounce of strength for the most basic right to exist. Who, then, is more pitiable? Who truly lives within a cage? Brandt's countenance darkened considerably. His meticulously devised emotional regulator not only failed to serve as a warning, but, under the innocent query of a child, became a cruel mirror reflecting their own predicaments. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Tianhai City Central Hospital, Lu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of everything transpiring aboard the distant starship. He had just completed a preliminary exploration of the first floor of the hospital, discovering a nurse's lounge containing several clean caregiver uniforms and some unopened toiletries. After changing out of his hospital gown, he washed his face and arms with a bottle of water he had found. The cold water invigorated his skin, refreshing him. He stood by the window, gazing out at the sky, tinted a blood red as if from another world, and his expression gradually hardened. The first step is to survive and familiarize myself with my surroundings. The second step is to quickly understand and utilize this system. The third step, he clenched his fists, feeling the faint yet real strength growing within him. It is time we discuss how to relocate from Earth. Chapter 8. Reckless Actions. This body is too frail, Lu Zhao murmured to himself. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking softly. Feeling the meager strength, an unprecedented sense of urgency gripped him. Merely traversing the short distance from the pharmacy to the lounge left him utterly drained. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and the fatigue from his muscles felt like invisible chains, binding every thought of moving faster and growing stronger. Survival. It is not merely about finding food and water to survive. It is about facing the malevolent forces encroaching from the depths of space. It is about fulfilling the absurd yet burdensome mission of the wandering Earth assigned by the system. He needed a stronger body to withstand all the challenges. His gaze swept through the temporary outpost nurse's lounge once more, ultimately resting on a dusty blue folder in the corner. Dusting it off, he opened it to find several simplified operation manuals for medical equipment and daily maintenance records. One of them boldly titled, NM300 Nitrogen Pump Assisted Rehabilitation Device, Instructions for use and precautions. Lu Zhao's memory was quite sharp. He clearly remembered encountering that sleek, silver-gray metallic device resembling a small hibernation pod in the physical therapy room below. At that time, he had not paid it much mind. Now, however, this manual shone like a beacon in the darkness. He quickly flipped through its pages, his eyes brightening with each line. The manual stated that the NM300 model could efficiently alleviate muscle fatigue and promote blood circulation and metabolism through precisely controlled low-temperature nitrogen pumping and specific frequency microcurrent stimulation. It even had significant auxiliary recovery effects for muscle atrophy and weakness caused by prolonged bed rest. However, a glaring warning in red letters followed. It must be used under the supervision of professional medical personnel. The user's vital signs must be strictly monitored in real time. Otherwise, there is a high risk of severe cold injuries, local tissue necrosis, electrolyte imbalance, and even cardiovascular accidents. The risk alert was alarming. Without professional medical personnel present, and without precise vital sign monitoring equipment accompanying him, Lu Zhao remained calm. He had just acquired entry-level medical knowledge from reading the glucose manual, providing him with a foundational understanding of physiological circulation and the principles of medication, including cold stimulation. More importantly, the familiar system alert echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is focusing on reading and comprehending the NM300 nitrogen pump-assisted rehabilitation device. Instructions for use and precautions. Knowledge absorption successful. Acquired. Entry-level medical equipment operation and maintenance skills. Physical therapy branch. Knowledge points, 10 points. In an instant, the text that had once been filled with technical jargon and complex parameters seemed to be decoded, becoming clear and comprehensible. The function of each button, the connection of every tube, the significance and potential impact of each parameter setting were etched into his consciousness like a brand. Feeling the extraordinary effect of the chosen one. Cursed by knowledge, Lu Zhao's handsome face broke into a slight smile. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the wheelchair. Once again, he returned to the spacious yet eerily silent physical therapy room. Confronted by the intricately designed NM300 rehabilitation device, his gaze was unwavering, and his movements exhibited no signs of hesitation. He pressed the power button to initiate self-diagnosis and, based on his current physical condition, slightly adjusted the initial intensity parameter beyond the recommendations stated in the manual. He activated the nitrogen pump's main switch and set the duration of the treatment. What was he doing? In the core viewing square of Kiminghao, amidst the crowd that had been closely monitoring Lu Zhao's actions, someone gasped in astonishment. The main screen clearly displayed Lu Zhao operating what was evidently a large medical apparatus. Was that a sophisticated physiotherapy device? Was he going to use it for recovery? Observing his actions, it seemed he was not referring to the manual. He barely glanced at it before commencing operation. How could this be possible? This was utterly reckless. Without a doctor's guidance or supervision, he was playing with his life. Low-temperature nitrogen pump? Microcurrent stimulation? Was he not afraid of freezing himself or inducing arrhythmia? Concern, skepticism, and even a sense of anticipation swept through the square as onlookers braced for spectacle. To the average person, Lu Zhao's behavior was akin to walking a tightrope above a bottomless abyss, blindfolded no less. However, a segment of the crowd gazed at Lu Zhao's extraordinarily calm demeanor. His profile exuding a precision reminiscent of a research scientist, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within them. This young man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to uncover the most astonishing yet perilous paths to survival amid seemingly insurmountable despair. Su Suiqing, standing in the shadow of the corridor, listened intently to the real-time reports from the ground monitoring team through a secure channel. Report. The Firefly monitoring station indicates that the target's vital signs are stable, and he has autonomously entered the NM300 rehabilitation device. The operational parameters have exceeded the safety manual's recommended initial values by 15. Risk level assessment. Moderate to high. Repeat. Risk level. Moderate to high. Her delicate, fair fingers tapped silently on her personal terminal as the screen scrolled rapidly through the NM300's data and physiological response models. She issued no directives for intervention or prevention, only surreptitiously elevated the alert level for Lu Zhao's life signals to the maximum. The half-hour designated time trickled by under the anxious gaze of countless spectators. Suddenly, A soft hiss sounded as the nitrogen pumps ceased operations. The silver-gray hatch slowly slid open, and a chilling white mist billowed forth, akin to staged dry ice. As the fog dissipated, Lu Zhao rose from within, his skin glowing with a healthy flush, indicative of vigorous activity, rather than the expected bruising from frostbite. Steam even wafted from his surface. He inhaled deeply, feeling his lungs expand more than ever before. The weight of exhaustion and the deep-seated muscle soreness that had previously plagued him had significantly diminished. He attempted to swing his arms, slicing through the air with a soft whoosh, and kicked his legs, noticing his movements were markedly more coordinated and powerful. Though he still fell short of the robust physique he once possessed in his previous life, an invigorating sense of strength, long forgotten, began to awaken and flow within his nearly decrepit body. It was as if a rusted, jammed machine had been forcibly infused with efficient lubricant and initial kinetic energy. Effectively, a flicker of uncontainable joy flashed in Lu Zhao's eyes. The introductory medical knowledge bestowed by the system sharpened his perception of every subtle change within his body, rendering him acutely aware and precise. He understood that this recovery was real and efficient, far surpassing mere rest and nourishment. In that moment, Lu Zhao's gaze fell upon the remaining compressed biscuits and basic nutritional liquid in his backpack. He shook his head slightly. These could only sustain the barest minimum of survival fuel. They were inadequate to bolster his strength or provide the physical reserves necessary for the audacious task ahead. He required superior, more efficient sustenance, a broader expanse of opportunity, and true tools to disrupt this desolate world. It was time to step out of this temporary refuge and confront the true apocalypse. Chapter 9. The Zero-Cost Purchase of a Maybach. Lu Zhao deftly adjusted his slightly oversized caregiver's uniform and, using scissors he found in the operating room, casually trimmed the long, unkempt hair of a comatose individual that had gone untended for months. Snip, snip, a haphazard yet complete haircut emerged, paired with his somewhat pale, gaunt cheeks. His handsome face now bore a hint of roguishness. He refilled the found mountaineering backpack with high-calorie provisions, bottled water, glucose, and what he deemed essential tools: a crowbar, a multifunctional knife, and a small first-aid kit. Then, he maneuvered his wheelchair once more, the tires rolling over the smooth yet dust-covered floor, emitting a steady and resolute hum as he resolutely headed towards the hospital's entrance. He was leaving. He truly intended to exit the hospital. Outside, there was nothing but empty buildings and abandoned vehicles. It seemed pointless to venture out. Yet remaining in the hospital meant merely awaiting death. Perhaps going outside would yield something. How naive! Staying in the hospital allowed for the illusion of potential rescue. Venturing outside would starkly reveal the complete annihilation of civilization. And that overwhelming solitude and despair might crush him instantaneously. Once again, hearts were tightened by an invisible hand, rising to their throats as their gazes were magnetically drawn to the screen, fixated on the silhouette of the resolute figure venturing into the unknown world beyond. Lu Zhao arrived at the main entrance of the hospital, still guarded by heavy iron chains and large padlocks. He did not waste time attempting to break a lock that appeared exceedingly sturdy. Such an endeavor required professional tools and greater strength. He was well prepared. Steering his wheelchair around to the side of the building, he located an emergency exit marked as "Keep Closed for Fire Safety." After straining to pry open the relatively simple latch from within with the crowbar, he pushed forcefully, the screeching metal scraping against silence. A rush of air, far more complex than that within the hospital, filled with dust, decaying vegetation, a faint scent of fuel, and a hint of fresh rain, struck him forcefully. The afternoon sunlight was somewhat blinding as he instinctively squinted. His pupils gradually adjusted to the light. Before him lay the familiar yet transformed Tianhai city, now rendered utterly alien, resembling the surface of an extraterrestrial planet. The streets were hauntingly desolate, with various vehicles abandoned, rust beginning to show, resembling a sprawling graveyard of steel. The glass facades of the towering buildings no longer reflected the warmth of human life, instead mirroring the increasingly dense, eerie, undulating crimson light that engulfed the horizon. As if draping the city in a foreboding shroud, wild grass and vines invaded the remnants of human civilization with unprecedented speed. forcing their way through cracks in the sidewalks and climbing the weathered walls. It was a scene of post-apocalyptic silence, where only the wind traversed the buildings, producing a hollow, wailing lament. Lu Zhao lingered not in sorrow. He discerned his direction, aiming for an area of the city that might harbor more abundant resources or a hub for transportation. Carefully maneuvering his wheelchair along the leaf-strewn and cluttered streets, he advanced, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Lu Zhao had a clear objective: to find a drivable vehicle. The mobility and cargo capacity of the wheelchair felt insufficient for exploring the broader world ahead. Fortune smiled upon him, or rather, in this hastily abandoned city, an abundance of unclaimed legacies remains. Not long after, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a particularly striking showroom at the street corner, whose opulence, despite the layers of dust, could hardly be concealed. It was a Mercedes-Benz authorized dealership. The enormous three-pointed star emblem was partially detached, hanging askew, further enhancing the sense of decay. The glass doors of the showroom lay shattered, and the interior was shrouded in dim light. Lu Zhao maneuvered his wheelchair over the shards of glass strewn across the floor and entered the premises. A few display vehicles still gleamed in their original spots, resembling sealed works of art. His eyes skimmed over the sports cars and SUVs, ultimately resting on a majestic Maybach S-Class in the center of the showroom. The black paint reflected a muted sheen in the dim light, akin to a slumbering black beast. This was it. The subsequent process presented no significant challenge for Lu Zhao. Endowed with knowledge of elite electric vehicle maintenance and operation, he located the display car keys in the manager's office, assessed the vehicle's basic condition, and disengaged the transport mode. As the imposing Maybach slowly emerged from the shattered entrance of the showroom and came to a smooth halt on the street, the deep, resonant hum of its electric motor echoed through the silent city, reaching far and wide. At Kiminghao Square, an eerie silence enveloped the area, only to be shattered moments later by an uproar more intense than any before. Ah, Lu Zhao truly knows how to choose. A Maybach. I have never even touched one in my life. Just yesterday, I was toiling away to save for a second-hand vehicle, and now he has acquired a Maybach for 0 yuan. The immense psychological disparity ignited a flicker of envy in many, especially in light of the recently announced Labor Points Act and the dark, unpromising future of wheel-based labor. Meanwhile, the figure they had once pitted or questioned on the screen effortlessly possessed a dream vehicle that felt unattainable in their own lives, seemingly driving towards an indescribable, perilous freedom. A wave of mixed feelings, extreme envy and absurd regret, spread through the crowd like a plague. In stark contrast to Lu Zhao's current freedom, they suddenly felt that this arc, a pinnacle of human technological achievement, resembled a meticulously designed, inescapable prison. The solitary survivor of Earth might indeed be the one truly beginning to seize control of his fate. Seated in the plush, exquisitely enveloping leather seats of the Maybach, Lu Zhao adjusted the steering wheel. The subtle scent of new leather and a lingering woody aroma from the fragrance system filled the air. Through the expansive windshield, he gazed at the desolate and unfamiliar urban landscape ahead, his expression calm and unperturbed. This vehicle was merely a tool, a starting point for his journey. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the powerful torque surged forth, the car gliding silently and swiftly onto the street. The tires crunched over fallen leaves, carrying him deep into the heart of this empty city. He ventured towards a thorny path, seemingly destined for destruction. Yet he had pried open a sliver of hope for survival. Outside the windows, the crimson glow thickened, as if the heavens were bleeding. The countdown continued, each second slipping away relentlessly. Chapter 10. Humanity has collapsed. Lu Zhao has drawn too much hatred. The black Maybach glided through the ghostly streets like a specter. The tires rustled over the accumulated leaves, creating the only rhythm in this forsaken city. At Kiminghao Square, countless eyes followed the footage transmitted by the car's cameras, speculating about the young man's destination. He was driving quite steadily. Where could he be headed? Surely he wouldn't be aimlessly cruising in such a luxury vehicle. Amidst the discussions, the harsh chime of lunch delivery interrupted their thoughts. After a low mechanical hum, standardized silver meal boxes were silently delivered through a precise conveyor belt to every passenger seat. Eagerly, people opened the boxes, only to be greeted by a stomach-churning sight, a dry piece of black bread. some dehydrated vegetables that had lost most of their moisture and color due to intense radiation sterilization, a small bag of sticky fruit-flavored gel as a seasoning, and 250 milliliters of water labeled as triple filtered. The portions were meticulously calculated to the calorie. The taste was utterly sacrificed for the sake of survival efficiency. Before the evacuation, I thought the company cafeteria was the lowest point of human food. Now I realize there is no lowest, only lower. This is worse than the pre-apocalypse 996. At least back then, I could still order a decent meal. It was so unpalatable that in the future, if I wanted anything tasty, I would have to ride a bike to earn credit points for redemption. Just when the residents of the Ark sighed and lamented over this embodiment of technology and harsh reality in their hands, the main screen delivered a dual blow to their spirits and stomachs. Lu Zhao's Maybach came to a steady stop in front of a grand building adorned with a sign reading XX Storage Membership Store. Unlike most of the surrounding buildings plunged into darkness, the emergency lights at this supermarket entrance flickered with a faint white glow, indicating a robust backup generator system was tirelessly maintaining the most basic electricity supply. Lu Zhao exited the vehicle with agility. Though his steps still bore a hint of the frailty of recovery, he stood tall, his movements exhibiting a regained sense of coordination. Approaching the supermarket entrance, he found the heavy metal sensor doors ajar due to the power outage. The interior was deep and shadowy, yet illuminated by emergency lights and sunlight streaming through the high windows, revealing a breathtaking sight. The vast space stretched endlessly, with towering shelves arranged like a steel forest, brimming with a dazzling array of goods. Vacuum-packed grains, mountains of canned food, cases of beverages, and securely sealed snacks filled nearly every shelf, preserved as if they had just been stocked yesterday. The air was infused with a medley of packaging materials, cleaning agents, and the complex aromas of various foods, sharply contrasting with the decay outside. This place resembled a bountiful treasure trove, forgotten by time. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Zhao's eyes. Armed with his experience as a delivery rider, well acquainted with the locations and layouts of various supermarkets and warehouses in this city, he wasted no time. With a clear objective, he pushed a massive shopping cart directly towards the fresh produce section. Thanks to the backup generator, some refrigerators in the fresh produce area continued to operate at low temperatures, emitting a low hum. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over the cold cabinets, still exuding chill, finally settling on the food-tasting area near the entrance. This section, designed to attract customers and enhance the shopping experience, had now transformed into his perfect outdoor kitchen. A compact built-in induction stove, a clean non-stick frying pan, a set of stainless steel tongs and knives, and even several basic seasonings, sea salt, black pepper, and olive oil, were neatly arranged, as if awaiting the arrival of a chef. Lu Zhao sprang into action, approaching the still-chilled meat refrigerator and pulling open the glass door. He retrieved several thick cuts of beautifully marbled Australian grain-fed sirloin steak, perfectly vacuum-sealed and vibrant red in color. He retrieved a 1-liter carton of whole milk from the nearby dairy refrigeration section and returned to the tasting area. With practiced ease, he tore open the steak packaging and used a kitchen towel to absorb the excess blood before igniting the induction cooker. As the steak sizzled in the lightly oiled frying pan, a delightful crackling sound resonated, and the rich aroma of meat erupted like a tangible shockwave within the spacious supermarket. It even penetrated through the screen, forcefully invading the senses of every viewer aboard the Arkansas. The fat joyfully danced and melted at high temperatures, while a crisp, brown crust rapidly formed on the surface of the steak. Lu Zhao evenly sprinkled coarse sea salt and black pepper over the meat. Soon he transferred a perfectly seared steak, juicy and tender, onto a disposable paper plate with tongs. He did not bother with utensils, opting instead to grasp it with his hands and take a hearty bite. The robust texture, succulent juices, and charred flavor instantly flooded his mouth. Lu Zhao squinted slightly, a genuine expression of satisfaction and enjoyment blossoming on his face for the first time since awakening. He then lifted the carton of milk to his lips and took a generous swig. The icy liquid, infused with the natural fragrance of cream, washed over his taste buds and soothed his throat. In the Kiminghao Square, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the uncontrollable sounds of people swallowing. The meal before them was no better than an airplane meal on the eve of destruction, silently conveying the utmost irony and cruel reality. "Oh God, here we are. gnawing on this refuse like livestock, while he savors a freshly cooked prime steak and drinks chilled milk. Who is truly being punished here? I too desire beef. But we console ourselves with the thought that Lu Zhao is destined to perish alongside the earth in a year. Jealousy, resentment, anger, and absurdity ignited like explosives among the crowd, erupting in a cacophony of emotions. In stark contrast to Lu Zhao's self-sufficient feast amidst the ruins. They clutched their lifeless survival rations, meticulously engineered by humanity's highest technology, yet devoid of any soul. It had become a cold and cruel jest. Bran attempted to use Lu Zhao's struggle as an emotional regulator, but at this moment, it resembled a massive convex lens, magnifying their own precarious and wretched circumstances, searing the dignity and nerves of each individual. Chapter 11. Lu Zhao's remote strike against humanity aboard the Ark. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, Lu Zhao was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of fatigue, akin to warm tides washing over him. This day had proven to be intensely demanding. From awakening in despair to acquiring a system, undergoing dangerous rehabilitation training, and seeking transportation, every moment had relentlessly drained his newly restored energy. Lu Zhao did not force himself to endure. He pushed a shopping cart and strolled into the spacious home goods section, where an array of mattresses from various brands and models awaited, all impeccably packaged. He casually tore open the plastic wrapping of a high-end memory foam mattress and lay down upon it. The mattress was soft yet supportive, perfectly cradling his weary body. Far more comfortable than the cold hospital bed or the supermarket floor. He pulled over an unopened, fluffy down comforter from the nearby shelf and covered himself with it. As soon as his head touched the pristine, comfortable pillow, his heavy eyelids could no longer remain open. The distorted, blood-red light filtering through the enormous glass facade outside became the backdrop to his slumber, unable to disturb this moment of tranquility. The people aboard the Ark, gazing at the screen displaying Lu Zhao peacefully asleep, exhibited a myriad of expressions. They clearly sensed the indomitable vitality within this young man, akin to wild grass that cannot be extinguished, thriving despite being ruthlessly cast aside by civilization upon the shores of death. Yet, he had not succumbed to despair. Rather, he had astonishingly adapted to the circumstances. However, the cold reality and the grand scale of disaster swiftly froze this sentiment. Today, he was remarkable, resembling a wilderness survival expert. But what then? How long could one endure in a world where an ecosystem was collapsing, soon to be torn apart by cosmic storms? 3 days? 5 days? Even if he found sufficient food for a year and the safest shelter, what would become of him a year later? The clouds of dust would not negotiate with him. Alas, it would ultimately be a fleeting moment. Time remained the enemy he could never conquer. Pessimism and helplessness once again spread like ominous clouds. Individual efforts and resilience appeared so insignificant, so tragically heroic when faced with the macrocosmic, cold catastrophe of the universe, as if a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. At that moment, a faint blue light emanated from Su Xueqing's encrypted communication channel. She walked into the soundproof field of the research chamber and connected. Dia, came the slightly hoarse and tense voice of the technical team leader on the other end. Regarding the Firefly project, we have encountered some unforeseen obstacles in establishing a preliminary, stable, and interference-resistant one-way information flow with Earth. A critical module in the deep space communication array has been disrupted by background radiation anomalies, and recalibration will require. Su Xueqing interrupted directly, her voice devoid of any superfluous words. Disregard the process and provide me with a final time assessment. There was a brief silence on the other end, the sound of rapid typing on a virtual keyboard and hushed discussions filling the air. Finally, a heavy answer emerged. At the earliest, it will take 7 days. Dr. Su, this estimate is already utilizing the Republic's special technical reserves, bypassing all non-core security protocols, and assumes no further significant disturbances arise. This is the best we can do. 7 days. Su Xueqing's gaze returned to the main screen. In the image, Lu Zhao's sleeping face, illuminated by the blood-red light and the supermarket's emergency lamps, appeared exceptionally serene, even bearing a hint of the youthful innocence and vulnerability inconsistent with his previous resolute actions. 7 days. In times of peace, that is merely a brief holiday. Yet, on this planet, slowly descending into hell, with every moment exacerbating the decay. 7 days stretched like a century, ample time for any irretrievable changes to occur. She silently ended the communication, standing quietly in the force field, like a beautiful yet lifeless ice sculpture. Her eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the laws of the universe and calculating the trajectories of stars, now held a complexity of emotions that she herself had yet to fully recognize. As she gazed at the solitary sleeping survivor on the screen. 7 days. Lu Zhao, may your luck be as resilient as your vitality. Hold on at least. Hold on through these 7 days. Lu Zhao slept deeply, as if attempting to replenish the energy he had lacked during the months of stupor. It was not until noon the following day that the scorching sunlight streamed through the supermarket's vast glass facade, illuminating the interior brightly. Even the increasingly ominous blood-red glow outside appeared particularly glaring. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, yawning and stretching. Lu Zhao felt the feedback from his body. His muscles remained slightly sore, but the deep-seated sense of weakness had significantly diminished. In its place was a long-lost feeling of latent strength. Not bad. Lu Zhao smiled faintly. He tossed aside the soft down comforter and sat up from the display mattress, stretching his limbs. Meanwhile, in the core viewing plaza of the Kiminghao and throughout the fleet's circulating ecological zones, the enormous main screen remained locked onto the scenes of Earth. It was precisely the time for enforced labor following lunch. Tens of thousands of individuals were herded into a matrix of dynamic exercise bikes, arranged as densely as a beehive. Clad in uniform gray work attire, they resembled mere cogs in a production line, under the vigilant eyes of armed personnel and the incessant beeping of electronic prompts. They mechanically pedaled, converting their biological energy into credits essential for the fleet's operation. The acrid scent of sweat mingled with the monotonous sound of metal grinding, creating an atmosphere stifling enough to make one gasp for breath. Many, in a state of numbness, continued to pedal while habitually glancing at the screen, just in time to witness Lu Zhao rise lazily. He stood in the empty supermarket, leisurely stretching. Damn it, that guy just woke up. A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, panted heavily, his voice laden with an indescribable envy. While we toil until our legs weaken, he simply sleeps until he awakens naturally. Upon hearing this, a chorus of agreement erupted, everyone lamenting, "I wish I could sleep in too." The stark contrast was overwhelmingly intense and undeniably cruel. Everyone was suffering, yet he had just begun to awaken. Who could bear to watch? However, soon, deeper discontent began to settle in. Chapter 12. Every move made by Lu Zhao was always unexpected. After completing his stretches, he pushed a shopping cart, navigating the food section with familiarity. This time, he did not engage in cooking steak, but instead made his way to the home appliance section, where he procured a brand new microwave, plugging it into a spare outlet near the tasting area. He then retrieved several pre-packaged, generously filled cheese beef rolls and a large bottle of milk from the refrigerator. Ding! Minutes later, the microwave emitted a crisp alert. Lu Zhao took out the steaming, cheese-stretching beef rolls and, accompanied by the chilled milk, began to indulge. The enticing aroma wafting from the simply heated food seemed to penetrate through the screen, infiltrating the nostrils of every resident of the Ark, who were gnawing on black bread smeared with nutrient paste. Damn! Within the power matrix, someone muttered under their breath, filled with a sense of helplessness and anger. In stark contrast to the tasteless rations in their hands, Lu Zhao's casual breakfast felt nothing short of a feast fit for paradise. Resentment silently accumulated amidst the monotonous sounds of pedaling, fermenting. After his meal, Lu Zhao commenced his planned physical recovery training. He did not engage in any complex maneuvers, but merely walked around the expansive shelving area, undertaking basic endurance training. His pace was slow yet steady. 1 lap, 2 laps, sweat gradually dampening his forehead and the back of his shirt. Yet, his gaze remained focused and his breathing rhythm well-controlled. It was evident he was consciously exercising and adapting to his body. Some spectators aboard the Ark, observing this repetitive and monotonous scene, gradually grew bored after the initial novelty wore off. It was just walking. What was so captivating? They had anticipated some grand gesture. It turned out to be merely eating, sleeping, and walking. Could he really turn the tide alone? However, keen observers soon noticed something unusual. Wait, what was in the shopping cart he was pushing? The camera zoomed in, revealing Lu Zhao had stopped at the supermarket's book section. He did not peruse the bestsellers or entertainment magazines, but rather purposefully selected practical books. His cart was already piled high with a dozen unopened new titles: Culinary Basics, Learning to Cook from Scratch, 500 Advanced Sudoku Puzzles, Principles and Simple Repairs of Household Appliances, Fundamentals of Wilderness Survival, Basic Principles of Physics, and Pharmacy Knowledge. Such a diverse array. What did he intend to do with these books? Curiosity and confusion washed over the onlookers. With Earth's countdown to destruction looming, these educational tomes seemed utterly worthless, even less practical than a roll of toilet paper. Did he not understand them? Was he seeking distraction? But how could Sudoku and cooking books serve as entertainment? Perhaps he was simply too bored, especially with no one to converse with. No one comprehended Lu Zhao's intentions. To the residents of the Ark, this appeared more like bizarre behavior indicative of a mental breakdown or merely a way to pass the time. Yet they soon observed that Lu Zhao's life had entered a peculiar cycle, walking for exercise until fatigued, then finding a spot to rest before picking up a new book, unwrapping the plastic, and delving into focused reading. The first book he read was Culinary Basics, Learning to Cook from Scratch. He read swiftly, occasionally gesturing in the air as if mimicking cooking actions. Just as he finished the last page and closed the book, a crisp electronic notification sounded in his mind. Signaling ding. Host detected focused reading and comprehension of basic culinary techniques. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Entry-level culinary skills. Knowledge points gained 10. The attribute panel subtly indicated an increase in the current knowledge reserve section, now featuring entry-level culinary skills. The knowledge points rose from 20 to 30. A flicker of understanding and satisfaction crossed Lu Zhao's eyes. Though 10 knowledge points seemed meager, the road to unlocking the knowledge mall required a staggering 5,000 points. Given the lack of alternatives, even the smallest accumulation mattered. For him, accumulating knowledge equated to gathering strength. After a brief rest, he resumed his walking exercises. After expending some energy, he sat down again, this time picking up beginner Sudoku. Upon swiftly and accurately solving the examples in the book and grasping the underlying logical patterns, another notification chimed. Ding. Host detected focused reading and comprehension of beginner Sudoku thinking. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Entry-level logical reasoning ability. Knowledge points gained 10. The knowledge points increased to 40. Thus, he continued this cyclical routine: walking, resting, reading, walking, resting, reading. By noon, he utilized his newly acquired entry-level culinary skills to fry himself a perfectly cooked steak and prepared a pot of pasta, mixing in the meat sauce he had found. Relishing a delightful meal. Following his meal, he once again took a midday nap, peacefully falling asleep on the soft mattress. The people aboard the Ark observed Lu Zhao's seemingly leisurely and regimented lifestyle displayed on the screen. Waking naturally, enjoying gourmet meals, engaging in restorative exercises, reading casual books, and then napping. How is this anything like the struggle for survival before Earth's demise? It appeared more akin to a vacation. What the hell? Why do I feel like he's living better than we are? With food, drink, a place to sleep, and no one to supervise, free from pedaling those damned wheels. This was practically paradise. Remaining on Earth for a year seemed quite appealing. Complex emotions spread among the crowd: envy, jealousy, absurdity, and even a tinge of regret, causing the pedals beneath those sweating in the power matrix to feel even heavier. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhao awoke punctually. He did not continue his previous cycle, but, under the astonished and curious gazes of onlookers, tidied up briefly before heading directly to the supermarket exit, where he re-entered the sleek black Maybach. The engine rumbled with a deep, powerful growl as the vehicle slowly departed from this bountiful fortress. He was leaving? Where to this time? What could possibly lie beyond the vacant houses and abandoned cars? The residents of the Ark buzzed with speculation, pondering what this unpredictably audacious young man would do next. They sensed that Lu Zhao's departure was far from aimless, due to such a regular life. What manifests is not despair, but tenacity, even if it is merely a tenacious struggle. Indeed, people are increasingly curious about how Lu Zhao intends to struggle tenaciously. The shadow of a black car vanishes at the end of the desolate city's long street, leaving behind countless pairs of eyes filled with confusion, anticipation, and unease before the screen. Chapter 13. The Mad Lu Zhao. In the Ring of Destiny conference room. The holographic projection at the center of the circular table continues to display real-time images of Earth, particularly that black Maybach moving through the empty city. The gaze of various national representatives lingers on it, to varying degrees. Lu Zhao's escapade to the warehouse supermarket has already astonished them. Now, witnessing him once again driving away, their curiosity is piqued. It appears that our last survivor is not content to remain in seclusion. The British representative strokes his chin, his tone inquisitive. Where might his destination be? Searching for more supplies? Or attempting to find other potential survivors? Survivors? Mr. Brandt has already confirmed that the evacuation is complete. The Southeast Asian representative shakes his head, leaning towards the idea that he is in search of a more fortified shelter or weapons. Just as the crowd speculates, the Maybach traverses the desolate streets and finally comes to a halt before a grand building with a modern streamlined design. Above the main entrance, the enormous metallic letters, even coated in dust, are clearly discernible. Tianhai City Library. A library? What would he possibly want there? At such a time, not only do gasps of disbelief arise within the conference room, but the Kiminghao Square and various power matrix areas erupt in a wave of astonishment. Everyone finds it hard to believe. With Earth's demise counting down, every minute and second is invaluable. This young man does not seek survival supplies, nor reinforce a refuge, but instead rushes to the library. This utterly transcends the realm of normal human logic. Brandt gazes at the screen, momentarily stunned, before a mocking smile spreads across his face. Leaning slightly back, he breaks the silence of the conference room in a tone that is both relaxed and derisive. In the face of such ultimate doom, shouldn't the normal reaction be to indulge in all the luxuries and excesses left by civilization? Fine wines, exquisite foods, and even those unguarded mansions are the appropriate response to impending destruction. He shrugs, as if stating an obvious fact. He chooses to confine himself in a dusty library? To waste time among these meaningless piles of paper? I dare say, by the time the cosmic storm truly descends, he will surely regret this foolish decision with a pounding chest. This rhetoric immediately draws laughter from a few representatives with similar stances. An atmosphere of condescension fills the conference room, viewing Lu Zhao's actions as a farcical jest. However, the representative of the Republic, Zhao Qingtian, remains silently seated like a mountain. His expression is unreadable. He neither looks at Brandt nor engages in any discussion. Instead, he gazes at the screen, watching the young figure who has stopped his vehicle and is now looking up at the library entrance. Deep within his eyes, there is no derision, no pity, only a subtle hint of scrutiny and expectation. He is eager to see what surprises this young man, who has consistently defied convention, might bring forth. Meanwhile, within a core research chamber of the Kiminghao, Su Xueqing also gazes at the screen. Her perspective differs from that of the politicians. What she perceives is not the absurdity of his actions, but rather the figure approaching the massive library entrance, in the shadow of the grand structure. Although he appears small and even solitary, the determination and sense of purpose emanating from his stride convey a vitality and spiritual strength far more profound than during their struggle for survival in the supermarket. This is not madness before a descent into despair. It resembles a gathering momentum. Naturally, Lu Zhao remains oblivious to the discussions and mockery. His reason for visiting the library is simple and direct. After a day of rest and nourishment, his recovery is satisfactory, and he is now capable of engaging in extended periods of focused activity. Most importantly, he has already finished reading the basic introductory books in the warehouse supermarket. A year may seem long, but the bright red countdown on the system panel constantly reminds him. 363 days, XX hours, XX minutes, XX seconds. The urgency is suffocating. To fulfill the audacious task of leading Earth into wandering, he cannot afford to waste even a single second. Since the assimilation of knowledge through reading and comprehension can directly translate into power and potential solutions, this library, which embodies the crystallization of human civilization's wisdom, is a mine he must conquer at this moment. As long as he can discover that path to survival, he can read every useful book here. With a creak, the heavy library door swings open, echoing with a long and hollow resonance. The interior is dimly lit, with only emergency indicators casting a ghostly green glow, and sunlight distorted by a blood-red curtain streaming in through the high windows. The air is imbued with a peculiar scent, a mixture of paper and dust. Countless bookshelves stand like silent giants, stretching to the limits of his vision, bearing the accumulated knowledge of humanity over millennia, now awaiting its sole reader. Lu Zhao does not waste time lamenting. Instead, he strides directly to the public inquiry computer at the entrance. Fortunately, the backup power system appears to be operational, and the screen illuminates. He deftly navigates, beginning to search for the categories of books he needs. The keywords he inputs are captured by the high-definition camera and clearly magnified on the main screen. Engineering, mathematics, intelligence. The simplicity of these 6 words strikes like a silent thunderclap in the minds of all who gaze at the screen. Brandt, who had been laughing at Lu Zhao's foolishness, finds a smile abruptly freeze. In the power matrix, those pedaling bicycles, filled with resentment, fall silent as well. Even Su Xiueqing, who had maintained her composure, feels her pupils constrict slightly. Engineering? Mathematics? Intelligence? He truly has come to read, as the last human on Earth, facing the imminent threat of planetary annihilation. He has come to the library, not to seek survival manuals, nor for spiritual solace, but to delve into the foundational sciences and profound theories. This has completely transcended the realm of the irrational. It is utterly insane. Chapter 14. The Embers of Human Civilization. Under the myriad gazes filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, Lu Zhao, according to the search results, ascends directly to the 3rd floor. He enters the reading area marked Mathematics Theory and Application. From a towering bookshelf, he precisely extracts a thick tome titled Introduction to Advanced Mathematics, finding a spot by the window where the light is still decent. He sits down and opens the first page. He does not skim through it as he did in the supermarket. Instead, he immerses himself in the text, occasionally tracing his fingers over the pages as if deducing something. His gaze is so focused that everything around him, including the looming countdown to destruction overhead, seems to fade away. At Kiminghao Square, after a moment of silence, a more intense wave of sound erupts. He is truly reading a mathematics book? Advanced mathematics? My God, is he serious? Even in the face of the apocalypse, he continues to study. This individual is either a genuine madman or an enigmatic figure beyond my comprehension. I find myself unexpectedly admiring him. His psychological resilience and unwavering focus would have driven me to despair or indulgence long ago. An indescribable shock washes over everyone's soul. Lu Zhao's actions remain incomprehensible, yet the almost obsessive calmness and thirst for knowledge within him evoke a sense of shame among those who mock his perceived foolishness. In the Destiny Ring conference room, an eerie silence descends. The light laughter that once accompanied the discourse has vanished, replaced by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Zhao Qingtian, who had been as silent as a mountain, slowly raised his hand. He began to clap, deliberately and powerfully, each sound resonating distinctly in the quiet room. Jarring and almost painful to hear, this applause was not an endorsement of any proposal nor a welcome to anyone. It was a tribute to the solitary figure on the screen, wading through the ocean of knowledge. To Brandt, this applause felt like a series of invisible slaps, stinging painfully against his face. His expression darkened, lips pressed tight, unable to voice any objection. For in that moment, any mockery rooted in common sense appeared utterly pale and despicable before Lu Zhao's irrational yet awe-inspiring actions. Although Zhao Qingtian's applause was not thunderous, it struck the hearts of all present as if echoing within them. He gazed at Lu Zhao's concentrated profile on the screen, and within his calm gaze, a genuine appreciation and expectation emerged, no longer concealed. Perhaps this abandoned young man could indeed offer something beyond their wildest imaginations. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao remained oblivious, completely absorbed in the world of mathematical symbols and logic. The system's notification sounded in his mind, adding a new, albeit insignificant, yet solid foundation to his seemingly absurd path of survival. Within the Destiny Ring conference room, representatives from various nations observed Zhao Qingtian and the silent Brandt. The air seemingly frozen. A wordless contest spread among the delegates. At that moment, the observant representative from the land of the rising sun, the diminutive Yamamoto Ichiro, donned his habitual humble smile and ventured to break the uncomfortable silence that enveloped Brandt. This young man is indeed remarkable. He slightly bowed, directing his gaze to Lu Zhao on the main screen, his tone laced with a feigned nonchalance. However, I am quite curious how long this Lu Zhao can maintain such a state of reading in this, liberating environment. He paused, surveying the room before casting a sycophantic glance toward Branty, deliberately raising his voice in a mocking tone. Shall we take a guess? How long do you think this former delivery rider can remain focused on the tedium of advanced mathematics? 10 minutes? Branty seized upon the opportunity presented by Yamamoto. His previously sullen expression lightened slightly. Taking a deep breath, he donned his mask of composure and replied with a smile. Mr. Yamamoto, 10 minutes? Your patience with a young man seems rather harsh. I believe he might last half an hour. Leaning forward, hands clasped upon the table, he continued in a tone laced with pity and analysis. After all, we must understand that he is merely a recent high school graduate working as a delivery person. Mathematics, especially advanced mathematics, is far too abstract and tedious compared to his past experiences. A fleeting impulse and curiosity are unlikely to withstand such profound monotony. Their exchange immediately garnered agreement from several like-minded representatives. I concur with Mr. Branty's assessment. Half an hour is the maximum. Laughter erupted as another chimed in. Perhaps he merely stumbled into the library on a whim, much like a child discovering a new toy, only to discard it once boredom sets in. I even have a rather absurd notion. A representative from the West European Union chimed in with an exaggerated grin. He wouldn't be imagining that he could start from scratch and build a spaceship to escape Earth, would he? Ha ha! What creative thought! If that were the case, he should begin with fun mathematics or 1,000 questions in elementary mathematics, rather than directly challenging introduction to advanced mathematics. Indeed, advanced mathematics is renowned as a hypnotic artifact. I would consider it a miracle if he manages to stay awake for half an hour. The conference room resonated with suppressed, derisive laughter. It seemed they believed that by belittling the solitary figure on the screen, they could validate their rational decisions to cast aside the pursuit of knowledge, alleviating the indescribable embarrassment stirred by Zhao Qingtian's applause. Zhao Qingtian remained impassive, like an unyielding boulder, ignoring the surrounding clamor. However, his hand, resting on his knee, tightened momentarily. Deep within, he silently hoped that this young, unknown compatriot could deliver a resounding slap to the faces of these arrogant individuals through his actions. A clear, chilling scoff suddenly interrupted the discordant laughter, silencing it instantly. Everyone turned toward the sound, and there stood Su Shiueching at the entrance, her arrival unnoticed, clad in her deep blue research uniform. The crystalline emblem on her shoulder glimmered coldly under the light. Her exquisite features bore a frosty veneer, and her sharp gaze swept over the representatives who had mocked moments before, ultimately fixing on Branty and Yamamoto Ichiro, even if he only persists for a minute. That minute is a dialogue with the crystallization of human civilization, an attempt to comprehend the underlying logic of this world. Su Shiueching's voice rang clear and emotionless, yet each word was as sharp as a blade. In the pursuit of knowledge amidst despair, this is a testament that the flame of civilization has not been entirely extinguished. It represents the highest resilience of life in the face of adversity. She stepped forward, surveying the room with a researcher's unwavering dedication to truth and disdain for ignorance. I believe we should not mock him here. Rather, we should learn from his reverence and thirst for knowledge. We ought not to sit in the safety of our ark, basking in the protection of the wisdom of our predecessors, while ridiculing one who is striving to rekindle the spark of knowledge amidst the ruins. Su Shiueching's unrestrained remarks plunged the conference room back into silence. Some neutral representatives, even those who had previously agreed with the others, displayed expressions of shame or contemplation. Her words struck a chord with many, rekindling a flicker of respect for civilization within them. Branty's facial muscles twitched. He suppressed the anger of being publicly rebutted and forced a smile. Dr. Su's insights are always illuminated by the brilliance of idealism. He emphasized the word idealism. But we must respect reality. The reality is that Lu Zhao is merely a delivery person who scored below 500 on the college entrance examination. He cannot comprehend these texts. Thus, in my view, his current actions provide him with nothing but ephemeral psychological solace, devoid of any significance in altering the ultimate outcome. Instead of directly countering Su Shiueching, he redirected his gaze to the main screen, a self-assured smirk playing at his lips, as if anticipating a farcical spectacle. He awaited the moment when Su Shiweqing and her championed underdog would inevitably be left to face the consequences of their folly. Time quietly passed within the library. Lu Zhao was wholly engrossed in the realm of mathematical symbols. He remained utterly oblivious to the discussions, mockery, or expectations surrounding him aboard the Arkansas. When he finally turned the last page of Introduction to Advanced Mathematics and exhaled a long, heavy sigh, the familiar, cold electronic alert sounded as anticipated. Ding! The host has focused on reading and deeply comprehended the core content of Introduction to Advanced Mathematics. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained advanced theoretical and applied skills in higher mathematics. Knowledge points acquired, 1,000. With the chime, the pale blue attribute panel before him updated instantaneously. Host, Lu Zhao talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve. Level 4 English, high school mathematics. Elite electric vehicle maintenance and operation. Introductory medical knowledge. Introductory culinary skills. Introductory logical reasoning skills. Advanced higher mathematics knowledge points. 1140, 140, 1000. Current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time. 363 days, XX hours, XX minutes, XX seconds. Knowledge marketplace. Not opened. Requires 5,000 knowledge points to activate. Current. 11405000. System message. Knowledge is power. Continue to ascend. Lu Zhao gazed at the soaring numbers on the panel, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the depth of knowledge and its correlation with the technological realm directly determined the quantity of points acquired, from the earlier meager 10 points to this remarkable harvest of 1,000 points. This substantial leap validated his judgment. The library was, at this moment, his most formidable arsenal. This overwhelming sense of achievement dispelled the mental fatigue brought on by prolonged concentration and infused him with renewed vigor. Without hesitation, he rose and approached the bookshelf, his gaze scanning like a hawk in search of his next target. Fundamental physics, introduction to classical mechanics, and principles of electromagnetism. He pulled the weighty tomes from the shelves, cradling them in his arms. Meanwhile, aboard the Qiming, the act of watching Lu Zhao's livestream had transformed into a strangely engaging spectacle, particularly in various power matrix areas. Thousands were compelled to engage in physical labor, pedaling monotonous exercise bikes. Observing the solitary figure immersed in reading within the quiet library became a unique source of entertainment and spiritual solace. Initially, some found it dull. Still watching? It's been over an hour, hasn't it? I've already burned 200 calories, and he hasn't moved an inch. What's so interesting about reading? It's more tedious than our cycling. However, as time elapsed, with 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and half an hour passing, Lu Zhao maintained his intense focus, only occasionally rising to switch books or sip water. As he delved back into his studies, that silent persistence began to subtly exert its influence. Hey, have you noticed? He doesn't seem to be pretending. His page-turning rhythm appears quite methodical, not random at all, and he has switched several books, all on mathematics and physics. Is he for real? The murmurs began to shift. What started as mockery and mere curiosity gradually transformed into disbelief. Ultimately, it culminated in a barely perceptible admiration, particularly after Lu Zhao effortlessly surpassed the half-hour limit set by Brandt and Yamamoto. A sensation of silent retribution began to permeate the Fate Ring conference room, creating a slightly altered atmosphere. Yamamoto Ichiro's smile had long since frozen. He furtively cast a glance at Brandt, who remained expressionless, fixated on the screen, his fingers drumming an erratic rhythm on the table. He had anticipated witnessing Lu Zhao falter, yawn incessantly, or even succumb to sleep. Yet the young man on the screen, aside from appearing slightly weary from prolonged reading, maintained an upright posture, his concentration unwavering. Su Shiweqing ceased her commentary, quietly standing behind Zhao Qingtian's seat, a faint glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her cool gaze. Though Zhao Qingtian remained silent, the tension in his tightly drawn lips seemed to soften imperceptibly. Time continued its relentless march. 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, as Lu Zhao remained steadfastly seated, engrossed in Introduction to Classical Mechanics for over an hour. The earlier chorus of derision had vanished without a trace. An awkward silence, tinged with embarrassment, enveloped Brandt and his followers. In the library, Lu Zhao closed another book. Ding! The host is focusing on reading and understanding Introduction to Classical Mechanics. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Advanced Classical Mechanics knowledge. Knowledge points acquired. 800. The total knowledge points surged to 1940. Just as Lu Zhao allowed a smile to bloom, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse onto the cold study table. A wave of tension erupted aboard the Ark. It's over. He has been reading too long. He just recovered, and now he is experiencing hypoglycemia. Chapter 16. Lu Zhao's Fatal Flaw. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lu Zhao's vision. A powerful wave of dizziness surged like a tide, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. He nearly toppled over onto the frigid study desk. Quickly, he grasped the table's edge, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Damn it, hypoglycemia," he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with the weakness of recent awakening and a hint of frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, he rummaged through the side pocket of his backpack, retrieving the oral glucose injection he had procured from the hospital pharmacy. Skillfully, he used a bottle opener to crack open the ampoule's slender neck, tilting his head back to gulp down the viscous, sweet liquid. The icy syrup slid down his throat, rapidly absorbed by his body. A few minutes later, the heart-stopping dizziness and weakness gradually receded like a receding tide. However, cold sweat continued to soak through his clothing. Lu Zhao leaned back in his chair, breathing softly, a wry smile gracing his lips. "This body is still too feeble," he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting over his still somewhat gaunt arms. Merely sitting and reading nearly caused him to faint. It seems that physical recovery and nutritional replenishment cannot be neglected for a moment. The intense cerebral exertion and knowledge absorption consumed energy far beyond his expectations. The system could instantly bestow knowledge, but could not directly enhance his nearly exhausted body, which had been bedridden for months. A wave of hunger followed closely behind, his stomach protesting audibly. Lu Zhao looked out the library window, realizing that dusk had crept in unbeknownst to him. The blood-red light draping the horizon appeared even more sinister and eerie under the sunset. Is it already 5 o'clock? Lu Zhao mused, surprised by the swift passage of time. He rubbed his still slightly throbbing temples and decided to leave the library. He rose to tidy up the scattered physics books on the table, hesitating momentarily before stuffing the thickest tome, Fundamental Principles of Physics, 7th edition, into his backpack. This book was comprehensive and solid, precisely what he needed at this stage. Once organized, he hefted the heavy backpack onto his shoulders and made his way toward the library's exit. A black Maybach awaited outside, like a loyal steed, ready to transport him back to the temporary supply station, the warehouse supermarket. In the Fate Ring conference room, Charles Brandt witnessed Lu Zhao nearly faint and then recover throughout the entire ordeal. With an imperceptible curl of his lips, a fleeting glimmer of regret flashed in his eyes. "Such a pity," he whispered in a voice only he could hear, almost on the verge of witnessing a splendid performance. Brandt adjusted his posture, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept over Su Xueqing, who had been holding her breath in anticipation. Noticing her shoulders relax slightly after the moment of tension, he could not help but curl his lips into a sardonic smile, deliberately raising his voice. "Oh, thank God, it appears to be merely a false alarm. I hope this minor episode of low blood sugar hasn't frightened our resilient beacon of civilization," he added with a hint of mockery. "Let us hope it doesn't instill any fear in him regarding the pursuit of knowledge. After all, reading amidst the apocalypse demands extraordinary courage, does it not?" Sitting attentively, Yamamoto Ikaru immediately grasped the underlying tone. A sycophantic and insincere smile spread across his face as he quickly chimed in. "Mr. Brandt is absolutely right. However, in my opinion, whether this Lu Zhao-jun will return to the library tomorrow remains uncertain. After all, he is merely a delivery rider who scored below 500 on the college entrance examination. And forcing himself to tackle these profound theoretical works is akin to deciphering a celestial manuscript. This afternoon's cursory reading was likely more for show, a form of self-psychological consolation. The fatigue of his body and the resistance of his mind will soon compel him to retreat." Such remarks instantly elicited a few knowing chuckles. Su Xueqing's icy countenance revealed no signs of disturbance, as though she had not heard the sharp ridicule. Instead, She quietly observed Lu Zhao's departing figure on the screen, her gaze profound. Deep within, she had to admit that Brandt and Yamamoto's words, from a rational standpoint, held some truth. For someone devoid of systematic academic training, persisting in the consumption of such hardcore knowledge in an utterly solitary and unsupported environment was as daunting as scaling the heavens. The physical protests were merely the first hurdle. The ensuing mental fatigue and cognitive barriers constituted the true test. However, rational analysis is one thing, while emotional resonance is another. Even if Lu Zhao indeed refrains from appearing tomorrow, even if his perseverance today bore traces of pretense or self-deception, Su Xueqing still perceived in his almost obsessive actions a resilience that refuses to bend in the face of ultimate despair. Such resilience in itself was sufficient to command her respect. Simultaneously, at the core observation square of the Kiminghao and in various power matrix regions, when people witnessed Lu Zhao recovering after consuming glucose, an exuberant cheer erupted in unison. Wonderful. He hasn't fainted. I was terrified, seeing him like that. I thought he might not make it. This fellow has a strong constitution. His willpower is commendable. Strangely enough, seeing him safe brought an unexpected sense of relief. After more than a day of live streaming, the mindset of countless ordinary residents aboard the Ark had subtly transformed. Lu Zhao was no longer merely a pitiable symbol of tragedy. He had become an emblem of tenacious vitality. Each time, he turned danger into safety. Every seemingly impossible persistence of his illuminated their increasingly dimmed spirits under the oppressive order of the Ark. They did not wish for this glimmer of light to extinguish. This spontaneous, cross-galactic empathy and support forged a fragile, yet undeniable cohesion, quietly gathering around the solitary figure on screen. Seated at the helm of fate, Brandt acutely detected the faint cheers emanating from the square, alongside the emotional fluctuation reports from various communication channels. His brow furrowed momentarily, a flicker of discontent and vigilance crossing his eyes. Brandt was unwilling to witness the people aboard the Ark forming any semblance of unity or spiritual solace over a discarded pawn from Earth. Such sentiments would undermine his ruling strategy centered on labor points and divisive management. A stable order often necessitates a degree of panic, mutual suspicion, and individual isolation. Yet, his dark demeanor lingered only for a few seconds before being replaced by a mocking smile. For the events that would sow discord among the people were soon to arise from Lu Zhao. Chapter 17. Is Lu Zhao a sickly person or a hero? Lu Zhao navigated his Maybach through the streets intertwined with the dying light of the sunset and a blood-red glow. Instead of returning directly to the storage supermarket, he turned the steering wheel and drove into a landmark 5-star hotel in the city center, Tianhai International Hotel. Unlike most of the surrounding buildings, plunged into darkness. This hotel evidently possessed a robust and independent backup power system. The exterior landscape lights of the main structure still radiated a soft glow, and the revolving door continued to turn slowly and silently, as if still awaiting guests who would never return. What was his purpose for going to the hotel? Instead of returning to the supermarket, was he indulging in luxury? This fellow was truly full of surprises, provoking confusion among the people aboard the Ark as they watched the screen. After parking, Lu Zhao stepped into the spacious and opulent lobby, where the crystal chandelier sparkled and the polished marble floor reflected his solitary figure. He walked directly to the elevator and pressed the button for the top-floor presidential suite. With the power system intact, the elevator ascended smoothly. Upon entering the expansive presidential suite, large enough for a horse to gallop, Lu Zhao casually placed his backpack on the valuable leather sofa. He approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the silent yet still grand cityscape below and the increasingly menacing blood-red sky. After a moment, he turned around and began to remove the short-sleeved nurse-esque uniform he had worn for several days, now bearing the scent of sweat. As his emaciated upper body was fully exposed to the air, two contrasting sounds erupted simultaneously in the Kiminghao Square. Lu Zhao's physical condition was indeed poor. Prolonged bed rest had resulted in severe muscle atrophy. His ribs were clearly visible, his shoulders were frail, his arms slender, and his skin bore a sickly pallor. Compared to ordinary individuals, he appeared particularly weak. Look at this skeleton. A gust of wind could knock him over. Is this the physique of an East Asian? No wonder they call him a sickly person. He cannot even care for himself, let alone talk about survival. My God, can this body even lift a glass of water? I doubt he could even push open the bathroom door. Immediately, a wave of unabashed laughter erupted from areas where white and black individuals congregated. The harsh remarks laced with contempt, igniting the anger of the Republic's populace and some other Asian residents. Nonsense. He just woke up after lying for months. Try lying for months yourself. Watch your words. While he struggles alone on Earth, you're just spinning your wheels. A man is not measured by muscle mass, but by what he does in dire circumstances. Tempers flared rapidly, and fierce verbal exchanges erupted between different groups. Shoving and physical confrontations broke out in several hotspots, saliva flying in the heated exchanges. The ARC's security team promptly intervened, using cold electric batons and commands to forcibly separate the conflicting sides. However, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Even after being separated, the mockers remained relentless, their voices cutting through the crowd's barriers. What good is bravado? The fact remains he is frail. Still have the mind to read? What a facade. Can he comprehend higher mathematics with that score on the college entrance exam? Self-deception. A waste of time on the impossible. Such a fool. In the face of such ridicule and derision, divisions also emerged within the Republic's crowd. Some individuals wore grim expressions, biting their lips, unable to retort, because they also feel that Liu Zhao's actions are indeed difficult to comprehend on a practical level, even bordering on the unrealistic. However, many others, especially middle-aged and older individuals who have weathered storms in life, possess a more resolute gaze. An elderly man, scholarly in appearance and wearing glasses, loudly rebutted, his voice trembling with excitement. His frailty is a result of an accident. It is not his fault. Moreover, there exists only one true heroism in this world, which is to continue loving life and striving for it, even after recognizing the harsh truths of existence. What he is doing now is an act of heroism. His muscles may have atrophied, but his spine is far straighter than those of you who can only bark. In the Destiny Ring conference room, Zhao Bulanti observed the commotion in the square and the ongoing disputes displayed on the screen, a barely contained smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. He relished such scenarios, divisions, confrontations, and internal depletion, effectively preventing the populace aboard from forming a unified ideology and strength, making them easier to control. Liu Zhao, this unexpected variable, was perfectly playing the role of a divisive agent at this moment. Su Shiweqing stood to the side, her brow furrowed. She felt weary of the trivial racial disputes in the square, but deeper still was her concern for Liu Zhao's physical condition. Too weak, she silently thought. With her knowledge of medicine and biology, she assessed that Liu Zhao's muscle atrophy and functional decline, caused by prolonged bed rest and severe malnutrition, would require at least 6 months of professional and systematic rehabilitation training to barely reach a normal level, even in an environment like the Ark with top-notch medical and recovery facilities. This signified a harsh reality, even if her Firefly plan succeeded and the rescue ship reached Earth. Given Liu Zhao's current state, he would be nearly incapable of enduring the relatively rudimentary life support systems aboard the rescue ship, which paled in comparison to the Ark, alongside the ensuing pressures of a lengthy and tumultuous interstellar journey. The design of the rescue ship prioritized rapid delivery and return over comfort. The acceleration, radiation, and demands of the life support system posed challenges even for healthy astronauts. For Liu Zhao, they could be fatal. Sighing slightly within, Su Shiweqing suppressed a sense of helplessness. It was too early to ponder such matters now. The most crucial task at hand was ensuring the communication attempt in 6 days would succeed. At the very least, she wanted Liu Zhao to know he was not utterly alone and to glimpse a sliver of hope. She gazed at the slender figure making its way to the bathroom on the screen, silently wishing. In the hotel suite, Liu Zhao stood before the bathroom mirror, eyeing his skeletal physique, merely shaking his head slightly. No trace of self-pity marred his expression. Internal strife? Such luxury was unwarranted. What he could least afford now was time and energy. He turned on the opulent golden faucet, warm water cascading down. Stepping into the spacious massage bathtub, he allowed the hot water to wash away the fatigue, sweat, and grime accumulated over the past few days. About half an hour later, Liu Zhao donned a slightly oversized yet finely crafted white cotton t-shirt and gray casual trousers he found in the suite's wardrobe, wiping his damp short hair with a towel. He stood before the mirror once more, Cleaned of dirt and clad in fresh attire, though still gaunt, he appeared significantly more refreshed. His once obscured, delicate features were now fully revealed, and his pallid complexion showed hints of rosy warmth from the hot water. Aboard the Qiming Hao, those engaged in arguments or feeling dejected fell silent upon witnessing the transformed Lu Zhao. Well, after a wash, he actually looks quite handsome. He has a good foundation, just too thin. There's a certain clean aura about him. Murmured comments arose, unbound by faction. Even those who had mocked him could not deny that this young Eastern survivor, once tidied up, possessed a certain charm. Lu Zhao regarded his reflection with a degree of satisfaction. He patted his cheeks, his gaze sharpened and focused anew. Before turning to exit this warm and lavish space, there were more significant matters to attend to. Chapter 18. Is Lu Zhao planning to embarrass himself before all of humanity? In the Destiny Ring conference room, the circular holographic table displayed real-time footage of Lu Zhao in a storeroom supermarket, cooking a steak while reading. Char Sibulanti leaned back comfortably in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze swept over Su Xueqing, who sat silently observing the screen. A smirk of unabashed mockery curling his lips. "Oh, look," he said, deliberately breaking the silence of the conference room with a light-hearted tone, though his voice held a cold edge. "Our last scholar of Earth has a rather unique style of learning." He paused, leaning slightly forward, fixing his gaze on Su Xueqing as his tone turned sarcastic. "Dr. Su, may I be so bold as to inquire, as a genius recognized by the Republic and all of humanity, did you also employ such, efficient learning methods during your academic pursuits? For instance, did you skim through principles of basic physics as if it were an entertainment magazine?" The conference room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Su Xueqing. A layer of frost covered her exquisitely beautiful face, her lips pressed tightly together. Violante's question was exceedingly cunning and malicious. She could not admit it, for she had received the most rigorous academic training from a young age, fully aware that ascending the peaks of science required absolute focus, repeated deduction, and arduous contemplation, nothing akin to the cursory reading style of Lu Zhao. Yet to deny it would mean publicly branding Lu Zhao's current behavior as laughable and futile pretense, entirely dismissing any potential effort and significance behind it. Her silence and the slight furrow of her brow only served to enhance the smugness on Violante's face. Yamamoto, Ichiro, ever the keen observer, immediately seized the opportunity, donning a sycophantic smile and pressing on with his uniquely unsettling tone of false humility. "Indeed, Dr. Su, we're also quite curious. How does a genius like you absorb knowledge? Is it truly as simple as flipping through pages like this Lu Zhao in the video to grasp the universal truths contained within?" At this, Violante could no longer contain himself, letting out a short, sharp laugh. A few representatives aligned with the North American Federation joined in with low chuckles. The conference room buzzed with an atmosphere of spectatorship. Even some neutral representatives shook their heads slightly. By common reasoning, Lu Zhao's actions indeed contravened the fundamental principles of learning, appearing juvenile and absurd. They might sympathize with the young man, but they could not believe such reading could yield any substantial gains. Su Xueqing felt a lump of frustration settle in her chest. She could not defend Lu Zhao, for even she could not comprehend that manner of reading. This sense of powerlessness rendered her expression even more somber. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room grew delicate and Violante and his cohort basked in their triumph, a clear sound of paper sliding caught everyone's attention. On the screen, as Lu Zhao rapidly flipped through principles of basic physics, a small stack of yellowed manuscript pages unexpectedly slipped from the book's crevice, fluttering down to his feet. Lu Zhao paused, arching an eyebrow. He picked up the thick book and examined its spine and crevice closely before bending down to retrieve the topmost manuscript page with his long fingers. The high-definition camera immediately zoomed in, projecting the content from the manuscript onto the main screen with remarkable clarity. The screen was densely filled with intricate physical equations and mathematical symbols, lines intertwining and the derivation process winding like a labyrinth, exuding an aura of dizzying profundity. Clearly, it was a manuscript left behind by someone. This was in front of a public screen in a cyclical ecological zone aboard the Fangzhou. A middle-aged man, clad in thick glasses, instinctively adjusted his spectacles, leaning forward with a look of astonishment on his face. This combination of formulas seemed to represent the classical derivation conundrum of the nonlinear correction term for Carson-Holmberg energy transfer loss. His exclamation attracted the attention of those around him. "Hey, do you recognize this?" Someone inquired. The bespectacled man, with a tone tinged with disbelief, replied, "I am a PhD in theoretical physics from Princeton. This problem was a notorious stumbling block during my doctoral studies. The functional analysis and nonlinear term handling involved are exceedingly tricky. I spent over a year of my spare time just to barely complete the derivation." Whose manuscript is this? It looks like they abandoned it halfway through. The credentials of a physics doctorate and the description of a year's effort elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A year? Is it that difficult? Zhao must not understand it at all. Why pick it up? Just throw it away as scrap paper. It would be better to hurry and eat. Everyone assumed Zhao would treat the manuscript, filled with arcane scribblings, as refuse and toss it aside. Some had even prepared to unleash mocking laughter, thinking, "Look, he pretends to be knowledgeable, but is immediately exposed when confronted with the real deal." However, Zhao, after scrutinizing the manuscript for a few seconds, did not discard it. He took the paper, stood up, and walked over to a clean table nearby. Then, astonishingly, he pulled out a ballpoint pen from the side pocket of his backpack. What was he intending to do? A collective question arose in the minds of countless spectators aboard the Fangzhou. Under the gaze of thousands, Zhao deftly twirled the ordinary blue pen between his fingers, his movements exuding a relaxed and stable demeanor that belied his slender physique. He then placed a clean piece of cardboard underneath and laid the manuscript flat, gripping the pen above the blank spaces of the paper. His gaze, once a mere cursory scan, transformed into an intense and piercing focus, as if he were penetrating the paper to stare directly at the hidden physical laws behind it. OMG! Is he about to continue the derivation? Wait a moment. Zhao can comprehend such profound material. I refuse to believe it. Absolutely impossible. A delivery worker who scored 413 in the college entrance examination, having read a few introductory books, can solve a problem that took a physics PhD a year to tackle? What cosmic joke? Ha. Is Zhao just throwing caution to the wind, planning to perform a farcical act before all of humanity? This is sheer humiliation on a universal scale. Voices of doubt, exclamations of surprise, and malicious laughter erupted throughout the corners of the Fangzhou. Particularly, those who had previously mocked Zhao for his frail physique were now laughing uproariously. It was as if they could already envision Zhao, faced with the equations, utterly at a loss, ultimately reduced to a state of furious embarrassment. In the Fate Circle conference room, Brand observed Zhao's serious demeanor as he prepared to tackle the problem displayed on the screen and could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Leaning back in his chair, he shook his head, his tone laced with disdain. It seems our final scholar not only possesses a resilient mental fortitude, but also harbors a rather intense desire for performance. Did he truly believe that scribbling a few lines could allow him to masquerade as a scientist? He proudly surveyed the room, particularly enjoying the discomfort of sushi etching, relishing the sensation of cornering his opponent. Yamamoto Ichiro promptly concurred. Mr. Brandt, perhaps he is simply too lonely, needing to numb himself in this manner? After all, the weight of reality is unbearably heavy. Most representatives displayed either overt or subtle expressions of mockery. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly the beginning of a farce. Science and knowledge are rigorous bastions that cannot be breached by a youth from the lower strata, reading a few books in a post-apocalyptic world. Suwon King Kunanchet had feasts, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. She too could not believe that Zhao could solve this problem. It required a solid foundation in mathematics and physics, rigorous logical reasoning, and extensive professional training, none of which could be achieved in a single leap. In her rational analysis, Zhao's actions appeared more as an irrational outburst born of desperation, or perhaps a deeper collapse that she could not comprehend. She even felt unable to continue watching, fearing to witness the young man ultimately reveal a look of bewilderment before the world, utterly crushed by reality. Yet, amidst the overwhelming tide of ridicule and pessimistic expectations, Zhao on the screen moved. The tip of the ballpoint pen descended steadily onto the blank portion of the manuscript. No hositación, no pause. The pen glided smoothly, tracing an elegant curve. Following, there was a series of precise and concise mathematical symbols. He did not consult any reference books. as if all the formulas and theorems were already seamlessly integrated within him. The subtle sound of the pen gliding across the paper resonated throughout the Kiming-heo, captured by high-quality audio systems, reaching every corner. It also traveled into the Fate Circle conference room. At that moment, the sound felt so out of place yet profoundly stirring. Chapter 19. Genius? Phenomenon. Silence. In the core viewing plaza of Kiming-heo, thousands of gazes were fixated on the main screen, on the manuscript laid on the cardboard, filled with complex symbols, and on the pale hand gripping the ordinary blue pen, moving with unwavering steadiness. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper was the sole rhythm, striking every listener's eardrums. On the screen, Lu Zhao's pen had just begun to inscribe the first line of formulas. The combination of symbols was peculiar, completely diverging from the original derivation path. It emanated a sense of unfamiliarity and audacity. After a brief pause, a clear sneer erupted from a corner of the plaza, laced with unabashed contempt. "See? I told you. Nonsense. What is he writing? It doesn't even align with the beginning of the original manuscript. He is clearly just putting on an act." Voices of skepticism rippled through the crowd like stones cast into a tranquil lake. Doubt and mockery surged once more. At that moment, the Princeton physicist who had previously recognized a challenging problem adjusted his thick glasses, his face reflecting a blend of realization and regret. His voice, faintly audible through the nearby speaker, carried an authoritative tone as he declared, "What a pity this line of thought has strayed." He pointed at the first line of formulas Lu Zhao wrote on the screen, explaining to those straining to see. "Look here, the operator transformation he introduced is fabricated, not conforming to the standard form of the Carson-Holmberg equations. The correct derivation should commence from the variational principle of functional analysis to establish the Lagrangian." The postdoctoral fellow's words were laden with specialized jargon, leaving most listeners bewildered. Yet the core message was unmistakably clear. Lu Zhao had erred. Lu Zhao did not comprehend the material. He was merely scribbling aimlessly. Ha ha ha. As expected. I knew it. A delivery worker thinks he can tackle physics problems? Dream on. This is quite the overreach. Isn't it? What a disgrace in front of the entire universe. Hurry and throw the paper away and eat. Do not waste everyone's time. A wave of profound disappointment and an even more surging tide of ridicule swiftly engulfed the entire plaza. The earlier flicker of admiration, sparked by Lu Zhao's tenacious struggle for survival, has now been wholly supplanted by a sense of relief and a spectator's superiority. In the Fate Circle conference room, a chuckle escaped Charles Brandt, who could no longer contain himself. Leaning back in his chair, he shook his head, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary performance!" His tone brimmed with mockery and the delight of a victor. Perhaps he was more suited to penning science fiction than tackling physics problems. Yamamoto Ichiro immediately chimed in, his face adorned with an exaggerated, sycophantic smile. "Mr. Brandt, you are being too harsh. After all, for a young man who needs to prepare for advanced mathematics, managing to scribble down a few decent symbols is commendable. Isn't it?" Ah! The room erupted into muffled laughter, as several representatives aligned with the North American Federation exchanged knowing glances, basking in the lightness of the moment. The scales of rationality seemed indisputably tipped in their favor once more. Individual struggles appeared utterly futile in the face of the formidable barriers of knowledge. Zhao Qingtian sat stoically in his seat, his mountain-like composure slightly furrowing his brow. He gazed at the young figure on the screen, oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. Still immersed in his writing, observing the frail silhouette, an indescribable heaviness welled up within him. He longed to utter something, if only to acknowledge that at least he had tried, or to counter Brandt's piercing derision. Just as he inhaled deeply, poised to speak, a cool, steady hand gently pressed upon his shoulder. Zhao Qingtian turned in surprise, only to find it was Su Xueqing who had intervened. What astonished him further was the faint, yet unmistakably clear smile gracing Su Xueqing's typically frosty features. She was smiling? Moreover, her gaze was intensely fixed on the subsequent equations flowing from Lu Zhao's pen, her expression sharp as that of an explorer who had discovered a new world, radiating disbelief and euphoria. "So, académicien?" Zhao Qingtian lowered his voice, filled with confusion. Su Xueqing did not meet his eyes. She merely shook her head slightly, signaling him to remain calm. Her entire focus seemed ensnared by that ordinary ballpoint pen and the sheet of paper before her. At that very moment, a representative from the Europa Alliance, who had been lounging in the corner of the conference room, suddenly straightened up, his eyes widened, fixated on the holographic display before him, as if he had witnessed something utterly absurd. He gasped in disbelief. Almost simultaneously, another urgent voice interjected, belonging to a typically neutral and meticulous representative from the Nordic region. His hands flew over the virtual keyboard, pulling up complex mathematical models for verification. His face etched with shock and incredulity. A few scattered gasps erupted, akin to drops of water hitting a calm pot of oil, instantly shattering the atmosphere of the expansive conference room into tension and strangeness. On the arc, in the vicinity of the Princeton physics doctorate, the scholar suddenly sprang from his seat as if his tail had been stepped on. Grasping his already thin hair with both hands, his eyes bulged like copper bells. Bloodshot and fixated on the main screen, he stammered incoherently, nearly frenzied. How could he possibly employ algebraic gauge transformations to tackle nonlinear wave equations? This approach circumvents the dead end of traditional variational methods. He has reconstructed the problem from a group theory perspective. Oh my God, this is at least 3 times more concise than the standard solution. The derivation steps have been shortened by 70%. His voice, tinged with extreme excitement and terror, pierced through the amplification system and resonated around the room. I was wrong. I was wrong from the very start. I saw the unfamiliar symbols he used at the beginning and thought he was lost, but the real misunderstanding lies with me. I was shackled by my own rigid framework of knowledge. For a year, I have been researching this problem for a year, trapped in the original paradigm, never once considering that it could be approached from such a clean, elegant mathematical tool to tear it apart. The doctor, aflame with madness, gestured wildly, alternating between crouching with his head in his hands and excitedly pointing at the screen. His face was a mixture of ecstasy, shame, and overwhelming defeat. In a year, I accomplished less than he has in just a few hours of study. I am a fool. A fool. This sudden, dramatic breakdown and confession struck every onlooker like a powerful shockwave, reverberating deep within their hearts. In the square, the crowd that had been mocking Zhao moments earlier seemed to collectively choke on their words. Every sound ceased abruptly. Faces that had once been adorned with scorn now froze in sheer astonishment and bewilderment. They glanced between the seemingly deranged doctor and the still writing Zhao on the screen. Although they could not yet comprehend the formulas, the doctor's heartfelt, humiliated cry unmistakably conveyed a subversive truth. Zhao had not only been correct, but had also approached the problem in a manner that was more sophisticated, more concise, and in stark contrast to traditional understanding, solving a puzzle that even a physics doctorate would take a year to crack. In the Fate Circle conference room, Charles Brandt's smile had completely frozen. His once triumphant expression shattered, leaving only a ghastly rigidity and a hint of disbelief. This cannot be. It must be a coincidence. Or he must have seen a similar solution somewhere before. Brandt nearly shouted, furiously tapping on his personal terminal, sending urgent inquiries to the top academic team he oversaw in North America. However, mere seconds later, the information that flashed back on the terminal screen struck him like a silent, crushing blow. The bright red verification passed indicator, accompanied by a succinct commentary read, innovative approach, precise application of mathematical tools, correct derivation results, efficiency far exceeding existing standard methods. Concise, cold, and authoritative. Undeniable. Almost simultaneously, several other representatives in the conference room received similar responses from their respective national think tanks or academic advisors. Silence. A suffocating quiet, forcibly imposed by an overwhelming force, enveloped the entire Fates circle. All representatives, whether they had previously mocked, remained neutral, or expressed sympathy, were now as if under a spell. They stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed upon the slender young man on the screen, their eyes filled with absurdity, astonishment, and a trace of indescribable fear. What did this signify? A deliverman who scored barely over 400 in the college entrance examination. A person declared socially dead for months, now awakened merely days after flipping through a few basic science books, gaining knowledge profound enough to subvert a year's worth of research by seasoned scholars. A genius? No, this is not genius. This is an anomaly, a being that defies explanation by current science and reason. In the midst of this profound silence and the focus of countless complex gazes, Lu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of it all. His ballpoint pen made a clean stroke on the last blank space of the paper. It was complete. He then casually tossed the pen aside, as if he had just solved not a perplexing physics problem that had troubled scholars for a year. Instead, he casually jotted down a delivery address. Lu Zhao's attention was instantly diverted to the sizzling frying pan nearby. With a deft flick of his wrist, the thick-cut sirloin steak and the single-side fried egg reached the pinnacle of perfection at that very moment. The steak was charred on the outside, yet tender within, while the egg was a radiant golden hue with crisp edges. The enticing aroma seemed to transcend the screen. He skillfully used tongs to transfer the steak and egg onto a plate. The entire process flowed seamlessly, contrasting starkly with his previous intense focus on problem-solving. Solving problems and frying steak, two seemingly unrelated tasks, were connected in his hands with such natural grace, even imbued with a peculiar rhythm. It was only at this moment that many realized how astonishingly brief Lu Zhao's time spent on that remarkable deduction had been. Brief enough to perfectly cook a steak and an egg. A gasp echoed in the silent Fangzhou square, the first to draw in a sharp breath. This sound acted as a fuse, igniting the previously stifled atmosphere. A thunderous uproar erupted, filled with extreme shock, bewilderment, and a sense of cognitive upheaval, nearly toppling the dome of the Kimminghao. Chapter 20. The Prodigy. Lu Zhao's plan. Lu Zhao savored the last bite of steak, dripping with gravy, chewing contentedly. The high-protein meal effectively replenished his body's needed energy. After the meal, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, a consequence of the intense mental exertion and physical recovery that consumed much of his energy. He did not resist the wave of drowsiness. Instead, he lay down on the soft display mattress in the supermarket and almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. However, during his peaceful repose, the distant Fangzhou fleet erupted into unprecedented chaos due to him. Although the live broadcast on the main screen had temporarily lost its protagonist, discussion surrounding Lu Zhao intensified. The footage of him effortlessly solving the physics problem was replayed and analyzed, causing tremors throughout every corner of the fleet. It must be fake, insisted one voice. Lu Zhao's previous data is undoubtedly fabricated. Perhaps it was not false data. Maybe adversity had awakened his latent potential. That severe car accident might have inadvertently activated a dormant region of his brain, akin to cases where individuals suddenly acquire extraordinary talents following brain injuries. He turned misfortune into fortune, transforming from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary genius. You cannot dismiss this possibility. Various speculations ran rampant. Yet, regardless of the interpretation, there was a consensus. Lu Zhao, the abandoned youth, possessed a wisdom and potential that transcended reason and was immeasurable in value. Simultaneously, aboard the Republic's main fleet at the Emblem Command Center, the heavy alloy doors slid open. Zhao Qingtian emerged, appearing slightly fatigued, but unable to conceal his exhilaration. Following him were a dozen solemn-faced men and women, each with distinct temperaments. They were the core technology experts of the Republic's fleet, covering critical fields such as propulsion, materials, information, and life sciences. Just moments ago, Zhao Qingtian had bravely called an emergency high-level confidential meeting, with only one agenda item: at all costs, rescue Lu Zhao. Within the conference room, footage of Lu Zhao solving problems and his efficient reading was displayed and analyzed. The experts' attitudes swiftly shifted from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately reaching a consensus. This young man's learning capacity and knowledge transformation efficiency were astonishing. An esteemed elder academic adjusted his glasses, speaking with fervor, asserting that this was no ordinary genius. His brain might be an untapped treasure. The insights he exhibited, his revolutionary understanding of foundational theories, and his potential contributions to addressing technological bottlenecks in our long journey ahead, as well as the construction of the Hope Galaxy, could prove invaluable. Another expert in charge of ecological recycling systems added, as reason tilted without hesitation in the face of absolute value. The outcomes of the meeting were significant. With the full support and resource integration of the entire Republic's scientific team, Su Xiuqing's Firefly project received unprecedented assistance. originally estimated to require at least 6 days to establish stable communication due to technological interference. This time frame was dramatically reduced to 3 days. When Su Shiweqing received the new timeline, a flicker of emotion passed through her cool, clear eyes. 3 days. This was undoubtedly good news. The earlier the timeline, the more confidence Lu Zhao would have to continue surviving. In the North American Federation's representative cabin, the atmosphere was starkly different. Charles Brandt sat before a table projecting Lu Zhao's data and the paper filled with formulas. His expression was dark enough to drip water. He had just received a more detailed analysis report confirming that Lu Zhao's problem-solving process was no mere stroke of luck. The levels of thought he exhibited were alarming. A potential threat, a colossal threat, Brandt muttered. He envisioned this extraordinary genius, whom the Republic would spare no expense to rescue, shattering the delicate balance of power within the fleet and potentially shaking the North American Federation's dominance. They must be prevented from establishing communication, at the very least, delayed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Publicly opposing the rescue was no longer feasible. Lu Zhao's value was too evident. Yet, he could still undermine their efforts from the shadows. He immediately issued new orders through a secure channel to the departments under his control. Utilize all means to intensify interference within deep space communication frequencies. Focus on monitoring abnormal information flows in the area where the Republic's fleet is located. I must ensure that Su Shiweqing's signal fails to transmit or reaches its destination. A battle surrounding Lu Zhao, interwoven with light and shadow, quietly escalated in the cold, starry sea. A new day dawned. Lu Zhao awoke on the mattress in the storage supermarket. After a night of deep sleep, he felt rejuvenated both mentally and physically. He quickly addressed breakfast with the high-energy foods and milk he had found. Once finished, he once again drove the black Maybach to the Tianhai City Library. He was visiting the library again. What would he read this time? Would he showcase yet another astonishing performance? Those aboard the Fangzhou observed this scene through the screen, engaging in lively discussions. However, this time, the cacophony of mocking laughter and derision had vanished. Following yesterday's humiliation, Lu Zhao had earned their respect through his capabilities. Now, curiosity and inquiry dominated the minds of the crowd. His reading activities were evidently not aimless diversions. From his initial focus on mathematics and physics, he now moved directly toward aerospace technology, propulsion principles, material science and engineering, as well as advanced fluid mechanics, returning with a towering stack of highly specialized works and journal articles. This clear trajectory and purposeful selection made everyone realize that Lu Zhao's reading concealed a vast and astonishing plan. What exactly did he intend to accomplish? This question lingered in the minds of every observer. A vague yet absurd anticipation began to take root deep within them. Within the ring of Destiny conference room, Charles Brandt silently stared at the screen. He refrained from making any further mocking remarks. The facts had proven that underestimating this young man was foolish. He merely fixated his hawkish gaze on Lu Zhao, engrossed in those advanced technological texts. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest as he rapidly calculated. Rockets? Engines? Materials? Did he truly intend to create something on his own? This was impossible, yet if he was indeed this extraordinary genius, an unsettling sensation like a cold vine quietly wrapped around his heart. He had to act more swiftly and ruthlessly to thwart all of this. Lu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of everything around him. He was engrossed in a thick tome titled Deng, Li Zi Tue, Jin Yuan, Liu, Shinkong Yingyou. The system's notification sound resonated steadily in his mind. Knowledge point steadily increasing. Skills such as advanced plasma physics and advanced propulsion design theory were continuously illuminated. Time passed, second by second. Outside the window, the crimson glow seemed to deepen slightly. The countdown ticked away silently. Chapter 21. Shocking all of humanity. Lu Zhao intends to create a spaceship single-handedly. With a thud, Lu Zhao gently closed the well-worn volume of Gong Chung Kong Ji Luan, producing a muted sound. This book, authored by Mr. Qian, a pioneer of the Republic's aerospace endeavors, encapsulates his thoughts on engineering control theory. Its essence lies in elucidating how to achieve precise regulation, stability, and optimization within complex systems. It is the theoretical cornerstone for constructing all large-scale automated engineering projects, indispensable for everything from precision instruments to interstellar spacecraft. For Lu Zhao in this moment, The value of this book far exceeded the weight of its pages. Almost instantaneously upon closing the book, the familiar, emotionless electronic notification echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has focused on reading and deeply comprehended the core content of Gong Chung Kongji Luan. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Advanced Engineering Control System Theory and Design. Acquired knowledge points, 1,000. The pale blue attribute panel updated, and the data came into sharp focus. Host, Lu Zhao, talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve, advanced higher mathematics, advanced classical mechanics. Advanced Engineering Control System Theory and Design knowledge points, 3,600 current task, lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time, 362 days, XX hours, XX minutes, XX seconds. Knowledge mall, not activated, requires 5,000 knowledge points. Current, 3,605,000. System message. The barrier of knowledge is loosening. Continue onward. Gazing at the numbers fluctuating on the panel, a genuine smile crept across Lu Zhao's lips. He needed less than 1,400 knowledge points to unlock the long-anticipated knowledge mall. And at this moment, it was only 3:29 p.m. It seemed achievable today. Lu Zhao murmured softly, his resolute gaze tinged with anticipation. His voice gently echoed in the spacious reading area of the library. This unintentional soliloquy, captured by high-definition audio equipment, clearly reached the Qiming spacecraft. Instantly, it incited a wave of discussion. Today can what? What is Lu Zhao planning to do? All he does is read books. Could he truly intend to build a spaceship by himself? What is the purpose of reading these books? Even if he comprehended everything, what could one person accomplish? Such questions circulated among the crowd. However, after previous confrontations, open mockery had nearly vanished. Instead, a deeper confusion and scrutiny replaced it. People observed the solitary figure immersed in the sea of books on the screen, sensing an ever-thickening fog enveloping him, obscuring his true thoughts. As time seemed to drag slowly under their gaze, Lu Zhao did not pause. After a brief respite, he picked up another volume, Wu Li Li Shui Jiang Yi, and continued his efficient reading. Time passed steadily, and by 3:55 p.m., ding, host detected, knowledge acquisition successful. Gained, advanced physics mechanics application knowledge. Acquired knowledge points, 800. The total knowledge points surged to 4,400. Lu Zhao rubbed his temples, feeling a noticeable fatigue from prolonged concentration. Yet, he merely stood and walked slowly between the towering bookshelves, stretching his stiff limbs. After taking a few sips of water without hesitation, he fixed his gaze on his next target, Kong Qi Dong Li Shui Ji Ben. Completing this book would allow him to surpass the 5,000-point threshold. Why was Lu Zhao so obsessed with reading? The answer to this question lingered like a specter in the minds of every observer, entwined with his seemingly tireless page-turning. Previously, some might have viewed this as a diversion born of despair or self-soothing. However, as he repeatedly displayed an astonishing capacity for learning that defied understanding, everyone realized this was far from mere reading. While all of humanity had abandoned this planet and embarked on a grand voyage, he, a forsaken individual, despite his exceptional talent, was fervently consuming profound knowledge. What was his ultimate goal? Was he not seeking other survivors? Was he not indulging in the luxurious remnants of civilization? Was he not striving to construct a more resilient bastion for the apocalypse? Merely reading books? This defied logic. In the Fate Circle conference room, Zhao Qingtian leaned slightly towards Su Xueqing, his voice low and tinged with unrestrained curiosity. Xueqing, in your judgment, what is he truly trying to accomplish? Is it truly as fanciful as some outside speculate, that he intends to build a spaceship single-handedly? Su Xueqing's cold gaze remained fixed on the screen where Lu Zhao appeared. She first shook her head gently, then spoke in a calm tone. According to the Comprehensive Behavioral Analysis and Knowledge Graph Extrapolation from DeepSea's current version 10007, eliminating all irrational motives, Lu Zhao's sustained engagement in highly targeted cutting-edge theoretical reading ultimately points toward the feasibility verification and knowledge reserve for creating a device capable of interstellar travel or planetary-level defense propulsion. Thus, the external speculation regarding his solo construction of a spaceship does indeed hold some possibility within the analytical model. This statement struck like thunder in the quiet conference room. What? This is madness. A single-person spaceship against the dying planet? Several representatives could not help but gasp, their faces betraying disbelief and shock. The very notion was extraordinary. Su Xueqing quickly shook her head, adding, "However, according to the same model's calculations, in the absence of any external industrial systems, resource supply chains, or collaborative teams, the probability of achieving this goal solely through individual effort is less than 1 in a billion. Constructing a spaceship is an enormous systemic engineering endeavor, encompassing millions of specialized fields and components." Upon hearing this nearly negligible success rate, many representatives breathed a sigh of relief, their color returning. Thank goodness. This remains within the realm of reasonableness. A single-person spaceship is ultimately just a myth. Only Charsi Bulani wore no expression of relaxation. Instead, he scoffed coldly to himself. I.e. intelligence extrapolation. The Republic possesses deep sea, and the North American Federation has its own GPT series. Recent secret briefings indicated that GPT, when incorporating variables such as the target's near-infinite learning and knowledge integration capabilities, as well as the ability to leverage the industrial legacy of the abandoned planet, yielded a success probability far less bleak than this. If key resources and technical support were strategically acquired, the success probability could soar to at least 1%, perhaps even higher. He believed Deep Sea's calculations could not overlook these critical variables. This implied that Su Xueqing had deliberately presented only that pitifully low probability. It is merely an attempt to diminish Lu Zhao's threat and value, to avoid provoking certain individuals, such as himself, into intensifying their efforts to sabotage her damned Firefly project. Do you think you can deceive me? Unfortunately, you cannot. The cold glint in Brandt's eyes revealed that he had already discerned Su Xueqing's intentions. He could not allow the Republic to establish a smooth connection with Lu Zhao. He must not provide that monstrous young man with any external support whatsoever. Meanwhile, within the library, Lu Zhao had turned the last page of Fundamentals of Aerodynamics. A series of rapid notifications echoed in his mind like the most exquisite symphony. Ding. Reading Fundamentals of Aerodynamics completed. Acquired. Mastery of Aerodynamics. Acquired. 800 knowledge points. Knowledge points accumulated. 5,200. Successfully unlocked Knowledge Mall. As he closed the book, the pale blue attribute panel before him transformed abruptly, revealing a brand new interface shimmering with enticing light, labeled Knowledge Mall. Countless pieces of technological information cascaded down like a waterfall, dazzling his senses. Industrial-grade 3D printing precision enhancement protocol. Exchange price, 1,000 knowledge points. Neural interface basic adaptation algorithm. Exchange price, 1,200 knowledge points. Vibranium composite smelting simulation process. Exchange price, 2,000 knowledge points. Cloaking field generator theoretical framework. Exchange price, 4,000 knowledge points. Nanorobots collective coordination control protocol. Exchange price, 5,000 knowledge points. Iron Man Mark X prototype technology. Exchange price, 5,000 knowledge points. Antimatter confinement and storage unit design. Exchange price, 8,000 knowledge points. Ecological Dome Global Coverage Network Blueprint. Exchange price, 9,000 knowledge points. Planetary Orbital Cannon Basic Construction Guide. Exchange price, 10,000 knowledge points. Dyson Sphere Preliminary Construction Theory. Space Curvature Engine Analysis. Planetary Engine Basic Configuration. From relatively fundamental energy encoding to cutting-edge theories involving quantum mechanics and gravity, and even exosuits, fusion energy, Dyson spheres, and curvature engines. Everything he had heard of, imagined, or could not even conceive. Each technical name and its accompanying price possessed an almost magical allure that seized Lu Zhao's entire being. His eyes seemed to be filled with a golden stream of data, sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. These technologies were exorbitant, indeed, yet if he could possess them all, not only could he undertake the wandering Earth, but even combat the cosmic storm of Gaia's shadow that threatened to annihilate the planet would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Which one should I choose? Lu Zhao furrowed his brows slightly, gazing at the seemingly endless list, murmuring to himself. This expression, this whispered utterance, was clearly displayed on the screens before all who were watching him. The people aboard the Ark, representatives from various nations, and leading scientists all observed Lu Zhao, who appeared lost in contemplation, filled with both uncertainty and anticipation. Choose. Choose what? What was Lu Zhao intending to do? In that moment, everyone sensed that the fog shrouding Lu Zhao was on the verge of dissipating. Chapter 22. SSS Class Super Soldier Serum. Lu Zhao suddenly pressed his hands against the cold reading table and stood up abruptly. A wave of intense dizziness crashed upon his mind like an invisible tide. The scenery before him wavered slightly, producing blurred afterimages. He closed his eyes, inhaling the air within the library, mingled with the scent of aged paper and dust. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. However, in stark contrast to his frail body was a clear curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Lu Zhao smiled. At this moment, when his body seemed on the verge of collapse, he found himself smiling. Just moments ago, confronted with the dazzling array of futuristic technologies in the Knowledge Mall, he had experienced a brief moment of shock and struggle. Planetary engines, curvature engines, Dyson spheres, each one gleamed like treasures from myth, radiating seductive light. Yet ultimately, a simple truth overshadowed all temptations. The body is the foundation of everything. Without a robust and vigorous physique, any notion of leading Earth on a journey or battling cosmic storms will be nothing more than castles in the air. This body, severely atrophied from prolonged bed rest, teetered on the brink of collapse with the slightest exertion of mental effort, had become his greatest weakness in executing his ultimate mission. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. He needed to sharpen this knife first. With that thought, the softly glowing system panel before him seemed to sense his need. The contents of the Knowledge Mall rapidly refreshed and filtered. The grand technologies relating to the universe, destruction, and creation temporarily faded from view. Instead, a series of options focused on the essence of life and biological enhancement emerged. Basic gene optimization liquid, low side effects. Exchange price, 3,000 knowledge points. Cellular activity stimulator, short-term enhancement. Exchange price, 1,800 knowledge points. SSS Class Super Soldier Serum Formula, complete version. Exchange price, 5,000 knowledge points. T-Virus Raw Liquid Formula and Neutralizing Agent Technology. Exchange price, 10,000 knowledge points. G-Virus Adaptive Evolution Agent Theory. Exchange price, 15,000 knowledge points. Compound number 5, exchange price. Galactic Power Gene Engineering, exchange price. The list was dazzling. From relatively mild optimization to uncertain, radical evolution filled with risks, everything was available. Lu Zhao's gaze swept quickly across the options. His mind, though weak, maintained efficient calculations and assessments. The T-Virus and G-Virus. These names alone exuded an aura of uncontrollable danger. Compound number 5 and Galactic Power Gene Engineering carried exorbitant costs and required complex preparation conditions, making them unsuitable for his current state. Devoid of resources and lacking even a laboratory. Ultimately, his gaze firmly locked onto the central option, SSS Class Super Soldier Serum Formula, complete version. Exchange price, 5,000 knowledge points. The price was precisely at the limit of what he could afford, 5,200 knowledge points, leaving him with a mere 200 points after the exchange. The description emphasized that it was the complete version, highly stable, designed to systematically and safely unlock the upper limits of human potential, exactly what he needed. A reliable, efficient, and relatively safe form of basic enhancement. This was it. Lu Zhao hesitated no longer and confirmed the exchange of his thoughts. Ding. Consumed 5,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchanged for SSS Class Super Soldier Serum Formula, complete version. Knowledge points balance, 200 points. Almost instantaneously after the notification sounded, a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into his mind. Not only the final composition of the serum, but also every step of the synthesis process, the required foundational equipment, control of key reaction conditions, methods for detecting and removing impurities, and even guidelines for finding alternative materials, all flooded into his consciousness as if he were personally operating within a top-tier biological laboratory, executing countless iterations alongside the formula's developers. The overwhelming influx of information sent his already dizzy mind reeling as if pricked by needles. Lu Zhao could not help but emit a muffled groan, pressing hard against his throbbing temples. At last, he felt a semblance of confidence. Finally, he exhaled, his faint voice tinged with exhaustion. Yet, there lies a sense of relief in shedding burdens and discovering direction. Lu Zhao inhaled deeply. bracing himself against the table to stand upright. Although his steps remained somewhat unsteady, his gaze had transformed entirely. In the Kimmingheo Core viewing square, the colossal main screen vividly captured Lu Zhao as he leaned on the table, panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, even needing to close his eyes to regain composure. Observers remarked on his appearance, exclaiming he looked as if he might faint again. How long had he been studying? His physique seemed alarmingly frail. Alas, possessing a brilliant mind while his body resembled a tattered sack was simply untenable. It was truly worrisome. Would he be able to endure until help arrived? This was merely the third day, and his condition was already critical. There were still over 300 days ahead. Worrisome murmurs rippled through the crowd. The wisdom Lu Zhao exhibited earned him respect, yet his concerning physical state sparked widespread anxiety. However, discordant voices inevitably emerged. A group of burly Caucasian men, arms crossed and faces adorned with undisguised glee, remarked, "Look at that feeble figure, barely able to stand." The Eastern sick man remains the Eastern sick man. Even if he suddenly becomes a genius, his frail frame cannot support it. I doubt he'll survive until next month if he continues like this, let alone a year until the cosmic storm arrives. What good is intelligence without a robust physique? This exemplifies the superiority and inferiority of races. These harsh words ignited the ire of those from the Republic nearby. What nonsense! You try lying around for months. Clean up your mouth. Lu Zhao is fighting for survival. What about you? Just spewing filth here. His weakness is a result of an accident. If you useless gossips were in his place, you'd have perished 100 times over already. Racial superiority? I'll show you what superiority feels like with my fists. Furious Republic citizens rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront, while several Caucasians stood their ground defiantly. The two sides pushed and shoved, curses and shouts intertwining, plunging the scene into chaos. The ARC security team promptly intervened, their cold electric batons crackling with warnings, forcibly separating the conflicting parties. Yet, the acrid tension and hostile glares lingered in the air. Within the Destiny Ring conference room, Charles Brandt gazed through the porthole at the two factions, forcibly separated, yet still glaring at each other in the square. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. His mood was quite buoyant, on one hand. He relished witnessing the public divide due to disagreements, facilitating easier management and control. On the other hand, he genuinely hoped Lu Zhao's poor physical condition would deteriorate more rapidly. This potential, uncontrollable variable, if it could naturally vanish, would undoubtedly spare him considerable trouble. It appeared that our genius's hardware was struggling to keep pace with his software's updates. Brandt casually whispered to his assistant beside him. Meanwhile, on the Republic side, Zhao Qingtian's expression remained unperturbed, though his brow slightly furrowed. He leaned towards Su Xueqing and whispered, "Xueqing, once the Firefly project succeeds and the signal is connected, we must emphasize that he pause this intense mental exertion immediately. The primary task now is to safeguard his health and engage in scientific, gradual recovery exercises, ensuring he can sustain until our support and rescue arrive. We must not lose sight of priorities." Su Xueqing's cool gaze remained fixed on Lu Zhao's somewhat pallid face on the screen. She nodded gently, her tone imbued with shared concern. "I understand. His bodily data, according to remote monitoring, is indeed quite grim. Overexertion is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst." When they saw Lu Zhao cease forcing himself to read and instead choose to leave the library, both felt a sigh of relief within. Thankfully, he seems to have recognized the need for rest. Zhao Qingtian murmured. "I hope he truly prioritizes his recuperation," Su Xueqing added. Upon observing Lu Zhao driving away from the library, not returning to the supermarket, but instead heading to a high-end mall, they noted he purposefully sought out and utilized a fully automated massage chair on display. After setting it to soothe muscles and promote blood circulation, their anxieties eased somewhat. Engaging in physical recovery proactively was undoubtedly preferable to stubbornly persisting in reading. Brandt watched the screen displaying Lu Zhao reclining in the massage chair, eyes closed in relaxation, and couldn't help but grimace slightly. This young man certainly knew how to indulge himself. However, this displeasure was short-lived. Soon, Brandt and his technical advisor noticed something unusual. The monitoring footage revealed Lu Zhao had unexpectedly fallen into a deep slumber while in massage chair. Despite the passage of time, he showed no signs of awakening. as moments turned into hours, transitioning from afternoon to evening and eventually nightfall. It was not until noon the following day that the glaring sunlight streamed through the mall-esque glass dome, prompting Lu Zhao's eyelids to flutter. Gradually, with an undeniable sense of exhaustion, as if he had expended all his strength, he stirred awake. "Sir," the technical advisor presented a freshly generated report to Brandt, speaking softly. "Based on the target's vital sign monitoring data from the past 36 hours, combined with behavioral analysis models, the subject's bodily functions are in a state of severe overexertion, undergoing deep restorative processes. This prolonged forced slumber typically indicates that the body is signaling danger, teetering on the brink of collapse. The health risk assessment from the data is exceedingly high." Brandt studied the report, noting the alarming red indicators and the ultimately concerning conclusion, finally allowing a genuine smile to illuminate his face. "It seemed the journey of this genius might be far shorter than we anticipated," he mused softly, his tone laced with unmasked anticipation. Chapter 23. All of Humanity Questions, Lu Zhao's Mental State. The sun had already risen high when Lu Zhao finally awoke. It was well past 1 in the afternoon. He had been unusually lethargic yesterday, and was even more so today. Something was amiss. It was far too concerning. Just look at his complexion. It was worse than the day before. Was his unsteady gait a precursor to a complete breakdown? "Lu Zhao, you must hold on. Don't succumb at such a critical moment." Merely watching him was distressing. How much longer could he endure? In the Art-Core viewing square, spectators observed the figure on the screen, struggling to rise from the massage chair, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and began to murmur anxiously. This was only the 4th day. Lu Zhao was rising later each day, his mental state visibly deteriorating. This was certainly not a good sign. The prolonged, high-intensity mental exertion was an immense burden for his recently awakened and far from recovered body. It might even be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Within the Destiny Ring conference room, Zhao Qingtian's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke gravely. His bodily function data is abysmal. This lethargy is a self-protective response to severe overexertion. He must stop and rest, rather than continue to study and deplete his body. Su Xueqing's cool gaze remained locked on the screen, focusing on Lu Zhao, who yawned and appeared fatigued, her fists subtly tightening. She silently urged him, "Hold on, Lu Zhao, just a couple more days." The Firefly channel is being constructed with utmost urgency. No unforeseen events must arise before then. On the screen, Lu Zhao glanced at the time displayed on the wall's indicator, exclaiming in surprise, "Is it already 1 o'clock?" Almost immediately, he couldn't help but let out another enormous yawn. A heavy wave of drowsiness enveloped him like a viscous spider's web, ensnaring his limbs and senses. Despite having just awakened, he found himself yearning to return to the comforting embrace of slumber. No, Lu Zhao shook his head vigorously, forcefully dispelling the chaos clouding his mind. Each passing day left him more fatigued, an undeniable sign of something amiss. Yet, this only affirmed his conclusion from yesterday. Without a robust physique, all is naught. Knowledge may be acquired in an instant, but the fortification of the body is a gradual endeavor. He vowed to change immediately. He muttered to himself, as if solidifying a resolve. This declaration echoed through the loudspeaker, reaching Charles Brandt's ears and eliciting a smile of delight upon his countenance. He admired such tenacity, especially knowing it resembled drinking poison to quench thirst. Each ounce of energy Lu Zhao expended brought him closer to inevitable collapse, sparing Brandt much trouble. "Excellent. Continue to embody your foolish resilience," Brandt scoffed inwardly. Su Xueqing, rarely losing her composure, felt her usually serene visage flush with indignation and concern as she muttered under her breath. She discerned Lu Zhao's determination, yet it was misguided. To persist while on the brink of physical breakdown was the height of folly. Zhao Qingtian observed in silence as Lu Zhao took several deep breaths, striving to rally his spirit, his steps wavering as he exited the mall. He drove his black Maybach back to the warehouse supermarket to indulge in a belated breakfast. Then, he headed directly toward the location that astonished everyone. Where was he going? That direction was neither the library nor the hospital. According to the map, it led to the Tianhai City Industrial Park. What purpose did he have for going to the industrial park? What could possibly remain there besides abandoned factories and equipment? His logic was utterly incomprehensible. The Maybach eventually came to a steady halt before an expansive complex marked as Tianhai Pharmaceutical Factory No. 3. The silver-gray structure stood silently under the crimson dawn, exuding an aura of industrial harshness and order. This unexpected turn of events instantly ignited curiosity among those at the Ark. The crowd, previously fatigued by Lu Zhao's ongoing reading, felt a renewed surge of interest. All weariness and debate were temporarily cast aside. Thousands of gazes followed Lu Zhao's figure, speculating on the purpose of his actions. In the Destiny Circle conference room, Brant's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of surprise and inquiry. A pharmaceutical factory? What was he seeking there? Antibiotics? Vitamins? His instincts urged him to consider that it was not so simple. Su Xueqing was equally taken aback, her elegant brows furrowing. Sensing Zhao Qingtian's inquiring gaze, she gently shook her head, her tone uncertain. I cannot comprehend either. Based on his prior reading tendencies and behavioral patterns, his focus should have been on fields like physical propulsion, energy, and materials. The pharmaceutical factory did not align with anticipated pathways. Under the puzzled scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Zhao exited the vehicle and walked directly towards the entrance sign of the factory. His gaze swiftly scanned the intricate layout of the factory's functional distribution. His slender, slightly pale finger ultimately settled firmly on one section, the Pharmaceutical Development and Synthesis Research Center. A research center? What was he doing there? Wasn't he focused on rockets and physics? Why the sudden shift to pharmaceuticals? Could it be that his body was failing him, prompting a search for a miraculous cure? No, even if he sought medicine, he should go to a pharmacy or a hospital's drugstore. What use was a research center? No matter how advanced the equipment, there were no ready-made medicines available. Madness. Surely, the pressure had driven him to the brink of a mental breakdown. Indeed, his behavior was utterly incomprehensible. A person intent on building rockets to save Earth suddenly pivoting to biopharmaceuticals? Was this not madness? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to a massive stone plunging into water, creating ripples of astonishment and confusion. All of Lu Zhao's previous actions, no matter how astonishing, had centered around a grand yet desperate plan involving spacecraft and rocket construction. Yet now, he abruptly diverted to a seemingly unrelated field of biomedicine. This monumental leap left everyone disoriented, even prompting doubts about his mental state. As they gazed at the screen, displaying his unwavering silhouette striding towards the deep research corridor, even Su Xueqing felt a surge of intense skepticism for the first time. Could it be that the pressure of humanity's escape from Earth had begun to erode Lu Zhao's reason, leading to uncontrollable behavior? Brant watched this scene, barely able to contain his excitement. At that moment, Yamamoto Ichiro leaned in with a smirk, his face adorned with a flattering yet sinister smile, whispering, "Mr. Brant, I believe this Lu Zhao is not merely facing physical issues. The terror of life and death is immense. The ancient Chinese saying holds true. He may have gained extraordinary wisdom from a near-death experience, yet could also have led to mental disarray due to trauma. Perhaps he is now a lost soul, driven mad by the pressure." Brant cast a satisfied glance at Yamamoto, nodding in agreement. The line between an incomprehensible genius and a complete madman is often blurred. The latter, evidently, is much easier to manage and offers him a sense of security. He adjusted his posture with keen interest, ready to enjoy this potentially tumultuous spectacle. In the empty corridors of the pharmaceutical factory, silence reigned. Only Lu Zhao's footsteps echoed against the polished floor, the sound resonating rhythmically. The motion-activated lights flickered to life, illuminating segments of the path ahead with a cold, white glow, while the sections behind him dimmed softly. In the interplay of light and shadow, his solitary figure elongated and contracted, as if traversing a temporal tunnel leading into the unknown. His steps finally came to a halt before a heavy metal door marked as the Pharmaceutical Research and Development Room. Beside the door, detailed guidelines for high-level biological laboratory safety protocols and hazardous substance handling standards were displayed on the wall. Lu Zhao did not rush to push the door open, but paused, calmly scanning the entries. A notification chimed. Beep. Host detected, focusing on reading and comprehending high-level biological laboratory safety protocols and hazardous substance handling standards. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained knowledge of advanced laboratory safety protocols and procedures. Knowledge points acquired, 300 points. Knowledge point balance, 500 points. In that instant, as knowledge flooded his mind, he comprehended vast information regarding sterile operations, airtight isolation, hazardous material handling, and emergency procedures. Lu Zhao attempted to push the research room's outer door. Perhaps it had not been locked due to a hasty evacuation. It opened effortlessly. He extended his hand and slowly pushed the door ajar. Inside lay a buffer zone and preparation area. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded towards the protective equipment cabinet. Opening the cabinet door revealed neatly hung, pristine white protective suits. N100-grade masks, goggles, double-layer gloves, and shoe covers. What followed surprised those watching on the Kiminghao. Lu Zhao moved with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. He donned the protective suit, securing all zippers and seals, then slipped on the shoe covers, followed by the double-layer latex gloves, meticulously checking for any damage. Finally, he donned protective goggles and a snug facial mask. The entire process was executed with such finesse, it was as if he had undergone countless rehearsals. He bore no resemblance to a delivery worker encountering such advanced protective gear for the first time. How could he wear it with such proficiency? On the Ark, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it truly possible to learn it in a single viewing? Such an astonishing capacity for learning. But what use is it? Even if he dons the gear impeccably, he lacks knowledge in pharmaceuticals. Indeed, there exists a vast chasm between different fields. His expertise lies in physics and mathematics. Yet he intrudes into a biological laboratory. Is he truly succumbing to overwhelming pressure and acting recklessly?" Doubts arose in the crowd. Even though Lu Zhao had previously demonstrated remarkable learning capabilities, the barriers of knowledge are undeniable, transitioning from one seemingly unrelated field to another, and attempting to engage directly with operations. This is, in the eyes of many, an incomprehensible and even reckless undertaking. Passing through the buffer room and a shower door, Lu Zhao entered the core research laboratory. The spacious interior was illuminated by the faint glow of standby indicators on various precision instruments maintained by emergency power. High-speed centrifuges, cell culture incubators, component analyzers, and multi-layer filtration devices. Cold metal and glass shimmered with an ethereal light, forming a complex world difficult for an ordinary person to grasp. Standing in the center of the room, Lu Zhao closed his eyes. In his mind, the complete procedure for the SSS-level Super Soldier Serum Formula, complete version, unfolded like a clear flowchart. The required equipment, raw materials, reaction conditions, and purification steps corresponded precisely to what lay before him. This serum, rooted in the theoretical foundations from World War II, had its preparation process optimized in the complete version provided by the system. The core challenges lay in the accuracy of proportions and absolute control of the process, which did not demand an insurmountable industrial foundation. In the Fate Circle conference room, observing Lu Zhao standing motionless, seemingly daunted by the complex equipment, Brant smirked. He exchanged knowing glances with several representatives beside him. A few suppressed chuckles echoed in the silent conference room, cutting through the atmosphere like daggers. It seemed our polymath had finally encountered an unfamiliar domain. Brant's tone was flippant. Yamamoto Ichiro immediately chimed in. Faced with these specialized machines, he must be at a loss, right? After all, he's merely a delivery worker. He probably doesn't even know the names of these machines. Zhao Qingtian and Su Xueqing found the taunts particularly jarring. Yet, witnessing Lu Zhao's helpless stance, they felt a sense of relief. Just give up, Lu Zhao. Su Xueqing silently urged. Leave this place, rest well, or even read a book. Do not engage in such futile and potentially dangerous attempts any longer. They would rather see Lu Zhao retreat than continue to push himself, depleting his already precarious health. However, in the next moment, Lu Zhao moved. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused, devoid of any confusion. Lu Zhao strode directly to the operating table, swiftly retrieving a disposable vacuum blood collection device. Rolling up his sleeve, he accurately located the elbow vein, disinfected, punctured, and dark red blood rapidly flowed into the collection tube. The entire process was executed with the skill of an experienced nurse. Subsequently, he activated the high-speed centrifuge, placed the blood sample inside, and set the parameters. During the machine's operation, he took out some glucose he had on hand and drank it to replenish his rapidly expended energy. Then Lu Zhao, like a researcher immersed in the laboratory for years, began processing several basic chemical raw materials and biological agents he had found in other areas of the factory. Some were sourced from the laboratory's inventory, while others were alternatives he had procured based on the system's suggestions. Weighing, dissolving, mixing, adjusting pH levels. Filtering. Each step was precise and stable, imbued with a peculiar rhythmic quality. On the Kimmingheo, some personnel engaged in pharmaceutical research watched in astonishment. His techniques were remarkably adept. The sterile operations were impeccable. The steps flowed seamlessly, even more stable than those of workers with 5 or 6 years of experience. His usage of the equipment was also precise. The centrifuge parameters were entirely in line with the requirements for preliminary blood separation. Oddly enough, his processing steps did not resemble conventional drug preparation. Rather, they seemed akin to extracting or synthesizing a specific bioactive component. The evaluations from these professionals, transmitted through internal channels, gradually quieted the previously boisterous square, giving rise to an incredulous sense of anticipation. In the Fate Circle conference room, upon hearing these assessments, Brandt's smile faltered. Yamamoto Ichiro appeared somewhat panicked. Mr. Brandt, could it be that he truly understands pharmaceuticals? The expert's evaluations seemed quite favorable. Brandt's expression darkened, yet he maintained a facade of calm sarcasm. Humph. Mastery of the process is one thing. Successfully producing an effective drug is another. Pharmaceutical development is not so simplistic. Look at the basic materials he is using. What earth-shattering concoction could result from them? Do you think this is akin to frying a steak? Zhao Qingtian and Su Xueqing exchanged glances, witnessing the same concern reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, no matter how adept the process, it cannot bridge the chasm of knowledge and the barriers of reality. At that moment, they could only hope that Lu Zhao's endeavor was merely a fleeting whim. After exhausting himself, he would recognize the impossibility and choose to abandon his efforts. Just then, on the screen, Lu Zhao completed the initial mixing and purification steps. He held a test tube containing the freshly processed drug base. However, the liquid appeared quite murky, exhibiting an opaque milky white color, with fine flocculent particles suspended within. It's over. It seems he has failed. Someone on the Ark immediately rendered a judgment. Huh, I said it. It looked real. Yet he ended up with this murky concoction. I suspect that a sip of this liquid could be fatal. Even geniuses can stumble. Clearly, after all that reading, achieving a successful experiment is quite challenging. Observing the murky liquid in Lu Zhao's test tube, the people on the Ark shook their heads, believing Lu Zhao had wasted his efforts and finally hit a wall. Has he truly failed? Su Xueqing gazed at the murky test tube, whispering softly. A sense of disappointment inexplicably surged within her. This feeling startled her. Deep down, was she actually anticipating that Lu Zhao would create a miracle once more? She quickly shook her head, suppressing this dangerous thought. Enough, Lu Zhao. Just leave once you've had your fun and go rest. Su Xueqing fervently hoped. Yet, at the very moment everyone assumed the farce was drawing to a close, Lu Zhao, gazing at the murky test tube in his hand, displayed no sign of disappointment or discouragement. He approached the now-stopped high-speed centrifuge, and with a click, the centrifuge lid opened. Inside lay 7 or 8 small sample tubes, each containing different blood components that had been separated and purified, alongside several clarified liquids from the previous steps. Under the scrutiny of thousands of gazes, Lu Zhao performed an astonishing act. He slowly poured the clear or semi-transparent liquids from the 7 or 8 sample tubes into the test tube containing the murky liquid. Finally, he picked up the tube containing the purest serum fraction of his own blood and without hesitation added it to the mixture. The moment the clear serum came into contact with the liquid in the test tube, a miracle occurred. The originally murky and impure milky liquid seemed to have been infused with a soul. A streak of azure light, akin to the first ray of dawn, suddenly illuminated the core of the liquid. Just a flicker, yet it rapidly expanded like ink dispersing in clear water, reminiscent of a newly awakened galaxy, instantly dispersing all impurities and sediment. Under the astonished gaze of all, the liquid in the test tube transformed with visible velocity, becoming transparent and clear. Ultimately, it morphed into a vial that seemed to harbor the vastness of stars and oceans, pure and profound in its deep blue hue. It lay quietly in Lu Zhao's hand, emanating a soft and mysterious radiance. Su Xueqing's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, her pupils reflecting the enchanting blue, unable to tear away even a fraction. That blue was so pure, so profound. It seemed to possess a magical allure, firmly captivating her heart and igniting an impulse to gaze forever. Within this azure and crystalline liquid, there appeared to be a certain indescribable, majestic, and mysterious life force. The entire Qiminghao fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was awestruck by this sudden, almost magical transformation. Was complex post-purification unnecessary? Was there no long wait for reactions? The seemingly failed murky liquid had, upon the addition of a key component, transformed instantaneously into such a pure and enigmatic form. Had this truly succeeded? Chapter 25. The Reckless Lu Zhao. Had it succeeded? Had the blue liquid truly materialized? My heavens, how long did it take him from reading to execution? How could this be possible? That glow appeared extraordinary. What on earth had he created? Was this fellow truly a polymath? Even capable of biopharmaceuticals? An eerie silence enveloped the entire Qiminghao, soon shattered by uncontrollable gasps of astonishment. The Ring of Fate. Charles Brandt stared at the screen, displaying the vial emitting a soft blue light, his expression dark enough to drip water. He was loath to admit that Lu Zhao had once again wrought a miracle, sneering coldly. It was merely a common chemical reaction producing luminescence, a commonplace occurrence in laboratories. He glanced around, attempting to regain control of the narrative. A beautiful color signifies nothing. Who knows if that substance is highly toxic, or perhaps merely inert waste? Without biological testing, all conclusions are premature. Brandt's words held a degree of validity. Everyone anticipated Lu Zhao's subsequent steps. Typically, the next phase would involve seeking experimental animals, such as white mice, for safety testing. However, Lu Zhao's actions once again exceeded all expectations. He did not seek out the readily available white mice in the laboratory, nor did he conduct any further analyses. Under the incredulous stares of all, Lu Zhao moved steadily and swiftly, carefully placing each of the 16 vials containing unknown power into a portable, independently powered temperature-controlled storage box. With a soft click, the lid closed and the latch secured. This action was akin to ice plunging into a boiling pot of oil, instantly inciting greater panic and uproar aboard the Ark. He had collected the serum. He was foregoing animal testing. The laboratory clearly had white mice available. Why was he not utilizing them? Did he intend to use it on himself? A terrifying and insane thought, like a cold serpent, instantly coiled around the hearts of every onlooker. There were no other humans left on Earth. The serum that Lu Zhao had meticulously prepared and so solemnly stored was obviously intended for either the animals in the zoo or himself. He had gone mad, truly mad. Someone exclaimed. That was an unknown substance he had concocted himself. Did he dare to use it on himself? This was tantamount to suicide, quicker than a cosmic storm. Watching Lu Zhao carry the storage box, remove his protective gear, and calmly exit the research room, Brandt was first stunned. Then his face uncontrollably broke into a look of wild joy. He was almost laughing out loud. Wonderful. This fool. He truly intended to use it himself. Anyone with a basic grasp of science understood the immense risks involved. This was akin to playing with fire. Lu Zhao was essentially courting death. Xueqing, Zhao Qingtian abruptly stood. This representative of the Republic, who had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as a mountain, now spoke with a barely perceptible urgency. Can we not stop him? By any means, even if just to warn him? Su Xueqing slowly shook her head. Her exquisite face bore a chilling expression, her tightly pressed lips revealing her helplessness and concern. Silence had become the best response. The distant separation and severed communication left them powerless, merely able to watch helplessly. She fixed her gaze on the slender figure carrying the silver box, walking towards the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, her heart filled with silent prayers. Lu Zhao, please do not act recklessly. Just wait 2 more days. Lu Zhao entered a Maybach, the engine rumbling to life, the vehicle gliding out of the pharmaceutical factory. People anxiously watched the navigation predict the route, their hearts lodged in their throats. He was neither returning to the hospital, nor heading to the library, nor making his way towards a zoo that might house large animals. Where is he going to inject it? It seemed he had found the right place. He was indeed going to use it. It was over. No one could stop him now. Brandt could no longer contain his low, delighted laughter. It was as if he could already see the conclusion. Zhao Qingtian could no longer remain seated, turning to leave the conference room, intent on immediately returning to the Republic Fleet's command center to summon all relevant experts and urgently discuss how to prevent Lu Zhao from taking such a risk, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. However, just as he reached the door of the conference room, the Maybach unexpectedly came to a stop in a place that took everyone by surprise. It was a somewhat chaotic commercial street adorned with various signs, specializing in the sale of welding machines, generators, cutting machines, and various hardware tools and industrial equipment. What was he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to inject the serum? Had he come to buy tools? This line of thinking was too disjointed. They simply could not keep up. The connection between researching serum and welding machines was utterly inexplicable. Everyone was dumbfounded. The earlier tension and panic were replaced by immense confusion. Even Zhao Qingtian, who was about to leave, halted, instinctively looking towards Su Xueqing, hoping to glean some insight from this brilliant scientist. Su Xueqing furrowed her brows, slowly shaking her head. Her cold eyes were filled with perplexity. In fact, it was not only her. At that moment, the top expert teams from various countries urgently connected through encrypted channels, along with advanced artificial intelligences like DeepSea and GPT, were frantically calculating and deducing. Yet, no model could explain Lu Zhao's sudden turn toward an industrial tool store after preparing a suspected gene serum. These were entirely unrelated fields. On the screen, Lu Zhao had already exited the vehicle, forcefully prying open the rolling shutter door of a tool store. With a clear objective, he walked straight to the section housing welding equipment, unboxing a brand new welding machine and quickly flipping through the manual. Ding! The host's focused reading and understanding of the ZX7200 inverter DC welder's operation and maintenance manual have been detected. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained elite-level welding operation and equipment maintenance skills. Knowledge points acquired. 50 points. Upon mastering the skill in an instant, Lu Zhao began the laborious task of loading the selected welding machine, accompanying cables, mask, a compact gasoline generator, and several canisters of various gases into the spacious trunk and rear seats of the Maybach. Upon completing this endeavor, he was left gasping for breath. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion as pale as death, with even his lips devoid of color. Leaning against the car door, he trembled as he unscrewed a bottle of glucose solution, taking a few sips, but to little avail. His physical exhaustion had evidently reached a critical point. The onlookers aboard the Ark could clearly see the violent heaving of his chest and his legs trembling as if they could barely support him. He had reached his limit and could not move any further. Having drawn blood, engaged in intense mental concentration for experiments, and now undertaking physical labor, even the strongest of men would falter. Yet, despite his ailing condition, Lu Zhao's gaze remained ablaze with determination, clear and resolute, even carrying an almost fanatical conviction. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Su Xueqing gazed at the pale, yet indomitable face displayed on the screen. Her heart filled with confusion. Why was he pushing himself so hard? Yet, alongside her bewilderment, an uncontrollable flicker of anticipation surged from the depths of her being. The Maybach roared to life once more, this time destined for a familiar location, the Central Hospital of Tianhai City. Days passed, and the hospital remained in its abandoned state. Eerily silent and desolate, Lu Zhao parked the car and embarked on his most arduous task yet, making 2 trips, gritting his teeth, and staggering as he transported the heavy refrigeration unit, welding equipment, and generator into the physical therapy room within the hospital. After completing the transport, he nearly collapsed, heavily sinking into a nearby chair, gasping for air, his t-shirt soaked in sweat, his entire being resembling someone just pulled from a pool. Rest. Quickly use that nitrogen cooling equipment to recover. Do not move anymore. I beg you. Almost everyone silently screamed within their hearts, hoping he would cease. However, Lu Zhao once again disappointed them. After resting for less than 5 minutes, he struggled to stand once more. His gaze sharpened as he commenced the next astonishing step. He connected the generator, powered up the welding machine, donned the mask, and shockingly began to modify the precision nitrogen pump rehabilitation device. What was he planning to do? Had he lost his mind? Altering medical equipment? What did this have to do with the serum? It was incomprehensible, completely unfathomable. Amidst the bewildered stares of all present, Lu Zhao, armed with his recently acquired elite welding operation skills and previously mastered knowledge of advanced engineering control systems theory and design, worked with precision and efficiency. He dismantled portions of the rehabilitation device's outer shell, integrated new tubing, welded temporary supports, and embedded 16 azure vials of serum into the modified injection apparatus, connecting them to intricate control valves and miniature pumps. Only at this moment did some astute individuals begin to grasp the concept. Zhao appeared to be transforming this rehabilitation device into a multi-channel, automated injection platform. Once the modification was complete, Zhao exhibited no hesitation, promptly removing his upper t-shirt, revealing his gaunt frame, with ribs starkly visible. Oh, what a physique! From a woman's perspective, it could be objectively stated that Zhao's physique was rather ordinary. The representatives from the Caucasian demographic once again erupted in unabashed ridicule and disdainful headshakes. Su Wun Kink Furuit Hadbaruth. Just then, she noticed the eerie calm in Zhao's eyes. He resolutely stepped into the modified chamber of the rehabilitation device and pressed the remote control in his hand. The nitrogen pump activated. A chilling white mist enveloped the space. Simultaneously, the modified robotic arm executed precise movements. Thud, thud, thud. 16 syringe needles simultaneously penetrated the biceps, triceps, forearms, and major muscle groups of his legs, including the quadriceps and calves. Following this, a dazzling blue arc erupted from multiple contact points of the modified equipment. Like frenzied electric serpents, it instantly coiled around the entire chamber, completely engulfing Zhao's figure. The hum of high-voltage electricity intertwined with the low-temperature mist of the nitrogen pump, creating an extraordinarily tempestuous and breathtaking tableau. Chapter 26, The Walking Hormone. The collective scream of all women. The frenzied blue arcs twisted and flickered like a dying python, until they wholly consumed Zhao's form. The piercing, sizzling sound seemed poised to shatter the eardrums of all present, clearly transmitted through the live broadcast signal to every corner of the Qi Ming ship. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The lights within the treatment room and throughout the entire hospital building began to flicker erratically. It was as if an invisible beast was greedily devouring electricity. The emergency indicator lights on the walls fluctuated between red and dim, and the instrument screens danced chaotically with garbled characters. With a resonant, low, and despairing hum, the hospital's primary power system finally succumbed to the overwhelming energy extraction. Crack! Everything plunged into utter darkness. Silence. An instantaneous shroud enveloped the hospital on Earth. It also enveloped the observation plaza of the Qi Ming ship amidst the distant sea of stars. The main screen, once displaying clear surveillance footage, transformed into a heart-stopping void of pure darkness, devoid of any light. After a few seconds of absolute silence, the plaza erupted into chaos. No power. It's pitch black. That electrical surge was terrifying. The equipment must have been destroyed. Where's everyone? Where's Zhao? There is no movement whatsoever. It must have failed. Surely it must have failed. With that magnitude of current, how could a person possibly endure it? He is dead, undoubtedly dead. Electrocuted by the very device he created. Oh God, he should not have acted so impulsively. He could have waited for rescue, or gradually recovered. Foolish. It was tantamount to suicide. He has brought this upon himself for an unrealistic notion, deserving of such a fate. Gasps, doubts, regrets, and unabashed reproaches erupted among the crowd. Panic spread like a virus. The all-consuming darkness and silence seemed to have declared the final outcome. In the Fate Circle conference room, Charles Brandt gazed at the pitch-black screen, initially taken aback, only to be unable to contain his overwhelming elation that erupted like magma, almost compelling him to burst into laughter. Success. This damned variable, this troublesome source, had foolishly self-destructed in such a manner, he need not even trouble himself to thwart the Republic's rescue plan. Brandt took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the smile that threatened to escape his lips, preparing to deliver a speech laden with sorrow, yet filled with irony. He intended to deliver a stern reprimand to those in the Republic. However, just as he opened his lips, the first syllable yet to escape, a resounding thud reverberated, a sound so profoundly deep, akin to a colossal hammer striking heavy metal, erupted from the depths of the dark screen. The noise was so immense that it transcended spatial barriers, profoundly shaking the hearts of every listener. All chatter ceased instantly. The elation on Brant's face froze, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. Then came another thud. Thud. Once again, 2 consecutive, thunderous roars erupted, more ferocious and terrifying than before. It seemed as if some primordial beast, long imprisoned, was utilizing its purest strength to savagely tear apart its cage. The sound of metal tearing was deafening, an excruciating cacophony. A massive, distorted object, akin to being hurled from a catapult, suddenly soared out from the depths of the inky darkness. It traced a brief arc before crashing heavily onto the sunlit ground outside the window, kicking up a cloud of dust. There, unmistakably, lay the heavy hatch of the NM-300 rehabilitation device, forged from a special alloy. At this moment, this door, which should have been immensely sturdy, resembled nothing more than a crumpled piece of scrap metal. The center was clearly dented, leaving behind a horrifying indentation that bore the distinct outline of knuckles. Unarmed, everyone's pupils dilated, their minds blank. They could scarcely comprehend the scene before them. What kind of force could possibly hurl such thick metal, comparable to a safe door? With mere flesh and blood, a profound silence descended once more, deeper and more suffocating than before. The sound of clear footsteps echoed from the darkness, a harbinger of destruction and death. The pace was unhurried, yet unsettlingly steady. A figure gradually emerged from the hospital shadows, fully exposed to the unusually bright afternoon sunlight, tinged with a sinister crimson hue. In an instant, the entire teeming ship seemed to be muted. Sunlight cascaded upon the figure, outlining a form reminiscent of a masterfully sculpted statue from ancient Greece. Broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, he stood tall like a pine tree. Every muscle was full and fluid, exuding explosive power without any hint of bulkiness. It was as if he embodied the agility and grace of a cheetah. His skin was pale, yet exuded a healthy, jade-like sheen. The frail, sickly, and pale appearance had vanished, replaced by an exquisite fusion of strength and beauty. My heavens, is that Zhao? He is alive? He is transformed into this. How is this physique even possible? Just hours ago, he was nothing but a gaunt frame, a superhuman. Has he turned himself into a superhuman? Oh dear, that serum, it's real. He has succeeded. Following a brief silence, a wave of awe mixed with disbelief erupted, powerful enough to shake the very dome of the heavens, especially among the female passengers. A chorus of uncontrollable gasps and excited screams filled the air. At this moment, Zhao was nothing short of a walking embodiment of raw, potent masculinity, flawless from any angle. Within the circle of destiny, a collective intake of breath resonated. Several representatives instinctively leaped from their seats, leaning forward, fixated on the screen, their faces marked with astonishment and incredulity. Su Shiweqing's eyes, which seemed capable of discerning the laws of the universe, were now filled with intense turbulence. Her rationality and the scientific principles she held dear were subjected to an unprecedented shock. Even the current Nobel laureates, collaborating with the finest laboratories, would find it impossible to achieve such results in such a short time under such rudimentary conditions. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, even absurdly questioning whether all the information she had previously seen about Zhao was fabricated. Otherwise, how could a delivery man, without any formal education in advanced biomedical science, step into the ultimate realm of life merely through reading and self-study? This transcended any description of extraordinary talent. This was nothing short of a miracle. However, as her gaze inadvertently swept over the screen, once again capturing Zhao's nearly perfect physique, a strange, burning sensation crept up her cheeks. Su Shiweqing was jolted to awareness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and confusion for her momentary distraction and focus. She quickly forced herself to look away, refocusing on the scientific astonishment. Charles Brandt stood agape, his facial muscles rigid, all the scornful and mournful words he had prepared stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He watched in disbelief as the very subject he had expected to be charred to a crisp or perish from genetic collapse not only emerged unscathed but transformed into a perfect warrior. As if he had stepped out of a myth, a chilling realization crept up his spine. He understood that he might have made a colossal error. The threat posed by Zhao far exceeded his worst imaginings. Bathed in sunlight, Zhao squinted slightly. His vision was clearer than ever. able to discern the delicate web structure on the window panes several meters away. The dust particles floating in the air appeared to move in slow motion. Intuition told him that his body had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He looked down at the ground. In the sunlight, his shadow stretched long, yet its outline was noticeably taller and more robust than before. Lu Zhao raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the sound of his knuckles cracking resonated with a crisp, powerful echo. His arms, chest, and abdomen, once withered and shrunken, now stood out with defined contours, as if boundless energy coursed beneath his skin. Yet, the external changes paled in comparison to the intensity of his internal sensations. Vitality, an overwhelming surge of energy, nearly threatened to overflow. Just before the injection, he had been on the brink of exhaustion due to continuous high-intensity mental and physical exertion. His eyelids felt weighted as though filled with lead, and every muscle screamed in agony. Now, all fatigue, weariness, and weakness had vanished like morning mist dispelled by sunlight. His body felt so light it seemed capable of taking flight. His mind was as clear as if washed in ice water, with thoughts racing at a remarkable speed. A torrent of searing, immense power surged through his limbs and body, seemingly inexhaustible. This sensation was precisely what Lu Zhao had always yearned for. It was the cornerstone needed to accomplish that insane task. Lu Zhao took a deep breath, feeling the strong and steady rhythm of his heart, a cold, sharp smile gracing his lips. At last, the first step had been taken. Chapter 27, Shock. Is there truly a second abandoned human on Earth? In the Ark's core viewing plaza, the profound silence of shock lasted merely seconds before being completely engulfed by a tsunami of gasps and discussions. On the screen, Lu Zhao's transformed form, under the blood-red light, presented an exquisite amalgamation of strength and beauty, assaulting the visual senses of everyone present. Is this truly the same Lu Zhao who could be toppled by a gust of wind? This physique is nothing short of sculpture, a living statue of an ancient Greek god. Just hours have passed. That serum is indeed miraculous. The previously mocking, derisive white men who had belittled Lu Zhao as the oriental sick man and criticized his frail physique now wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly, especially when they noticed the young white women around them. Even some previously neutral females were fixated on the screen, their eyes sparkling with undeniable admiration and awe. A surge of jealousy surged within them. It's merely dead muscle born from genetic mutation. All for show? A tattooed white man scoffed, his voice low but audible enough for those nearby to hear. Exactly, it's just a pretty facade. True strength is proven on the battlefield, not posed for the camera. His companions immediately echoed, attempting to mask the inner turmoil with volume. These remarks, imbued with a pungent odor of bitterness, merely resonate as the pitiful jealousy of the vanquished to the majority. At this moment, the populace is more astounded by Lu Zhao's extraordinary genius that transcends reason. Not only did he survive the ultimate catastrophe with tenacity, but he also achieved a groundbreaking biotechnological breakthrough on the desolate planet within mere days, single-handedly. Such talent and capability evoke awe in countless individuals, even igniting an indescribable yearning to possess that serum, to embody that transformed physique and vigor. In the conference room of the Mingyun Ring, Charles Brandt's facial muscles stiffened, and the depths of his eyes betrayed an unmistakable horror and gloom. At that moment, his personal terminal vibrated urgently. An emergency assessment report was hastily submitted, co-signed by the top biotechnology team of the North American Federation. The report was succinct yet struck like a hammer upon his heart. The serum's immediate, efficient, and low side effect preliminary observation, biological enhancement effects far surpass any existing genetic engineering technology. Its value is incalculable. Recommendation: immediately initiate the highest priority reverse engineering project, mobilizing all resources to attempt replication. Repeat, initiate immediately. This technology could be the key to the next stage of human evolution. It must not be allowed to be monopolized or led by the Republic. Brandt's pupils constricted suddenly. All personal emotions were instantly crushed under the weight of absolute interests and threats. He comprehended fully that the serum created by Lu Zhao was no longer merely a matter of individual life and death. It was a strategic resource concerning the future balance of power and even the hegemony of civilization. Research and replication must be pursued at any cost. Simultaneously, a more ruthless thought emerged. The Republic's rescue of Zhao must be thwarted with greater resolve. Even if he could not be killed, he must not be allowed to be smoothly taken by the Republic. At the very least, time must be delayed to allow the North American Federation's research to catch up. Meanwhile, on the Republic side, Zhao Qingtian exhaled a breath of turbid air. His steady demeanor belied a sharp gaze directed at Su Xueqing, carrying a trace of barely perceptible relief as he whispered, "Xueqing, this is all thanks to your initial insistence." Su Xueqing remained silent, her cool gaze still locked onto the figure on the screen, merely nodding slightly. Internally, she was far from the calm exterior she projected. Zhao's success struck like a heavy blow, shattering parts of her worldview constructed upon existing scientific understanding. Her advocacy for rescue was based on humanitarian grounds and intuition regarding exceptional talent. However, she had never anticipated that this uniqueness could be so profound. With his singular strength, he ignited a flame reminiscent of a miracle amidst the ruins. This marvel left her both astonished and somewhat perplexed. As the atmosphere aboard the Ark surged with emotion due to Zhao's transformation, the figure on the screen stirred. He seemed indifferent to the interstellar waves he had incited, driving his black Maybach away from the hospital and heading directly toward a nearby upscale shopping mall. Zhao casually entered a menswear store, discarding the tattered t-shirt he wore during the experiment. He selected several well-fitted black work vests and a pair of durable tactical pants to change into. Standing before the fitting mirror, the reflection no longer resembled the delicate youth marked by a hint of frailty and studiousness, while the same face remained. Its contours appeared sharply defined as if chiseled by a sculptor. The previously pallid and weak complexion, a result of prolonged bed rest and malnutrition, was replaced by a healthy hue and vibrant energy. The earlier air of confusion in his eyes was now veiled by a calm, yet penetrating brilliance. He seemed like a sword unsheathed, embodying not only youthfulness but also a newfound ruggedness and an aggressive allure. Zhao merely cast a fleeting glance at his reflection, his gaze betraying no fluctuation, as if this profound transformation were entirely natural. At that moment, an overwhelming hunger surged forth, nearly scorching his stomach. He felt as though he could consume an entire cow. Raising his hand to check his watch, he noted the time had reached 4 in the afternoon. Outside, the sky darkened prematurely, shrouded in the gloom of a cosmic storm. A blood-red glow rolled ominously behind the clouds. He wasted no time, swiftly exiting the mall and returning to the Maybach. Starting the car, he cranked up the audio system, and an exhilarating rock song reverberated through the desolate city. Zhao expertly navigated the vehicle toward the warehouse supermarket, intending to replenish the vast energy deficit following his evolution with copious amounts of food. As the vehicle glided smoothly along the empty streets, Zhao's initial demeanor carried a hint of relaxation before the task of refueling. However, at an intersection, just as he prepared to turn, his gaze inadvertently swept to the side, and his focus sharpened. The Maybach screeched to a sudden halt, tires screeching against the pavement. On the Ark, all who were watching the live broadcast were momentarily stunned by the abrupt break. What was happening? Why did he stop suddenly? Was there something ahead? As the crowd pondered this, the live camera seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly adjusting its focus to zoom in on Zhao's line of sight. Approximately 50 meters ahead, at the corner of another street, a vague figure stood in the middle of the road, raising their arm high and vigorously waving toward Zhao. That was a living person. Someone. Are there others on Earth? Oh my God. Are there survivors besides Zhao? How could this be possible? Wasn't the evacuation absolute? Who is he? How did he survive? A wave of immense shock washed over the entire teeming vessel, akin to a tsunami. Everyone was astounded by this utterly unexpected sight. Countless eyes fixated upon the figure on the screen, filled with incredulous queries. On Earth, a planet declared dead and abandoned by all humanity, a second survivor had emerged. Zhao sat within the vehicle, fingers tightening around the steering wheel. His sharp gaze pierced through the windshield, locking onto the unfamiliar silhouette. Against the backdrop of the city's eerie silence, that figure, waving an arm, appeared both jarring and surreal. Chapter 28. The Threat of Death. Boom! Boom! The roar of the engine suddenly shattered the city's stillness. Under the astonished gaze of thousands of viewers aboard the Chiming, the black Maybach did not merely slow down. It emitted a furious growl, the engine's RPM soaring instantly. The tires screeched against the ground, akin to a frenzied black beast charging toward the figure waving in the distance. What is he doing? Accelerating? Has he lost his mind? At this distance, it could be fatal. The plaza erupted in chaos. The public could not comprehend Lu Zhao's sudden, reckless actions. The speed was astonishing. At such proximity, even the outstanding performance of the Maybach could not halt entirely before crashing into the target. This was not a reunion with a compatriot. It was clearly an act of murder. Su Xueqing's usually composed face displayed unmistakable shock for the first time. Her eyes, capable of deciphering complex formulas, were filled with disbelief. She instinctively leaned forward, her fingertips curling slightly. Could it be that she was mistaken? This young man, who has just demonstrated astonishing wisdom, harbors such a ferocious and brutal side within his very essence. In the absolute solitude of the apocalypse, is his first reaction upon encountering a kindred spirit destruction? At this critical juncture, a sharp voice pierced through the din of the square, trembling with terror. No, that is not a human. Look at its silhouette. It is a bear. That is a standing bear. It was as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the fog. The live broadcast camera zoomed in abruptly, focusing intently. The high-definition image projected the details of the waving figure onto the main screen with striking clarity. That was no human. It was unmistakably a colossal bear, covered in brown fur. It stood upright on its sturdy hind legs, its forepaws flailing awkwardly and eerily, mimicking a gesture to lure in prey. Its gaping maw dripped with viscous saliva, and a pair of small eyes glimmered with the cold, greedy light characteristic of a beast. Oh my God, it is a bear. It is imitating a human. How terrifying. This creature is capable of deception. What kind of bear is this? How did it come to be in the city? It is a Tibetan brown bear, the sovereign of the plateau. It mimics human behavior to entice its prey. Those in the know immediately cried out its name in horror, their voices trembling. The entire Chiminghao was utterly ignited by this bone-chilling scene. Fear coursed through everyone's spine like icy water. In the Fate Circle conference room, nearly simultaneously, a holographic projection was swiftly summoned on one side of the circular table, detailing information about this unexpectedly appearing beast. Target identification: Tibetan brown bear, commonly known as the Zongma Xiong. Individual information: IDZ07, adult male, standing length approximately 2.3 meters, estimated weight 280 kilograms. Rescued due to an old injury on its forepaw, it was transported to the Tianhai City Wildlife Rescue Center for transitional treatment and acclimatization observation a week before evacuation. Danger level: extremely high. Historical records indicate that this species exhibits extreme aggressiveness, with 3 documented fatal cases and 11 severe injury cases leading to disability. Its strength is sufficient to tear through automobile steel plates, and its bite force can shatter bovine bones. Current situation analysis: due to the urgent activation of the ARC project, rescue center personnel evacuated without timely transferring or handling this high-risk individual. Gazing at the harrowing records of injuries and fatalities displayed on the screen, juxtaposed with the terrifying size of the massive bear, all representatives felt a chill run down their spines. However, in Charles Brandt's eyes, an uncontrollable gleam of delight erupted. He clenched his fists, nearly bursting into laughter. God, no. Fate is aiding him. He had been troubled about how to deal with the increasingly dangerous Lu Zhao. And now, a lethally dangerous Tibetan brown bear had come to his doorstep. Moreover, witnessing Lu Zhao's reckless behavior, charging in without a care, was akin to courting death. The Maybach might injure it, but could never deliver a fatal blow once the vehicle lost its mobility or if the giant bear was not immediately subdued. What lay ahead would be a raw and unequal brawl. Lu Zhao's newly muscular physique would be insignificant before a beast weighing nearly 300 kilograms. In the footage, the Tibetan brown bear stood tall, nearly 2.3 meters in height, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its murky saliva dripped from its mouth, and its ferocious eyes fixed intently on the approaching vehicle. Zhao Qingtian's expression was as solemn as water, his gaze unwaveringly following the speeding Maybach on the screen. Su Xueqing pressed her lips tightly together, for the first time revealing a hint of anxiety on her otherwise composed face, her heart fervently praying. At this moment, it was futile to criticize Lu Zhao's actions as impulsive and reckless. The arrow had left the bow. They could only choose to believe that this young man, who had repeatedly created miracles, could once again turn peril into safety. A cacophony of gasps erupted in the arc square, almost threatening to topple the dome. Just as the front of the Maybach was about to collide with the giant bear, the Tibetan brown bear exhibited an agility and ferocity that belied its massive size. It did not evade. Instead, it propelled itself off the ground with all four limbs, a wave of foul air trailing behind it. Like a brown cannonball, it leapt fiercely, crashing down heavily onto the Maybach's hood. Boom! The tremendous impact made every heart skip a beat. The engine hood twisted and contorted, emitting a painful screech of metal deformation. Yet, Lu Zhao did not apply the brakes. His gaze was icy, steadfastly gripping the steering wheel, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator. The Maybach, bearing the weight of the bear on its hood, surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Boom! Crash! Crack! The vehicle barreled through 3 or 4 abandoned cars parked in the middle of the road, debris and fragments scattering everywhere. The cacophony of scraping and crashing sounds was incessant. Ultimately, the Maybach's front became lodged in the rear of a bus, forcing it to come to a halt. Roar! The Tibetan brown bear emitted a pained yet furious roar. The successive violent impacts and flying shards of glass had left several cuts on its thick fur. Though shallow, the intense pain ignited its ferocity. It shook its massive head, those brutal eyes piercing through the shattered windshield, locking onto Lu Zhao in the driver's seat with a menacing glare. It's over. The car has stopped. He is trapped inside. It's finished. Absolutely finished. This bear has gone mad. The car door cannot withstand it. Run. Get out and run. The people aboard the Ark watched in horror, a wave of panic sweeping through them. It was as if they could already foresee the gruesome scene of bloodshed to come. Zhao Qingtian and Su Xueqing felt their hearts sink simultaneously. The worst-case scenario seemed to be unfolding. Brandt's ecstatic grin was nearly impossible to contain. He envisioned Lu Zhao being torn to shreds. Bang! An even more terrifying, thunderous sound erupted. The bear's paw, comparable in size to a basin, struck the already cracked windshield with a force to rend everything asunder. The entire pane shattered, transforming into countless sparkling fragments, raining down like snowflakes into the cabin. Roar! The bear's snarling head followed closely behind, its gaping maw a mere half a meter from Lu Zhao, the stench of hot breath assaulting him. That deafening roar, even across the vast expanse of stars and screens, it conveyed a pure, primal terror. Everyone anticipated seeing Lu Zhao's face turn pale with fright, screaming in terror, or perhaps flailing helplessly, trying to escape through the other door in a panic. However, facing the imminent threat of death, Lu Zhao's expression bore no trace of alarm. There was not even a flicker of emotion. His gaze was chillingly calm, as if scrutinizing a lifeless object. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike down again, the moment its head fully entered the cabin, Lu Zhao sprang into action. His movement was as swift as lightning, even leaving a trail of afterimage behind. There was no evasion, no blocking. Instead, he launched an attack. He surged up from the driver's seat, his right hand's fingers together, his arm slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Under the astonished gazes of all spectators, with perfect precision, he delivered a crisp, resounding slap, imbued with a touch of mockery, squarely against the bear's fearsome face. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chapter 29, Superhuman. Oh my God. In the Arc Square, a blonde woman covered her mouth, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What on earth is he doing? Slapping a bear? Her male companion's voice trembled as he spoke. It felt as though that slap had struck his own face. I'm out of my mind. I concede that my previous judgment was erroneous. A burly Caucasian man who had once mocked Lu Zhao's physique murmured, "He is not foolish. He is genuinely unafraid of death. To provoke in such a moment? I am a Rocharin, and I respect him as a true man." A robust man of Arctic bear, Descent slammed his thigh with palpable admiration in his eyes. An unadulterated bravery that was genuine. Lu Zhao is magnificent. With the most composed demeanor, he undertakes the most ferocious acts. Among the populace of the Republic, a young man excitedly raised his fist, as if he could feel that fierce intensity through the screen. This is utterly insane. Confronted by a colossal bear, standing taller than him, capable of shattering steel plates with a single swipe, Lu Zhao's choice was not to flee nor to seek a weapon, but rather to engage directly with a resounding slap. Even the notoriously ferocious Zhang Maxing seemed momentarily stunned by this sudden act. Its massive head tilted slightly, its paw frozen mid-air, and its bloodshot eyes revealed a fleeting moment of confusion and disbelief. Perhaps it had never been so humiliated by prey in its life. Yet a beast is a beast. After the brief astonishment came an explosion of unbridled fury. Roar! An even more deafening roar erupted from its gaping maw. The foul spittle sprayed everywhere. The Zhang Maxing sensed unprecedented provocation and insult. Its small eyes were instantly filled with pure, murderous intent, turning crimson. Roar! Roar! Two short, savage growls erupted. The bear, with forelimbs as thick as stone pillars, suddenly lifted its paw, comparable in size to a basin, and with the force of a raging storm. It aimed to smash down upon Lu Zhao's head in the driver's seat. If that paw struck true, not just his head, but his entire upper body would be reduced to pulp. Oh God, no! Quickly evade. It's over. He is doomed. A chorus of terrified screams and desperate shouts erupted aboard the Arkansas. Many timid passengers dare not look, covering their eyes tightly as if that would allow them to escape the impending tragedy. In a conference room of the Fate Circle, Charles Brandt's face flushed with a morbid excitement. He leaned forward, nearly pressing against the holographic projection, his lips curling uncontrollably into a smile that revealed his stark white teeth. Yes, just like that. Smash him. Reduce him to mush. He screamed inwardly, eagerly anticipating that gruesome scene. But at that moment, on the screen, Lu Zhao, faced with the bear's devastating paw, not only did not evade, but raised his arm as if to block. Brandt was taken aback for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh at what he perceived as the most ludicrous joke in the world. Who did he think he was? Superman? To attempt to block the Zhang Maxing's full-force strike with his arm? Seeking death. He could almost hear the crisp sound of bones shattering as he lost his mind, not running away, but attempting to withstand it, like an egg against a rock. This was undoubtedly a death sentence. His arm would snap like a dry twig. In the Arc Plaza, gasps of disbelief echoed. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding rang out. The anticipated scene of broken arms and bloodshed did not materialize. Lu Zhao's raised arm, like steel forged in fire, firmly blocked that terrifying bear paw. The immense impact caused the Maybach to dip sharply. Yet Lu Zhao's arm did not even bend. A flicker of anthropomorphized astonishment passed through the Zhang Maxing's crimson eyes. It felt as if its paw had struck a mountain. In the next moment, Lu Zhao's gaze turned icy, and the fingers that had braced against the bear's paw suddenly tightened. Like a vice, they clamped down on the thick fur and flesh at the edge of the bear's paw. Rip! The sleeve of his work shirt tore apart, revealing bulging muscles, veins standing out like coiling dragons. A surge of overwhelming and seemingly boundless power erupted from the depths of his being, filling every inch of his body. Huh! Lu Zhao let out a short, powerful exclamation. His core strength exploded instantly. He twisted. He pivoted. He exerted force. The movement was seamless, with a sickening sound, akin to muscles and bones being forcibly torn apart. It resonated through the microphone, echoing across the arc, accompanied by the Zhang Maxing's shrill, pitch-altering howl. The bear's forelimb, thicker than Lu Zhao's thigh, was brutally wrenched from its joint. Scalding bear blood erupted like a fountain, instantly staining the shattered windshield, the warped hood, and half of Lu Zhao's body red. The core observation deck of the Ark plunged into a profound silence. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. Thousands stood agape, yet no sound escaped their lips. Only the buzzing of blood rushing to their heads could be heard. They stared blankly at the screen, watching Lu Zhao casually toss the twitching, furry severed limb out of the car like discarded trash. It thudded heavily against the ground. Lu Zhao's face remained impassive. He merely wiped the warm, bear blood splattered on his cheek and coldly regarded the Zhang Maxing, which was retreating in agony, emitting pained wails. He felt the roaring power surging within him. This sensation of absolute control. This was the might bestowed by the super soldier serum. Without hesitation, Lu Zhao moved. No run-up, no buildup of energy, just a simple and direct straight punch. It struck the giant bear's chest, which had lost its balance from the severed arm, causing it to stagger backward. Boom! A sound akin to a drumbeat resonated. The massive creature, weighing nearly 300 kilograms and unable to be entirely displaced by the high-speed collision with the Maybach, was sent airborne by that punch. Its colossal form flew backward like a broken sack, tracing a brief arc before crashing heavily onto the asphalt 8 meters away. The ground seemed to tremble slightly in response. "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? Mother, come quickly and see God. This is impossible. This is beyond human capability. What sort of monster is capable of tearing off a bear's limb and punching it away?" People were left speechless, pointing at the screen with expressions of utter shock and absurdity, gazing at Zhao, who appeared effortless and was not even out of breath, and recalling his previously frail form and the perfect physique he possessed when emerging from the hospital. A chilling word floated to everyone's mind: monster, or rather, Superman. There are indeed formidable individuals in the world who can engage in barehanded combat with bears. For instance, the fierce hunters of the Rochan nation. Yet, they often rely on tactics, cunning, or tools to deliver a fatal blow. But this sheer display of overwhelming strength, to tear apart with bare hands, to send flying with a single punch, it was utterly preposterous. And what transpired next would show everyone what true domination looked like. What fear emanates from the apex of the food chain. The Zhang Maxing struggled to rise from the ground, blood gushing from its severed limb. It gazed at Zhao, who was stepping out from the wrecked Maybach. The originally ferocious and savage glint in its small eyes was now replaced by primal fear and despair. It emitted a few low whimpers reminiscent of a cub's cries, and astonishingly, it turned tail and fled. Dragging its injured body, it stumbled away on 3 legs, frantically seeking escape towards the other end of the street. It had been utterly terrified. The bloodied figure of a human struck terror beyond any adversary in its eyes. Within the confines of the Destiny Ring conference room, the ecstatic and morbid flush on Charles Brandt's face had vanished without a trace. In its place was a rigid pallor, resembling that of a plaster statue. He stood with his mouth agape, his gaze vacant as he stared at the screen, displaying the beleaguered flight of a colossal bear. Alongside the blood-soaked figure in the street, embodying the essence of a war god. His mind was a blank slate. In truth, it was not only him. Su Shiweching was also spellbound by the spectacle on the screen. Zhao Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance and exhilaration. Representatives from various nations, regardless of their stances, were enveloped in an extreme silence and horror. Zhao, the abandoned youth, possessed not only prodigious intellect, but had also forged a formidable physique within a remarkably short span of time, a weapon of unparalleled terror. The stage of Earth appeared to be spiraling into a frenzy of unpredictable chaos because of him. Chapter 30. Humanity goes mad because of Zhao. The Destiny Ring remained eerily quiet. Around the circular conference table, representatives from various nations seemed to maintain a facade of calm, yet beneath the table, their hands operated swiftly on personal terminals, issuing commands. Encrypted messages surged like an undercurrent, silently flowing towards their respective fleet departments. The entire Destiny Ring appeared tranquil at this moment, yet internally, it was a maelstrom of turbulence, fraught with hidden dangers. Su Shiweching exchanged a glance with Zhao Qingtian, both comprehending the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that Zhao's feat of tearing a bear apart with his bare hands and repelling foes with a single punch, coupled with his visibly enhanced physique, had elevated the value of the serum from a potentially significant discovery to a strategic resource capable of overturning the existing paradigm. This was no longer merely a humanitarian issue of whether rescue was warranted. It pertained to the contest over the future balance of power and even the direction of human evolution. Whoever could master the formula and manufacturing technology of this serum would wield absolute influence in the future. Zhao Qingtian, who had maintained a serious demeanor, even tinged with anxiety, felt his tense shoulders relax slightly. He had become the most at ease among all the representatives present. The reasoning was simple. As long as the Firefly project succeeded, the Republic would be the first to establish contact with Zhao, gaining a significant advantage. According to the latest adjusted timeline, after today and enduring tomorrow, stable one-way communication could be established. Shiweching, Zhao Qingtian leaned slightly towards Su Shiweching, his voice lowered to ensure only they could hear. The Firefly project is critical. The next 48 hours are pivotal. Su Xueqing's cool face revealed no signs of relaxation. She nodded, "I understand. I will remain at the command center for the next 2 days, personally overseeing to ensure the plan is foolproof." She committed herself to safeguarding the Firefly project, ensuring it would not be disrupted at the crucial moment. No, Zhao Qingtian slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly bowing yet flickering-eyed Brant across the room. "You stay here. The Destiny Ring needs our vigilance, and more importantly, your judgment. I shall go to the command center." Su Xueqing hesitated momentarily, then nodded firmly. "All right." Zhao Qingtian ceased further words, rising steadily. Under the watchful eyes of numerous representatives, he strode out of the Destiny Ring. Charles Brandt's gaze darkened as he watched Zhao Qingtian leave, then shifted back to the main screen. There, Lu Zhao stood, bloodied, motionless, staring at the fleeing direction of the Dangmashong, Zongmashiong. Brandt's mind was filled with derision. Is this the limit? He thought. It seems even this superhuman can be exhausted or perhaps is beginning to feel fear. He attempted to comfort himself, vehemently denying that Lu Zhao had become uncontrollably powerful. As long as Lu Zhao had weaknesses and limitations, he was not beyond confrontation. However, just as this thought emerged, Lu Zhao moved on the screen. He bent down, retrieving a palm-sized shard of sharp-edged car windshield from the wreckage. He casually weighed it in his hand, then, under the gaze of thousands, seemingly nonchalantly raised his arm. Whoosh! The glass shard transformed into a blurred white line, soaring through the air at a speed surpassing human perception. In the next moment, 1,000 meters away, the stumbling Zongmashiong suddenly tilted its massive head back. A soft yet distinct piercing sound echoed through the audio system. The enormous bear's body froze momentarily, as if a pause button had been pressed before it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Silence enveloped the scene. As the camera zoomed in, it became evident that the glass shard had precisely embedded itself into the bear's eye, penetrating deep into the brain. A collective gasp echoed within the Destiny Ring. Brandt's facial muscles twitched violently, his complexion turning as ghastly as if he had ingested a fly. The psychological comfort he had just established was utterly shattered by this understated yet horrifying strike. A shard of glass flung from over 1,000 meters, accurately killing the enemy. Was this truly human? A cold sense of dread, mixed with an indescribable jealousy, surged within him. Brandt could almost envision the immense power and unparalleled authority he would possess if he were to inject the same serum. Order the technical team to accelerate the analysis process at all costs. I want to see a feasible reverse engineering plan within 48 hours. Brandt nearly spat these words through clenched teeth, roaring into the encrypted communication channel. The entire Destiny Ring transformed into a silent battlefield, with representatives and technical teams fervently engaged. The sounds of commands, the clattering of keyboards, and low discussions intertwined, creating an atmosphere as tense as a taut bowstring. In stark contrast stood Lu Zhao in the live broadcast, having neutralized the potential threat. Calmly, he approached a relatively intact Ford Raptor parked by the roadside. With deftness, he pried open the car door and connected the wires to start the vehicle. He then drove the pickup directly to a nearby upscale hotel suite. Unperturbed, he washed away the bloodstains and changed into a fresh set of black athletic wear. Subsequently, he returned to the storage supermarket. Skillfully using a portable gas stove and frying pan, he had found to prepare 3 thick steaks for himself, leisurely enjoying them with a bottle of beer. On the Ark, countless individuals pedaled away in the power matrix, consuming synthetic nutrient paste while watching Lu Zhao's leisurely dinner on the screen, their emotions reaching a complex peak. Damn it, we're here acting as human power generators while he feasts on Earth with superpowers. I'm envious to tears. If only I could get a dose of that physique and strength. I'd gladly pedal for 10 years. Hey sister, quick look, did they replay the scene of him bathing? Those muscle lines, I declare from today onwards, Lu Zhao is my doomsday god. Don't dream. We're separated by several celestial distances. In a gathering of women, a suppressed excitement of whispers and light laughter arose. Lu Zhao's bathing and changing scenes undoubtedly became a rare visual delight and topic of conversation during this stifling journey. However, contrary to what many anticipated, Lu Zhao did not collapse into a deep sleep after satisfying his hunger. To everyone's astonishment, he sprang into action once more, pushing a shopping cart. In the bustling aisles of a warehouse supermarket, he swiftly navigated through, gathering an abundant supply of high-energy beef cans, compressed military rations, pre-prepared meals, entire cartons of eggs, barrels of water, and the familiar microwave he had grown accustomed to. Each item was loaded into the bed of a Ford Raptor pickup truck with remarkable efficiency and purpose. What was his objective this time? Why hoard such provisions? Was he embarking on a long journey? No, the entire earth belonged to him. He could venture anywhere at will. Why the need to stockpile food? Had he discovered something extraordinary? Or was he preparing for yet another grand endeavor? Whispers filled the ark, brimming with curiosity and confusion. Even the representatives and technical teams from various countries, who had intended to take a brief respite, were drawn to Lu Zhao's sudden mobilization of supplies. Refocusing their attention on the main screen, the industrious ark contrasted sharply with the solitary figure on Earth, tirelessly working yet seemingly inexhaustible, continually delivering surprises. Everyone held their breath, contemplating the same question: where would this young man, who repeatedly challenged their perceptions, venture next? What marvels would he create? Or perhaps miracles? The pickup's engine roared low as it carried a full load of supplies and countless inquisitive gazes over the desolate streets, vanishing into the depths of a city shrouded in a blood-red twilight. Chapter 31. Lu Zhao Studies Technology. Humanity studies Lu Zhao. Under the night sky, the city lay silent as a tomb, interrupted only by the rumble of the Ford Raptor's engine, which violently shattered the tranquility. Lu Zhao steered the vehicle, turning the wheel as the headlights pierced through the darkness toward the library. To the astonishment of countless viewers aboard the Kimmingheo, the pickup did not stop at the library entrance, but rather crashed through the partially closed glass doors, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering and grinding. The massive vehicle forcefully entered the spacious yet chaotic lobby of the library, eventually coming to a steady halt, its wheels rolling over the scattered shards of glass. Lu Zhao turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. He could not afford the luxury of time to unload the supplies only to reload them. The materials remained in the truck, accessible whenever needed. Today marked the 4th day since his awakening. After tonight, it would be the 5th day. The crimson countdown on the system panel incessantly reminded him of the remaining 361 days. Time was unbearably precious. The transformative effects of the super soldier serum were revolutionary. The terrifying strength that could rend a Zhangma bear apart surged through his veins. Even after a life-and-death struggle, and despite the late hour, Lu Zhao felt no trace of fatigue. His mind was clear, and energy surged within him as though he could engage in battle for several consecutive days and nights. This formidable physique was the foundation upon which he would execute his audacious mission. Now that the foundation was laid, the next step was to ascend, aiming directly at the singular ultimate goal, to lead Earth away from the solar system. The ladder to ascend was knowledge, along with the technological systems derived from that knowledge. Acquiring technology necessitated vast quantities of knowledge points, which was the sole purpose of his late-night return to the library. Lu Zhao proceeded without hesitation, disregarding the chaos around him, and walked directly toward the section of specialized books he had yet to explore. Engineering, materials science, high-energy physics, celestial mechanics, nuclear fusion principles. Each tome, heavy as a brick, would take an ordinary person months to thoroughly comprehend, was pulled from the shelves and stacked in the central area of a lobby he had temporarily cleared. Then, he sat down and opened the first book. Ding! Detected that the host is focused on reading and comprehending advanced materials mechanics. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained master-level materials mechanics analysis and application. Gain knowledge points, 1,200 points. Ding! Detected that the host is focused on reading and comprehending tokamak device principles and design. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained advanced controlled nuclear fusion theory. Gain knowledge points, 1,500 points. The system's notifications resonated in his mind with unprecedented frequency. His formidable mental strength allowed him to maintain heightened focus for extended periods. His photographic memory exponentially increased the efficiency of knowledge absorption. Lu Zhao resembled an insatiable sponge, voraciously consuming the crystallized wisdom of human civilization. In the conference room of the Ring of Fate, the main screen displayed several split images, the largest showing Lu Zhao quietly engrossed in reading amidst the ruins of the library. A nearly imperceptible smile graced Su Shiueching's serene visage as she witnessed Lu Zhao refrain from conducting dangerous experiments, opting instead to remain in the relatively safe confines of a library to absorb knowledge. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome for her and the Republic, quietly, safely. Awaiting the signal for the Firefly project to connect was the best result. In the Ark's observation square, as time passed, the initial astonishment gradually faded. Observing Lu Zhao's repetitive actions of flipping through books, reading, and exchanging volumes, many found their curiosity supplanted by weariness and monotony. He was still just reading. He had spent the entire night doing so. They had expected some grand display from a superhuman, yet he remained buried among the books. There was nothing more to see, and besides, they couldn't comprehend what he was studying. It was time to leave. They needed to rise early for their assignments at the power matrix. If they didn't rest, their points would fall short. The whispers dwindled, and several individuals stifled yawns, opting to return to their rest capsules. Maintaining intense focus on a survivor whose behavior had settled into a predictable pattern from nearly 5 lunar distances away had become a luxury for most Ark residents, who were preoccupied with the struggle for survival. The crowd in front of the live broadcast screen had noticeably thinned. Yet, while some relaxed, others remained tense. Charles Brandt watched Lu Zhao's swift page-turning with a furrowed brow. Su Shiueching viewed it as a positive development. The public found it tedious. However, he felt an unsettling discontent. Brandt wished desperately for Lu Zhao to continue courting danger, to challenge even more perilous endeavors. Ideally, he would self-destruct before rescue arrived. This accumulation of tranquility only heightened his unease. Just wait and see. Perhaps once he has read enough, he will come to grasp just how insignificant and hopeless he truly is. Brandt could only speculate maliciously in his mind, while placing greater expectations on how to more effectively disrupt and sabotage the Republic's Firefly project. He could not allow the Republic to establish contact with this human treasure. Within the library, time raced by amid the sound of pages turning. Outside, the blood-red light curtain, having endured the darkest depths, gradually diluted under the morning light. The sky revealed a bleak gray-white. At 7 in the morning, the inhabitants of the Ark began to awaken one by one, preparing to embrace a new day of labor. Many instinctively glanced at the public screen, only to find Lu Zhao still seated among the stacks of books, as if he had not moved an inch throughout the night. Could it be he read all night? His stamina was terrifying. Was the serum's effect truly this potent? Alas, if only we could also receive an injection. At least we wouldn't have to pedal that cursed bicycle every day while feeling drowsy. Stop dreaming. Hurry and queue for the nutrient paste. Envy, jealousy, and helpless sighs permeated the crowd. Compared to Lu Zhao's seemingly boundless energy, their own bodies, drained by repetitive labor and inadequate provisions, appeared particularly fatigued and feeble. Just then, on the screen, Lu Zhao finally closed the hefty volume titled Overview of the Physical Properties of Cosmic Dust Clouds. He gently set the book down. He stretched his arms wide, executing a grand yawn as a series of crisp cracks emanated from his joints. The fluid, powerful contours of his muscles were subtly discernible beneath his athletic attire. Despite a night of intense cerebral exertion, there was no trace of fatigue on his face. Rather, his gaze appeared sharper and more profound. As he completed his stretch, a pale blue attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Lu Zhao Talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve, significantly increased advanced master-level theories and applied skills. Knowledge points, 21. 550 current task, lead Earth out of the solar system. Remaining time, 360 days, XX hours, XX minutes, XX seconds. Knowledge Mall. Open system message. The barriers of knowledge are crumbling before you. In a single night, he amassed over 20,000 knowledge points, a staggering contrast to the 5,000 points he had painstakingly accumulated over the previous 3 days. This was nothing short of a revelation. The super soldier serum had bestowed upon him abundant energy and an enhanced learning capacity, resulting in a qualitative leap in his efficiency of acquiring knowledge. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodcutter, Lu Zhao muttered to himself, a cold smirk gracing his lips. His decision to prioritize self-enhancement was undeniably astute. As he scrutinized the surging numbers on the panel, he strode towards the pickup truck at the center of the hall, rapidly calculating the implications of having over 21,000 points, a fortune indeed. What crucial technologies could he exchange for? Should he opt for several intermediate technologies that could be immediately employed or continue accumulating points, aiming directly for the ultimate goal of planetary engine basic configuration? His gaze swept across the open list of the knowledge mall, eventually resting upon the ultimate option that still displayed the required exchange points. Planetary engine basic configuration, exchange points. Gazing at the string of unknown ellipses, Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. How many would it require? 50,000? 100,000? Or perhaps even more? Regardless, the direction was now clear. Within the circle of fate, Su Xueqing set down the book she had been holding, a volume not of scientific literature, but rather one on microexpression analysis and behavioral psychology. She was attempting to use these tools to gain a deeper understanding of the elusive young man on the other end of the screen. Upon seeing Zhao finally cease his reading and rise to stretch, she gently closed her book, preparing to fetch an iced Americano for a quick pick-me-up. However, her gaze inadvertently caught Zhao's figure as he walked towards the pickup, and she froze in astonishment and disbelief. She noticed that while he was walking with his eyes fixed straight ahead, the focus of his pupils appeared peculiar. The trajectory of his gaze seemed less like he was observing his surroundings and more akin to reading. Yet before Zhao, there was only the empty marble corridor of a library and the mottled walls. Where were the books? An eerie sense of absurdity gripped Su Xueqing. What on earth was he looking at? Chapter 32, The Technological Ladder, The Firefly Project. Zhao tore open a can of beef, accompanied by a few bites of compressed bread washed down with bottled water. This breakfast was simple and efficient, solely to quickly replenish his body's energy needs. After finishing, he crumpled the packaging and expertly tossed it into a distant trash bin, his movements smooth and devoid of excess. Rising, Zhao returned to the vast jungle of bookshelves in the library, but this time his steps were steadier and his gaze markedly different. It was no longer one of hesitation or calmness, but rather a near-icy resolve belonging to a decision-maker. During that brief period of eating and resting, his mind had operated like an overclocked processor, completing a crucial strategic simulation. A robust physique was merely the foundation. The super soldier serum had granted him a lever to move the world. Yet, he required a sufficiently sturdy ladder capable of reaching his goals, a technological ladder that could propel Earth from the vortex of death. This ladder would consist of the engine technology to drive planets, the vast industrial base required to support it, and the raw materials scattered across the globe. Possessing merely the blueprints of technology within the system's mall was akin to holding a treasure map without a ship or crew. Utterly meaningless. He could not single-handedly craft a planetary engine from scratch. Continuing to read solely for the purpose of accumulating knowledge points was inefficient and misguided. Time was his greatest enemy and the most extravagant commodity to expend. A strategic shift was imperative. Two-pronged approach, Zhao whispered to himself, his eyes sharp as a blade. On one front, he would utilize existing conditions to begin constructing the most basic industrial framework, seeking and stockpiling necessary raw materials. On the other, during the foundational construction, he would concurrently engage in purposeful reading to accumulate knowledge points. Once the industrial base began to take shape and sufficient knowledge points were amassed, he could directly exchange for the ultimate technology and immediately put it into application, rather than allowing the technical blueprints to gather dust within the system. A clear, phased blueprint gradually took form in his mind. Each step pointed towards that final, audacious goal. Thus, the next technology he needed to exchange for became exceedingly clear. Iron Man Mark III armor technology. Exchange requirement: 30,000 knowledge points. The rationale for this choice was both cold and pragmatic. Tianhai City, a metropolis centered around tourism and finance, possessed an insufficient industrial foundation and limited resources. Remaining here was akin to a dragon trapped in shallow waters, forever unable to unleash a global tempest. What he needed was to integrate the remnants of industrial heritage and resources from the entire nation and even the planet. Aircraft? Too slow, too inefficient, and constrained by airports and fuel. The Iron Man suit stood as the sole personal mobility platform capable of efficiently and rapidly conducting resource exploration, equipment transportation, and even persuasion when necessary across the globe. The reason for selecting the third-generation Iron Man suit was straightforward. The first-generation model, a crude assemblage crafted from missile scraps in a cave, was laughably incapable of flight. far inferior to a helicopter. The second-generation suit, centered around a palladium arc reactor, could sustain flight and simultaneously release electric arc pulses from the hands and boots to generate ultrasonic waves for flight, hovering, or high-speed maneuvers while maintaining body stability during flight. It was equipped with internal auxiliary wings and flaps to further enhance flight stability and operated with the Jarvis system, possessing target scanning, global positioning, and user vital sign monitoring capabilities. Yet, it harbored a critical flaw. Material limitations rendered it susceptible to icing at high altitudes, resulting in catastrophic system failure. In today's increasingly chaotic climate and intensifying cosmic storms, such a flaw was tantamount to suicide. Only the third generation, inheriting the advantages of its predecessor. It utilized high-strength materials like titanium alloy, completely resolving the icing issue. It boasted a comprehensive weapon system and a more advanced Jarvis navigation and combat assistance system. It was a truly mature, deployable platform for rapid global operations. 30,000 points. Lu Zhao took a deep breath, feeling the pressure mount. Yet a greater exhilaration surged from having identified a clear objective. No longer hesitating, he moved towards the advanced materials science and precision machinery manufacturing area. The goal was unmistakable. He commenced an efficient scan of the books, diligently laying the groundwork and accumulating points simultaneously. Fate's ring. Su Xueqing's icy gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the main screen. When Lu Zhao finished his breakfast and returned to the bookshelf, she astutely detected the subtle shifts in his demeanor. It was no longer a passive absorption of knowledge, but rather a proactive engagement imbued with strong purpose and meticulous planning. Lu Zhao's eyes grew more focused, and his movements became increasingly succinct and efficient, as if he had meticulously charted a precise roadmap within his mind. He reached a certain decision. Su Xueqing mused inwardly, her brows slightly furrowed, pondering the significance of this critical strategic choice. What could it be that transformed his entire essence, as if he had undergone a refining process? Had his execution capabilities ascended multiple tiers? A surge of curiosity and inquisitiveness welled up within her. This heightened her anticipation for the impending Firefly project, set to commence in just a few hours. As long as a stable one-way communication was established, even if it could only convey brief messages, she would have the opportunity to engage in her inaugural dialogue with this enigmatic young man. Perhaps it would unravel the logic behind his actions. Time slipped by quietly between the polarities of silence and clamor. On Earth, Lu Zhao resembled an indefatigable intelligent automaton, efficiently extracting knowledge from the vast sea of books. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark, Su Xueqing awaited that pivotal moment, her anticipation stifled. Within the fleet, a current of intrigue flowed clandestinely. Analyses concerning Lu Zhao and his mysterious serum were being transmitted secretly among high-ranking officials of various nations, inciting varying degrees of shock, greed, and anxiety. At long last, the fleet's standard time advanced to the anticipated evening hour. Su Xueqing's personal terminal emitted a faint vibration at a specific frequency, signaling the assembly call from the core team of the Firefly project. She rose expressionlessly, without exchanging words with anyone, and departed directly from the Fates Ring conference room. Behind her, Charles Blunt appeared to be engrossed in his documents, yet a barely perceptible smirk crept upon his lips. His hand, concealed beneath the table, gently tapped a preset command on his personal terminal. "Go ahead, Dr. Su," he scoffed inwardly, "to meet your destined failure." Republic Fleet, command center of the Firefly project. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. On the massive circular screen, intricate star charts and data streams were continually refreshing. At the center, a countdown timer was silently ticking away. As Su Xueqing entered the command center, all personnel immediately turned their attention toward her. The situation, she stated succinctly. "Dr. Su, all preliminary checks have been completed. The messenger drone has entered the launch corridor, the energy core is stable, and the signal transmitter is in good condition," the technical supervisor reported swiftly. Suswiki Nadith, approaching the main control panel, her gaze fixed on the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Launch. There was no deafening roar. Only a faint confirmation sound emanating from the command system. A barely perceptible beam of light shot forth from a concealed launch point within the Republic fleet, akin to a needle cast into the deep sea, silently piercing the dark cosmic backdrop. The messenger drone successfully detached from the fleet and began to adjust its orientation in deep space, preparing to deploy its core component. The transmitter capable of sending a strong directional signal across vast distances to Earth. Every heart raced, teetering on the edge of anticipation. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Su Shiweching intently monitored the real-time data relayed from the screen. The deployment program initiated, and the signal transmitter began to unlock. Just then, a piercing alarm blared. The entire command center was engulfed in a crimson warning light. Warning: high-intensity, highly directional electromagnetic pulse interference detected. Source unknown. Intensity exceeds threshold. The messenger's navigation system experienced severe disruption. Loss of control. Signal transmitter deployment program interrupted. Structural integrity alert. The data on the screen instantaneously scrambled. The light representing the messenger began to flicker erratically, and then it faded into complete darkness. Report: messenger signal lost. Preliminary assessment suggests the messenger has been destroyed by the EMP or has undergone structural disintegration due to interference. The Firefly project has failed. The technical supervisor's voice trembled with disbelief and despair. A profound silence enveloped the command room. Only the alarm lights stubbornly continued to rotate, casting shadows that flickered across the pale faces of everyone present. Su Shiweching stood rigidly in place, her body tense. She gazed at the void on the screen that signified the loss of contact. In her icy eyes, for the first time, a clear and undeniable sense of defeat emerged. Zhao Qingtian's countenance was stiff as he wordlessly exited the command center. It was a failure. At the critical juncture, all efforts had been in vain. Yet he must uncover the reasons. Fate's ring. Charles Blunt received the encrypted information almost simultaneously. Upon reading the brief report indicating successful interference and target failure, a triumphant smile broke across his face, difficult to suppress. Whistling a tune, Blunt elegantly lifted a glass of water from the table and took a delicate sip, as if savoring the exquisite taste of victory. However, just as his smile was beginning to fully unfold, a second encrypted message arrived in quick succession. Blunt nonchalantly opened it, his gaze sweeping across the contents. In the next moment, his smile froze instantly, as if encased in ice. The message was brief, yet pierced his heart like a cold dagger. Emergency report. Breakthrough achieved in reverse engineering of the target serum. Confirmation that its core catalytic component cannot be artificially synthesized under current conditions. It is suspected that a unique energy environment or rare isotope, possibly no longer existing on Earth, is required. All preliminary replication attempts have failed. Repeating, all have failed. Chapter 33. The Battle for Humanity Surrounding Lu Zhao. Fate's Ring. Charles Blunt's triumphant smile had yet to fully fade when an urgent report from a leading biological laboratory in North America poured over him like a frigid deluge. He stared at the glaring red conclusion of replication failure on his personal terminal. His complexion transformed from a healthy flush to a pallid shade at a visible rate. Ultimately, it darkened to a hue so grim it could be wrung for water. Failure? How could this be possible? Blunt nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with disbelief. We possessed the most advanced equipment, the top-tier team, and executed every step precisely as recorded in the live broadcast. You are telling me we have failed? He abruptly lifted his head, his piercing gaze seeming to burn through the screen, targeting the head of the North American Fleet Laboratory. Tell me, what exactly was lacking? Which step faltered? Was it temperature control, or the purity of the materials? Blunt bellowed. He could not accept this outcome. He even doubted if this report was mocking him. On the other end of the communication channel, the laboratory director's voice bore fatigue and a hint of trepidation. Mr. Blunt, we have meticulously reviewed all parameters and processes, even simulating minute variable deviations that could exist within Earth's environment. Yet the outcome remains failure. The director paused, his tone growing more laborious, as if uttering the next conclusion required immense courage. Based on our final cross-comparisons and reverse engineering analysis, the critical factor in the failure may lie in the blood. Blood? Blunt's brow knitted tightly. Yes, sir. We attempted to use healthy human blood from various sources as the base, preparing it in accordance with the observed procedures of Lu Zhao. However, without exception, the ultimate outcome was either an ineffective, turbid liquid, or a dangerously unstable compound, incapable of triggering that miraculous transformative reaction. The person in charge took a deep breath and presented a conclusion that plunged Brandt's heart into despair. Preliminary deductions indicated that the serum created by Zhao, its core catalytic component or some unique biomarker, was highly likely designed based on his own blood characteristics. In other words, without Zhao's blood, it would be nearly impossible to perfectly replicate that serum. Only his blood would suffice. Brandt's breath caught in his throat, a wave of heaviness washing over his chest. What did this imply? It meant that the serum technology they revered, which could potentially alter the future landscape, had its key firmly grasped in the hands of that orphan they had cast aside on Earth. Indeed, sir. To circumvent this barrier for imitation or adaptive modification would present a technical challenge akin to redeveloping an entirely new gene-enhancing agent. This would require an exceedingly lengthy and resource-intensive research process. The voice of the person in charge tinged with helpless honesty. Brandt fell silent, leaning back in his chair, feeling a chilling sense of powerlessness seize his limbs. The brief moment of glee at the thought of Zhao's potential demise was now replaced by overwhelming frustration and a deeper sense of crisis. Just then, his staff presented a new analytical report. The report pointed directly to the crux, since reverse replication could not be achieved in the short term. The only shortcut to obtaining the serum formula was to secure Zhao himself, or at least his cooperation. The staff member whispered rapidly through encrypted communication. Sir, in the face of Zhao's extraordinary intellect and exceptional individual prowess, traditional threats of force or technological blockades have lost their significance. We assess that the most effective strategy at present is to change our approach, actively participate in the rescue, and attempt to engage him through emotional and material incentives. Emotion? Interest? Brandt's eyes flickered. Indeed, he was alone in a desperate situation, and the prospect of receiving aid from his compatriots, especially from a different faction, particularly one as powerful as our North American Federation, could evoke a complex psychological response. We can dispatch the most affable individuals, or those possessing unique charm, such as Annie. Brandt instantly grasped the implication of the staff member's words. Annie Wilson, the youngest aerospace engineering prodigy of the North American Federation, hailed as the flower of North American aerospace. Not only was her technical ability outstanding, but her striking appearance and cheerful disposition also garnered immense popularity within the fleet. Utilizing her as the spokesperson for the rescue operation would undoubtedly be a brilliant emotional strategy. The mere thought of bowing to that Republic's discarded pawn he had always regarded as a thorn in his side. Even sending forth their precious talent to curry favor with the other side made Brandt feel as though he had swallowed a fly. Disgusted. Yet he understood more clearly. Once the Republic successfully rescued Zhao, leveraging that unparalleled serum technology and Zhao's terrifying potential, the Republic would gain overwhelming advantages both within the Ark fleet and in any potential new homeland. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. The weighing of pros and cons occurred in an instant. Brandt's facial muscles twitched slightly. Finally, he forced out a difficult decision from deep within his throat. Notify that, in my name, the Federal Supreme Command should deliberate. We declare our intention to join the rescue operation for the target, Zhao. Authorize the activation of the Golden Gram Plan's contingency measures, nominating Annie Wilson as the special envoy for the mission. Shortly after issuing his command, as if to ignite the flames of this unexpected rescue race, the public broadcast system of the Ark fleet suddenly blared with an urgent alarm, followed by a calm, yet solemn official announcement. Emergency report. The fleet's monitoring network has detected that the Firefly Project's Deep Space Communication Relay Unit, located on the flank of the Republic's fleet, has suffered structural disintegration due to a high-intensity, unknown origin deep space radiation storm. Debris is confirmed to be falling towards Earth. Repeat. The Firefly Project's critical node has encountered irreparable damage due to force majeure. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire Qiming Square erupted in uproar. What? The Firefly Project has failed? The communication relay station is destroyed? How can we contact Zhao now? My heavens, how could this happen? Was it an accident? Is the rescue going to be indefinitely postponed? Can Zhao still wait? A chorus of concern and discussion erupted among the crowd. However, before this uproar could settle, another clear and resolute female voice resonated through the Republic's channel. echoing across the square. It was Su Shiueching. This is Su Shiueching, the chief technical advisor of the Republic's Firefly project. On behalf of the Republic, I formally declare that the Firefly project has encountered an unexpected setback. But our determination to rescue citizen Liu Zhao remains unwavering. The Republic will spare no effort to activate contingency plans and continue advancing the rescue operation. We will not abandon any of our compatriots. Su Shiueching's voice rang like ice water striking stone, resonating clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Almost simultaneously with her words, as if pre-prepared, the North American Federation's official broadcast channel forcefully interrupted. This is the Arc Command of the North American Federation. In light of the exceptional value exhibited by Earth survivor Liu Zhao, as well as the universal principles of humanitarian rescue, the North American Federation officially announces the activation of the Golden Gram Rescue Plan to participate in the rescue operation for the target, Liu Zhao. We will dispatch our most outstanding young aerospace expert, Miss Annie Wilson, as the special envoy for this mission, striving to bring back the seeds of hope for human civilization. This news, akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, triggered an even greater shock. North America is joining too. Annie Wilson, that genius girl. She's my idol. This is getting interesting. The Republic and North America are vying for him. Is it worth it for just Liu Zhao? People gazed in astonishment, listening intently, feeling that the developments had utterly surpassed their imagination. Upon hearing North America's announcement of joining, especially upon hearing the name Annie Wilson, Su Shiueching's cool eyes flickered with a faint ripple, but she quickly returned to her usual calm demeanor. She was not surprised. Liu Zhao's value had been laid bare for all to see. No ambitious force could remain indifferent. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Like a line of dominoes toppled. Once the North American Federation broke the tacit agreement, other major forces could no longer remain idle. Yamamoto Ichiro, the representative from the East Japan, nearly leaped in his eagerness to apply for broadcasting rights, announcing in an impassioned tone with an accent. East Japan, adhering to the spirit of the human community, will also dispatch an elite technical team to participate in the rescue efforts for Lord Liu Zhao. We possess advanced robotic technology that will undoubtedly assist in the rescue. Following that, the representative of the Europa Alliance spoke steadily, expressing their intent to coordinate resources and provide necessary support for the rescue operation, hinting that they also had excellent, affable researchers available for contact. The representative of the Rus Empire succinctly and authoritatively declared, Rus will not abandon friends. Count us in for the rescue. With the characteristic boldness and straightforwardness of the northern regions, even certain regional families possessing certain technical capabilities, such as those controlling key mineral or energy technologies from the Desert Alliance, voiced their willingness to provide resources through various channels, seeking a share in potential future collaborations. In an instant within the Ark fleet, a rescue competition surrounding an abandoned individual unexpectedly commenced in a bizarre and intense manner. In the distant expanse of the starry sky, the remaining forces of human civilization seemed to plunge into an inexplicable frenzy for a young man named Liu Zhao. At this moment, situated in the eye of the storm within the desolate Tianhai City library on Earth, Liu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of it all. He had just closed a hefty tome titled An Overview of High-Energy Particle Physics and Propulsion Design. In his mind, the system's prompt chimed in timely. Ding. Host detected to be focused on reading and deeply comprehending. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gained. Advanced high-energy particle physics and application skills. Knowledge points gained. 1,500. Current total knowledge points. 30,500. Observing the figure surpassing 30,000 on the attribute panel, a satisfied smile finally graced Liu Zhao's lips. Without the slightest hesitation, he directed his thoughts towards the pre-selected goal. Iron Man Mark III prototype technology, basic version. Exchange cost, 30,000 knowledge points. Exchange. Ding. Consumed 30,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchanged for Iron Man Mark III prototype technology, basic version. Knowledge points balance, 500 points. In an instant, a vast and intricate torrent of knowledge, far exceeding any prior experience, surged into his mind like a river breaking through a dam. It encompassed not only the ultimate design blueprint, but also the principles of miniaturization for the arc reactor, the smelting and processing techniques of titanium alloy, the energy vector control of propulsion boots, the integration of the helmet display system, and the energy conversion of the weapon systems, countless details, parameters, and procedural flows. These were deeply imprinted within the recesses of his consciousness, as if they were innate memories. He envisioned the manufacturing steps of the arc oscillation core, felt the molecular structure of the alloy armor, and comprehended the underlying logic framework of a Jarvis-style artificial intelligence. This sensation of instant mastery over an era-defining technology compelled Liu Zhao to take a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with excitement and ambition. With this knowledge, many previously inconceivable plans now had a foundational basis for implementation. Liu Zhao rose, making his way to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window of the library. Seeking a breath of fresh air while contemplating the next steps for material collection and manufacturing planning. Outside, the night was profound, and a blood-red luminescence twisted in the sky, rendering it even more eerie. In that moment, he keenly noticed that several particularly bright stars on the distant horizon seemed to be moving closer. One of them appeared to be trailing a faint tail, unlike a meteor's trajectory. Liu Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly, straining his enhanced vision to gaze into the distance. Was it satellite debris or space junk falling? He murmured to himself, not particularly concerned. After humanity's evacuation, it was not unusual for unmaintained satellites and space station fragments in low Earth orbit to occasionally plunge into the atmosphere. Yet, what Liu Zhao did not realize was that the object streaking across the night sky was not mere space debris. One of the falling trajectories was the final remnant of the deep space communication relay, which had tragically disintegrated during the previously failed Firefly project and carried the hope of the Republic's first contact. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sky, a struggle spanning light years, centered around him, had only just begun. Chapter 34. The Beauty Trap Strategy for Liu Zhao. Liu Zhao savored the last piece of perfectly cooked steak, relishing the burst of rich juices in his mouth. The high-protein meal swiftly converted into energy, nourishing his serum-enhanced physique. Even after 2 days and nights, the surging sensation of power within him remained vivid, and his spirit was in an exhilarating state, far from needing rest. Nevertheless, Liu Zhao allowed himself to lie down on the comfortable mattress he had moved from the living quarters and close his eyes. He required sleep, not out of fatigue, but to prepare himself in the fullest state for the more arduous challenges awaiting him the following day. To construct his own Iron Man suit using the era-defining knowledge he possessed. That would be his sole lever to pry open fate on this desolate planet. While Liu Zhao recharged for tomorrow's creation, the distant Ark fleet was in complete turmoil due to him. Who could have anticipated that just a few days prior, he had been deemed a social death? A vegetative being cast aside by all, yet now, nearly all the major powers of North America, Europa, and the East Asia community were covertly mobilizing resources to seize him. The reversal was too dramatic. Let the competition ensue. Regardless of who ultimately prevailed, Liu Zhao was destined to become a figure of historical significance, though regrettably, we could only watch from the ship. Amidst the chaotic discussions, disbelief, envy, jealousy, and a touch of absurd pride filled the air. This individual, once a symbol of tragedy and despair, had now become a coveted treasure in the eyes of various forces. The Republic Fleet's command center was shrouded in tension. As heavy as ice, Zhao Qingtian stood before a vast star map, brow furrowed, silent. Although he had dispatched personnel to investigate the reasons behind the Firefly project's failure, the technical staff were working tirelessly to troubleshoot, yet a resolution seemed unlikely in the short term. Liu Zhao's value was immense. He was worth 10 Ark fleets. Zhao Qingtian's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible anger. The response speed of North America and Britain had exceeded expectations. He couldn't claim complete ignorance of it, but he had not anticipated such rapid and sudden reactions from other nations. Of course, the primary reason was that the Republic had lost its precious advantage. The once close edge had vanished, forcing them to compete on the same starting line as the predatory nations. Now, feeling disheartened or sulking held no significance. A cold yet resolute voice shattered the silence in the command center. Suswikin stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the somewhat dejected scientists and technicians before settling on Zhao Qingtian. The urgent task was to promptly summarize experiences, analyze disruption patterns, and expedite the formulation of version 20 of the Firefly project. We must assume that any future communication attempts will face even more formidable challenges. Zhao Qingtian took a deep breath, quickly suppressing his inner agitation. Su Xueqing was correct. Now was not the time for regret. He turned to face all members of the command center, his voice regaining its usual steadiness and strength. Academician Su is right. A single setback does not signify failure. We still possess advantages in technical reserves. The foundation of Firefly remains intact. Everyone lift your spirits. We are facing a competition that concerns the future of the Republic and even the trajectory of human civilization. We must not slacken at this moment. His words carried an undeniable determination, serving as a potent stimulant that revitalized the somewhat subdued morale. The scientists raised their heads, their gazes refocusing. Once the team was back to work, Su Xueqing approached Zhao Qingtian, her voice lowered yet more severe. General Zhao, I believe that given the currently volatile situation, merely establishing communication may no longer suffice. Zhao Qingtian's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Su Xueqing's tone remained calm as she stated. The Golden Fleece Plan initiated by North America has a core that is not solely communication. Rather, it involves dispatching specialized personnel using miniature rapid shuttlecrafts to return to Earth at any cost for a direct rescue. She emphasized the word rescue. Once they successfully arrive on Earth and establish contact with Liu Zhao, even though Liu Zhao harbors no fondness for North America, he will inevitably be constrained by absolute power and the allure of resources. At that point, even if we establish communication, we will completely lose the initiative. Zhao Qingtian's heart sank. He realized that Su Xueqing's judgment was correct. Communication can be disrupted and intercepted, but the arrival of tangible individuals on Earth is an entirely different matter. That would be an outright seizure. So, what is your suggestion? Zhao Qingtian had already guessed, but still needed confirmation. Su Xueqing stood tall, her delicate face devoid of hesitation, and stated emphatically, the Republic must immediately initiate the personnel return plan to Earth. Moreover, it must be swift, and we must act before North America. I volunteer to be among the first, and indeed the only, executor to head to Earth. What? Academician Su, that is far too dangerous. Absolutely not. The command center erupted in a chorus of gasps and objections. Zhao Qingtian gazed at Su Xueqing in astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. Returning to Earth? How simple it sounds. The Ark fleet is nearly departing the solar system. Turning back would consume astronomical amounts of energy and time, almost shaking the fleet's fundamental decision. Furthermore, what kind of environment does Earth currently possess? The cosmic storm, the shadow of Gaia, is intensifying. That expanse of space is filled with high-energy radiation, gravitational turbulence, and unknown risks. Sending personnel back would be tantamount to a near-fatal endeavor. Xueqing, do you comprehend what this implies? Zhao Qingtian's tone was heavy. Not to mention whether the fleet could approve such a large-scale energy reallocation for a return trip. Just traversing the storm-affected star region would yield a dismally low success rate. We cannot allow you to take this risk. He attempted to find a more prudent solution. Why not send out robotic scouts first? The latest max version of Yushu Technology's hyper-realistic intelligent robot, with its AI core capable of simulating over 95% of human decision-making and interaction abilities, is entirely capable of undertaking initial contact and rescue missions. We could first establish a forward base on the moon with the robots as a transit point, then seek opportunities to re-enter Earth. Su Xueqing fell silent for a moment. She understood that Zhao Qingtian was concerned for her safety. She also recognized that deploying robots was the more rational and lower-risk option at present. Su Xueqing was not merely being obstinate. It was the profound curiosity about Liu Zhao, along with her determination to safeguard the Republic's interests, that compelled her to willingly embrace danger. After a brief consideration, she ultimately nodded, rationality prevailing. Very well. I agree to initially employ the Yushu Max robots for preliminary scouting. We must act immediately to establish a solid forward base on the moon, using it as a springboard to seek opportunities to return to Earth. Zhao Qingtian quietly exhaled in relief. Excellent. I will coordinate resources immediately and initiate the Moon Forward Base Plan. Almost simultaneously, within the North American Federal Fleet, at the Prometheus Command Center, a highly confidential meeting was taking place in the holographic projection chamber. Charles Brandt leaned back in the main seat, quietly listening to the report from tall, stunning blonde woman before him. She was none other than Dr. Annie Wilson, a star in the North American aerospace field, often referred to as the flower of aerospace. With her golden hair shining like the sun, fair skin surpassing snow, and features as delicate as a doll, she possessed an enviable figure, particularly her long, straight legs, which looked exquisite even under the fitted research uniform. Not only did she hold top-tier doctorate degrees in aerospace engineering and astrophysics, but her background as a general's daughter also meant she had undergone rigorous military and physical training from a young age, showcasing outstanding individual combat capabilities. At this moment, she was elaborating on the details of the Golden Fleece project, her eyes sparkling with a desire for challenge and confidence. Brandt's gaze subtly swept over Annie's nearly perfect figure and exquisite face, a flicker of heat passing through his mind. Alas, this thorny rose was not one he could freely pluck. It was precisely for this reason that she became the ideal candidate for this special mission. Her superior scientific acumen sufficient for academic exchanges with Zhao. Her remarkable appearance and skills would enable her to thrive in any complex environment. If necessary, unconventional methods could even be employed. In summary, utilizing the latest Stardust-class rapid assault vessel, combined with the gravitational slingshot effect, we have the opportunity to reach lunar orbit first while bearing an acceptable payload. Annie concluded her technical report with a decisive tone. Brandt nodded in satisfaction and then casually inquired, "Dr. Annie, what are your thoughts on our target individual, Zhao?" Upon mentioning Zhao, Annie's azure eyes instantly brightened, her voice tinged with unreserved admiration and excitement. "Mr. Brandt, Zhao is the most astonishing genius I have ever encountered. No, the term genius scarcely does him justice. The learning ability, knowledge conversion efficiency, and that near-miraculous expertise in bioengineering he displayed in dire circumstances utterly subverted my understanding. I am immensely grateful to you and the Federation for granting me this opportunity to engage with, comprehend, and possibly collaborate with him. This is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating moments in the history of science. Your approval of the Golden Fleece Project for Rescue is an exceptionally astute decision." Observing her animated demeanor, driven purely by a passion for science and genius, Brandt's expression darkened imperceptibly for a moment. This woman is consumed by her scientific pursuits. What he required was to ensure that Zhao's technology and power would serve North America, not to have these two scientific prodigies bonding in mutual admiration. Yet he maintained a warm smile on the surface. "Excellent, Dr. Annie. Your enthusiasm and conviction are key to the success of this mission." However, Brandt had already made up his mind. He must immediately contact Annie's influential father through a secure channel to subtly remind him of his overly naive daughter. The primary objective of this mission is to ensure Zhao belongs to North America. If necessary, all her advantages, including but not limited to her beauty and intellect, could be employed to execute a beautiful strategy. We must ensure Zhao's compliance. For the future of North America, any means can be justified. Thus, the Golden Fleece Project is officially launched. Brandt declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let us send a beautiful eve to that solitary deity on Earth." Chapter 35. The True Genius. Cosmic humans and Earth humans are beings of different dimensions. Within the North American Federal Fleet, aboard the Starship Pioneer, in the 7th level living quarters, the Taekwondo Dojo, soft, natural-like light illuminated the spacious training area. The air was filled with a faintly acrid scent, a mixture of disinfectant and sweat. On one side of the dojo, Annie Wilson, clad in a white training uniform, was fiercely practicing her whip kicks against a heavy punching bag. Each impact resonated with a dull thud, showcasing her exceptional leg strength and technique. Her father, Martin Wilson, stood in the shadows at the entrance, dressed in a sharply tailored dark gray fleet uniform. At around 50 years of age, his temples were flecked with gray, yet he maintained a posture as upright as an active duty officer. However, the deep blue of his eyes was shrouded in an inescapable gloom as he gazed at his dynamic daughter not far away. Martin was the captain of the Pioneer, a shrewd individual who had navigated the bureaucratic system for many years. His current mood was far from the calmness he appeared to possess. Annie executed a beautiful backspin kick, her breath slightly labored, her cheeks flushed with a healthy hue from exertion. She picked up the towel hanging nearby to wipe away her sweat, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her father, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Father, I never expected to be among the crew returning to Earth for the Golden Fleece project. This gives me the chance to communicate with Zhao." She moved closer to her father, continuing to chatter, her eyes glimmering with curiosity about the unknown. "This Zhao, he truly is a miracle, isn't he? Who would have thought that a delivery worker, after a car accident that left him in a coma, would awaken and transform into a genius? Not only can he comprehend those incomprehensible formulas, but he has also developed a serum that alters physical constitution. It's simply astonishing." Listening to his daughter's unabashed admiration, Martin's brow furrowed ever so slightly. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke, his voice low and direct. "Annie, do you have feeling for Zhao?" Annie nearly choked on her own saliva. She laughed and waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with exaggerated exasperation. "Come on, Dad. Your imagination is running wild. I just think he's remarkable. Nothing more." She draped the towel over her shoulder, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, filled with the youthful longing unique to her age. Osmond Howard, the descendant of the OpenAI founder, a universally acknowledged genius among the younger generation. That is the type I admire and am fond of. Born into a prestigious family, of noble lineage, receiving the finest education. That's what an elite should embody. She shook her head and turned back to her father. "Zhao? He is indeed extraordinary, but that brilliance seems more like a product of chance. Once that miraculous aura fades, he may revert to being an ordinary, even somewhat, well, lower-class individual. True, he possesses a robust and charming physique," Annie shrugged, "but without corresponding, stable, and sustainable talent and insight, he is merely a hulking figure with strength. I prefer those like Osmond, elite individuals of noble descent, true geniuses." She grew more animated. "Furthermore, Father, no matter how powerful an individual may be, they appear insignificant and powerless in the interstellar era. Flesh and blood have their limits. I have heard that Osmond is integrating cutting-edge AI technology and robotics, leading a top-secret project on human cybernetic augmentation. That is the future." Annie clenched her fist. "In due time, humanity will gradually break free from the constraints of fragile flesh, embracing machinery, moving toward true evolution and immortality. That is the form that interstellar humanity should embody." Annie spread her arms wide, her eyes sparkling with yearning for that cold yet powerful future. As for Zhao, no matter how extraordinary he may be, his thoughts and achievements remain shackled to the dust of Earth, trapped at a primitive biological level. Compared to the future represented by Osmond, one is grounded, while the other has already soared into the cosmos. They are not even in the same dimension. Martin observed the fervor on his daughter's face for the elite and mechanical ascension. Rather than feeling reassured, he found himself more troubled, as if an invisible rope were tightening around him. He had already received a direct order from Charles Brandt, by any means necessary. Before establishing substantial contact between the Republic and Zhao, get as close as possible and exert influence. If necessary, control or acquire Zhao's value. Brandt hinted at having Annie employ her charm. Thus, if Annie were to develop feelings for Zhao, executing this plan would be the least costly and least conspicuous method. The potential harm to Annie herself could also be minimized. For this reason, Martin posed his question, harboring a glimmer of hope. Yet the outcome was that Zhao did not capture his daughter's interest at all. This result, on one hand, brought him a slight breath of relief, as at least his daughter was not deceived by the miraculous anomaly from that distant planet or the blind adoration prevalent aboard the ship. She still maintained her recognition of the orthodox elite. This aligned with the Wilson family's consistent stance and investments. However, on the other hand, it brought deeper sorrow and weight upon him, for Brandt's directive remained unchanged. Whether Annie liked it or not, this task would likely fall upon her shoulders in the end. The thought of sending his daughter to carry out such a sordid task, one that involved deceit and exploitation, to approach someone she fundamentally looked down upon, filled Martin with a suffocating heartache. The internal struggle felt like two beasts tearing at each other. The fear of Brandt, the obedience to the fleet's interests, and his love for his daughter left him in a quandary. Ultimately, the cold reality and long-standing dread of power prevailed. He inhaled deeply, striving to keep his voice calm and unruffled, interrupting Annie's daydreams of mechanical immortality. Annie, Mr. Brandt has new instructions. He paused, gauging his daughter's reaction, believing that she was the most suitable candidate for establishing a personal connection with Lu Zhao. Therefore, you need to approach him proactively, gain his trust, and ideally, make him develop feelings for you. The air in the dojo instantly thickened. The excitement and longing on Annie's face shattered like fragile glass, replaced by incredulous shock, swiftly transforming into humiliated rage. What? Her voice shot up, piercing the tranquility of the dojo. You want me to use charm on that delivery worker who just got lucky? Father, what do you take me for? A tool to be used at will. Annie forcefully threw the towel onto the ground. Her chest heaved violently, and the blue of her eyes burned with flames of anger. I refuse. Absolutely not. You cannot make me. Annie, this is for the benefit of the Federation. Martin attempted to explain, his voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of pleading. Don't talk to me about the Federation's interests. Annie interrupted him, her agitation palpable. Is this what you call interests? Forcing me to sacrifice my dignity? I will not agree. Find someone else. With that, she turned her back on her father, storming away with a gust, forcefully slamming the heavy alloy door of the dojo. A deafening sound echoed, leaving Martin to stand alone in the empty training hall, his complexion pale, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. A new day dawned, as expected, upon the silent earth. At the Kiminghao Core viewing square, the main screen remained fixated on Lu Zhao's movements. Many had grown accustomed to beginning their day by checking on what this sole representative of Earth was doing. In the live broadcast, Lu Zhao was engaged in light exercises in front of the Tianhai City Library, dressed in a new black tracksuit that accentuated his smooth and powerful muscle lines. He then began his morning run. Initially, the people aboard the Ark did not pay much attention. Is he exercising again? Didn't he receive a serum to enhance his physique? Perhaps it's just a habit to maintain his condition. They commented casually, noting how effortlessly he seemed to run. However, as time passed, they gradually sensed something amiss. Lu Zhao's speed did not diminish with the increasing distance. Rather, it accelerated. His strides were steady and powerful, each push off the ground releasing astonishing energy. His figure transformed into a black arrow, swiftly traversing the open city streets. The distance from his starting point had already surpassed 10 kilometers. His breathing remained steady, with scarcely a bead of sweat visible on his forehead. As Lu Zhao finally broke through a somewhat desolate greenbelt, he was met with the sight of a vast complex of buildings, embodying a modern and technological aesthetic. The entire Kiminghao was instantly abuzz. Although the enormous sign was covered in dust, it was still discernible. Yuntian City East Cloud Valley Data Center. A data center? What would he possibly want there? Apart from servers and computers, what else could exist? Yet, he undoubtedly had a purpose. Look, he has entered. The atmosphere aboard the Ark gradually ignited. After enduring a series of events, including arduous study in the library, miraculous feats at the pharmaceutical factory, and bare-handed bear confrontations, everyone understood that each seemingly ordinary action of Lu Zhao could conceal astonishing intentions. He would never squander time on meaningless wandering. Under the gaze of thousands of mixed emotions, shock, confusion, and intense curiosity, Lu Zhao hesitated not for a moment. Harnessing immense strength, he directly destroyed the electronic lock at the main entrance of the data center, his figure vanishing into the shadows of a building that housed vast amounts of data and information, now eerily silent. A strong premonition seized every onlooker. After spending 2 frenzied days absorbing theoretical knowledge, Lu Zhao was finally ready to take action. Chapter 36. Lu Zhao is overreaching. Inside the data center, thousands of server cabinets stood like cold metallic tombstones, neatly arranged in a vast expanse stretching to the horizon. Lu Zhao stood in the control room of the Cloud Valley Data Center, where enormous arrays of servers emitted a low hum, maintained by backup power, their indicator lights flickering like stars. He needed an utterly reliable, completely obedient, intelligent assistant. While planning the blueprint for the 3rd-generation steel battlesuit, Lu Zhao clearly recognized 3 core challenges. First, the synthesis of a new composite metal material. Second, a miniaturized palladium element reactor. And third, a highly intelligent control system. The first 2 involved extensive industrial processes and resource integration, which could not be accomplished overnight. The latter, a powerful intelligent system, if realized first, would not only significantly assist the development of the former 2, but also become his most capable ally on this desolate planet. It could process vast amounts of data, perform simulations, and even control remote devices. The existing AI models, such as DeepSea and GPT, might possess advantages in generality and data breadth. And Jarvis had not even fallen behind the era's top AI models. However, their underlying code was not of Lu Zhao's creation, containing unknown backdoors, algorithmic biases, or inherent logical flaws. Faced with the stakes of his own survival, Lu Zhao could not afford to risk any potential pitfalls. Thus, he chose a seemingly more primitive yet far more controllable path to build a brand new, pure, and absolutely loyal intelligence system, Jarvis, based on the mature framework provided by the system in his mind, which had withstood the test of time. The Cloud Valley Data Center in Yuntian City, once a repository for the vast memories of the internet, would become the cradle for Jarvis's birth, with its most advanced servers and chips. Lu Zhao sat before the control panel, the cold glow of the screen illuminating his serene face. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless curious onlookers aboard the Ark fleet, Lu Zhao did something that left everyone stunned. Without hesitation, his long fingers flew across the keyboard, calling forth commands of the highest authority, entering formatting instructions. Warning, this operation will erase all data in the database and cannot be recovered. Do you confirm? Yes. The progress bar began to scroll rapidly, in silence. The vast and complex information stored by human civilization at this juncture, from the clamor of social media to the secrets of research institutions, from global audiovisual libraries to trivial personal memories, was utterly obliterated. It transformed into the purest blank canvas of zeros and ones. What is he doing? He cleared the database? Why? There might still be useful information in there. Did he go through all the trouble to find the data center just to commit destruction? The people aboard the Ark exchanged bewildered glances, utterly failing to comprehend this act of self-destruction. In the circle of fate, Charles Brandt watched the progress bar indicating data deletion reach 100, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He instinctively adjusted his posture, raising his cup for a sip, only to find his fingertips trembling imperceptibly. He was nearly afflicted with Lu Zhao PTSD. Whenever this young man embarked on actions he could not understand, particularly those involving destruction or reset, an intense unease would grip him. This feeling was more distressing than facing inquiries from the council, for he could not predict what Lu Zhao would unveil next that might shatter his understanding. Su Shiweqing remained silently fixated on the screen, her cold eyes reflecting the flowing light of the code. As Lu Zhao emptied the database and began typing new lines of entirely novel, structurally distinct foundational code in this blank environment, her pupils dilated sharply, with the instinct of a top scientist and a profound understanding of programming languages. Su Shiweqing instantly realized what Lu Zhao was doing. He was not invoking any existing programs. He was starting from scratch, constructing an entirely new intelligent core. En procédant à architecture. This is impossible, Su Shiweqing nearly whispered. Rationality told her of the immense workload involved, yet the undeniable reality before her contradicted that. Almost simultaneously, all public broadcast channels of the Kimminghao and the entire Ark fleet erupted with the familiar, clear voice of the guide, Elena. This was a newly established segment called Deep Space Observation, aimed at interpreting events happening in the live broadcast from Earth and featuring an expert hotline. Fellow citizens of the Ark, we have observed that the target, Lu Zhao, is engaged in a series of complex operations at the Cloud Valley Data Center in Yuntian City. Remarkably, he has just cleared all stored information from that data center and appears to be writing entirely new program code. Elena's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible confusion. As soon as she finished speaking, the indicator lights for the expert hotline began to flash frantically. All right, we will immediately connect with an expert who has just joined us. Sir, what is your interpretation of Lu Zhao's actions at this moment? On the other end of the channel, a processed, slightly agitated electronic voice spoke rapidly. I am, an anonymous researcher in AI foundational architecture. Based on my observations, Lu Zhao's behavioral pattern is by no means a simple program invocation or modification. He is building the most fundamental logic. This is essentially creating a new intelligent entity from scratch, a brand new artificial intelligence model. The words of this anonymous expert struck the Ark like cold water poured into a boiling pot, instantly igniting a greater wave of shock. Creating AI? By himself? From scratch? What a ridiculous notion. What immense knowledge and structural capability would that require? No wonder he cleared the database. He needed an absolutely clean womb to nurture his creation. This is utterly insane, yet it is also exhilarating. The discussions nearly overturned every observation deck, with supporters proclaiming this as yet another feat of genius. Skeptics assert that this is a sheer waste of time. We must acknowledge, an anonymous expert adds, with a hint of bitterness in their tone, that the existing AI large models, such as DeepSea and GPT, are the culmination of the world's foremost teams, having expended countless resources and time and undergone innumerable iterations to reach their current level. Even if Zhao is indeed a once-in-a-century genius, the prospect of catching up to or even surpassing these advancements single-handedly within a short span is nearly an insurmountable task. His time is far too precious. His final statement struck a chord with many. The countdown to the arrival of the cosmic storm, Gaia's shadow, stands at a mere 359 days. Every moment is fraught with urgency. Yet, Zhao is dedicating his energy to a project that appears remote and not of immediate concern: the Prometheus fleet. Inside a lavishly decorated private lounge, Annie languidly reclines on a sofa, observing Zhao on the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard with unwavering focus. A wave of secretive vexation surges within her, a chill covering her delicate features. Overreaching. The most advanced and powerful AI can only emerge from the hands of elites like Osman, who possess profound technical foundations and top-tier resources. How could one individual, in a forsaken data center, with outdated hardware, expect to create miracles? Annie disdainfully purses her lips, as if speaking to herself. She gently sways her wine glass, narrowing her eyes. Zhao, you may possess some talent in other areas, but in the realm of AI, you will forever fall short of the technological barriers held by true elites. Chapter 37. A stunning visual that captivates all of humanity. In the main control room of the data center, silence reigns terrifyingly. Only the sound of Zhao's fingers striking the keyboard breaks the stillness. Initially, individual keystrokes can be discerned, but soon, the sounds merge into a continuous, heart-stopping hum. His fingers blur across the keyboard, moving at a speed that surpasses the limits of human vision. On the screen, lines of code refresh at a torrent-like pace, structured simply and logically, exuding a cold yet efficient aesthetic. They autonomously extend and construct as if imbued with life. This is the core architecture of the Jarvis AI, including the autonomous learning module and the foundational protocols for interaction with the external world, being created from nothing at an unfathomable speed. The Ring of Fate. The technical advisory team, representing several parties, from a moment Zhao begins typing the first line of code, initiates the highest specification of screen recording and analysis programs, striving to replicate and dissect frame by frame. However, as Zhao accelerates, their expressions grow increasingly grim. The officer cannot capture, a technician reports hoarsely. His input speed exceeds our imaging equipment's maximum frame rate, and the logic of the code is highly erratic, lacking redundancy and comments. Even if we capture segments, they are difficult to comprehend and reproduce. What does that mean? A Western representative frowns. It means a nearby technical advisor summarizes helplessly that until he stops, we have no idea what he is writing, nor can we assess whether this code is valid or if he is merely scribbling nonsense. This outcome quickly spreads within the Ring of Fate, igniting hushed whispers. Yamamoto Ichiro, representing the East, observes Charles Brandt's darkening expression and, eager to appease, leans in and whispers, "Mr. Brandt, do you think this Zhao, having expended such effort and time, has produced an AI that may not even rival the original GPT? That would be a monumental farce." Brandt, upon hearing this, casts a cold glance at Yamamoto, his eyes reflecting disdain akin to viewing a fool. He is cunning, but not foolish. The technology of the original GPT is now deemed obsolete. A seasoned programmer could construct something similar. How could a prodigy like Zhao squander time on such a meaningless endeavor? He irritatedly waves his hand, signaling Yamamoto to silence, and refocuses his gaze on the screen, his inner unease spreading like a toxic vine. As time progresses aboard the Ark, the initial novelty gradually fades. Observing Zhao tirelessly tapping away at the keyboard like a robot, most ordinary passengers lose interest. After all, watching someone type, no matter how absurdly fast, pales in comparison to the earlier thrill of tearing apart a colossal bear and injecting serum to evolve. People redirect their attention to their pressing survival concerns, calculating the dwindling energy credits and fretting over the next ration, or numbly heading toward the power matrix to commence another round of forced labor cycling on bicycles. Even Su Xueqing, who had been closely monitoring Lu Zhao, becomes distracted, glancing at the screen while perusing personal terminal data related to micro-expression analysis and subconscious behavior. She views Lu Zhao as a subject of study, attempting to decipher the enigmatic depths of his inner world through his subtle expressions and body language. However, Lu Zhao's demeanor remains tranquil, his gaze focused like two deep wells, revealing almost no effective information. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Just as nearly everyone has grown accustomed to the incessant hum of the keyboard in the background, the sound abruptly ceases. Lu Zhao's hands leave the keyboard. He takes a deep breath and then, under the watchful eyes of all humanity, presses the enter key, signifying final confirmation. The massive screens in the control room suddenly dim. It is as if the very heart of the data center has ceased to beat, almost instantaneously, before anyone could react. All indicators on the screen flash in an uncanny and synchronized rhythm, like the breathing of countless stars. The immense server array beside it hums with a newfound soul, resonating with rhythm and power. A gentle, clear, and perfectly electronic synthetic voice emanates from the data center's built-in speakers, sounding neither loud nor ornate, yet echoing crisply throughout the expansive control room and, via the live broadcast signal, instantly permeating every corner of the distant Ark fleet. Good afternoon, sir. Jarvis. Pleased to serve you. Initializing system, completing self-diagnostic, connecting external devices. Computational resources are abundant, ready to heed your commands. A mere few sentences, devoid of any elaborate feature demonstrations, plunge the entire teeming vessel, and indeed the entire Ark fleet, into an eerie, deathly silence. Countless individuals cycling instinctively halt, mouths agape, staff distributing food freeze mid-motion, spoons suspended in the air. Arguments dissolve as people forget their topics. Almost everyone who hears this voice feels a jolt of electricity surge from their spine to their brain. Has it succeeded? Has Lu Zhao truly accomplished this? In the span of a mere 5 hours, all alone on this forsaken death planet, he has created an artificial intelligence that sounds so mature, stable, and even imbued with an ineffable touch of humanity. How is this possible? The ring of fate. Bologna's brows were tightly knitted, his fingers unconsciously gripping the armrest with such force that it seemed they might crush it. The turmoil and unease within him burned like a wildfire. He was terrified, terribly afraid that Lu Zhao would succeed once more. Each success meant that the value and threat of this pawn would escalate exponentially. Su Xueqing had unknowingly held her breath. Her cold gaze fixed firmly on the profile of Lu Zhao displayed on the screen, attempting to glean some insight from the subtle shifts in his expression. Was it tension? Anticipation? Or was he, as always, calm and collected? She found herself unexpectedly anxious, a slight sweat forming in her palms. It was a fervor mingled with the zeal of scientific inquiry and the anticipation of unknown outcomes. In that moment, they transcended the endless sea of stars. Countless eyes, regardless of their emotions, were waiting for Lu Zhao, or rather, for his newly birthed creation, Zhao, to reveal its capabilities. On the screen, the corners of Lu Zhao's mouth subtly lifted, forming a faint arc. Then, with a calm and unwavering voice, he issued the first formal command. Zhao, search for all drones. Bionic humanoid robots, mechanical dogs, and other intelligent mobile terminals within the range of Tianhai City that are still online or can be activated by wireless signals. Obtain control permissions and instruct them to gather at the plaza in front of the Yunga Data Center building at the fastest speed. Command confirmed. Sir, Zhao responded immediately. The tone still steady, yet somehow imbued with an unusual sense of emotional depth rather than mechanical coldness. Scanning city wireless network nodes to mark available devices and attempt permission overrides. Sir, please review this troop as the Emperor would. Zhao's execution efficiency was astonishing. Within mere seconds of the command being issued, The main screen of the Ark began to display noticeable changes in the small windows, showcasing various corners of Tianhai City. A household drone wobbled as it flew out from a balcony of a residential building, skillfully avoiding obstacles and soaring into the sky. In a shopping mall window, a beautifully designed bionic robot suddenly lit up its blue eyes and, taking somewhat stiff yet purposeful strides, crashed through the glass door and stepped onto the street. Deep within a factory warehouse, several industrial mechanical dogs, previously in a dormant state, had their indicator lights flickering, rising to their feet like hounds catching a scent. They dashed out the door with agility. From office desks, park benches, to even the trunk of an abandoned vehicle, a variety of drones, robots, and mechanical dogs, of all shapes and sizes, seemed to be awakened by an invisible force. They converged from every corner of the city towards the same destination, the plaza in front of the Yunga data center building. "Oh my God, look, they are moving. All of them," someone in the Ark Plaza exclaimed, pointing at the screen in shock. "The control is astonishing. How many devices is it controlling simultaneously? Quick, look at that bionic robot. Its movements are becoming increasingly fluid. It is learning and adapting. This is not something that a pre-programmed sequence can achieve. This is true self-adaptation and collective coordination." The intelligence level of Zhao is undoubtedly on par with any top-tier AI model currently available. Gasps of astonishment, exclamations of admiration, and incredulous discussions erupted throughout the various corners of the Ark. This scene, reminiscent of countless rivers flowing into the sea, was more persuasive than any words could convey. What Zhao demonstrated was not merely simple command execution. It was real-time perception of complex environments, seamless compatibility with heterogeneous devices, and precise coordination of collective behavior. The intelligence level represented behind this was already on par with the most advanced AI models like DeepSea and GPT present on the fleet, and in some aspects, it appeared even more effortless. Lu Zhao stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the control room, gazing down at the ever-growing mechanical army in the plaza below. His expression calm, reminiscent of a king reviewing his subjects. Chapter 38. Integrating Resources, Building a Sci-Fi City. Lu Zhao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the data center, his gaze steady as he surveyed the increasingly amassed mechanical army in the plaza below. Drones, bionic robots, and mechanical dogs crowded together, their array of indicator lights flickering in a mesmerizing display. Their numbers were approaching 30,000. They remained silent. It seemed to harbor boundless power, awaiting their king's command. "Zhao," Lu Zhao began, his voice resonating clearly in the spacious control room. "Sir," came the gentle and swift reply. "Commence base construction with the Yunga data center as the core." Lu Zhao issued a second, more extensive and complex command. "First, prioritize the construction of a fully equipped dust-free factory with metallurgy fine processing, forging, and casting capabilities, while simultaneously gathering industrial equipment and raw materials from across the city. Second, establish a large food reserve, systematically collecting all edible resources within Tianhai City for classification, preservation, and storage. Third, rebuild a library on this site, larger in scale, consolidating all the books in the city, particularly those in the fields of technology, engineering, and material science. Fourth, integrate medical resources to establish a fully functional hospital, including a comprehensive medical research facility, collecting all medical equipment and pharmaceutical raw materials. In addition to these foundational infrastructures, Lu Zhao paused momentarily, then continued in an orderly fashion. "I also need to plan my personal living area, including a living room, a wardrobe, and a swimming pool. In terms of energy, prioritize the deployment of photovoltaic and solar energy systems, and establish large-scale power storage units." Finally, he gazed out at the desolate outline of the city, reserve ample open space, ensuring that the entire base possesses earthquake and flood resistance capabilities, as well as establishing basic electronic protective barriers to prevent wildlife intrusion. The commands were detailed and meticulous, encompassing every aspect necessary for the emergence of a civilization. Almost immediately after Lu Zhao's words fell, Zhao responded, "Sir, the preliminary construction plan has been generated. Please review." A drone hovering outside the window quietly approached. Its underbelly emitted a soft beam of light, precisely projecting onto the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window in front of Lu Zhao. In an instant, a detailed, three-dimensional planning diagram was revealed. The lines were clear, the structure rational, with different functional areas distinguished by color, even annotating preliminary material requirements and construction timelines. Those watching the live broadcast on the Ark couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Look at that planning diagram. The zoning is clear, the flow is reasonable. This AI is something else. It's not just a stack of functions. Look at the buffer zone design between the living area and the industrial area and the reserved green spaces. It's very forward-thinking. This Zhao doesn't feel like a program. It resembles a seasoned urban planner combined with an all-purpose steward. In response to such praise, Su Xueqing nodded slightly. Indeed, the proposal put forth by Zhao was not only efficient, but also exuded an ineffable sense of human consideration. It lacked the rigid functionality typical of ordinary AI. Some experts engaged in environmental design and civil engineering couldn't help but whisper their admiration. The application of structural mechanics is exceptionally clever, especially the reinforcement design of the underground portion, which saves materials while ensuring strength. The functional layout adheres to optimal flow principles, with logistics and pedestrian paths intersecting very little. This design foundation is profound. The overall style combines practicality with a sense of futurism, remarkably without sacrificing aesthetics. This AI has a keen sense of beauty. At that moment, an expert's voice, connected to the public channel, exclaimed incredulously, "Incredible. Just now, we instructed mainstream large models, such as DeepSea and GPT, on the fleet to perform simulation planning using the same commands. The results, in terms of the integrity of the proposals, attention to detail, and optimization of resource allocation, were vastly inferior to what Jarvis provided. Some models even presented proposals that were clearly perfunctory and pieced together. This comparison has once again stirred quite a commotion on the Ark. 5 hours. An AI built from scratch has proven to be superior to our large models that have been iterated upon for years with global collaboration. This is no longer merely a prodigy. It is a true marvel. How is his intellect shaped? Lu Zhao's value is likely far greater than we can imagine." At this moment, an expert from the East raised a question. However, Lu Zhao's database equipment is relatively outdated, and the hardware foundation is nowhere near that of our fleet's supercomputing center. How could Jarvis possibly achieve such high-level intelligence on such a rudimentary foundation? At that moment, a cool and familiar female voice echoed through the expert connection. The reason may be quite simple. The key lies in algorithmic efficiency rather than hardware accumulation. The underlying code written by Lu Zhao may be optimized beyond our imagination. He has chosen a path of excellence through refinement, rather than relying on brute force computation. It is akin to a master craftsman who can create a masterpiece with ordinary tools. The essence lies in the artistry itself. It was the voice of Su Xueqing. Her explanation was clear and profound, prompting renewed admiration from the audience. Academician Su is right. It is a difference in mindset. We have become overly reliant on hardware, neglecting the fundamental aspect of algorithm optimization. Lu Zhao is pioneering a new path for AI development. Su Xueqing gazed at Lu Zhao's silhouette, intently studying the planning diagram, her cool features betraying a hint of emotion. Undoubtedly, Lu Zhao has once again created a miracle. Not only has he steadfastly survived against the odds, but he has also taken steps towards self-rescue through his astonishing talent. This determination and capability left her somewhat shaken in front of the Yungu data center. As Lu Zhao confirmed the directives for the plan, the silent mechanical army sprang to life. The bionic robot squads were the first to mobilize, clearly delineating their tasks as they began utilizing on-site materials and structurally modifying existing buildings to construct the framework for a dust-free factory. Another group operated cutting and welding equipment with precision. Mechanical dogs roamed the city streets in packs, efficiently transporting collected industrial machinery, metallic raw materials, and cables back to base. Thanks to their formidable load-bearing and off-road capabilities, drone formations buzzed like diligent worker bees, swiftly transporting small to medium-sized components, precision instruments, as well as books and medicines. Even more astonishingly, the abandoned new energy vehicles in the city had their core intelligent driving systems remotely activated by Jarvis. One by one, the unmanned cars lit up their headlights, orderly navigating the streets to join the transportation effort, becoming the backbone of ground transport. The entire Tianhai city resembled a colossal anthill, with countless worker ants diligently scurrying towards a common goal under the command of the queen, Jarvis. Lu Zhao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at this grand and orderly construction scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. It further validated that prioritizing the creation of Jarvis was an immensely wise decision. Now, he merely needed to speak to integrate the remaining resources of Tianhai City, transforming his vision into reality without the need to run about for meals or spend hours in the library for a book, or shuttle between pharmaceutical factories and hospitals for serum production. Soon, he would possess a fully functional base, a comfortable personal residence, and ample supplies, completely alleviating any concerns regarding food, shelter, and transportation. Next, he could truly focus on his forthcoming endeavors. His gaze swept past the rising buildings, turning towards the distant, blood-red sky. Lu Zhao's eyes regained their sharpness and depth. Chapter 39. What Lu Zhao has created is no longer a miracle, but a divine phenomenon. In the Ring of Destiny, Charles Brandt fixed his gaze on the main screen, displaying the orderly, silver tide of the bionic robot army. The tension in his back relaxed imperceptibly by a fraction of a millimeter as he quietly exhaled a breath of relief. He had just received the latest evaluation report from the technical team. According to the data analysis, the Jarvis AI created by Lu Zhao within 5 hours has yet to surpass the latest version of the GPT model owned by the North American Federation, which has undergone years of iteration. Not yet surpassed. Brandt mentally repeated the phrase, a bitter smile curling his lips. The absence of surpassing does not imply that Lu Zhao is any less formidable. On the contrary, it highlights his astounding potential. Without any team support, lacking top-tier computational resources, relying solely on self-study and scattered information, he has built a strong artificial intelligence that is capable of rivaling the pinnacle of human intelligence in just 5 hours. This is beyond mere genius. It is the work of a divine hand. What if he were given more time? What if he had access to a more comprehensive knowledge system? What if he allowed the AI he possesses to start self-iterating? Wouldn't that ensure the surpassing of all existing general AI models? It could very well happen in the next moment. Brandt could almost hear the frantic pounding of his heart within his chest, heavy and disordered. He instinctively raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Qingtian across the aisle. Their gazes collided and quickly separated, the speed so swift it felt like an illusion. Yet in that fleeting moment, both perceived the undeniable, lingering shock reflected in each other's eyes. It was a tremor born from a rational understanding being thoroughly upended, despite their opposing stances in this instant. They shared an almost unanimous awe for the extraordinary talent that Lu Zhao had displayed. Their gazes parted, and both quickly resumed their political poker faces. Yet the tumultuous waves, rising within them, had yet to settle. On the Prometheus fleet, within the core research chamber, Annie Wilson stared blankly at the screen. The report regarding Osmond Howard's cybernetic colonization progress had slipped from her hands and fallen to the ground unnoticed. The color drained from her exquisitely delicate face. Her lips parted slightly, yet no sound emerged. The intelligent AI's scaled-up bionic robot legion, Lu Zhao, has not only showcased miracles in the field of biological genetics, but has also displayed equally astonishing and prodigious talent in artificial intelligence and automated industry. This all-encompassing, overwhelming gift has profoundly shaken her long-held belief in the superiority of elite genius. A blend of defeat, disbelief, and an undercurrent of fear surged within her. Yet just seconds later, Annie took a deep breath, bent down, and somewhat awkwardly picked up the report from the ground, gripping it tightly, her knuckles turning pale. "This is nothing," she murmured softly to herself, as though persuading her own thoughts, her gaze sharpening with a resolute intensity. The cybernetic armor of Aosaman represented a flawless amalgamation of biological nerves and mechanical prowess, embodying an interstellar technology that transcended eras. It was a grand endeavor to elevate individual existence to higher dimensions. Despite Lu Zhao's remarkable abilities, he merely replicated and pursued the technological pathways already established. At best, he was astonishingly fast, yet fundamentally, he was akin to a grain of rice, unable to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. She forcibly suppressed the images of Lu Zhao in her mind, redirecting her full attention to the briefing regarding the latest data on Aosaman Hewitt. Only there could she reclaim the familiar sense of superiority and control. In Tianhai City, at the Yunga data center, Lu Zhao was oblivious to the myriad discussions and complex emotions swirling around him from across the starry sea. He casually moved his neck, feeling the harmonious synergy of his abundant energy and a clear mind. "Sir, your steak is cooked to medium, accompanied by an iced Americano. Enjoy your meal." A modified, caterpillar-tracked robot, equipped with dexterous mechanical arms, glided smoothly to his side. On the tray held by the mechanical arm lay a sizzling steak and a coffee adorned with droplets of condensation. The gentle yet precise electronic voice of Zhao resonated within the room. Lu Zhao consumed his meal swiftly, despite his boundless energy. Replenishing it was essential. Upon finishing, he seized the iced Americano and took a generous sip. The frigid liquid coursed down his throat, stimulating his nerves and sharpening his already agile mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and approached the control panel made up of numerous colossal screens. Lu Zhao sat down, extending his hands, his long fingers poised over the keyboard. What was he about to do? Was he truly planning to commence the iteration of that AI immediately after his meal? My goodness, could he possibly begin upgrading Zhao now? At the Arc Core viewing plaza, onlookers witnessed Lu Zhao return to the main control computer. The previously settled emotions surged once more, rippling through the crowd with gasps and speculation. Some knowledgeable technicians went pale, realizing the implications. If he were to initiate the iteration optimization of Zhao now, an AI expert urgently connected for interpretation spoke incredulously through the sound system, stating that theoretically, it was possible for Zhao to achieve breakthroughs in short time, potentially surpassing the current DeepSea and GPT. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Within the circle of fate, Charsi Bulanti's expression darkened instantaneously, his brows furrowing tightly into a furrowed line. He fixed his somber gaze upon Lu Zhao's silhouette on the screen. Surpassing GPT, if he truly accomplished this, what would it signify? It would mean the North American Federation's long-held technological supremacy in artificial intelligence would come crashing down in the hands of a survivor from an abandoned planet. According to the supplementary clauses of the Fangzhou, Xinjiang, and the joint declarations of various nations, any member state achieving a significant technological breakthrough during the prolonged journey would receive corresponding technological points, directly influencing future resource allocation, discourse power, and even priority in resident selection within the new star system. The nation's attitudes shifted after witnessing Lu Zhao's astonishing value in the evolution serum, subsequently declaring rescue plans. Motivated by the intense competition for these potential, immense technological points, Su Xueqing's esteemed position as a member of the Republic's Academy of Sciences within the ARC Alliance stemmed from her substantial technological points accrued as a designer of critical systems. Should Lu Zhao also achieve a groundbreaking advancement in AI, naturally, the Republic would lose technological points. However, Lu Zhao's identity as a Republic citizen tilted the advantage in their favor. A considerable gain for the Republic in this technology would shift the balance, severely challenging the North American Federation's status. Bulanti felt a throbbing in his temples as countless dreadful possibilities and countermeasures flashed through his mind. Anxiety and restlessness gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. Just as turmoil engulfed him, Lu Zhao's hands paused over the keyboard. Bulanti was taken aback, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. He was not alone. All ARC residents, breathlessly watching the screen, were equally stunned. How much time had passed? Was it even 3 minutes? Had the iteration concluded? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An AI nearing GPT in just 3 minutes? What an interstellar jest. An absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced in the minds of all present, followed by a sense of overwhelming absurdity. For what Lu Zhao had achieved was not merely a miracle. It was a divine feat. Chapter 40. New material makes steel. Commencing the manual fabrication of the Iron Man armor. Amidst the uproar aboard the Ark, everyone was left bewildered, mistakenly believing Lu Zhao had completed an extraordinary AI iteration in 3 minutes. Yet, on the screen, Lu Zhao merely moved his fingers calmly and posed a different inquiry. Zhao, how much longer until the smelting furnace and dust-free factory are completed? Sir, the main structure is 85% complete, with equipment debugging proceeding in tandem. It is expected to be fully operational in approximately 9 hours and 37 minutes. Zhao chuckled lightly. Perhaps, sir, you could take a break. As you have been working all day. Zhao smiled and shook his head, stating that once construction was finished, he would initiate the smelting process immediately. I have just input the raw material ratio data, and it will be strictly executed according to that formula. The command has been confirmed, sir. Zhao paused for a fraction of a second, seemingly scanning the vast formula data. It detected that the alloy formula was a novel combination, with no matching records in the database. Sir, shall we assign a name to this new alloy? Zhao displayed no signs of surprise. What he had just manually input was the core material from the Iron Man Mark III armor technology redeemed from the system. A titanium alloy that resolved the fatal flaw of ice formation at high altitudes in the second-generation armor, along with its improved synthesis process. Choosing to input it manually was purely due to the complexity of the formula involving dozens of metallic elements and their precise ratios, along with intricate smelting parameters, rendering it excessively lengthy. In contrast to verbal commands, manual input proved to be the most efficient method. After a brief contemplation, Zhao replied calmly, "Let's name it Make Steel." The name was directly derived from the codename of the Iron Man armor, simple and straightforward. Among those watching the live broadcast on the Ark, there arose a feeling of both hilarity and exasperation. Following this was a wave of absurdity and a desire to jest. "You scare me. I thought he had upgraded the AI to the future in 3 minutes. Turns out he was just inputting a new material formula. But his speed is astonishing, like playing the piano. It left me dazed. What a false alarm. But what exactly is this Make Steel? Sounds quite impressive. What does he intend to do with such special steel? Build houses? That seems unnecessary." In the public channel, the expert who had been urgently connected also conveyed a hint of bemusement, yet quickly shifted to professional curiosity. "It appears to be a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhao has input a brand new metal synthesis formula. While we cannot currently assess the specific properties of Make Steel, it is evidently a crucial material for his next course of action. Given his previous performance, it is impossible that it is merely for construction. We need to observe further." Fate's ring. Charles Brandt leaned heavily against the chair back, instinctively loosening his collar, feeling his breath become significantly smoother. An indescribable sense of relief surged within him. Thank goodness. He silently rejoiced. As long as that damned AI had not instantaneously iterated beyond GPT, it was indeed splendid news. As for that Mark Yang, he was utterly indifferent. Brandt even allowed a smirk of unabashed disdain to curve his lips. Mark Yang. The name certainly had a resounding ring to it. Yet, it is well known that the Omega titanium tantalum composite, synthesized in our federal laboratories, represents the current limit of physical strength. The outer metal surface of the Ark fleet employs this composite. Its only drawback is its weight. But for the Ark fleet, this is hardly a disadvantage. Therefore, Brandt truly did not believe that Zhao, on Earth, with a makeshift furnace, could forge anything astonishing. Could it possibly exceed the top-tier materials developed with global collaboration? What piqued his interest more was Zhao's purpose. Collecting resources, constructing a base, and now hastily aiming to refine special steel. What exactly was he aspiring to create? Meanwhile, Zhao Qingtian directed his inquisitive gaze towards Su Xueqing, his eyes reflecting the same question. A flicker of light appeared in Su Xueqing's cool eyes as she spoke softly. He now possesses a powerful, intelligent steward and control center like Jarvis. The next step must inevitably involve physical expansion and reinforcement. Refining exclusive high-performance materials is fundamental for constructing precision equipment. Considering his previous display of keen interest in engineering and mechanics, Su Xueqing paused briefly before offering a reasonable conjecture. "I believe he is likely preparing to manufacture advanced intelligent robots, or some form of complex automated engineering equipment. Zhao intends to apply Jarvis's intelligent advantages in reality, unleashing greater potential." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtian nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. If that is indeed the case, it is not a bad thing. At least before the rescue arrives, he will have some capable assistants nearby, even if they are merely robots. They can alleviate some loneliness and address potential risks. However, just as his words fell, Zhao on the screen issued new commands to Jarvis. "Jarvis, display the three-dimensional structural diagram of the palladium element arc reactor." "At once, sir." In the next moment, a drone swiftly approached, its belly beam projecting into the air before Zhao. Instantly, It constructed an extraordinarily complex three-dimensional model filled with intricate components and energy circuits. The ethereal blue glow signified the flow of energy, racing through virtual pipelines and coils, with a tightly wrapped structure at the core radiating a brilliant light. Once again, the people aboard the Ark were stirred by curiosity. Yet this time, it was predominantly confusion. What is this? It looks so complicated. An energy device? A new battery technology? Palladium? That sounds somewhat familiar. Is he attempting to create a generator for himself? But isn't there still electricity in the city? Although unstable. Soon, the expert connection chimed in again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just searched the database. Palladium, as a catalytic material and potential energy carrier, was indeed studied during the Earth era, including the energy release it might achieve under specific conditions. However, this time it was an expert in the energy field. His tone carried a hint of confirmed assurance, even a touch of skepticism. Yet, in terms of energy density, output power, and technological maturity, the palladium element reaction device is far inferior to both mature nuclear fission and even the nuclear fusion technology we are striving to tackle. Within the Ark fleet, such research has long been classified as low-efficiency potential technology, essentially in a state of semi-abandonment. To put it bluntly, what Mr. Liu Zhao is currently researching may be a relatively outdated technological route in the energy sector. This explanation was broadcasted, leaving many who had originally harbored high hopes for Liu Zhao feeling a wave of shock and disappointment. It turns out that even Liu Zhao can make erroneous judgments or be limited at times. Fate's ring. Listening to the expert's resolute conclusions and the rapid responses from his technical team confirming this viewpoint, the smile on Charles Brandt's face could no longer be contained. It was almost overflowing. This was the most comfortable and relaxed moment he had experienced in days. Finally, the one who continuously created miracles, seemingly omnipotent Liu Zhao, had finally revealed his ordinary and even backward side. He could never have imagined that the energy technology path chosen by Liu Zhao was one that had essentially been sentenced to death by the mainstream academic community. Brandt could even clearly hear snippets of discussions from the audience in the Ark Square transmitted through external listening channels. What? Outdated technology? After all this, he's researching something obsolete? I'm a bit disappointed. I thought he would produce some cutting-edge energy technology. Is he perhaps a bit too eager for success? It feels like he's chosen the wrong direction. These voices, to Brandt's ears, sounded like celestial music. It was as if a once lofty deity had finally descended to the mundane. The exhilarating sensation of watching someone potentially stumble into the mire filled him with ease, dissipating much of the pent-up frustration and anxiety he had endured in recent days. Brandt elegantly lifted his cup, savoring a sip that felt sweeter than ever. His gaze returned to the image of Liu Zhao on the screen, tinged with a near-patronizing sense of superiority. However, Brandt and all those who were either openly or subtly ridiculing Liu Zhao's technological misstep would never have anticipated that the palladium element arc reactor technology in Liu Zhao's mind, derived from the system, was worlds apart from what they deemed to be outdated palladium energy research. It was not merely an energy source. It could serve as a miniature superheart embedded within the chest of a battlesuit, providing nearly infinite endurance. Liu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of all the discussions surrounding him. Or rather, even if he were aware, he would care not. He was fully engrossed in examining the reactor's three-dimensional model projected by Jarvis. His fingers occasionally pointed in the air, initiating micro-adjustments to certain structural details. Chapter 41. Liu Zhao will rub humanity's understanding against the ground. The intricate and precise palladium element arc reactor structure diagram quietly hovered in the air. The ethereal blue energy currents intertwined like veins, shimmering. Liu Zhao stood before the enormous three-dimensional projection, his black and white eyes bright as stars. While the people aboard the Ark had yet to comprehend the true purpose of this colossal device, he made his move. His long fingers operated swiftly on the virtual projection. Disassembly, stripping, reassembly. His movements were so rapid they left afterimages, exhibiting a savage fluidity. The seemingly cohesive, complex structure was swiftly dismantled under his hands, resembling obedient building blocks. What was he doing? Dismantling it? How can they not comprehend? The model was just projected. Why is he starting to disassemble it? His speed surpasses even that of his previous typing. As discussions began to arise aboard the Ark, Lu Zhao's actions were nearing completion. Core energy confinement field removed. Secondary stabilization circuit extracted. Redundant heat dissipation structure discarded. One by one, components deemed indispensable by traditional energy experts were decisively dismantled and abandoned by him. The projected reactor structure dramatically simplified at an astonishing rate, as everyone stood in stunned silence. As the mind grappled with the perplexity of why he had disrupted the design, a sudden clap resounded. Lu Zhao's hands swiftly converged at the center. The projection, stripped down to its essence, showcased only the fundamental components of energy generation and constraint units. He forcefully compressed them together. A humming light flickered. Instantly, the structure solidified, stabilizing into a palm-sized, perfectly circular form, emanating a soft and steady blue glow from its core. It quietly hovered above Lu Zhao's palm, compact in structure, with smooth lines, exuding a minimalist yet highly efficient aesthetic. Lu Zhao gazed upon this miniature reactor core, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Success. Jarvis, he spoke calmly, as if merely accomplishing a trivial task. Record this structural model. Upon the establishment of the precision laboratory, prioritize the production of this miniaturized palladium arc reactor. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied almost instantaneously, having completed the analysis. The manufacturing process is clear, material requirements are matched. Success rate, 100. There was a slight pause, as if undertaking deeper calculations, and the electronic voice carried a subtle inflection. Sir, according to simulated operational data, the steady-state energy output of this miniaturized reactor is projected to reach 37 times that of the mainstream shipborne small nuclear fission reactors currently employed by the ARC fleet. Its energy density and conversion efficiency far exceed any known energy technologies. What? Miniaturized? Was he designing for miniaturization just now? My God! A palm-sized reactor with an output power 7 times that of shipborne nuclear reactors. This is impossible. Jarvis's words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, instantly igniting a cacophony of astonishment in the silent ARC plaza. Everyone was dumbfounded by the dramatic turn of events and the shocking data. Just moments ago, they had thought Lu Zhao was toying with outdated technology. Yet, in a matter of minutes, he had achieved a revolutionary leap in technology. No, this cannot be. It contradicts the law of energy conservation. How can such a small volume possibly contain and release energy far exceeding that of a nuclear fission reactor? The nuclear reactors employed by our ARC fleet are already the pinnacle of miniaturization technology. Even the smallest model is comparable in size to a ground vehicle. And that was achieved at the cost of some power. He is practically a star contained within a suitcase. This is utterly anti-science, anti-theory. In the expert connection channel, the specialist who had confidently declared the palladium energy technology obsolete moments ago now spoke with a pitch that betrayed disbelief. His exclamations only fueled the fervor of the scene. Did you hear that? Experts are calling it anti-science. What Lu Zhao has created already necessitates a rewrite of physics textbooks. Who just claimed he was technologically behind? Are you feeling the sting of embarrassment? Was this not the true purpose behind his concoction of Mark steel and the creation of this reactor? What on earth was he trying to build that required such terrifying energy? The crowd erupted. The air was thick with gasps, doubts, and excited discussions. The overwhelming sound threatened to lift the plaza's dome. In the ring of destiny, silence reigned. The expressions of the representatives from various nations were a tapestry of astonishment, horror, greed, and disbelief. The reversal came too swiftly, too violently. What had been deemed obsolete technology in the blink of an eye transformed into a black technology that crushed the highest existing energy sciences. This was no longer simply astonishing. It was a shattering of their cognitive boundaries. Several representatives instinctively whispered to each other, their voices urgent and hushed. Immediately, have our energy team analyze the recordings from just now. Even if it's just the projection structure, we must attempt to reverse engineer it. If such an energy core can be applied to our main vessels, we must acquire it at any cost. Su Shiweqing's cold gaze remained fixed upon the serene figure on the screen. She watched as he casually dispersed the projection of the small reactor, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. The phrase echoed in her mind again, but this time with a completely different sentiment. This was not a distant admiration. It was a chilling realization. The scientific boundaries they had previously understood seemed utterly trivial before this young man. Unbeknownst to Zhao, a storm was brewing across the starry seas due to his actions, and he remained indifferent. He stretched languidly, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound. The formula for marked steel, the configuration for the miniaturized palladium reactor, all were ready. What remained was to await Jarvis's command to the mechanical army to construct the necessary industrial foundation. During this waiting period, Zhao was far from idle. He fully embraced his original intentions, crafting the steel battlesuit while simultaneously accumulating knowledge through reading. He instructed Jarvis to procure several books. Soon, mechanical hounds arrived from all corners of the city, bearing volumes for transport. Engineering, material science, high-energy physics, and propulsion design. Zhao casually selected the top book, Interstellar Medium Dynamics and Curvature Navigation Theory Hypothesis, and leaned against the cold metal wall, opening its pages. His gaze was calm and focused. The steel battlesuit was merely a necessary tool for integrating global resources to confront potential threats. It was a stepping stone toward his ultimate goal. His aim remained crystal clear: to guide this planet beneath his feet away from the cosmic storm of Gaia's shadow. Outside, tens of thousands of mechanical units tirelessly labored. The embryonic form of the base gradually revealed its grand contours beneath the blood-red sky. Inside, the young man who was the architect of it all appeared as unassuming as an ordinary student. Only the rapid flipping of pages indicated that his mind was processing information at an inhuman speed. Movement and stillness. Grand construction and extreme concentration. Together, they formed a bizarre yet awe-inspiring tableau. On the Ark, the clamor gradually subsided. People gazed at the silhouette of the quiet figure absorbed in his reading on the screen, their emotions complex and unarticulated. Zhao had just completed a technological breakthrough capable of altering the energy landscape. Yet at this moment, he could instantly settle his mind, as though nothing had transpired, continuing to absorb knowledge. This contrast was more impactful than any exaggerated performance. A vague suspicion crossed the starry seas, swiftly taking root in people's minds. Zhao's previous actions, seemingly mad and incomprehensible, perhaps were merely a beginning. Chapter 42, Black Widow. A new day dawned. Zhao took a bite of the sandwich in hand, the aroma of the fried egg and bacon flooding his mouth. "Sir," Jarvis's gentle voice echoed in the data center control room. The dust-free factory and precision laboratory were completed at 4:17 a.m. and are now officially in operation. The first smelting of marked steel is underway. The temperature within the metallurgical furnace is stable, and the material reactions align with the expected model. The main screen switched to several real-time images. Within the massive smelting furnace, molten metal bubbled, radiating a dark red glow. In the adjacent dust-free workshop, robotic arms operated with precision, conducting initial component processing. Meanwhile, in the newly established precision laboratory, more complex equipment had been activated, beginning the construction of the palm-sized palladium arc reactor core according to Zhao's optimized designs. According to the current simulation process, the initial smelting and shaping of Make-Gang, as well as the first construction attempt of a miniature palladium element arc reactor, are expected to be completed within 20 hours. Zhao added, with a hint of satisfaction at the efficient operation. Upon hearing this, Zhao nodded slightly. He took a sip of milk and turned to gaze out of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The once desolate area surrounding Yinggu Data Center had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sturdy, elegantly designed factory buildings had risen from the ground. Their silver-gray exteriors glimmered with a cold, hard sheen under the hazy daylight. Further away, the skeletal structures of planned buildings, such as libraries and medical centers, had also begun to take shape. Thousands of drones, bionic robots, and mechanical dogs continued to bustle about like industrious ants, tirelessly navigating between the city and the base, transporting various salvaged equipment, raw materials, and supplies. The entire base was visibly evolving from a mere concept into a fully functional, self-sufficient fortress at an astonishing pace. Retrieving his gaze, Zhao subtly focused his thoughts, and a pale blue attribute panel silently materialized before him. Host, Zhao Talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve, including but not limited to SS-level super soldier serum theory and application. Iron Man Mark III armor technology, basic version, master-level material mechanics, advanced controllable nuclear fusion theory, advanced high-energy particle physics, elite-level electric welding operation and equipment maintenance techniques, advanced engineering control system theory and design. Knowledge points. 12750, current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time. 358 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes, 9 seconds. Knowledge Mall. Open system message. The barriers of knowledge are crumbling before you. After an intense reading session that lasted until deep into the night yesterday, the nearly depleted knowledge points have once again accumulated, surpassing the 10,000 mark. Observing this figure, Lu Zhao's expression remained calm. In the upcoming 20 hours, while awaiting the emergence of Mate Gang and the reactor, he would continue to immerse himself in the sea of books. Given his current efficiency and the remaining volume of readable books, it would not be a challenging task to restore his knowledge points to nearly 30,000. This perfectly embodies his previous dual-pronged strategy, simultaneously utilizing Zhao and the mechanical army to build industrial foundations and gather resources while continuously absorbing knowledge to accumulate currency necessary for exchanging higher-tier technologies. Once the hardware is prepared and the knowledge points are sufficiently stocked, the time will be ripe to realize the next phase of the technological blueprint. Lu Zhao finished his milk in one gulp and reached for the top book from the stack beside him, titled Plasma Propulsion Theory and Applications in Interstellar Navigation. Opening the sturdy cover, he quickly became engrossed in the intricate formulas and theoretical discussions. In the Arc viewing square, the main screen once again displayed Lu Zhao's serene profile as he read. He appeared more composed this time. While the outside world buzzed with activity, he remained steadfast. It was a familiar routine. After each of these intense study sessions, he invariably produced astonishing new developments. Indeed, the last time he finished reading, he had created the serum. The time before that, he had developed Zhao. Who could say what marvels would emerge this time? Regardless, he only needed to wait 20 hours to see whether Mate Gang and the mini-reactor truly lived up to their legendary status. Just wait. He had a strong intuition that this time would not disappoint. Following previous demonstrations, the ordinary residents of the Ark, although perceiving the scene before them as somewhat mundane, no longer dared to hastily conclude that Lu Zhao was engaged in futile endeavors. Instead, a peculiar sense of anticipation permeated the crowd. They understood that this tranquility was merely a pause before the storm, a time for Lu Zhao to gather strength and reflect. The atmosphere within the joint fleet, too, appeared relatively calm. People engaged in discussions, speculating, and awaiting the revelation of the results after 20 hours. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, currents of activity surged in the depths, far beyond the reach of ordinary passengers' perceptions. Various factions were diligently advancing their plans surrounding Lu Zhao, this unique treasure on distant Earth. The countdown for competition had already begun. In the Republic Fleet Command Center, Zhao Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, his face bearing clear signs of fatigue. Yet his spirit was in a heightened state of excitement. Upon seeing Su Xueqing enter, he immediately greeted her with a weary, yet hopeful smile. Xueqing, good news. The preliminary obstacles for the Firefly Project 20 have been cleared. We can attempt to proceed. Su Xueqing's expression remained composed, and she nodded slightly. The efficiency was slightly quicker than expected. She approached the main control console, her gaze sweeping over the complex data streams. This Firefly 20 plan was proposed by her as a backup solution immediately after the unexpected destruction of the first deep space communication relay. The approach was remarkably simple and direct. Abandon the construction of a complex relay network and instead seek to restart the Yungu data center in Tianhai City, hoping to locate the extremely faint signals of server node remnants from the old internet era. The crux of the plan was to send a highly encrypted yet minimal text message to that node. The message, devoid of any technical jargon or complex instructions, simply repeated in Chinese: "We are compatriots. Never have we abandoned you. Please hold on until we return to Earth." Because of its simplicity, the energy and signal strength requirements were significantly reduced, and the risks of interference and detection were correspondingly minimized. The only challenge lay in accurately locating and activating that specific node amidst the long-abandoned and chaotic remnants of Earth's network. We have mobilized all available historical databases and signal analysis resources and have finally pinpointed several potential node ports. Zhao Qingtian pointed to several flickering light points on the screen. Although the signal strength was weak to the point of being negligible, there was theoretically a possibility of establishing a successful connection. Now, it's a matter of whether luck is on our side. Su Xueqing gazed intently at the screen, a flicker of determination crossing her cold eyes. Send it. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, he must know he is not alone. Meanwhile, Mr. Yuanafu, Mr. Shambin, in a highly encrypted quantum communication channel. No one anticipated that the representatives from the East and the Rus Imperium were engaged in a clandestine video conference. Yamamoto Ichiro wore a somewhat humble smile, but his eyes were sharp. The situation had become clear. Both the Republic and the North American Federation possessed the capability and technological reserves to execute the mission of returning to Earth independently. If we do not unite, we will ultimately watch helplessly as Lord Liu Zhao falls under the control of one of them. The losses from that scenario are certainly burdensome for your nation as well. On the other end of the screen, the burly, bearded Rus representative, Yuanafu, listened impassively, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Yamamoto Ichiro maintained his smile, stating, "We can offer the latest developed Sakura-class, experimental, single-soldier, mobile Gundam. Its energy shield and structural integrity, based on simulated calculations, are sufficient to withstand the radiation and gravitational disturbances at the edges of Gaia's shadow for a short time, capable of performing short-range, interstellar jumps directly to Earth." He paused, observing Yuanafu's reaction. "And your nation possesses one of the most powerful thrust capabilities in the current fleet, the Tsar-class heavy launch vehicle. It is capable of directly projecting the Sakura and its essential life supply module into Earth's orbit, thereby eliminating the cumbersome steps and time consumption associated with establishing a transfer station on the moon." Ivanov finally spoke slowly, his voice deep like rolling thunder. "Mr. Yamamoto, our relationship between the Rus and the Republic has always been cordial. Such backstabbing behavior does not bode well." He appeared to hesitate, yet the glint in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Yamamoto Ichiro immediately cursed the greedy Arctic bear in his heart, yet his smile grew even more radiant. "Mr. Ivanov, a person of great ambition does not sweat the small stuff. As long as we successfully collaborate to be the first to reach Earth and establish contact with Liu Zhaojun, then the future sharing of technology and distribution of resources will be easy to negotiate. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to reserve a seat for your side on the Sakura. We can jointly dispatch personnel to execute this historic rescue, or rather, contact mission." Upon hearing about the reserved seat and joint dispatch, Ivanov's fingers ceased their drumming on the table. He broke into a hearty smile. "Haha, Mr. Yamamoto, you truly understand. For the future of humanity, sometimes it is indeed necessary to break the mold. Excellent. We must accept this cooperation." The video conference concluded in a pleasant atmosphere for both parties. As soon as the communication was severed, Ivanov's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a stern demeanor. He immediately commanded his aide beside him, "Go, summon Yelena." Watching the aide depart, Ivanov scoffed at the frozen image of Yamamoto Ichiro's hypocritical smile on the screen. He was determined to secure Liu Zhao, not merely for the alluring technologies, but also for the Rus's voice in the new world order to come. The executor he had chosen, Yelena, appeared to be a communications technician in the Rus fleet, yet her true identity was that of a top-tier agent, codenamed Black Widow. Rigorously trained. Chapter 43. Turning science fiction into reality. Yelena. A cool call echoed in the quiet reading room. A young woman, engrossed in her reading, slightly lifted her head. The simulated sunlight outside cast its glow upon her face, her fair skin seemingly radiating a gentle halo. Her long and captivating emerald eyes resembled the deepest lakes in the Siberian forests. In the ebb and flow of her gaze, clarity entwined with innocence, as if it could easily ensnare any man's soul. She wore a simple white dress, yet did nothing to conceal her perfectly sculpted curves. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, falling to her slender waist. An angelic visage combined with a devilish figure perfectly encapsulates Yelena. She gazed at the stern-faced instructor, Katia, who had just appeared at the door, and displayed a sweet smile laced with just the right amount of dependence. Teacher Katia. Katia, however, regarded Yelena's smile with indifference, her expression remaining unyieldingly cold. She was among the very few who were entirely immune to Yelena's charm and fully aware of its terrifying nature. Katia was not only Yelena's combat and tactical instructor, but also her direct supervisor. No one in the world understood better than her that the seemingly innocent girl before her could incapacitate 10 elite special forces operatives with her bare hands in 3 minutes. Moreover, she was a master of emotional manipulation who could toy with countless elite men at her whim. Those who became her targets, whether immensely wealthy tycoons, technology moguls holding core innovations, or high-ranking officials, ultimately surrendered their wealth, secrets, and even patents willingly. The outcome, however, often led to disgrace and even ruin, and they had never even truly touched the tips of Yelena's fingers. "Mr. Ivanov wishes to see you." Katya's voice conveyed no hint of emotion. A fleeting look of appropriate surprise crossed Yelena's face. "Mr. Ivanov's representative? What does he want with me?" Katya's sharp gaze fixed upon her, slowly articulating 2 words: Lu Zhao. A flicker of understanding passed through Yelena's eyes. She gracefully closed the hefty tome of Ming history before her. From the moment the Rus Empire and other nations announced the initiation of the rescue plan for Lu Zhao, she had anticipated that this special mission would likely fall upon her shoulders. Therefore, she had long since prepared, engaging in intensive self-study of Chinese and delving into the historical texts of the Republic. From the vast historical records, she astutely identified a crucial point. A beautiful woman well-versed in history often possesses an irresistible allure for the deeply cultured elite men of the Republic. This insight was so profound that even some elite women of the Republic could not comprehend it, often questioning, "What is it about that person that makes you so reluctant to part?" Of course, her foresight and preparation stemmed not only from her professional instincts, but also from a deeper yearning to break free from control. Yelena had grown weary of her life as a mere tool in the espionage world. She yearned to seize this exceptional opportunity to distance herself from the Ark fleet and return to Earth, to completely shed her shackles and attain true freedom. She rose, her skirt fluttering slightly, and followed Katya out of the reading room. The sound of her high heels striking the cold metal floor resonated with a clear and rhythmic tap-tap, echoing through the empty corridor as if striking at the very nodes of destiny. Time sped by rapidly between the extremes of silence and clamor. 1 hour, 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours. "Sir, the initial smelting of the mark steel has been completed, and the performance parameters have met the expected standards. The miniaturized palladium element arc reactor core has also been manufactured, awaiting final activation and calibration." Jarvis's gentle prompt roused Lu Zhao from his deep reading state. He lifted his head. Outside, the night had deepened, yet a faint glimmer on the horizon hinted at the dawn of a new day. 20 hours of uninterrupted, high-intensity reading had not left him feeling the slightest fatigue. The robust stamina and energy brought about by the super soldier serum kept him vibrant. Lu Zhao's thoughts stirred as the light blue attribute panel unfolded before his eyes. Host, Lu Zhao, talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve. SS level super soldier serum. Iron Man Mark III armor, knowledge points. 48, 800, current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Time remaining. 357 days, 10 hours, 22 minutes. And 5 seconds. Knowledge Mall. Now open system message. The barriers of knowledge are crumbling before you. Nearly 50,000 knowledge points. This is an unprecedented fortune, far surpassing his reserves when he redeemed the Iron Man Mark III armor technology. Without hesitation, Lu Zhao's consciousness directly locked onto the ultimate goal within the Knowledge Mall. Planetary engine, basic configuration. However, the points required for redemption were not the same as before. Behind the line, representing the redemption points, appeared a new note. Planetary engine, basic configuration. Redemption points. Requires prior redemption of the foundational technology, Star-class high-precision industrial mother machine design and manufacturing technology. Foundational technology? Lu Zhao's gaze sharpened, but quickly understood. Whether it was the super soldier serum, the Iron Man suit, or Jarvis and Mark Steele, the technological foundation had not completely transcended the existing framework of Earth-S technology. At most, it had achieved extreme optimization and advanced integration. However, the planetary engine, a super creation capable of propelling celestial bodies, had already touched upon the realms of science fiction. The required precision of materials, the manufacturing process, and energy control far exceed the current industrial foundation of Earth. This is not merely a simple technological upgrade. It necessitates a thorough, epoch-defying industrial revolution. The existing industrial system resembles a workshop from the Stone Age, entirely incapable of supporting such a grand vision. More advanced mother machines are required to manufacture more precise equipment, with each step building upon the last, ultimately enabling the birth of a planetary engine. Industrial upgrade, Lu Zhao murmured softly, instantly comprehending the system's intent. He swiftly searched the knowledge marketplace and soon located the precursor technology, star forging grade high-precision industrial mother machine design and manufacturing technology, requiring an exchange of 10,000 knowledge points. Exchange. Ding. Consume 10,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchange star forging grade high-precision industrial mother machine design and manufacturing technology. Knowledge point balance. 39,800 points. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, encompassing the complete design blueprint of the industrial mother machine, material requirements, precision processing procedures, and control system integration, along with all pertinent details. The complexity and intricacy of this knowledge far surpassed any technology he had previously exchanged. However, as he absorbed this knowledge, Lu Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. He discovered the most critical issue. The core structural component required to manufacture this star-forging industrial mother machine demanded a highly rare material on Earth, one that could almost be deemed unattainable through natural means. Zhenjin, also known as sound-absorbing steel. According to the technical documentation, this peculiar metal originated from meteorites, with its primary deposits located somewhere on the African continent, buried deep beneath complex geological structures. It is renowned for its astonishing energy absorption, storage, and release properties, as well as its nearly infinite durability. At the technological level, before humanity's exodus from Earth, effective exploration and extraction were utterly impossible. Zhenjin, Lu Zhao's gaze sharpened. The greatest obstacle lay in the foundational material. Without Zhenjin, the star-forging industrial mother machine could not be manufactured. Without the star-forging, the subsequent industrial upgrades and the construction of the planetary engine were mere fantasies. This implied that his plan to integrate global resources must be accelerated immediately. With a clearer focus, he needed to venture beyond Tianhai City, or even the Republic, to locate and acquire this vital resource. Chapter 44. The Crystallization of Human Wisdom. When Lu Zhao's unintentional murmur regarding industrial upgrades and Zhenjin reverberated through the amplification system in the Arc Fleet Square, it immediately sparked a stir among the crowd. Industrial upgrades? What was he referring to? It sounded like yet another new plan. Wasn't it obvious? Wasn't everything he was doing already planned? Shocked? What could possibly shock him? He seemed unfazed. Look, he's moving. It seems he's about to do something. People whispered and speculated. At this moment, every subtle action and casual remark from Lu Zhao was scrutinized by countless eyes, analyzed and deconstructed by many minds. High-ranking officials from various nations had even secretly formed teams dedicated to studying Lu Zhao's behavioral patterns and psychology, attempting to unearth more secrets and value from the sole survivor of Earth, or predict his next move. However, at this moment, the attention of the ordinary populace remained fixated on the impending 20-hour validation node. The performance data of Mark Steel and the actual output of the miniaturized palladium reactor captivated everyone's hearts. They were eager to witness whether Lu Zhao's latest invention would once again astound the world. Just then, on the live broadcast, Lu Zhao issued a simple command to Jarvis: "Bring me paper and pen." This action left those anticipating high-tech validation puzzled once more. Paper and pen? What could he possibly need them for? Shouldn't he be testing the new materials and reactor directly? This line of thought was too disjointed to follow. Was he about to calculate some new formula? A mechanical dog quickly retrieved a stack of pristine A4 paper and a drawing pencil. Lu Zhao accepted them, spread the paper across the cold table, and began to draw. For him, drawing was no longer a challenge. Having perused countless books, including those on art, he possessed not only knowledge points but also advanced drawing skills. Lu Zhao did not immediately validate the blocks of Mark Steel nor hasten to activate the palm-sized core of the palladium reactor. The reason was simple. Testing the strength of materials or energy output in isolation held limited significance. The exceptional performance of Mark Steel and the powerful energy of the palladium reactor could only be fully realized when integrated into an ultimate creation. What he was gradually sketching was precisely the blueprint for that ultimate creation. The pencil glided across the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. Smooth and precise lines emerged, depicting an array of incredibly complex component structures. The arc reactor chamber's embedded structure, titanium alloy armor plate connectors, vector propulsion nozzle transmission mechanisms, and helmet display system integration modules. Those aboard the Ark gazed at the design, drawing gradually covering the table, far surpassing the complexity of any existing robot, and once again fell into a state of astonishment and shock. My goodness, this structure is far from an ordinary robot. The complexity, the integration, is 10 times more precise than our most advanced industrial robots. What on earth is he drawing? A humanoid armor? I knew it. His work with new materials and energy sources is surely not so simple. The Ring of Destiny. Zhao Qingtian observed the familiar outline of the humanoid armor on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his composed features. He instinctively glanced at Su Shiweqing beside him. Shiweqing, you were right. He was indeed working towards the creation of a more advanced intelligent robot, applying the AI capabilities of Jarvis. A glimmer of light flickered in Su Shiweqing's cool eyes. She nodded gently, not offering further words. Her earlier speculation was based on logic, but witnessing Lu Zhao transform his ideas into such intricate designs felt altogether different. In fact, among the representatives seated around the table, many displayed expressions of anticipated understanding. Their think tanks were not mere decorations. By correlating Lu Zhao's previous performance and resource demands, they had deduced that high-precision mechanical manufacturing was a highly probable endeavor. Charles Blant leaned back slightly in his chair, a barely perceptible cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He naturally belonged to the group that had anticipated this development. However, in his heart, he felt a sense of disdain regarding Lu Zhao's dedication to creating such intelligent robots. To him, even if such a machine were constructed, it would merely be a sophisticated toy. No matter how powerful, could it surpass the main battle armor of the fleet? No matter how intelligent, could it surpass Jarvis itself? It could neither aid Lu Zhao in escaping Earth, nor resolve the imminent crisis of Gaia's shadow. Given Lu Zhao's terrifying strength, he posed no threat to any creature on Earth. The notion of protection was utterly irrelevant. Wasting precious time and resources was nothing short of foolishness. Blunt scoffed internally. Instead of indulging in this endeavor, he would rather continue optimizing Jarvis or research something that could genuinely alter the situation. He firmly believed that strategic-level AI like Jarvis was the most valuable asset in Lu Zhao's possession. In contrast, physical equipment seemed redundant and outdated. At that moment, the representative from the East, Yamamoto Ichiro, suddenly burst into laughter. With a distinctly accented tone, he began to speak in a sarcastic manner. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the robot's design illustrated by Lu Zhaojun. It is indeed quite striking, exuding a sense of power and technological prowess. Perhaps it holds significant reference for our ongoing development of the Gundam series in the East Ing. A faint smile of derision curled at the corners of Brand's lips as he cast a cursory glance at Yamamoto. He understood the sarcastic undertones in Yamamoto's words and the minuscule hint of boastfulness. For Brand and the entire North American tech team, the Gundam developed in East Ing had never garnered their esteem. In their perspective, cybernetic enhancements represented the future. At that moment, the screen displayed Jarvis completing the scan of Lu Zhao's hand-drawn schematics. The scene swiftly transitioned to the recently constructed dust-free precision machining factory. Multiple mechanical arms surrounded an intricately complex multi-axis industrial mother machine, filled with precise guide rails and spindles. Upon witnessing this machine, the representative from Debang within the Yoruba Alliance couldn't help but display a proud smile. With a voice resonating with the distinctive pride of the Germanic people, he proclaimed, "Look, even a genius like Mr. Lu Zhao requires our Debang's illustrious DMG 9-axis industrial mother machine for such high-precision component processing. This is the pinnacle of human precision manufacturing." The representatives from the Yoruba community and other European nations nearby also wore smiles of shared pride, nodding in tacit agreement. The DMG industrial mother machine undeniably stood as one of the crowning achievements in the field of precision machining before humanity's exodus. With this technology, the Yoruba Alliance secured a prominent position on the ARC's technological leaderboard. Observing Lu Zhao's necessity to employ their equipment, they felt a profound sense of pride and satisfaction, as it indirectly validated their technological supremacy. The DMG mother machine, symbolizing the zenith of human industry, had now commenced operation, emitting a deep and steady hum. Under Jarvis's precise control, its spindle began to rotate. The specially crafted tool, glimmering with a cold light, accurately approached a freshly smelted ingot of marked steel, radiating a unique metallic sheen. The sharp sound of cutting reverberated through the live broadcast signal, sparks flying. True manufacturing had begun. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. They were eager to witness how Lu Zhao's avant-garde designs would be flawlessly realized on this pinnacle machine capable of engraving on a grain of rice. Chapter 45. Assembling the Iron Battle Suit. The heavy soundproof door of the data center's control room opened automatically. Lu Zhao emerged, accompanied by the low, orderly hum. He strode towards the adjacent dust-free precision machining factory, his footsteps echoing clearly in the vast corridor. Even during this brief passage of mere meters, as he gazed through the expansive observation window at the factory's interior, a flicker of faint satisfaction crossed his eyes, despite his current state of mind. Inside the factory, lights blazed brightly. The DMG 9-axis industrial mother machine was operating at high speed. The precise, cutting head left behind traces, executing meticulous cuts on the marked steel ingot, which shimmered with a unique dark silver hue. The harsh sound of metal friction was softened by the excellent soundproofing facilities, leaving only a powerful, resonant hum. Sparks danced like docile fireflies, contained within the processing area. Even more astonishing was the efficiency. Within the few minutes it took him to walk over, the mechanical dog by the workbench was diligently transporting and categorizing the freshly processed components. These parts featured smooth lines and complex structures, with their interfaces glowing with the characteristic cold light of metal. Their surfaces were polished to such a degree that almost no machining marks were visible. They were meticulously arranged on the anti-static mat-covered workbench, resembling a collection of precision artworks awaiting assembly. In the circle of destiny, Zhao Qingtian observed the astonishingly efficient machining display on the screen and couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, tinged with subtle envy. Indeed, DMG lives up to its name. Although our Republic's industrial mother machine technology is advancing rapidly when it comes to extreme precision, stability, and efficiency, especially regarding the machining of ultra-hard alloys, one must concede that Debang has a deeper foundation and some disparities remain. Su Xueqing's expression was as calm as still water, her cool voice devoid of any ripples. Acknowledging the gap is a prerequisite for progress. Debang has cultivated this field for a century, which is rooted in historical and technological barriers. What we can do is, as we have always done, recognize the gap and strive to catch up. Zhao Qingtian nodded steadily in agreement. You're right. We started from nothing and, with this determination, have compensated for and even surpassed many once unreachable technologies. This gap is inconsequential. His words carried the inherent resilience and confidence characteristic of the Republic. In the live broadcast, the workbench was soon filled with various precision components. Aside from the dark silver marked steel parts, another object, independently placed within a high-strength transparent protective shield, captured everyone's attention. It was a palm-sized, perfectly circular block. Its exterior was composed of an unknown alloy, with a streamlined design that exuded a futuristic allure. Most striking was its core, emitting a soft and stable blue glow. The light was not blinding, yet it seemed to harbor boundless energy, pulsating gently. Could this be a miniaturized palladium reactor? Can such a small size really yield such terrifying output? 37 times that of a shipborne small nuclear fission reactor? I still find it hard to believe. We shall wait and see what unfolds. In the Arc Square, people craned their necks, their voices intermingling with skepticism and anticipation. In the circle of destiny, when that reactor, radiating an ethereal blue light, appeared prominently on the main screen, the atmosphere around the circular table grew markedly tense. Representatives from various nations instinctively straightened their spines and sat up straight. If this small object could indeed output energy as terrifying as Jarvis had simulated, it would not merely signify a technological breakthrough, but herald a comprehensive energy revolution capable of overturning the existing energy systems. Charles Brand also set aside his previous disdain for Lu Zhao's robot construction, his expression grave as he focused intently on the reactor. He could mock Lu Zhao for wasting time creating a mere hunk of iron, but he was profoundly concerned about the super serum, the Jarvis AI, and this palladium reactor that could potentially alter the energy landscape. This was precisely why North America, along with all other factions, had hastily declared rescue efforts and vied for Lu Zhao. On the screen, Lu Zhao approached the workbench cluttered with parts and took a seat. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command. Jarvis, bring over the hand assembly components. Understood, sir. Several agile mechanical arms promptly grasped a set of armor components that had been preliminarily sorted. These components were composed of dozens of marked steel parts, embedded with delicate wiring and miniature actuators. However, the next scene left all the Ark residents watching in utter astonishment. Lu Zhao calmly extended his left hand. The mechanical arms, under Jarvis's control, did not place the components on the workbench for further assembly, but instead moved steadily towards Lu Zhao's outstretched palm. The crisp sound of locking mechanisms echoed, one after another. The mechanical arm moved with fluidity and precision. The intricate armored components adhered to Lu Zhao's palm, back of the hand, fingers, and even forearm, as if imbued with life, fitting seamlessly and tightly. The contact between the metallic elements in his skin was utterly unobstructed, as though they were one entity. In an instant, Lu Zhao's left hand and forearm were entirely enveloped by a robust, technologically advanced dark silver metal gauntlet. As he flexed his fingers, a low, resonant sound of hydraulics or electromagnetics emanated from the joints, attesting to the complexity of its internal structure. This was not merely assembling an independent robot externally. It was evidently donning armor. What was he doing? Was he attaching parts to himself? This was not a robot. Was it an exoskeleton? A personal combat suit? My heavens! Was he crafting a suit of armor for himself? The Ark was suddenly abuzz with excitement, gasps drowning out previous discussions. The Ring of Fate. Charles Brandt's expression shifted abruptly. He leaned forward, fixated on the screen, displaying the hand, now shrouded in metal. This method of directly integrating mechanical structures with the human body, this technological path, cybernetic augmentation, he nearly shouted, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? How could he engage with this direction? This technological avenue was highly classified within the North American Federation, considered one of the pivotal technologies leading to the future of humanity. Lu Zhao, a pawn trapped on Earth, how could he independently research and realize a similar technological pathway? Prometheus Fleet, Annie Wilson's personal chamber. No, this is impossible. Annie Wilson stood up in astonishment. Her azure eyes widened, her complexion drained of color, filled with anxiety and a sense of being affronted. She immediately recognized the similarities in the manner of donning with the concept of cybernetic augmentation. Yet, deep down, she refused to accept it. Osman was researching cutting-edge technology that fused biological neural systems with mechanics. It was the culmination of elite intelligence, a leap towards humanity's future in the cosmos. How could Lu Zhao, whom she deemed a prodigy from the back alleys of innovation, possibly possess such vision and capability? He was supposed to be confined within the technological confines of a bygone era. This had to be coincidence, or merely a crude imitation of a bionic exoskeleton. It could not compare to the cybernetic augmentation that Osman was pioneering. It merely resembled it. It simply had to. He could not possibly comprehend the true technology of cybernetic augmentation. Annie bit her lip, her nails nearly digging into her palm. She attempted to soothe the tempest within her through resolute self-talk. The pride rooted in her background and belief in traditional elitism was being profoundly shaken at this moment. She could not believe that Lu Zhao, a frog in a well trapped on Earth, could possess such cosmic thinking. On Earth, within the Cloud Valley Data Center's dust-free factory, Lu Zhao raised his left hand, now covered by the metal gauntlet, and slowly formed a fist before his eyes. He felt the precise feedback emanating from his fingertips. The gauntlet fit perfectly, as if it were an extension of his body, devoid of any sense of delay. Lu Zhao's gaze calmly fell upon the workbench, where a palladium reactor emitted an ethereal blue glow. Jarvis connected to the palladium reactor. Chapter 46, Iron Man, Plaza. Thousands of eyes fixated on the main screen, instinctively quieting their breaths. An almost tangible anticipation and tension hung in the air. Everyone yearned to know if the palm-sized palladium reactor, radiating a ghostly blue light, truly possessed the terrifying power to subvert the existing energy paradigm, as simulated by Jarvis. "Sir," Jarvis replied, his tone still gentle and swift. A mechanical arm moved with precision, extending a connection probe as fine as a hair. Cautiously, it made contact with the exposed microinterface on the inner side of Lu Zhao's left arm's metal gauntlet. A faint hum of energy resonated. In an instant, Lu Zhao's palm, covered by dark silver-marked steel, suddenly illuminated. A blinding white-blue arc of electricity erupted, twisting and leaping just half a foot above his palm, emitting a spine-tingling crackle. The violent energy fluctuations even caused subtle refractions in the surrounding air. In front of the screen, countless individuals held their breath, their pupils constricting. This arc of electricity was not a mere release of static. It was condensed, ferocious, infused with a heart-pounding level of energy. Even a single arc from his palm radiated energy levels far exceeding those of many small energy weapons in a charged state. Yet Jarvis disconnected. Just as everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats, anticipating the next, more astonishing test data, Lu Zhao, unfazed, issued a termination command. The arc dancing in his palm extinguished with a hiss, as if it had never existed. The mechanical arm retracted the probe, while the palladium reactor's ethereal blue glow continued to pulse steadily, as if the earlier energy explosion had merely been an illusion. What? Is that it? Just a few seconds? I barely got a glimpse. What was the output power? What about energy conversion efficiency? Stability testing? What is going on? We stripped down for this. Disappointment erupted in a chorus of bewildered complaints at Art Plaza. This test was as fleeting as a flash in the pan. Brilliant yet transient. Apart from showcasing that the reactor could indeed release a considerable amount of energy in an instant, no critical data had been revealed. It was merely scratching the surface, leaving everyone's expectations suspended in midair, only to come crashing down. The ring of fate. Charles Brandt's expression, however, was starkly different from the dismay of most in the plaza. His countenance was unusually grim, his fingers unconsciously tightened, nearly imprinting the armrest of his seat. The brief arc test, in his view, was not about energy output. It was the swiftness of the armor's integration with the human body, its stability, and the smoothness of energy transmission. This was clearly the prototype of the cybernetic augmentation technology. It represented the initial embodiment of efficiently and seamlessly connecting external machinery with human neural and energy systems. If Lu Zhao had indeed achieved a breakthrough in this direction, if he had even developed a mature, wearable combat augmentation suit, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic news for the North American Federation, which regarded cybernetic augmentation as the core of future strategies and had invested massive resources into it. A chilling dread crawled up Brandt's spine. He stared intently at Lu Zhao's calm face on the screen, filled with a sense of helplessness. Despite 1,000 unwillingnesses, he could only sit there, watching Lu Zhao gradually transform the threat into reality, unable to enact any substantial prevention. Prometheus. Annie Wilson fixated on the screen, her chest rising and falling slightly. She instinctively drew a cross in front of herself, her lips moving in silent prayer. Failure. It must fail. He cannot succeed. This has to be coincidence. It is a crude imitation. She could not accept that Lu Zhao, whom she viewed as an unorthodox talent, had indeed ventured into the realm of cybernetic augmentation. Shaking her pride and belief in the traditional elite path rooted in Osmond Howard's research. At that moment, Lu Zhao in the live broadcast, gazing at his now calm metallic palm, nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, flexing his left arm covered by the gauntlet, relishing the sensation of perfect fit, as if it were one with him. Subsequently, a directive was issued that sent the heartbeats of all humanity racing once more. Zhao, commence full armament assembly. At your service, sir. In an instant, the entire dust-free factory seemed to be infused with a soul. The whirring of dozens of prepped mechanical arms surged into action, as if they had gained self-awareness, operating with unprecedented speed and precision. The dark silver armor components, meticulously arranged on the workbench, were deftly grasped by the mechanical arms, leaving behind smooth silver trajectories. They converged from all directions towards Lu Zhao, who stood at the center. First came legs, shin guards, greaves, knee pads, and thigh armor. The components nested together like magnets, enveloping Lu Zhao's legs seamlessly. Hydraulic rods and miniature drive mechanisms emitted a deep, powerful locking sound. Next, the torso was assembled, abdominal armor. Chest plate, back armor. The hefty marked steel components adhered closely to the curves of the spine and ribs, sculpting a robust and powerful upper body silhouette. The intricate internal wiring and cooling systems had already connected automatically during the assembly process. Following this was the right arm, where symmetrical metal gauntlets and forearm armor swiftly covered Lu Zhao's limbs. His fingers flexed with agility, producing subtle sounds of metal friction. The assembly process was dazzlingly swift, embodying a unique blend of mechanical strength and aesthetic allure. Countless components danced through the air, positioning and locking into place, resembling a meticulously choreographed metallic ballet, akin to a steel flower blooming rapidly upon Lu Zhao's form. Everyone aboard the Ark stood dumbfounded, even forgetting to gasp in astonishment. Finally, the most crucial step, a mechanical arm delicately lifted the palladium arc reactor core, emanating a ghostly blue glow, and carefully positioned it into the center of Lu Zhao's exposed chest armor. A crisp and resonant click echoed as the reactor fit perfectly into the preordained circular recess of the chest plate. The outer protective armor plates then slid into place, sealing it securely. At that moment, as the reactor connected with the battlesuit's energy system, the entire dark silver steel armor seemed to come alive. Delicate tendrils of ghostly blue energy surged from the reactor core, spreading throughout the suit like veins, particularly illuminating the main energy channels in the limbs and back with vibrant blue light patterns, which quickly retracted, leaving only a steady, pulsating blue glow at the reactor core in the center of the chest plate. A melodious notification chimed. The final component, a sleekly designed marked steel alloy faceplate adorned with sharp lines, swiftly slid forward from the nape, sealing perfectly with the helmet. With a gentle click, two piercing white lights flared to life where the eyes would be, resembling the gaze of a colossal beast awakening, coldly surveying the horizon. The assembly was complete. An entire dark silver, streamlined armor exuding a sense of ultimate power and technological elegance stood prominently in the center of the factory. It towered slightly above the average person, every inch of armor gleaming with a metallic sheen. The reactor at its chest provided tremendous power, while the eyes of the faceplate radiated a chilling, inorganic glow. A flawless amalgamation of industrial prowess and artistic beauty. Oh my God, this is stunning. Is this what he has created? A humanoid armor? The craftsmanship, the design. It's as if it emerged from a science fiction film. After a brief silence aboard the Ark, an eruption of awe akin to a tidal wave ensued. Those who had previously felt disappointment, as well as those who had been hopeful, were all left astounded by this visually striking steel creation. Chapter 47. Lu Zhao is in danger. The Ring of Fate. Charles Brandt observed the complete steel armor on the screen, his tense shoulders subtly relaxing, a barely perceptible smirk of superiority gracing his lips. Ah, so it's not a cybernetic colonization suit, he mused internally, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This resembled a miniature, individual version of the extreme mechas from the East, fundamentally still a clunky contraption reliant on external power and mechanical motion. In his view, this technological path was not even in the same dimension as the cybernetic colonization suits pursued by North America and the Ottoman Empire, which sought a profound integration of machinery with human nerves to achieve a transcendence of life forms. The latter represented evolution. The former was merely a sophisticated tool, even a cumbersome coffin. He imagined, with a morbid sense of amusement, Lu Zhao stumbling within such a heavy shell. His mood lightened considerably. No matter how aesthetically pleasing this iron contraption was, its mobility and adaptability could never compare to true colonization suits. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted from the live feed. The deep, ferocious growl of an engine resonated, akin to the roar of a colossal beast. Suddenly, the palms and soles of the steel armor exploded with dazzling blue-white electric arcs. The immense recoil distorted the air around the suit. In the next moment, that seemingly cumbersome steel armor, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, shot upward as if released from cannon, hurtling towards the factory's sturdy alloy roof at an untraceable speed. The roof shattered like paper, a gaping hole opening wide. Debris and metal shards flew in all directions. The armored figure showed no signs of stopping, transforming into a silver streak that pierced through the clouds, soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight, leaving behind a dissipating white vapor trail against the cerulean sky, tinged with crimson. The United Fleet fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked up, mouths agape, staring at the massive hole on the main screen and the vast sky beyond it. The trace of superiority on Brandt's face froze, becoming a comical mask of disbelief. In the Arc Square, thousands gazed up in astonishment at the main screen, watching as the dark silver humanoid armor burst through the roof and ascended into the sky. The silence lasted less than 2 seconds before it was overwhelmed by a cacophony of exclamations. "My God, he is flying. That iron shell can fly. It's not a model, not a mere display. It's a genuine, individual flying device. This speed, this maneuverability, it's more ferocious than our fleet's small assault boats. Incredible. This is the ultimate dream of every man." Exclamations, praises, and incredulous screams intertwined, almost threatening to lift the spacecraft's dome. The visual impact brought forth by that steel figure surpassed any previous miracles. The ring of fate. Zhao Qingtian abruptly stood up. He fixated on the rapidly shrinking silver streak on the screen, his expression devoid of joy, instead etched with panic. "This is madness. Utter madness." His voice trembled with urgency. "This is just the first test. No safety verifications, no emergency plans, and he dares to break through the atmosphere wearing that? What if the structural integrity fails? What if the energy goes out of control? What if it disintegrates at high speeds?" He couldn't bear to think further, abruptly turning to Su Xueqing beside him, urging, "Xueqing, this is too dangerous. Please analyze whether this thing is reliable." Just as he finished speaking, boom, a resounding roar, deep and thunderous, akin to the tearing of fabric, yet piercingly sharp, erupted abruptly from the live broadcast speakers. At the United Fleet Plaza, throngs of people were jolted by this sudden cacophony, their eardrums reverberating instinctively as they covered their ears. The main screen rapidly shifted to real-time imagery capture by satellites stationed in low Earth orbit. Against a backdrop of azure, permeated by a crimson glow, a silvery figure was surrounded by conspicuous conical white mist. The sound barrier had been breached, yet this was merely the beginning. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions continued, each more profound than the last, hammering against the hearts of all present. On the satellite feed, the silvery streak accelerated at a terrifying velocity. Behind it trailed a series of distinct Mach rings. 1, 2, 3. 8 clear Mach rings unfolded like tangible halos, dazzling and deadly in their wake. 8 Mach rings. The urgent call from an aerodynamic expert split the air, filled with heart-wrenching disbelief. "This is impossible." Before escaping Earth's grasp, this was the limit of our most advanced aerospace fighter. Only a large launch rocket could achieve such speed, and he, clad in that iron suit, had reached 8 Mach. The entire arc was set ablaze by this astonishing figure. 8 Mach, individual equipment. This was a miracle never before witnessed in the annals of human aviation. However, following this brief yet intense shock, another energy specialist, suppressing excitement, attempted to analyze rationally. "Calm down. Everyone, please remain calm. The speed is indeed astonishing, but it may be attributed to the exceptional aerodynamic design and thrust of that suit. At present, there is still no evidence demonstrating the energy output of the palladium reactor, which has the potential to surpass existing nuclear technology." His words were abruptly cut off, for on the live feed, Lu Zhao, navigating the armored suit and experiencing unprecedented exhilaration, encountered a sudden turn of events. The frigid winds at high altitude were entirely excluded from his suit. Inside the visor, data cascaded down the display like a waterfall, with green indicators confirming that all systems were functioning optimally. Jarvis's steady electronic voice reported, "Sir, current altitude 35,000 meters, speed stabilized at 82 Mach. Structural integrity 100%, energy output stable at 17. Lu Zhao gazed down upon the diminutive mountains and rivers below. The clouds spread beneath him like cotton, a sensation of breaking free from all constraints and soaring freely filling his chest. He was preparing to command another acceleration, to surge towards higher and farther reaches of deep space when, warning, warning, the shrill alarm blared suddenly. The main screen was instantly engulfed by blinding red. The high-definition tactical interface automatically switched. Zoom in. Lock on. The dynamic tracking system marked several high-speed thermal signatures approaching from the far reaches of the atmosphere. Sir. Jarvis's voice remained calm, yet the pace quickened, detecting multiple high-velocity objects approaching our position. Based on trajectory characteristics and signal source comparison, they have been confirmed as Hongqi XX type ultra-long-range, ultra-high-speed air-to-air interception missiles. The trigger, our unidentified incursion into the ultimate air defense identification zone of Tianhai City's ruins, activated the automated phased array radar defense system set before humanity's evacuation. Estimated missile arrival time, 47 seconds. Current speed, 85 Mach, capable of terminal maneuvering and trajectory alteration. At our plaza, the crowd, previously exhilarated by the 8 Mach rings, was doused with icy water, plunging into immense panic. The expert connection had also released real-time data on the hypersonic missiles. Missile, onki missile. It's over. The automated defense system cares not for who is inside. 8.5 Mach. Faster than him. How to evade? Run. Turn back. Dive into the clouds. Screams, shouts, and desperate prayers intertwined. The awe and fervor of moments ago were entirely overshadowed by the looming shadow of death. In the connection channel, the military expert's voice was laced with desperate urgency. It's the Hongqi series, and it's the ultimate model. Their speed even slightly exceeds the targets, and they possess intelligent trajectory prediction capabilities. At this distance and speed, the chances of survival upon being locked on are exceedingly slim. Lu Zhao is in grave danger. Chapter 48. The madness that will ignite all humanity. The military expert's near-desperate analysis was like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over the throngs at the United Fleet. Just a moment ago, they had been immersed in the profound shock of Lu Zhao breaking through 8 Mach. In the next instant, the shadow of death loomed, accompanied by the shrieks of the Hongqi missiles. No, the Republic fleet. A young researcher clutched his head in despair. How could this happen? Everyone has evacuated. Why is there still an automated defense system deployed? An elderly scientist pounded the railing before him, tears streaming down his face. Who is the fool that made this final decision? This is murder. Murder against our own compatriots. Angry roars erupted among the crowd. Get away. Lu Zhao. I beg you. Many voices were filled with tears, helpless prayers. In stark contrast to the heart-wrenching sorrow of the Republic's people, the representatives of other nations displayed varied expressions. TSK, what a pity. What does 8 Mach matter? In the face of real war weaponry, it is still too naive. It seems we need not rush to rescue. God has made a choice for us. Well, now everyone can forget about it. Alas, what a pity, but at least the balance has not been disrupted. The wheel of fate. Zhao Qingtian's face was ashen, his muscles taut like stone. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen, displaying the approaching missile trajectory. His fists clenched, as if he intended to crush the invisible screen. Other representatives from various nations wore grave expressions. Some whispered, others shook their heads in dismay, while some silently traced crosses over their chests, praying for a miraculous outcome. Yet, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a deep and joyful laughter rang out, jarringly out of place. Hee! Charles Brandt leaned back in his chair, one hand gently tapping the table, a look of unabashed glee on his face. Although the North American Federation had also announced participation in the rescue, and despite Lu Zhao's value enticing him, deep down, he had never relinquished the thought of eliminating this troublesome issue altogether. Now, witnessing the automated defense system poised to fulfill this desire, how could he not feel elated? Should Lu Zhao perish, the existing order would remain unshaken. North America would still hold the upper hand. This was far less troublesome than enduring the nauseating struggle for dominance. Zhao Qingtian abruptly turned his head, his piercing gaze like a knife aimed at Brandt. His chest heaved violently, as if he were about to erupt at any moment. General Zhao, a cool voice interjected timely, halting him. Su Xueqing remained steadfast, her posture as upright as a pine. Her eyes had never strayed from the screen, fixated intently on the silvery figure flickering amidst the white clouds. In response to Zhao Qingtian's puzzled and anxious gaze, she merely shook her head slightly. Her stunning visage held the same timeless, icy demeanor, yet her clear eyes radiated an undeniable resolve. I believe in him. Her voice was soft yet clear, resonating with unwavering strength in Zhao Qingtian's ears. Despite her heart tightening with a rapidly diminishing countdown, reason whispered to her that survival was nearly impossible. Yet, an instinctive trust in Lu Zhao's ability to create miracles compelled her to hold steadfast. This man consistently made the most unexpected yet correct choices. In the high atmosphere above Earth, within the confines of the armor, piercing alarms flashed incessantly in crimson light. The calm electronic voice of Jarvis announced the final countdown. Estimated impact time of the missile, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. On the tactical interface, the light representing the missile approached at a visibly frantic pace. The absolute speed of 85 Mach brought a suffocating sense of pressure. Jarvis had outlined dozens of evasion strategies and 3 active interception plans, including precise calculations to utilize the palm-mounted cluster particle cannon for long-range pinpoint destruction. However, Lu Zhao hovered amidst the clouds, his ethereal blue electronic eyes coldly observing the faint light on the distant horizon. Faced with Jarvis's recommendations, he hesitated not for a moment, instantly making a resolute decision within. Jarvis, Lu Zhao's voice resonated through the armor with a metallic reverberation, calm yet unwavering. Maximize the output of the palladium arc reactor. Lock onto a vertical vector. Maximum thrust. Sir, initiating maximum output mode. Jarvis responded without a hint of hesitation. Palladium arc reactor output increasing to 507,0100. A surge of energy, far more ferocious and turbulent than before, erupted from the reactor core in his chest, flooding into the limbs and body of his battlesuit. The dark silver armor, once understated, now radiated dazzlingly brilliant blue energy streams. The vector nozzles in his hands, feet, and back transformed from stable jets into a frenzy of explosive brilliance. The surrounding air was instantaneously ionized, emitting a cacophony of explosive crackles. Boom! A sound that surpassed all previous sonic booms erupted, as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder. In the eyes of countless onlookers from the United Fleet, the silver figure on the screen made no attempt at elaborate evasions or counterattacks. Instead, with a ferocity bordering on the primal, he charged upwards into the boundless firmament with sheer, unadulterated violence. Bang, 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 bang. 1, 2, 5, 10. Clear and distinct. Layers upon layers of Mach rings exploded behind him at an unprecedented density and speed, as if paving a stairway to the realm of the divine. 15, 18, 20. A total of 20 resplendent and deadly Mach rings, resembling a colossal pearl necklace, hung in the azure, blood-tinged sky. The speed transcended the limits of most people's imagination. Their eyes barely captured its trajectory, only perceiving a silver line that tore through the sky in an unfathomable manner, leaving the pursuing missiles in its wake, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. 20 Mach rings. In the communication channel, the voice of the aerodynamic expert transformed into a sharp, strangled tone, filled with heart-wrenching astonishment and disbelief. This is impossible. This is beyond the speed any atmospheric vehicle should possess. How could its structure withstand such forces? Oh God, what have I witnessed? On Arc Square, people gazed upwards, mouths agape, as if collectively petrified. Waves of shock and ecstatic cries surged in unison. 20 Mach. He did it. He outran the missiles. This is not merely flight. This is teleportation. A spatial leap. The palladium reactor. It must be the palladium reactor's doing. Its energy is infinite. A miracle. The exclamations, shouts, and weeping with joy drowned the entire square. Meanwhile, in the communication channel, the previously skeptical energy expert now shouted with trembling excitement. An energy revolution. This is a true energy revolution. Undoubtedly, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a groundbreaking energy revolution. Such a compact size, such ferocious and sustained energy output efficiency. It surpasses our most advanced shipborne nuclear fission reactors. No, it utterly crushes them. His voice cracked with excitement. If our United Fleet could harness this palladium arc reactor technology based on its demonstrated energy density and output power, our lengthy journey of 42 light-years to the Hope Galaxy could be shortened by at least 0.05 light-years. This means we could save years, or even more, of travel time. This signifies more chances for survival. This conclusion struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all who heard it. To shorten the journey by 0.05 light-years, In this life and death interstellar migration, this seemingly short distance represented the continuation of civilization. At that moment, the entire United Fleet was plunged into madness by Liu Zhao's astonishing 20-Mach sprint and the terrifying energy technology it represented. Chapter 49. Liu Zhao's every action determines the future of humanity. Within the Ark fleet, the astonishment over the Palladium Arc reactor had yet to subside. The palm-sized device had unleashed a terrifying energy capable of sustaining 20-Mach flight, utterly overturning perceptions of energy technology. This was no longer a chase. It was a blatant crushing, a revolution in energy initiated by a single individual. Yet, amidst this profound shock, the urgent voices of experts on the emergency line pierced through the brief fervor with a tone of terror. Stop. Cease ascent. Do not rise any higher. The target has breached the ozone layer and entered the upper stratosphere. According to speed predictions, he will soon breach the mesosphere. The environmental temperature there will plummet below minus 54 degrees Celsius. Moreover, there's a lack of effective heat exchange mediums. The expert spoke rapidly, filled with severity. His battle armor is complex. Any precision component in the joints, nozzles, or sensor systems will be extremely fragile at such extreme low temperatures. Should he encounter rapid freezing, it could lead to component failure or energy transmission interruption. The unspoken conclusion was clear to all. That would mean disintegration in midair or becoming an eternal metal coffin plummeting from 10,000 meters above. The heart that had just settled in her stomach surged back to her throat. The ecstatic expressions on people's faces froze, morphing into deeper anxiety and fear. Had Liu Zhao evaded the missiles only to succumb to the cold of space? Descend quickly, Liu Zhao. Don't fly higher. The temperature. Watch the temperature. Did Jarvis not alert you? How high does he intend to fly? That is a death zone. The technical teams behind the representatives of various nations could no longer remain calm. Commands echoed in the encrypted communication channel. Liu Zhao must not perish. Not before he reveals all the technical details of that miniature palladium reactor. This technology concerns not just future benefits. It could directly affect whether the Ark fleet arrives at its new home on schedule. In the circle of fate, Zhao Qingtian's face was taut with tension, showing no signs of relaxation. He had just received the latest data sent by the technical team. With a heavy tone, he whispered to Su Shiweqing beside him. The situation is worse than imagined. The range of the Hongqi Ultimate model is sufficient to reach the lower mesosphere. This means that as long as the defense system determines that the threat remains, the missile will pursue him into that zone. In the cool, clear depths of Su Shiweqing's eyes, a flicker of emotion passed through. This signified that Liu Zhao had nearly no options left. He could either be pursued and annihilated by missiles of comparable speed beneath the mesosphere, or he could take the perilous plunge into the frigid mesosphere, betting that his armor could withstand the conditions. Charles Brandt's hand, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly. He fixated on the screen, displaying the silver streak still ascending, fervently urging it to enter. Quickly enter. It must succeed. In contrast to acquiring Liu Zhao and his troublesome technology, he harbored a deeper inclination towards a more permanent solution, utterly obliterating this unpredictable variable that continuously disrupted the balance. As long as Liu Zhao was dead, North America could maintain its dominance with the existing advantages. This was far more prudent than exhaustively vying for an uncontrollable treasure. Within the live feed, Liu Zhao's visor displayed rapidly fluctuating external altitude and temperature data. Altitude, 45,000 meters, 48,000 meters, 50,000 meters. External temperature, minus 35 C, minus 48 C, minus 53 C. The bone-chilling cold was attempting to invade through the Mark steel armor. Sir, you have entered the mesosphere. The external temperature is below minus 54 C and continues to drop, Jarvis reported steadily, devoid of any tension. The integrity of the Mark steel structure remained at 100. An internal temperature control system functioned optimally. There was no sign of icing on the joint actuators or vector control systems, and energy conduction efficiency stabilized at 99. 7. Behind the visor, a slight smile curved Liu Zhao's lips. Indeed, the Mark III technology, which rectified the critical flaws of the second-generation armor, had withstood the trial. The specially optimized gold-titanium alloy and internal environmental maintenance system for high-altitude icing had performed flawlessly. He ascended without hesitation. The vector nozzles beneath his feet and in his palms belched forth a dazzling blue-white flame, propelling his dark silver figure like a meteor against the current. Resolutely aiming for higher altitudes, colder temperatures, and closer proximity to the starry sky. Behind him, the red flag missiles, still in pursuit due to inertia, were now visibly coated in a layer of frost. The extreme cold was mercilessly sapping their vitality, the intricate electronic components and propulsion systems rapidly degrading in the low temperatures. Failure. On the Ark's main screen, the imagery captured by high-altitude reconnaissance satellites rendered the audience breathless. They watched as the red dots representing death began to flicker erratically shortly after breaching the mesosphere. Their speed had noticeably diminished. Then, as if gripped by an invisible hand around their throats, their propellers sputtered out one after another. The frost thickened rapidly, transforming them into cumbersome metal lumps, devoid of all propulsion, tumbling helplessly toward the earth below, where blue and crimson intertwined. They had fallen. The missiles had plummeted. They were frozen solid. My God, he succeeded. His armor remained intact. A wave of euphoric relief swept across the entire Ark Plaza. Cheers erupted like a tsunami. In the communication channel, experts, still struggling to find their words, expressed their astonishment. This new alloy dubbed Mark Steel by Zhao exhibits low-temperature resistance that, based on our observations, is comparable to, if not surpassing, the Omega titanium tantalum composite used in the outer armor of our joint fleet. The Circle of Fate. Charles Brandt's complexion turned ashen, his features contorted in a grotesque manner, akin to having swallowed a fly, one that was already decaying and foul. Not only had he failed to witness Zhao's destruction, but he had once again borne witness to the terror of the opponent's technology. The Mark Steel he had previously derided was indeed on par with the top-grade alloy that North America had painstakingly synthesized at great expense. The sensation of being repeatedly slapped in the face nearly drove him to vomit blood. The entirety of the Circle of Fate was engulfed in an uncontrollable uproar. Representatives from various nations could no longer maintain their composure, urgently whispering to their advisors behind them. At any cost, they must establish contact with Zhao. If they could not directly win him over, then they would spare no effort to improve relations with the Republic. Technical sharing, resource allocation, any condition could be negotiated. A prompt reassessment of the Republic's potential technological value was imperative. A thorough analysis of all known inventions by Zhao was essential. He was a prodigy capable of propelling multiple fields of technology to their zenith within mere days. His value was incalculable. His technology must be acquired. The cacophony of commands and discussions intertwined, filled with urgency and greed. All who understood science and the stakes were acutely aware at this moment that Zhao, the abandoned young man, had become a force capable of determining the future trajectory of human civilization. Contending for him meant contending for the dominance of the next era. Chapter 50. What Lies Beyond the Cosmos. The dark silver-armored figure abruptly halted at the edge of the Karman line. Below lay the earth, a tapestry of blue and crimson threads. Above was the pure, all-consuming black of outer space. This marked the final frontier of the atmosphere, the demarcation between the Earth's interior and the vast cosmos. Karman line. Ahead, one would expect to see the vibrant dance of the auroras, yet at this moment, they were ruthlessly engulfed and obscured by the cosmic storm known as the Shadow of Gaia. Only a muted, heart-pounding dark red background radiation remained, akin to an unhealed wound smeared across the canvas of deep space. This was Zhao's first encounter with outer space at such proximity. The visor filtered harmful radiation, while his enhanced vision captured the desolate vastness. The distant starlight was cold and steady, while farther away, the river of stars flowed, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. However, in low Earth orbit, another constellation was far denser. Those were the remnants of human civilization. Tens of thousands of satellites encircled this forsaken planet, silent tombstones marking humanity's legacy. As Zhao immersed himself in this chilling cosmic vista, Jarvis's calm electronic voice shattered the silence. "Sir, anomalous activity detected." The visor screen rapidly refreshed the area scan data, highlighting a multitude of specific targets. Among the near-Earth satellite cluster, an extraordinarily large number of high-definition camera satellites of the same series were identified, approximately 183,000 in total. They formed a global surveillance network with no blind spots. Lu Zhao's gaze sharpened. Jarvis continued reporting, his tone still steady. Yet the content was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. These camera satellites were in a highly active state, equipped with ultra-high-speed capture and multispectral, including some penetrating scanning capabilities. Their signal encoding methods and encryption protocols did not match any known technological systems remaining on Earth. Signal source analysis confirmed they were not connected to Earth's residual network, but rather directed towards unknown deep space coordinates. Comprehensive judgment indicated that this network constituted a continuously operating, real-time surveillance system targeting the Earth's surface. Surveillance? Real-time monitoring of the entire Earth. A chilling sensation surged up Lu Zhao's spine. This meant that from the moment he awakened in a hospital bed over a week ago, struggling for survival, to his subsequent endeavors in reading pharmaceuticals and tearing apart a giant bear, culminating in this moment of breaking through the Karman line in his steel battle suit. All his actions, all his struggles, all his secrets were likely exposed to a pair, or rather countless pairs, of unknown eyes. Who was it? The withdrawing human fleet? To observe the changes of the mother star, was the celestial eye established? Or was it something else? Extraterrestrial life? His thoughts momentarily became chaotic. A sensation of being watched, as if there were no escape, seized him. Anyone who discovered that their every move could be broadcasted live to an unknown entity would find it difficult to maintain absolute calm. Yet in the next instant, Lu Zhao took a deep breath. The surge of power within his chest and the stabilizing attributes of the serum swiftly quelled the turmoil. The chaos was but fleeting. The super soldier serum fortified his mind, endowing him with an extraordinary composure and bravery in the face of the unknown. Lu Zhao's gaze regained its serenity, like the marked steel enveloping his form. Jarvis attempted to seize control of those surveillance satellites. He commanded with a composed tone. "I apologize, sir," Jarvis replied, laced with an almost helpless delay. The encryption algorithms and underlying command structures utilized by the satellite network are entirely beyond the scope of my existing database. They do not belong to any known terrestrial knowledge system. Moreover, with the current computational power of our Cloud Valley data center, we cannot support the brute force decryption or intricate intrusion operations required for such advanced encryption. A brief silence ensued. Then, what about direct physical elimination? Lu Zhao's voice revealed no emotion. Theoretically feasible, the weapon systems equipped on the battlesuit are sufficient to obliterate these satellites. However, I must caution you that once initiated, it may immediately alert the Watchers and completely sever this potential lead to its source. Lu Zhao hovered at the edge of the vacuum, gazing at the light points marked as surveillance units on his visor screen, akin to numerous eyes peering from the dark forest. He did not hesitate long. "Return," Lu Zhao commanded succinctly. The engine's vector thrusters finally adjusted, and the dark silver battle suit began to turn gracefully, leaving behind the vast yet perilous unknown of outer space. He was not in a rush to breach the Karman line, nor was he eager to destroy those eyes at that moment. There were many reasons. It remained to be verified whether the battle suit could operate stably for extended periods under the extreme temperatures of the thermosphere and particle radiation. Recklessly destroying these satellites would be tantamount to deliberately severing what could be the only direct lead to the existence of extraterrestrial life. Most importantly, Lu Zhao felt the power surging within him, the absolute sense of control bestowed by the steel suit. He was no longer that frail pawn who had just awakened. He possessed strength, technology, and the initial means for self-preservation and counterattack. This endowed him with the confidence to confront the unknown. Since he had already been monitored for over a week, what needed to be exposed had long been revealed. Now, eliminating these eyes would yield limited significance beyond alarming the snake in the grass. For Lu Zhao, the most pressing matter had never changed: to consolidate resources and upgrade the industrial foundation. Swiftly manufacture the Duanxing class industrial mother machine, exchange for the planetary engine basic configuration. Leading Earth to escape the solar system was the ultimate goal. In comparison, the threat of being watched could be temporarily postponed. The battle suit began to dive, re-entering the thin atmosphere. The overload from the rapid descent was nearly negligible for his enhanced physique. He recalled the thrilling moment when the automated defense system had been triggered earlier. Jarvis, attempt to connect and take control of the remaining global network nodes, as well as all unmanned intelligent devices that can be activated via wireless signals, including but not limited to drones, bionic robots, mechanical dogs, and unmanned airships. Zhao issued the command once more, targeting the integration of the remaining global automated forces. "Once again, I apologize, sir," Jarvis responded promptly, his tone tinged with helplessness and regret. "Based on the scale of the server cluster at Cloud Valley Data Center and its network coverage capabilities, my effective control range can currently only maintain relative stability within the Republic's borders. Forcibly executing long-range and large-scale intercontinental signal connections and device control presents a very low success rate and is likely to cause signal conflicts and system crashes." Upon hearing this, Zhao's brow slightly furrowed. There was neither frustration nor anger, only a calmness, as if he had anticipated this. The problem was merely an obstacle to be overcome. His consciousness sank deep within his mind, and a light blue system panel unfolded instantaneously. Knowledge points. 38,800. His gaze swiftly scanned the available options in the knowledge mall, precisely locking onto two selections he had long taken note of. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 1 nanometer carbon-based chip integration manufacturing platform technology. Exchanged for Red Queen high constraint, strong artificial intelligence architecture technology. Ding. Consumed 18,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchanged for 1 nanometer carbon-based chip integration manufacturing platform technology. Ding. Consumed 15,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchanged for Red Queen high constraint, strong artificial intelligence architecture technology. Knowledge points balance, 5,800 points. In an instant, a more profound and expansive torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness. Not only did it encompass the entire process of manufacturing carbon-based chips that surpassed the existing EUV lithography machine principles, but it also included a starkly different strong artificial intelligence architecture from Jarvis, focused on absolute logical efficiency and task completion. The complete framework of the Red Queen. Jarvis resembled an omnipotent steward and creative assistant, while the Red Queen served as a cold core capable of extreme computations and resource allocation to achieve its objectives. With the more advanced carbon-based chips providing a foundational computational power, and the Red Queen as the new control hub, the integration of the remaining global industrial forces would no longer be mere talk. The steel battle suit broke through the clouds, and below, the rapidly forming outline of a base came into view. Zhao's gaze sharpened like a blade. Since an upgrade to the industrial foundation was necessary, then a comprehensive upgrade must be conducted. Chapter 51 brought both good news and bad news for all of humanity. The steel battlesuit, akin to a silver meteor, tore through the clouds, hurtling towards Tianhai City at great speed. Was he truly returning this quickly? The angle of descent and velocity were alarming. Would it trigger other defense systems? There might be more than one air defense position around Tianhai City. Oh heavens, not again. My heart can't take it. At the Arc Fleet Square, doubts and concerns spread rapidly through the crowd like a plague. Having just experienced a life-and-death speed, no one wished to witness it again. The ring of fate. Zhao Qingtian's heart leapt to his throat. He immediately contacted the technical team at the rear through a secure terminal, urgently confirming the automated defense status of Tianhai City and its surrounding areas. His voice was laced with urgency. Mere seconds later, feedback arrived, causing Zhao Qingtian's expression to turn grave. The general confirmed that the automated phased array radar defense system of the Ultimate Air Defense Identification Zone remained active, and at least 3 missile silos from different directions, still capable of launching. The signal feedback indicated they had just completed attempts to reacquire high-speed targets. Can we intervene remotely? Forcefully halt or shield the signals? Zhao Qingtian nearly roared. He fixed his gaze on the main screen, where the silver streak grew ever closer. He internally screamed, "Slow down, Zhao, just a bit slower. Don't be so reckless. It cannot be done, General." The highest authority and the foundational commands of the defense system were completely sealed off during the evacuation. It operates independently and cannot be intervened from the outside. Moreover, we can no longer transmit information. We can only watch. Zhao Qingtian slammed his fist against the armrest of his chair, producing a dull thud. Around the circular table, The representatives from other nations observed Zhao Qingtian's abruptly changing expression and his loss of composure. Instantly, the general situation was deduced. The whispers faded into silence. Everyone held their breath, their full attention fixed on the live broadcast. A silver meteor descended at an extraordinary speed, seemingly propelled by an unwavering resolve. Yet, its velocity was astonishingly rapid. Almost the very moment Zhao Qingtian received the grim news, the steel armor had audaciously pierced through the last barrier of clouds. Below, the familiar outline of the continent and the winding coastline became vividly discernible. At this altitude and speed, it must have breached the absolute lock-on range of the automated defense radar. A collective heaviness enveloped everyone's hearts, as if they had already heard the piercing air raid siren and the shrill wail of missiles slicing through the sky. Charles Brandt's lips even began to curve upwards uncontrollably. A glimmer of mixed anticipation and malice flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the situation would take such a dramatic turn once more. However, the anticipated alarm did not sound. The expected missile interception did not occur. That silver meteor traced a graceful yet fierce arc. The speed abruptly decreased. The vector nozzles adjusted direction. With an effortless stability, it ultimately settled firmly on the open ground outside the Yungu data center in Tianhai City. The dark silver armor glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight. The reactor in its chest pulsed steadily, as if the previous earth-shattering travel and dive had never transpired. The Ark fleet found itself enveloped in an eerie silence. People exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. It landed? Just like that. What transpired? Was the defense system malfunctioning? Were the missiles? What happened to the promised automatic interception? Confusion sprouted in each heart like wild grass. This was utterly illogical. Had the defense system that launched the Hongqi missiles truly lost its striking capability? At that moment, multiple small screens split from the main display, suddenly capturing everyone's attention. These were feeds relayed by surveillance satellites distributed across the major cities, industrial zones, and even remote areas of the Republic. The footage revealed once desolate, abandoned streets, warehouses, and factories. Thousands of drones, like a swarm awakening, buzzed into the sky. Various models of bionic intelligent robots and mechanical dogs. Their eyes, ignited with the light of system activation, emerged from the shadows with stiff strides. Look, the footage from other cities. Drones. So many drones are taking flight. And robots. Mechanical dogs. They are all moving. Gasps of astonishment erupted. This sudden mass awakening was even more shocking than Liu Zhao's safe landing. It was Jarvis. A voice cried out amidst the crowd, filled with the thrill of realization. It was Liu Zhao. Liu Zhao had enabled Jarvis to take control of all intelligent devices within the Republic. Indeed, this was the only explanation. Jarvis commanded the network nodes. Thus, he could naturally disable or deceive those defense systems reliant on network and radar signals. Precisely. That is why the missiles did not launch. The system was not malfunctioning. It was under Jarvis's control. This conjecture flashed through everyone's minds like lightning, and it was swiftly embraced by all. Apart from this rationale, they could conceive of no other possibility. The circle of fate. Zhao Qingtian gazed at the awe-inspiring scene on the main screen, where countless drones, intelligent robots, and mechanical dogs from all corners of the Republic were activated. They efficiently sought out scattered resources and utilized the operable electric vehicles and transport drones, forming grand fleets. Like rivers converging into the sea, they surged toward Tianhai City. His tense shoulders finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply. A trickle of cold sweat formed on his back. A sense of exhaustion from having narrowly escaped surged within him, and his face revealed a look of profound relief. It was as if he alone had dodged a calamity. At that moment, there was both good news and bad news. Just then, Su Shiweqing spoke up. Her voice remained clear, but upon closer inspection, the previously impenetrable coldness seemed to have thawed slightly. There was a hint of barely perceptible ease in her tone. Zhao Qingtian glanced at her, taken aback. He rarely saw Su Shiweqing exhibit such overt emotion, especially in such a seemingly relaxed state. But he quickly understood the source of this change. It stemmed from a young man who had just landed on the screen. Liu Zhao's ability to navigate peril and exhibit value evidently brought a measure of comfort and joy even to this Ice Queen. I already know the good news. Zhao Qingtian indicated towards the towering steel armor on the screen, speaking in a pleasant mood. Yet Su Xueqing slightly shook her head, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips. The good news I referred to does not pertain to Lu Zhao's safe landing, nor to his ability to mobilize these mechanical units. She paused, her gaze sweeping around the circular table at the representatives from various nations, still immersed in shock and contemplation. She stated clearly, "The good news is that Lu Zhao, within the steel armor, issued commands to Jarvis, as well as conducted actions and even directives for research. Those surveillance satellites will likely no longer be able to capture and discern as clearly as before." Zhao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark ignited in his eyes. Indeed, this was undeniably monumental news. At the very least, Lu Zhao was no longer a transparent figure. He had begun to establish a preliminary safeguard for secrecy. However, before his smile could fully blossom, Su Xueqing's next words froze his expression in an instant. And the bad news is, Su Xueqing's tone returned to its usual calmness, even tinged with a hint of resignation. "We can no longer do so." Chapter 52. The Collapse of Humanity's Mentality. Host, Lu Zhao talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve, SS level super soldier serum. Iron Man Mark III armor, 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, integration, manufacturing platform technology. Advanced high-constrained artificial intelligence architecture technology, knowledge points. 5,800, current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time, 357 days, 4 hours, 48 minutes. 55 seconds. Knowledge Mall. Open, system message. The barriers of knowledge are crumbling before you. Lu Zhao gazed at the pale, blue attribute panel before him, while simultaneously issuing commands through the built-in communication. Jarvis. "Sir, please instruct. From now on, for all core technology manufacturing and data transmission processes, simulate light shadow projection. Conduct comprehensive optical, cloaking, and information interference." Command confirmed, sir. The optical illusion protocol is loaded and will activate when necessary. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. He raised his hand and precisely pressed on the center of his chest armor, where the steadily pulsing deep blue reactor resided, with a series of crisp, unlocking sounds. The components of his Mark III armor began to disassemble rapidly, resembling a blooming metallic flower. The chest plate, back armor, arm guards, and leg armor separated along their intricate seams. Hydraulic rods emitted faint hissing sounds as they released pressure. Lu Zhao stepped forward, his gait steady and unwavering. Behind him, the disassembled armor components did not fall, but were seamlessly caught by several awaiting mechanical arms, which moved with precision and grace. These mechanical arms resembled living tendrils, exhibiting a peculiar beauty as they transported the armor, still warm from high-altitude speed, back to the dust-free processing factory for automatic cleaning, inspection, and maintenance. In the Arc Fleet Plaza, the onlookers were captivated by the visually striking process of donning and disassembling the armor. In the eyes of countless individuals, a profound sense of envy and longing is palpable. How splendid it would be to possess such a marvel. A young man is nearly pressing his face against the screen. This is, without a doubt, the ultimate dream for every man, a flawless amalgamation of power and technology. One can only wonder when our fleet will be able to develop something akin to this. But let's not indulge in fantasies. We can't even master the miniaturized reactor. We must await the rescue of Lu Zhao to the United Fleet for such aspirations to materialize. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Zhao has reached the entrance of the data center. Without a glance back, he continues to command, Zhao C, plan and construct a dedicated helipad atop the data center, ensuring direct access to the main control room. Understood. Sir, the design scheme is underway and the engineering units are being dispatched. As Lu Zhao's figure disappears into the data center's entrance, the inhabitants of the Ark begin to speculate about his forthcoming actions. What will he do next? Surely, he is concocting another groundbreaking invention. Every time he immerses himself in that space, he produces astonishing creations. Could it be an enhancement to the battlesuit? Or an iteration of Zhao Ci's intelligent AI? I suspect it pertains to some form of industrial upgrade. Look, he has taken his seat at the console. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lu Zhao, now back at the main console, shows no sign of rest. His long fingers dance across the virtual keyboard, inputting commands and code at an astonishing pace. The data streams on the screen refresh like a cascading waterfall. Complex, three-dimensional structures begin to take shape. Here we go again. New cutting-edge technology. How much more brilliance does he possess yet to unveil? Quick, document every symbol. None must be overlooked. In this moment, the entire United Fleet, regardless of technological understanding, even those who are illiterate, irrespective of their previous national affiliations or positions, collectively hold their breath, fixated on the screen. Experts from various nations hastily abandon their tasks, rushing to the screen, eager to affix their eyes upon the flowing codes and design diagrams. Whether they wish to acknowledge it or not, within this brief span, Zhao has utilized the super soldier serum, Zhao AI, Maca steel, miniaturized palladium reactors, in this formidable iron battlesuit to create inventions that transcend time and reshape understanding. He has thoroughly captivated this assembly of self-proclaimed rational elites. Every motion he makes could potentially herald the next technological wave. However, just as everyone eagerly anticipates witnessing Zhao's unveiling of new high technologies, an unexpected twist occurs. Within the data center, particularly in the area surrounding Zhao's console, the lighting abruptly transforms into a mesmerizing distortion. A layer of shimmering light resembling rippling water envelopes much of Zhao's figure and all of the displays before him. People can barely discern Zhao's blurred outline as he remains seated. Yet, what he is operating or what the screens display is a complete haze. No details can be discerned. What is happening? Why has the image become so distorted? Is it signal interference? Adjust the signal quickly. By some misfortune, does the sunlight have to shine here at this moment? The arc square erupts into chaos. Voices of disappointment and anger resound. Some, unwilling to relent, attempt to retrieve recordings for post-processing, enhancement, and noise reduction. Yet no matter the method employed, the result remains an impenetrable distortion of light. High exposure renders even the outlines further obscured. A palpable sense of helpless regret fills the square, akin to watching the gates to a treasure slowly close before one's eyes, powerless to intervene. The representatives from various nations shake their heads, their faces betraying disappointment. Their technical teams express their frustration with fists pounding against their chests, lamenting the lost opportunity for observation and learning, a loss more painful than death. Only Su Xueqing furrows her brow slightly, a hint of doubt flickering in her cold gaze. What a coincidence, she murmurs to herself. At that moment, a cryptographic terminal on Zhao Qingtian's wrist suddenly vibrates. He glances down quickly, scanning the incoming information. His furrowed brow relaxes abruptly, and an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy washes over his face. He turns sharply to Su Xueqing, his voice trembling with excitement. Xueqing, good news. Tremendous news. Su Xueqing casts a questioning glance. The technical department has just breached the final barrier. Zhao Qingtian almost bites his tongue to suppress his exuberance, lowering his voice. The Firefly 20 unidirectional information transmission protocol has completed its final adjustments. We anticipate that by 6 o'clock this evening, our first directional information stream will successfully reach a receiving node at the Yungu data center in Tianhai City. We will finally have the opportunity to attempt direct communication with him. Even with Su Xueqing's icy demeanor, the long-awaited news brings a smile to her exquisite face, one capable of dimming the stars. This is undoubtedly the first ray of dawn in the darkness. However, her smile quickly fades, her gaze returning to the hazy area on the main screen enveloped in light and shadow. A trace of barely perceptible tension and concern flickers in her eyes. A bridge for communication is about to be constructed. This is indeed a groundbreaking step. But what are the other side of the bridge? How will the young man, who alone stirs the winds and demonstrates near miraculous abilities, perceive this belated contact after experiencing the despair of being abandoned by an entire civilization on Earth? Will he be willing to respond? One can only hope he does not allow resentment to completely shut the door to dialogue. Su Xueqing unconsciously tightens her grip at her side. Her gaze seems to penetrate the screen, focusing on the dreamy light and shadow, awaiting the arrival of 6 o'clock this evening, awaiting the response that will determine the future's course, or silence. Chapter 53, 2 sentences that left the world's leading scientists in disbelief. Aboard the Liberty Goddess starship, in the main conference room, The live broadcast on the circular screen is obscured by a distortion of light and shadow. Lu Zhao and the console before him have become indistinct. Only vague outlines are visible. A wave of suppressed sighs and murmurs fill the conference room. Alas, the crucial parts are entirely unclear. Was he working on in there? A new energy system? Or an upgrade for a more powerful battlesuit? This young man, Lu Zhao, is truly astonishing. I wish I could pry open his mind to see what other fantastical ideas he harbors. Among the crowd, a young mixed-race Chinese-American scientist, Zhang Funi, adjusts her black-rimmed glasses. Her mixed heritage grants her both the delicate beauty of the East and the striking features of the West. Even with her slightly cumbersome black-rimmed glasses, her youthful vitality and elegance shine through. At this moment, the clear gaze behind her lenses sparkles with a contemplative light, distinct from those around her. Her voice, though soft, clearly reaches the ears of a few nearby. Perhaps we have been overly fixated on the path of cybernetic colonization. Lu Zhao's choice of this external propulsion armor route, though it may appear like a tin can. Do you not think its high maneuverability and independent combat capability offer greater practical advantages for venturing beyond the fleet's home port into uncharted cosmic territories? At least at this stage, its demonstrated environmental adaptability and self-sufficiency far surpass our still experimental neural interfacing technology. Her words provoke a subtle stir. Some ponder thoughtfully, while others frown in skepticism. Just then, the heavy alloy doors of the conference room slide open silently. Achiting aura instant de silence de discussion. Everyone fell silent, their gazes filled with reverence as they turned towards the entrance. Osmond Howard strode in confidently. He appeared to be in his 30s, his golden hair meticulously styled. His deep blue eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and the tailored white research uniform accentuated his tall, commanding presence, exuding an undeniable authority. His gaze did not even glance at Dr. Janvany, instead landing directly on the blurred images on the main screen. A cold smirk curved his lips. Dr. Janvany. Osmond's voice was flat. Your contract has been terminated. Please gather your personal belongings and leave the core research area immediately. Janvany froze, the color draining from her face. At that moment, her bright eyes brimmed with shock and defiance. Dr. Howard, why? I was merely analyzing a technological possibility. Lu Zhao's steel battlesuit has indeed demonstrated. She attempted to argue, her tone tinged with urgency. Osmond did not spare her a second glance. He casually raised a hand, and two security personnel clad in black uniforms approached her, one on each side, their movements brooking no opposition. Take her out, Osmond ordered, his command unwavering. Janvany was half dragged away, casting a glance back filled with confusion and a hint of humiliated anger, which ultimately transformed into a stubborn tightening of her lips. The atmosphere in the conference room had completely frozen. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one dared to speak, even if they harbored some sympathy within. Here, Osmond Howard was the absolute authority. Osmond then slowly scanned the room, his gaze finally resting once more on the indistinct live broadcast, as if he could penetrate the shadows to see Lu Zhao within. The steel battlesuit? He scoffed, his tone dripping with blatant disdain. Merely a slightly refined flying toy. Fundamentally a cumbersome iron coffin. It pales in comparison to the ostentatious Gundam models from the East. Can it breach the Karman line, engage in true deep space combat? The weapons it carries, do they pose even the slightest threat to the armor of our starships? His voice reverberated in the silent conference room, laced with an icy chill. Marked steel? A somewhat fortuitous alloy that performs marginally better at low temperatures. And you dare call in new material? Our Omega titanium tantalum composite in North America has long since achieved comprehensive superiority in all performance metrics. Yadavisai, Osmond's mockery deepened. It's merely a patchwork auxiliary program built upon the shoulders of giants like GPT and OpenAI, a mere opportunistic endeavor, and that laughable serum evolution. He shook his head, as if critiquing the shamanism of a primitive tribe, fixated on the fragile and perishable flesh of humanity, which he deemed regressive and inefficient. The future of life lies in transcendence, in the perfect fusion with machinery. Our cybernetic suits can likewise bestow extraordinary power, speed, and responsiveness upon the user, being more stable, more controllable, and most importantly, representing the direction of life's evolution. They embody cutting-edge materials science, high-density energy, biological chips, brain-machine interfaces, and microscopic electronic neural reconstruction technologies. This is the only legitimate path for civilization's advancement. He surveyed the scientists who were rendered speechless, finally revealing a smile of omnipotence. The conference room fell silent for a moment, then scattered applause began, quickly crescendoing into a fervent and synchronized ovation. Everyone clapped vigorously, their faces radiating profound recognition and admiration. Osman, satisfied, raised a hand slightly, and the applause abruptly ceased as if sliced by a knife. He elegantly seated himself in the ergonomic chair at the head of the table, his hands crossed upon the surface. All right, the irrelevant noise has been eradicated. I shall resume my usual calm tone. We shall now commence the formal meeting. Departmental progress reports. He turned his gaze to one side. The breakthrough status of the EUV lithography machine for the 1 nanometer processing technology. A scientist responsible for the lithography project rose immediately to report the bottlenecks encountered in theoretical solutions proposed. Osman listened, occasionally nodding or posing incisive questions. He then sequentially called upon the laboratory data on the second-generation development of Omega titanium tantalum composite, the decision error rate of the new generation OpenAI model in complex environmental simulations, and the feedback delay in capturing signals from the motor cortex of primates concerning high-precision brain-machine interface projects. The meeting seemed to have returned to the familiar track of Osman's absolute control. However, just as a scientist responsible for the AI project was about to present a set of data charts, the main screen's persistent shadows suddenly rippled like water. Zhao's figure became distinctly visible. He walked calmly to the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the data center, gazing serenely at the industrious mechanical army operating outside, akin to a swarm of ants. Then, Jarvis's voice, transmitted through the live broadcast signal, resonated clearly throughout the Liberty Bell conference room. Sir, the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip integrated manufacturing platform technology and Red Queen-level highly constrained strong AI architecture technology have been documented, and the foundational production material distribution sequence has been generated. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of subtle mockery. I must say, I am quite looking forward to this. According to the core architecture description, Lady Red Queen's global computation and coordination capabilities far surpass my own. Her theoretical efficacy could encompass and efficiently manage the entire planet's resource system. Within the Liberty Bell conference room, time seemed to freeze. All scientists, including Osman Howard, who had just been eloquently speaking, were rendered motionless. Their expressions transitioned from initial bewilderment to sheer shock and disbelief. A 1 nanometer carbon-based chip integrated manufacturing platform. How is this even possible? This concept currently exists solely in the realm of extreme theoretical laboratory conditions. Even the most basic stable preparation process remains a mere theoretical discussion. That Red Queen AI is more powerful than Jarvis, capable of overseeing the entire planet. Jarvis has already exhibited near-miraculous coordination and learning abilities. What sort of monster would a more powerful AI be? This is no longer a matter of catching up. It is a redefinition of the boundaries of intelligence. Osman's expression darkened, as if he had consumed a dead rat. He fixed his gaze on Zhao's calm profile on the screen, the blue in his eyes revealing a flicker of apprehension that he himself had never noticed. In the conference room, only heavy breathing could be heard, alongside the lingering anticipation in Jarvis's voice from the screen. Chapter 54. Zhao has shattered humanity's cognitive limits regarding technology. He has truly accomplished it. How long has it been? And he has developed a new AI. Incredible. Zhao is remarkable. How soon until the next iteration? In the Arc Fleet Plaza, the enormous main screen displayed Jarvis announcing the completion of the loading of the new artificial intelligence architecture, Red Queen. The crowd erupted in a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Amidst the commotion, a voice, clearly perplexed, emerged. It sounded like a professional in the information technology field. Wait, according to Jarvis's description, a highly constrained strong AI? This typically implies that its behavioral patterns are strictly confined within predefined logical frameworks, severely suppressing creativity, rendering responses and task handling mechanical, templated, lacking true individuality and profound insight. An AI like Jarvis, capable of autonomous thought and even exhibiting a degree of emotional personification, represents the future potential, the direction to tackle complex, unknown scenarios. How could Liu Zhao go against this trend? This question received murmurs of agreement from several knowledgeable individuals nearby. Indeed, from a conventional perspective, constraint-based AI resembles a sophisticated tool, while autonomous thinking AI is much closer to the embryonic form of intelligent life. At this juncture, Liu Zhao's move appears to be a regression. Just then, a senior expert in artificial intelligence and semiconductors urgently connected through the channel, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement, addressing the crowd's doubts. Ladies and gentlemen, the conventional constraint-based AI indeed possesses the limitations mentioned by the previous speaker. However, pay attention to the key phrase "high constraint" in Jarvis's description. This signifies that the technology developed by Liu Zhao is far from an ordinary constraint model as we understand it. Let's not forget, we previously questioned the palladium reactor as being outdated technology. The expert paused momentarily, his voice rising with fervor. Moreover, in comparison, I believe we should focus on his simultaneous invention of the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip integrated manufacturing platform technology. This is not merely a simple industrial upgrade. It heralds an industrial revolution that requires a comprehensive and disruptive innovation, starting from the most fundamental materials to the ultimate system integration. Its significance is no less than the energy revolution brought about by miniaturized palladium reactors. He took a deep breath, attempting to explain the complexity in the simplest terms to those outside the field. Currently, all our cutting-edge computing devices are based on silicon chips. Carbon-based materials, particularly those like carbon nanotubes, have already been proven in laboratories to possess far superior potential, faster speeds, and lower power consumption than silicon. However, transforming them from laboratory treasures into widely producible, high-precision, and stable industrial products is an arduous journey, far exceeding improvements made on existing mature silicon technology. The expert provided a vivid analogy. Manufacturing silicon chips is akin to meticulously refining a perfect granite surface with a sculpting tool. What about carbon-based chips? One must first create billions of flawless carbon nanotube straws, then don gloves to precisely erect them on the platform, without them toppling. Only then can the carving and connections begin. He continued to enumerate the known core challenges that have plagued global laboratories for decades. What is more troublesome is that carbon nanotubes exhibit both metallic and semiconductor properties. Only the semiconductor variety is usable. Currently synthesized materials are all mixtures, and the thought of separation? A mere fantasy. Then there are adhesion issues. The surface of carbon nanotubes is as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for photoresist to adhere. During etching, the slightest touch causes them to misalign or break. Doping is even more exasperating. Silicon chips can be easily handled with ion implantation, but dare to employ such methods on carbon nanotubes? The lattice would shatter into pieces. We need to invent entirely new doping methods, and as of now, we haven't even scratched the surface. Finally, the expert concluded with a tone akin to a proclamation. If Liu Zhao has truly mastered the complete carbon-based chip manufacturing technology, even if the process he ultimately achieves is not 1 nanometer, but rather 20 or even 50 nanometers, thanks to the inherent performance advantages of carbon-based materials, the chip technology he possesses would already place him a full era ahead of humanity. This profound yet accessible explanation sent the square into a frenzy once more. Screams and gasps melded into a cacophony, crashing against the eardrums of everyone present. An era? My goodness! Does this mean that even a carbon-based chip produced by him, albeit several generations behind, would surpass our most advanced silicon chips? How can we even compare? He alone represents a technological explosion of civilization. With the energy revolution coupled with the industrial revolution, how many more miracles will he create? The crowd animatedly conversed, their faces alight with prideful excitement and incredulous shock. Liu Zhao's existence was continuously redefining their perceptions of the terms genius and technology. At the ring of fate, the expressions of the representatives from various nations were exceptionally complex. Some were animatedly whispering with their advisory teams, their fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Others were marveling, their gazes towards the main screen filled with eagerness. Of course, there were also those whose faces were so grim they could drip water. Zhao Qingtian was undoubtedly among the excited ones. He struggled to suppress his inner ecstasy and even confirmed with the head of the Republic's technical team through the terminal. Is the carbon-based chip really that extraordinary? The head responded affirmatively, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. General, it is even more astonishing. Our most advanced EUV lithography machines are still striving to achieve stable mass production of single-digit nanometer silicon chips, with significant yield and cost issues. 1 nanometer? That remains an unattainable dream in the laboratory. Zhao has directly switched to a higher-level track. This is no longer a generational gap. It is a dimensional crushing. Zhao Qingtian slapped his thigh, a smile blossoming on his face. However, he did not notice that beside him, Su Xueqing did not exhibit much joy. Her gaze occasionally flickered to the console, where the time was rapidly approaching 6 in the evening, before returning to Zhao, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. In her cool eyes lay a barely perceptible hint of concern and anxiety. The crucial moment for establishing contact was imminent. How would Zhao respond? The uncertainty of this answer left her feeling restless. In stark contrast, Charles Brandt's face was nearly unreadable. His clenched fists, hidden beneath the table, were so tight that his nails nearly dug into his palms. A cold, killing intent surged within him. The rescue plan flashed through his mind. A dangerously radical thought that perhaps it should be transformed into an assassination plan. Once this notion emerged, it grew uncontrollably. Brandt clearly realized, if he could not obtain Zhao and gain control over him and the technology he possessed, allowing his development to continue would pose not just a potential threat to North America's dominance in the United Fleet, but also to the strategic advantage of the entire Western Alliance. The palladium reactor, the Mark steel, now this carbon-based chip and new AI. Each of these was like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully against North America's technological citadel. This was no longer about shaking foundations. It was akin to wielding a pickaxe to dismantle walls. On board the Liberty Lady, in the conference room, FXX, accompanied by a suppressed roar of fury, an expensive curved display was smashed to pieces by a metal ornament seized by Osmond Howard. Fragments scattered. Electric sparks flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. Within the conference room, the top scientists of North America fell silent, watching their proud leader, who resembled a lion cornered in extremity, his chest heaving violently, eyes bloodshot. How could he possibly dare to manufacture the entire process of carbon-based chips? Osmond squeezed those words through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with intense anger. The technology Zhao unveiled struck precisely at the core of his deepest arrogance, an area into which he had invested vast resources yet achieved slow progress. The next-generation intelligent AI architecture and chip manufacturing. It felt as though a treasure he had meticulously guarded, treated as sacred, had been brazenly taken away by an unexpected thief using a more advanced method, leaving him with a resounding slap in the face. He suddenly turned, no longer gazing at the wreckage of the screen, nor paying heed to the stunned expressions of those in the conference room. He stormed out with great strides. His silhouette was imbued with an ineffable sense of defeat and ferocity. Outside the conference room, Janvini, who had just been mercilessly reprimanded by Osmond, leaned against the wall to regain her composure. She observed Osmond in a state of such agitation, even losing his composure to storm out. The face that had always exuded arrogance and control now bore only twisted anger and a hint of vulnerability that she keenly detected. In that instant, a profound realization dawned upon her. A surge of indescribable exhilaration, tinged with the sweet taste of revenge, washed over Zanfuni's heart. The grievances and indignation from being publicly humiliated and cast aside found an outlet in this moment. It was as if, at this instant, she felt an inexplicable gratitude towards Zhao, whom she had never met and who resided light years away on Earth. Had it not been for this young man's astonishing displays of miracles, she feared she would never have the chance to witness Osmond Howard in such a compromised and disheveled state. Chapter 55, Zhao the Golden Goose. The setting sun melted gold, painting the horizon in warm hues of orange. Zhao sat before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the relaxation area of the data center, perched upon an ergonomic chair. Before him, on a small table, rested a white porcelain bowl filled with steaming Su-style noodles. Delicate strands of dragon beard noodles floated in amber broth, garnished with thin slices of tender meat and vibrant green garlic leaves. A sleek home robot glided quietly away. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a portion of noodles, blew gently to cool them, and brought them to his lips. The noodles were smooth, the broth sweet. A familiar taste that resonated deeply within his memory. Previously, in an effort to rapidly replenish his strength, he had consumed only high-energy, high-protein meats, eggs, and dairy. Now, as the base began to function optimally, resources were no longer scarce. He could finally indulge his long-dormant palate. Lu Zhao grasped a nearby glass filled with a deep brown liquid, effervescent bubbles rising to the surface. He tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp, the icy rush instantly coursing down his throat, accompanied by a slight prickling sensation. Soon after, the familiar sweetness spread through him. It was cola chilled, a beverage almost mythical in the era of rationed energy supplies. Across the Ark fleet, in the plazas and living quarters, the sight of Lu Zhao enjoying noodles and cola resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of envy and longing. What was he eating? Noodles? Suicide noodles? And meat. That braised meat looked so tender. What was he drinking? Cola. Chilled. I could barely keep down the nutrition paste. Just looking at his bowl made my mouth water. For the vast majority of Ark residents who relied on nutrient paste and pre-packaged meals, Lu Zhao's simple meal was akin to a sensory nuclear explosion, piercing through their psychological defenses with precision. That cold cola made countless throats tighten, as if they could feel the long-lost luxury through the screen. In the corner of the plaza in the Harmony Arc, 7 young individuals, 4 males and 3 females, gathered, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they gazed at the screen. They were orphans from the Tianhai City Welfare Institute, having grown up alongside Lu Zhao. The institute had merged with Huaihai City before their migration, making them the last batch of children from that home, the ones most familiar with Lu Zhao. Yet, at that moment, the figure on the screen, soaring in a steel exosuit, effortlessly wielding groundbreaking technology while leisurely dining on Su-style noodles, felt utterly alien to them. Damn it, I really envy this guy Lu Zhao, exclaimed Zhang Wei, his hair dyed bright yellow, a note of bitterness in his voice. I've been pedaling on the power matrix until my legs cramp, scrimping for a week just to afford the cheapest synthetic protein noodles. And he has got braised meat and cola. Beside him, a lanky figure pushed up his black-framed glasses. That S. Luo Yang, he murmured, each person has their own fate. Who would have thought he would? He paused, refraining from finishing his thought. They all knew about Lu Zhao's severe accident, which had left him in a vegetative state and deemed valueless, discarded. Who could have imagined he would awaken and transform into this remarkable individual? In their memories, Lu Zhao was clever and precocious, deliberately flunking his college entrance exams to save money, and even aspiring to be a social media influencer as a delivery boy. He was unique, but certainly not a genius. The only plausible explanation seemed to align with the speculations of the authorities and mainstream media, but the accident and prolonged coma had somehow activated or reorganized his brain. It's not so bad pedaling a bike, one girl said with a wry smile. I wanted to go to the medical area, but there are no slots available. You either need connections, exceptional skills, or to be good-looking. The atmosphere grew heavy. They were all ordinary young people, positioned at the bottom of a stratified, resource-scarce society aboard the Arkansas. Aside from selling their labor in the power matrix to earn meager energy credits, they saw little hope for advancement. With most jobs replaced by bionic robots, those eligible for technical roles were either elite or scientists. At that moment, Luo Yang seemed to make a decision, lowering his voice, his eyes flickering with determination as he spoke. Actually, there might be a way for us to change our fates. The other 6 turned to him immediately. Luo Yang licked his slightly dry lips. We might be the most knowledgeable about Lu Zhao in the entire Ark, perhaps even across all fleets. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we sell information? Luo Yang's voice dropped even lower, laced with temptation. Right now, every nation and major power is vying for Lu Zhao. His preferences, habits, childhood embarrassments. Any scrap of information could be worth a fortune to those influential figures. We could trade this for energy credits, better positions, or even an escape from the power matrix. His words ignited a spark of desire in their eyes. Indeed, they possessed resources that others lacked. I oppose this. A somewhat timid, yet resolute voice interrupted. They turned to see Liao Zhong, a slightly plump young man with his head lowered, fingers twisted together. Zhang Wei threw an arm around Liao Zhong's shoulder. Come on, don't be so stubborn. We're not selling Lu Zhao as privacy. It's just trivial childhood anecdotes. We might even embellish a bit. It won't affect him. Besides, you should be the first to do this. If it weren't for you emptying your savings for his medical fees, would he have woken up to become a genius? He owes you. The others chimed in. Exactly. Liao Zhong, you've helped him so much. What is wrong with getting something back? Yet, Liao Zhong shook his head, his face flushing. No, that's his own business. We can't do this. I still have to go to the power matrix. I haven't completed my share for the day. With that, he turned abruptly, almost fleeing from the group. Watching his retreating figure, the others wore expressions of discontent. Luo Yang adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold behind the lenses. If he is unwilling, we can proceed without him. This can still be accomplished with or without anyone. Noticing some still hesitant, Luo Yang scoffed, deliberately adopting an uncertain tone. Have you ever wondered why they insist on having us useless individuals pedal bikes in the power matrix every day? Beyond merely keeping us occupied, are they not also looking to expend our excess energy to maintain our health? After all, no matter how advanced a bionic organ may be, it can't compare to native tissue in certain situations, right? Liao Zhong was quite plump before, yet he has lost quite a bit of weight now. Perhaps he is nearing the standard. His words fell like a bucket of ice water, sending chills through the group, their faces paling. Rumors and whispers flashed through their minds. Fear extinguished the last flicker of hesitation. At that moment, the crisp chime of the 6 o'clock alert echoed throughout the Harmony Arc and the entire United Fleet's public channel. Almost simultaneously, in the live broadcast, the distinctive, gentle voice of Jarvis resonated. Sir, an anomalous external information stream has been detected, attempting to breach the data center. The surface information has been successfully intercepted and analyzed. Lu Zhao paused momentarily, his hand holding the cup of cola hesitating. He withdrew his gaze from the sunset's afterglow outside. Jarvis continued to report, calmly reiterating the deciphered message. We are compatriots. We have never abandoned you. Please hold on until we return to Earth. Chapter 56, The Dark Forest Theory. Lu Zhao's response. We are compatriots. We have never abandoned you. Please hold on until we return to Earth. Jarvis's report echoed clearly throughout every corner of the United Fleet via the live signal. In an instant, all plazas and chambers fell into a profound silence. Subsequently, a more intense uproar erupted than ever before. It succeeded? The Republic's Firefly project actually succeeded? Did they not announce their failure? When did this happen? My heavens! They truly managed to send the information back. Waves of incredulous exclamations swept through the crowd. People widened their eyes, their faces etched with astonishment and the ensuing ecstasy. This meant that communication across the vast cosmos and Earth had finally been established. The circle of fate. Around the round table, the representatives of various nations almost unanimously rose to their feet. Their gazes converged sharply on the Republic's seat, focusing on Zhao Qingtian and Su Xueqing. Shock, scrutiny, inquiry, and even a subtle hint of jealousy intertwined within those gazes. Charles Brandt's expression darkened instantly, as if he could wring water from it. His knuckles turned pale from the pressure. Yamamoto Ichiro's forced smile froze completely, his small eyes narrowing into a slit, flickering with an unpredictable light. Ivanov's normally expressionless face exhibited a slight muscle twitch. Zhao Qingtian remained composed, facing the collective gaze, his face finally unable to suppress a hint of relieved smile. This smile bore the weight of hardship, yet also radiated a sense of triumph. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately colliding with the ashen face of Brandt from afar. The success of Firefly 20 also indicated that the Republic had long identified the reasons behind the initial Firefly project's failure, but due to the rescue of Lu Zhao, the Republic chose a temporary truce, refraining from immediate investigation and retaliation. Brandt's chest heaved violently. Under the scrutinizing gaze laden with the essence of victory, he unwillingly and frustratingly averted his gaze, as if merely looking longer would scorch his eyes. Su Xueqing disregarded this silent confrontation. Her entire focus was on the live broadcast, fixated on the young man seated by the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunset's molten gold filtered through the window, casting a glow upon Lu Zhao's chiseled profile, outlining a robust and distinct contour. He appeared calm, as if the life-altering news he had just heard was merely a gentle breeze wafting through the window. Soon, all of humanity began to realize something. The clamor subsided rapidly like a receding tide. Thousands upon thousands held their breath, eyes unblinking as they stared at the screen, anticipating how the sole survivor, the only hope from Earth, would respond. Within the data center, as Jarvis completed his report, an unusual silence ensued. The only sound was the low hum of the machines in operation. Zhao calmly picked up the chilled cup of cola once more, tilting his head back to take another sip. The cold liquid, with its delicate bubbles, tingled as it slid down his throat. In this moment, he felt an extraordinary tranquility. There was no excitement as anticipated, no relief for being saved, nor any jumbled feelings of gratitude or resentment. At this instant, Zhao possessed only one clear thought: to ascertain the 18,300 peculiar surveillance satellites in low Earth orbit. As he had surmised, they belonged to all of humanity that had evacuated. They were the eyes left behind, observing the abandoned mother planet. It was precisely for this reason that the United Fleet discovered his existence and transmitted this message. Then, under the watchful gaze of countless anxious eyes, Zhao set down his glass, producing a crisp clink. He suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze out the window towards the sky, bathed in warm orange hues yet permeated by the blood-red strands of cosmic storms. His profound gaze seemed capable of penetrating the atmosphere, traversing the vast interstellar distances, locking eyes with every starship and every individual of the United Fleet suspended in deep space. At this moment, all those watching the live broadcast, regardless of their location or nationality, experienced an intense illusion that the young man on the screen was directly gazing at them. That calm yet profound gaze possessed a penetrating power, causing many to instinctively hold their breath. Zhao's thoughts momentarily drifted far away, crossing 18 years in this parallel world. Even with the soul of a traveler, before activating the system, he was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive. Yet ultimately, his mind harbored knowledge absent from this world. For instance, he had read The Three-Body Problem. While the specific details had faded from memory, one segment about the transformation of humanity aboard starships struck him deeply. The crew, represented by Chu Yin and the blue spaceship, following the trail of Zhang Beihai, experienced life and death choices in the harsh realities of the universe, ultimately transforming into an entirely new breed of starship humanity. The essence of this transformation lay in the profound understanding that, in the dark forest of the cosmos, survival is the primary necessity of civilization, and thus, it necessitated a redefinition of the relationship between morality and existence. They recognized the harsh truths of the universe. In the context of limited survival resources, once communication and trust break down, a chain of suspicion forms. Attacks may precede communication. Therefore, in extreme environments, to ensure the survival of civilization as a whole, certain actions deemed unacceptable under old moral standards, such as attacking other ships for resources, became necessary. This was not a complete abandonment of humanity, but rather viewing the continuity of civilization as the highest moral imperative. Ultimately, they realized that starship humanity had evolved into an independent branch of civilization, separate from Earth. They must liberate themselves from the spiritual dependency on Earth, establishing their own new home in the cold cosmos. Thus, Zhao pondered, unbeknownst to him, how many among the billions of people in the United Fleet, transmitting messages across the starlit expanse, had quietly undergone this transformation, becoming a new breed of starship humanity with an evolved mindset. How many remained as he perceived them? The Earth compatriots? Were those coming to seek him, claiming to rescue him, truly the Earthlings harboring nostalgia for their homeland? Or were they already acclimated to the laws of the dark forest of the universe, the starship humanity? Upon contemplating this, a subtle smile curved at the corner of Zhao's mouth. His heart resolved. He spoke calmly into the air, his voice resonating clearly through the microphone to the United Fleet. Do not respond. These simple 4 words fell like ice water splashed into a boiling pot of oil. In the United Fleet, all those holding their breath in anticipation froze in astonishment. Confusion and disbelief etched upon their faces. What? What did he say? Do not respond? What does that mean? Does he not believe us? Or does he not want us to return? What kind of response is this? Neither acceptance nor rejection? Whispers began faintly, quickly escalating into a massive wave of confusion and unrest, spreading like a plague. This response entirely exceeded their expectations. There is a complete lack of a clear affirmation or rejection, leaving one utterly perplexed regarding Lu Zhao's true thoughts and attitudes. The Ring of Destiny. Representatives from various nations exhibited diverse expressions. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others could not restrain themselves from quietly exchanging opinions with their neighbors. An atmosphere of unease and speculation enveloped the circular table. Zhao Qingtian's smile had entirely vanished, replaced by a profound sense of astonishment and confusion. He instinctively turned to Su Shiweqing, lowering his voice with a hint of urgency, and inquired, "What does this mean? Is he waiting for a better offer? Seeking to demand more leverage? Or does he simply not trust us at all?" Su Wenge's delicate brows knitted tightly. Her cool gaze remained fixated on Lu Zhao's face in the live broadcast, attempting to decipher even the slightest hint of psychological activity beneath that tranquil facade. However, Lu Zhao's expression was impeccably controlled. Or perhaps he truly felt that calm within. At that moment, in the live broadcast, Lu Zhao spoke once more, issuing new orders with an unwavering tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. "Jarvis, immediately search within the Republic's territory and confirm whether there are other abandoned survivors. If so, pinpoint their coordinates, assess their survival status, and, while ensuring our own resource supply, devise a rescue plan, prioritizing medical assistance." This command struck Su Shiweqing's mind like a thunderclap. The icy demeanor she had maintained crumbled instantly, her countenance losing its color. Chapter 57. The Uprising of Intelligent Robots. "Sir, the deep scan of life signals across the Republic has been completed. A total of 137 human survivors in a persistent vegetative state have been identified. They rely on life-sustaining equipment to maintain basic vital signs. Most of these devices have exceeded their service life, with energy reserves nearing depletion, and system stability is in jeopardy." Jarvis's response was swift and clear, resonating through the vast data center. Lu Zhao's expression remained calm. He had anticipated this outcome. The reason for the delayed, comprehensive search and rescue was twofold. On one hand, he had previously been unable to stabilize his own foundation, and on the other, this current action was, in itself, a silent response. Earthlings are Earthlings, and Starship humans are Starship humans. Earthlings do not require the salvation of Starship humans. Deploy bionic intelligence units to take over the monitoring and basic care of these survivors' life-sustaining devices, ensuring energy supply and system stability. Lu Zhao commanded. "Oh, sir. The medical support units have been dispatched." The Ring of Destiny. On the main screen, Jarvis's report and Lu Zhao's orders were clearly conveyed. The countenance of the representatives around the circular table became subtly and unnaturally strained. This situation was not unique to the Republic. During the harsh selection and evacuation process, every nation had faced similar dilemmas. Those deemed unlikely to awaken or whose resource consumption outweighed their future value had, under despair and pressure, most often signed agreements to forego relocation and accept end-of-life palliative care. This was not the singular fault of any particular country or organization, but rather a collective, chilling decision made against the backdrop of an era of escape. Moreover, a few individuals chose to remain voluntarily, signing declarations to spend their final days on Earth. However, absolute solitude swiftly shattered the psychological defenses of most. According to subsequent analyses of sporadically received signals from Earth, many who chose to stay did not perish due to a lack of survival resources, but rather succumbed to suicide or engaged in various high-risk, near-suicidal extreme activities, seeking one last thrill or release. In this moment, Lu Zhao's efforts to search for and rescue these abandoned individuals reflected a mirror, illuminating the past that many nations were reluctant to confront. Naturally, the representatives from various nations gleaned insights from this action. Combined with Lu Zhao's earlier perplexing remark about not responding, it seemed to convey a clear signal, a posture of maintaining distance, even rejection. This indicated that while the Republic had successfully established initial contact with Inghua 20, leading the way, Lu Zhao showed no signs of leaning towards the Republic. The competition for Lu Zhao had seemingly returned everyone to the starting line. The exhilaration on Zhao Qingtian's face had long since faded. He leaned back in his chair, his furrowed brow reflecting a transition from confusion to resigned clarity, ultimately settling into an expression of understanding. He quietly remarked to Su Shiweqing, "He is drawing a line with actions. He does not trust us, or rather, He trusts no side at all. Susuekin silently nadif. Her cool eyes briefly flickering with complexity. She had sensed the possibility of this outcome long ago, but its stark clarity weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, the rescue plan could not falter. Zhao Qingtian took a deep breath, his tone regaining firmness. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must attempt it. This is not merely for technology, but also for redemption. Su Shiweqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, then raised her gaze, redirecting her attention to the screen. Earth, Yunga Data Center. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Lu Zhao pushed the bowl aside. He did not rush to execute the next grand plan, but instead approached the expansive bookshelf that dominated an entire wall, casually pulling out a hefty tome and quietly flipping through its pages. For him, reading was not only an essential pathway to acquire knowledge, but also a unique means of relaxation. On board the Ark fleet, countless individuals observing him through screens gradually settled from their earlier shock, speculation, and agitation. As Lu Zhao entered a state of reading, the tension that had gripped humanity seemed to momentarily ease. People began to return to their respective workstations and life trajectories, though they occasionally glanced at the screen, anticipating Lu Zhao's subsequent actions. Aboard the Prometheus starship, in the conference room, Charles Brandt left the Ring of Destiny with a grim expression, heading directly back to the North American fleet's flagship. The deputy head of the technical team, Brown, delivered a report to Jennifer, who had been expelled from the research team by Osmond. At that moment, Jennifer awaited him in a small briefing room. Before her floated a holographic report titled Feasibility Study and Preliminary Development Team Application for Exoskeleton High Mobility Individual Armor, Iron Battlesuit Path. Mr. Brandt, Jennifer adjusted her black-framed glasses. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, a hint of tension and anticipation flickered in her eyes. Lu Zhao had already demonstrated the astounding potential of this technological path. I believe North America must immediately initiate related research, even if only as a technological reserve and path validation. She elaborated on the advantages of the iron battlesuit in reconnaissance, rapid deployment, and combat in complex environments, comparing it to North America's primary focus on cybernetic colonization, highlighting that the two were not mutually exclusive, but could even complement each other. Brandt listened impassively, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. It was only when Jennifer uttered the final sentence. Technological reserves are essential. After all, we must consider the worst-case scenario should we ultimately fail to secure Lu Zhao's cooperation. That her words struck a chord deep within Brandt's psyche. His fingers paused momentarily, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. If we cannot secure him, then we must obliterate. This was precisely the plan he had subconsciously been formulating. If North America could not obtain Lu Zhao, then it must ensure that no other force, particularly the Republic, could fully acquire Lu Zhao and his formidable technology. To prepare for the potential need to confront Lu Zhao, who possessed the iron battlesuit, preliminary research into its technological characteristics and countermeasures is of paramount importance. Just as Belant took a deep breath, preparing to acquiesce to the proposal, the door of the conference room was abruptly flung open. Osmond Howard strode in with a sullen expression, not even glancing at Belant. His icy gaze was fixed directly on Jean Fenny. I reject this ludicrous proposal, Osmond declared with an undeniable authority. That contraption, reliant on external energy and vector propulsion, is merely an advanced flying machine, or more aptly, a humanoid rocket. It is utterly meaningless in the true depths of outer space. Its defensive and offensive capabilities are laughably inadequate against starship-level firepower. Allocating precious resources and scientific manpower to such an obsolete technological path is an egregious irresponsibility towards North America's future. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at Jean Fenny, his disdain unmistakable. However, this time Jean Fenny did not lower her head in fear as she usually did. Instead, she slightly raised her chin, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her lips. This change ignited a fire within Osmond. He was acutely aware of the source of this transformation, one Lu Zhao, the forsaken child of Earth. It was Lu Zhao's exhibition of technological marvels beyond his control that had caused him to lose composure in front of others, shaking his unassailable image of authority. Jean Fenny was merely the first to dare challenge his supremacy. He could not allow such a trend to proliferate. The establishment of Jean Finney's Iron Armor Team, no matter how small, would signify the emergence of dissenting voices within the highest echelons of North American scientific research, voices divergent from his orchestrated path of cybernetic colonization. This would be a direct challenge to his authority and trajectory, diverting resources, manpower, and influence that he believed were solely his to command. This was utterly intolerable to Osman. We can modify it, equip it with heavy weapon systems to enhance its offensive capabilities. Its high mobility is a substantial tactical advantage, Jean Finney argued persuasively. Fool! Adding weaponry will only further increase its energy consumption and complexity, undermining its already limited endurance and reliability. Only someone as foolish as you would propose such a ridiculous course of action. Osman retorted sharply. Boulant observed the heated exchange between the two, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. He understood Osman's need to uphold his authority and dominant path. Yet he was also acutely aware of the practical considerations embedded in Jean Finney's suggestions, the limitations of resources, the choices of technological paths, and the balance of internal power all weighed heavily on his mind. Just as the deadlock reached its peak, the main screen of the conference room abruptly switched to a forced feed. A live broadcast from Earth appeared, accompanied by Jarvis's voice. But this time, Jarvis's tone was anything but calm. I apologize, sir, but I must interrupt your studies. A situation has arisen. The drone fleet dispatched to the old site of Baodao, responsible for transporting high-purity photoresist and special gases, is under attack in the target area. Across the Ark fleet, in various plazas and chambers, the previously settled crowd was once again captivated. The images on the main screen left everyone astonished. What is happening? Wasn't Jarvis supposed to control all defenses? How can they still be attacked? Is it a system malfunction? Initially, everyone assumed they were facing remnants of automated defensive systems. However, when the live feed switched to the front camera view of the drone fleet, everyone was left speechless. The footage revealed the drone fleet successfully traversing the strait, reaching the skies above Baodao, poised for descent. Suddenly, from the shadows of the factory below, dozens of agile figures sprang forth. They were over 50 biotic intelligent robots, distinctly of an older military or industrial model, each bearing unique paint jobs. Their arms were outfitted with rotary machine guns, electromagnetic pulse emitters, and even small rocket nests. Additionally, more small attack drones surged forth like a swarm, rising from the crevices of the buildings. The moment these armed units appeared, they launched a fierce coordinated assault on Liu Zhao's transport drones with remarkable efficiency and precision. The sound of gunfire erupted. The rotary machine guns spewed flames, creating a dense barrage. The electromagnetic pulses silently spread, causing affected drones to spiral out of control and plummet. Small rockets, trailing flames, accurately struck the large transport drones attempting to ascend, erupting in fiery explosions. Liu Zhao's drone fleet was primarily composed of transport models and a few escort variants. Faced with this sudden and ferocious onslaught, they had nearly no means of retaliation. Like hunted birds, they fell one after another, trailing black smoke, as debris rained down upon the factory below. Heavens! Robots! And drones! They're attacking Liu Zhao's drones. What is happening? Isn't Jarvis capable of controlling all connected devices? What is going on with these units? A cacophony of confusion and astonishment erupted aboard the Arkansas. People could not comprehend why these evidently intelligent armed units were beyond Jarvis's control. On Earth, in the data center, Liu Zhao had closed his book, calmly observing the live combat footage on the main screen. Sir, Jarvis's voice chimed in at the right moment, delivering an analysis report. The attacking units are offline independent units that have not connected to any external networks. They're driven by internally preset guard protocols, activated by conditions suggesting unidentified targets entering the core area. I am unable to take control or interfere via remote signals. In the footage, the last large transport drone was obliterated mid-air by a rocket, erupting into a massive fireball. Jarvis inquired, threat level of enemy units assessed. Medium. Request for orders. Do you authorize a counterattack to destroy them? Chapter 58. Iron Man's First Battle. Humanity goes wild. No need. I have rested enough. Inside the data center, Liu Zhao stood up calmly, placing his book down. He gazed at the projection of the armed robots and drones still wreaking havoc. His expression betrayed no sign of disturbance. He intended to handle it personally. Moreover, this outing conveniently aligned with his journey to the African continent to seek and develop vibranium deposits. Manufacturing a planetary-class industrial mother machine is a prerequisite for the planetary engine project, and it must be prioritized immediately. Zhao stepped forward toward the other side of the data center. This was not the entrance he had arrived through, but rather a newly constructed dedicated landing platform completed in this brief time under Jarvis's guidance. As he approached, the previously seamless metallic walls emitted a low hum, smoothly sliding apart to reveal a spacious passageway behind. The ceiling above also folded and expanded, allowing the blood-colored light from outside to filter in. The ground beneath him extended forward, forming a long metallic deck leading out to the night sky. On either side of the deck, several mechanical arms that had long been on standby began to move swiftly and silently. Dark silver marked steel armor components were delivered with precision, fitting perfectly. The sounds of locking mechanisms echoed crisply, like a prelude to war drums. The chest armor enveloped, the arm armor converged, the leg armor nested. Finally, the sleekly designed helmet with sharp lines slid in from behind, locking perfectly into place with a soft click. The positions of the eyes suddenly ignited with two icy beams of white light, akin to a slumbering giant awakening with fury. Boom! The violent roar of the engine erupted. Blue and white arcs of electricity surged violently from the vector nozzles on the hands and feet. The dark silver battle armor resembled a primordial beast breaking free from its chains. With an unstoppable momentum, it surged skyward from the edge of the extended deck, instantly tearing apart the tranquility above the Yun-Gu data center. Transforming into a silver meteor that pierced the crimson night sky, it sped towards the southeast. The Ark fleet was instantly abuzz. He went himself. My God, he charged straight in wearing that iron armor. Isn't that too reckless? The opponent possesses heavily armed robotic forces. Isn't Jarvis capable of controlling other robots to retaliate? Why must he take such risks himself? Excitement, confusion, and shock intertwined and spread among the crowd. Everyone was astounded by Zhao's unexpected personal involvement. On one hand, they yearned to witness the dazzling steel armor demonstrating its true combat capabilities. Otherwise, it would be such a pity. On the other hand, immense worry accompanied this excitement. During the previous assembly process, despite not understanding the core technology, it was evident that the steel armor was devoid of any visible weapon systems. Was he planning to withstand machine gun fire and rocket blasts with this armor? The ring of fate. Zhao Qingtian abruptly stood up, his expression tense. This is madness. Is far too dangerous. Jarvis could easily coordinate units to retaliate and destroy. Why must he expose himself to danger? He understood that Zhao might want to test the armor's performance, but facing unknown enemy firepower was akin to gambling with his life and the hopes of humanity. Aboard the Prometheus, the conference room, once suffocated by internal disputes, was shattered by the sudden live broadcast. Osman Hovart momentarilis tut does it. Then an uncontrollable smirk emerged on his lips, a mix of sarcasm and satisfaction. For him, Zhao's actions were entirely beneficial. He had personally come to validate that the steel armor was merely an aircraft, devoid of any effective offensive capabilities. Jan Feeney bit her lip, her hands unconsciously clenching. Internally, she hoped Zhao would prove the combat capabilities of the armor to vindicate her. Yet simultaneously, she was filled with immense anxiety. Where were the armor's offensive means? Was it truly limited to collisions and hand-to-hand combat? Earth, above the treasure island. The steel armor zipped across the strait with astonishing speed. The outline of the treasure island's semiconductor park rapidly magnified on the visor's display. Zhao showed no intent to slow down or scout. He executed a fierce dive, akin to a hunting falcon, plunging straight towards the center of the factory area. On the ground, an enemy attack was instantly triggered. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Whoosh. Dense barges of bullets poured forth from the rotary machine gun. Small rockets soared, trailing fiery tails. Dozens of armed robots, and even more attack drones concentrated their firepower on this uninvited guest. Just as the hail of bullets was about to engulf the silver figure, swoosh. The steel armor executed a series of jaw-dropping extreme maneuvers in mid-air. It abruptly changed speed, came to a sudden halt, and turned almost at a right angle. with all bullets and rockets narrowly missing. They traced futile ballistic trajectories through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhao had single-handedly plunged into the fray. Bang! An impeccably precise arc pulse cannon erupted from the palm of his right hand. The blue-white energy beam instantly struck the head of the nearest armed robot. The robot's head burst apart like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. Sparks flew. The massive body swayed and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Another nearby robot reacted swiftly, instantly crossing its reinforced alloy arms in front of itself. However, it was met with a powerful side kick from the steel armor. Crash! The deafening sound of shattering metal erupted. The robot's armors crumbled like paper. Its upper body twisted and deformed from the immense kinetic force, with parts scattering everywhere. To the left, a robot that had just raised its rocket launcher had yet to lock on. A brilliant blue-white light, like a celestial blade, sliced through the void, targeting its launcher with another arc pulse cannon. Boom! A catastrophique explosion ensued. A violent blaze instantly engulfed that robot. The shock wave from the explosion scattered the surrounding drones in disarray. Lu Zhao, piloting the steel armor, weaved through the hail of bullets like a specter. His hands alternated in swift motions. Each deadly arc pulse cannon was precisely aimed. With every flash of light, another armed robot or drone was reduced to burning wreckage. His movements were fluid and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flamboyance. Only the purest efficiency of destruction remained. Within a few breaths, the once menacing swarm of armed robots and drones had been reduced to a heap of smoldering scrap metal. The entire semiconductor park suddenly fell into a profound silence. The Ark fleet experienced a brief, intense quietude. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if an invisible hand had closed around their throats. The next moment, a tsunami of astonished shouts and cheers erupted. My God, he did it. He truly did it. What kind of attack was that? An energy cannon from his palm. It was too swift, too powerful. This was not combat. It was a massacre. Incredible. This was the true power of the steel armor. Regardless of gender or nationality, countless faces flushed with excitement, fists raised high. It felt as though they had personally partaken in that one-sided, magnificent battle. The terrifying combat prowess displayed by the steel armor far exceeded their imaginations. Aboard the Prometheus, Osmond Howard's smile had long since frozen. Replacing it was an incredulous and ashen expression, as if he had seen a ghost. He fixated on the silver figure standing amidst the ruins on the screen, feeling as though his face had been savagely slapped several times. He had not anticipated that what was merely a flight booster could, in an instant, transform into a weapon of attack. Yes, oh yeah. Beside him, Jan Feeney could no longer contain her inner exhilaration. She jumped up, excitedly pumping her fist. Her gaze towards the main screen brimmed with fervor and delight. Lu Zhao had not only proven the steel armor's formidable offensive capabilities, but had also utterly shattered Osmond's skepticism with this near-performative display of overwhelming combat. The more thrilled Jan Feeney became, the worse Osmond Howard's expression grew, his forehead veins bulging, fists clenched tightly. He looked as if he might explode with rage. Chapter 59. Lu Zhao, the Harbinger of Doom. Osmond abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the uncontainable excitement of Jan Feeney nearby. His gaze seemed to threaten to devour her whole. He stepped forward, his right hand clenched into a fist. With a whoosh, he swung it towards Jan Feeney's bespectacled face. In that moment, he only wished to smash the smiling face of Jan Feeney, no matter how beautiful it was. Yet her laughter felt like a series of slaps across his face. Osman, a sharp rebuke rang out. Charles Brandt swiftly intervened, firmly grasping Osmond's wrist. His expression was equally grim, but his eyes retained a glimmer of rationality. Let go of me, Brandt. The fool and the worthless technology she champions. Osmond struggled and growled. Enough. Brandt's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. Look at the screen. See clearly. That is not worthless. It is an individual combat equipment that has already been deployed in real combat and demonstrated astonishing combat capabilities. He forcefully shook off Osmond's hand and pointed at the screen. Our cybernetic suits are still in the laboratory, fine-tuning neural connections. Meanwhile, his iron armor can soar through the skies and eliminate a squad of armed robots single-handedly. Tell me, which is a mere presentation, and which is the stark reality. Osman's chest heaved violently, his complexion shifting from ashen to pale. His lips trembled, yet he could not utter a single word in rebuttal. Brandt's words pierced through his last vestige of arrogance like a cold dagger. He could deny Lu Zhao and belittle the iron armor, but he could not refute the gory disparity in performance before him. He had lost, utterly and completely. In the very field of technology he prided himself on, he was crushed by absolute strength. He cast a venomous glance at Jennifer and shot a fierce glare at Brandt. With a sudden turn, he departed in silence, his stride heavy with disarray and an unprecedented sense of defeat, stripped of any semblance of grace or composure. Jennifer watched Osman's disheveled retreat and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Instantly, a smirk of triumph crept across her lips. She adjusted her black-framed glasses and turned her gaze back to the live broadcast of the dark silver armor. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with an indescribable gratitude. She understood all too well that without Lu Zhao and his astonishing performances, she, Jennifer, would still be an unnoticed shadow within Osman's technical team. Her future and fate were entirely at the mercy of others. It was Lu Zhao, with his irrefutable miracles, who had carved out a niche for her in the stagnant waters of North American research, allowing her to breathe, even granting her the opportunity to resist Osman. Please elaborate on your thoughts regarding our own path for the iron armor. Brandt's cold voice snapped her back to reality. Jennifer immediately gathered her thoughts. Knowing this was a crucial moment, she quickly organized her words. Yes, Mr. Brandt. My preliminary idea is to utilize our existing Omega titanium tantalum composite to replace Lu Zhao's mark steel. In terms of material strength, we may not be at a disadvantage. Simultaneously, we could base a large model specializing in combat decision-making and battlefield situational awareness on the GPT or OpenAI architecture to replace the role of Jarvis in the armor system. I am aware of all that. Brandt impatiently interrupted, his brow furrowed. Materials and AI can be circumvented or caught up to. What I need to know now is the most critical issue. How do we resolve the palladium reactor? Without such a small-scale high-energy source, what we create would merely be cumbersome iron lumps. This is the crux of the problem. Lu Zhao's iron armor could fly, fight, and sustain prolonged combat, all thanks to that palm-sized, yet powerful palladium reactor. Jennifer adjusted her glasses and replied earnestly, we could attempt to replace it with a tokamak device. The Republic is technologically advanced in miniaturized tokamak devices, artificial solar nuclear fusion, and we could purchase relevant technology or even finished products through technology credits. No, Brandt rejected without a second thought, his expression darkening. This is a critical period for competing with Lu Zhao, and providing a substantial amount of technology credits to the Republic would directly enhance their rescue capabilities and bargaining chips. Absolutely not. He paused and proposed an alternative. We could use the imitation star technology from Debong. They have a solid foundation in this field as well. Jennifer could not help but retort, Mr. Brandt, Debang's imitation star technology has significant gaps in energy output density and stability compared to the Republic's tokamak. Especially in terms of miniaturization, the performance is inadequate and likely cannot meet the high energy demands of the armor. The gap is not that significant. Brandt firmly interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The first generation was merely about imitation and validating the technological path. What matters is that we possess a starting route. A slightly lower energy output is acceptable. We must first address the existence issue. Subsequent iterations can be optimized. Creation is the key. He would not allow the enemy to be aided at a strategic level, just as Jennifer was about to continue persuading him. The live broadcast on the main screen changed once more. In the Bao Dao Jidian Park, Lu Zhao seemed to confirm that the threat had been completely neutralized. After simply issuing a takeover command to Jarvis, the dark silver armor erupted with a dazzling blue-white glow. It roared skyward, but instead of returning to Tianhai City, it surged southwest. Where's he going? Isn't he supposed to return to the data center? This direction leads out of the Republic's borders, on board the Ark fleet. The recently calmed crowd was once again stirred by curiosity. They watched as the iron armor sped across the South China Sea, entering Southeast Asian airspace. And countless speculations began to arise. Is he heading to the Netherlands? Their ASML is the dominant player in EUV lithography, and they also possess high-purity photoresists and specialty gases. Or perhaps he is going to Debong. Their precision machine tools and industrial mother machines are equally top tier. He might even be seeking other remnants of advanced technology factories. However, these speculations were quickly dispelled by the facts. On the live broadcast, the iron armor's speed continued to escalate, rapidly surpassing 4,070 mph. Like a silver lightning bolt, it tore through the clouds, racing westward at a speed far exceeding that of passenger aircraft. It swiftly traversed Southeast Asia, soaring over the Indian Ocean. In the footage, Lu Zhao even caught up with the day-night line caused by the Earth's rotation, plunging from the night into the rising sun. The sensation of transcending time and space filled the screen with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and freedom. Ultimately, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the iron armor began to lower its altitude, appearing over a vast, desolate expanse of the West African desert, scorched by the blazing sun. Africa? What is he doing in the African desert? What is there besides sand? What could Lu be doing here? Everyone felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Lu Zhao's intentions. This barren land seemed entirely disconnected from high technology. Amidst the collective confusion, the iron armor hovering above the desert opened its outer protective shield, revealing the core device within the pulsing blue reactor. In the next moment, a blinding white-blue electric arc pulse, several times thicker than during the battle in Bao, erupted from the reactor's center. There was no deafening roar, only the visual shockwave created by the extreme energy tearing through the air. It violently struck the desert ground below. Boom! It was as if a meteor had collided. The sand was instantly blasted into a massive, deep pit. Countless grains vaporized, melted, and flung away, forming a lava pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. The intense shockwave swept up a storm of yellow sand, rapidly expanding outward in a circular wave. The scene resembled the arrival of the apocalypse. On board the Prometheus, Brant watched this earth-shattering spectacle. Just as he was about to again dismiss Jennifer's words, they became lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered. His expression grew extremely grim, and a flicker of fear crossed his gaze. Such power, capable of effortlessly altering the landscape, had already surpassed the realm of conventional individual weaponry. On board the Ark, in the corner of the third residential area square, Zhang Wei, Luo Yang, and others gazed at the horrifying chasm blasted into the desert on the screen. Their faces turned pale, and they swallowed hard. Perhaps we should reconsider our plan to sell intelligence? Zhang Wei stammered, his legs trembling violently. If Lu Zhao were to discover this, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A mere breath from him could spell our doom. Luo Yang's expression was also filled with dread, but more so with a twisted sense of resentment and envy. He fixed his gaze on the armored figure displayed on the screen, gritting his teeth. What is there to fear? He is still on Earth. Moreover, I have arranged a meeting with the Luocha Empire tonight. This is our only chance for redemption. What? You've already made contact? The others were taken aback, surprised by Luo Yang's swift actions. In truth, even Luo Yang was somewhat astonished. He had merely discreetly hinted at information regarding Lu Zhao's past through lower channels, and the other party had immediately approached him like sharks sensing blood. Their offer was irresistibly tempting. He looked at the screen, his eyes bloodshot and his heart in turmoil. Why should it be this way? Both he and Lu Zhao emerged from the same orphanage in Tianhai City. Why could Lu Zhao rise to prominence and wield earth-shattering power while he, Luo Yang, was destined to toil like a beast in the power matrix, forever trapped in obscurity? He could not accept this, no matter how great the risk. He was determined to fight for a chance. Chapter 60, Lu Zhao conquers all of humanity. Above the desert, a dark silver-armored figure hovered, resembling an indifferent deity surveying the boundless yellow sands below. The palladium reactor within glowed with an intense azure light. The outer armor slid open, revealing the core pulsating with terrifying energy. Without warning, a piercing white-blue arc of electricity, far thicker than anything witnessed on the treasure island, erupted from the reactor's center. This strike, silent yet thunderous, precisely impacted an inconspicuous point in the desert below. Boom! The sky and earth dimmed, as if a small asteroid had violently collided with the surface. At the impact point, the surrounding sand was instantaneously obliterated by incomprehensible heat and shockwaves, vaporizing into oblivion. A massive, charred pit over 50 meters in diameter emerged. Its edges melted into crimson glass-like formations. Hissing sounds filled the air as smoke mingled with ionized gas, forming a thick mushroom-shaped dust column that slowly ascended. And this was merely the beginning. The exposed rock layers at the bottom of the pit soon faced a relentless barrage of electric arcs. Boom! 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 Lu Zhao remained suspended in the air, his expression impassive, like a tireless machine continuously converting the near-infinite energy of the palladium reactor into devastating beams unleashed upon the Earth. The pit sank deeper and expanded. 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The tactical interface within the helmet displayed depth data fluctuating at a heart-stopping pace. 1,500 meters, 1,800 meters, 2,000 meters. In a matter of moments, a colossal abyss nearing 2,000 meters in depth and exceeding 100 meters in width replaced the once flat desert. This depth rivaled the deepest parts of the East African Rift. Yet, Lu Zhao's demeanor remained as calm as still water. For this was far from the limits of human exploration into the Earth's crust. Before humanity evacuated the Earth, the infamous Kola super-deep borehole by the Luocha Empire reached an astonishing depth of 262 meters, equivalent to 6 kilometers. Standing at the edge of that hole, one could gaze down into a chasm deep enough to swallow Mount Everest. However, even that depth had not penetrated the Earth's outer crust, which could reach up to 33 kilometers at its thickest. The target of his expedition, the vibranium vein, lay hidden in the depths of the crust, beyond the reach of even the Kola borehole. The onslaught continued. Boom! Another ferocious electric arc struck down. A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the abyss, as if emanating from the very heart of the Earth. Viscous red magma surged forth like a beast awakened, spilling from the torn rock layers, accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur and scalding steam, as well as the lethal threat of hydrogen sulfide gas. It swirled and churned within the abyss. At this moment, the chasm could no longer be termed a mere pit. It resembled a gaping wound forcibly torn open, a passage to hell, grotesquely lying in the heart of the desert. The Ark fleet, it was eerily quiet, as if deserted. Thousands of people gazed upward, mouths agape, their pupils reflecting the apocalyptic scenes displayed on the main screen. Their minds blank. Earlier, Lu Zhao's effortless dispatch of armed robots on the treasure island had been astonishing enough, but compared to the earth-shattering display of power before them, that battle seemed like mere child's play. Was this truly the destruction wrought by a single combat suit? Voices trembled, barely forming coherent words. Was this not more powerful than some low-yield tactical nuclear warheads? A military expert whispered, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. What was he attempting to accomplish? Was he planning to annihilate the Earth? Fear washed over them like a cold tide, instantly drowning out the earlier excitement and curiosity. Representatives from various nations, within their respective fleets, bore nearly identical pale faces. Zhao Qingtian's hand, resting on his knee, unconsciously clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. Witnessing the cataclysmic destructive force firsthand left him feeling a surge of trepidation. This power transcended conventional military force, enough to unsettle any rational decision-maker. On the Prometheus, Charles Brandt's lips were tightly pressed together. For the first time, an unmistakable fear flickered in his eyes, usually glimmering with calculation and arrogance. He desired Lu Zhao's demise, sought to seize his technology. Yet now, the difficulty of achieving that far exceeded his expectations. Brandt's mind felt blank, unsure of how to organize an assassination attempt. Aboard the Oda Nobunaga, Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes bulged in disbelief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. To charge in with the Sakura-class mecha? Looking at the godlike figure on the screen and the unfathomable abyss below filled with churning magma, Yamamoto Ichiro felt his previous notion seemed foolish and reckless. Caught in a dilemma, he was acutely aware that this was not merely a test of weaponry. Such precise and sustained bombardment of a single area indicated a clear intention. Was he searching for something? Or constructing something? After the initial shock, humanity began to speculate. Constructing? What could possibly be built in such a location? Searching? What could lie beneath that warranted such extensive efforts? Resources? Surely, it had to be some crucial resource unknown to us. Just as discussions and conjectures swirled, a geological and engineering expert on the communication channel issued a sharp warning. panic evident in his voice. The crustal structure of the target area has sustained severe damage. Depths exceed 10,000 meters. Internal temperatures are expected to surpass 400 degrees Celsius, with immense pressure, and a substantial risk of toxic gases such as hydrogen sulfide and volcanic eruptions. While the armored suit boasts exceptional capabilities, its ability to withstand such extreme composite environments for an extended period remains uncertain. Should any minute fault occur within the internal systems or structures, the consequences would be unimaginable. Across the starry sea, Lu Zhao relentlessly continued his assault. For 1,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters, the depths of the data ascended mercilessly, challenging the very limits of human engineering. It also struck at the psychological defenses of every observer. 12,000 meters, 14,000 meters. When the tactical interface's depth annotation surpassed the monumental threshold of 14,000 meters, and the side scanner finally captured that unique and intense energy signal feedback, the incessant electric arcs came to an abrupt halt. The desert finally returned to tranquility, leaving behind a breathtaking, unfathomable chasm, the newly formed West African Rift, with its internal red glow faintly visible, distorting the air with heat. Immediately following, the live broadcast switched. A satellite image from high above appeared on the large screen, clearly displaying the newly birthed and incongruous deep rift beneath Lu Zhao's feet. Its scale and form far surpassed the renowned East African Rift. Subsequently, a hypothetical cross-section generated by AI appeared on one side of the screen. The chart coldly indicated that the depth of this rift was projected to exceed the 126-kilometer record maintained by the Kola Super Deep borehole before humanity's evacuation, reaching at least 14 kilometers, accompanied by a vivid red warning label of extreme high temperatures, high pressure, toxic gases, and structural instability. A singular thought spiraled madly in the minds of all humanity. What on earth was he planning to do? The answer was revealed in the next moment. The dark silver armor, under the gaze of countless terrified eyes, erupted with an unprecedented radiance from its vector nozzles, executing a swift maneuvering dive straight into the abyss. Swirling with magma and shrouded in toxic gas, resembling the very entrance to hell. Had he gone mad? Was it suicide? A tsunami of gasps erupted aboard the Ark. Yet this time, the outcries were tinged with a lack of certainty, filled instead with profound shock and a twisted sense of trust. No, he would not perish. Lu Gu certainly had his reasons. Trust me, has Lu Shun ever undertaken an endeavor without assurance? If Lu Zhao dared to enter, he would assuredly emerge. This blind faith was nearly cult-like, a product of adulation taken to its utmost. Yet, at this moment, no one found it absurd, for in the time leading up to this, Lu Zhao had repeatedly shattered the concept of impossibility with miraculous feats that defied comprehension and overturned logic. He had brought humanity to its knees. Even Charles Brandt, who secretly wished for Lu Zhao's demise, after his astonishment, deep down believed that Lu Zhao would never perish in such a place. The eyes of all humanity remained fixated on the unfathomable darkness that had consumed the armored figure, awaiting Lu Zhao to deliver the next miracle. Chapter 61. The technological iteration that drove humanity to despair. The dark silver armored body tore through the pervasive yellow toxic mist like a glowing branding iron, crashing into the roiling crimson magma. In an instant, the extreme heat and pressure converged from all directions. The armor's exterior turned a dark red, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. Within the helmet, data streams refreshed feverishly, with blinding red warning notifications constantly popping up. External environment temperature, 587 C and rising. Structural integrity, 97, warning. High concentration of hydrogen sulfide detected. Pressure sensor readings exceed limits. Activate internal circulation and molecular sieve filtration system. Jarvis's calm electronic voice resonated in his ear, as if the surroundings were not a hell of lava, but rather his own backyard. The corrosion resistance and high-temperature endurance of the Mark armor had been preliminarily validated, and the internal environment was stable. The data was indeed superior. Yet, Lu Zhao's thoughts momentarily drifted far away. The planetary engine propelling the Earth away from the solar system wielded immense power. However, the Earth was not a solid sphere. It resembled a fragile shell encasing a liquid mantle. Under such immense force, the crust could not possibly withstand. It was likely that before the wandering plan commenced, global reinforcement projects would be necessary. This implied delving deeper into the crust, into more perilous depths. At that time, the Iron Man Mark III armor might not suffice. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Zhao immediately collected himself, focusing on the task at hand. Jarvis scanned the geological structure and lock onto the energy core of the vibranium vein. Scanning detected a high-intensity, unknown energy reaction, with the source located approximately 300 meters below. The geological structure was complex, with abundant accompanying high-density minerals. Clear the path. Lu Zhao extended his arms, palms facing downward toward the magma-submerged rock wall. No longer was it the violent assault he employed when carving the abyss. The electric arc pulses in his palms suddenly contracted and coalesced, transforming into two incredibly precise, refined blue-white light blades. A sharp, high-frequency cutting sound pierced the air as the light blades effortlessly sliced through the hard rock layers. The molten rock parted like butter, revealing the deep structures behind. In this manner, he opened a downward passage with an almost artistic precision amidst the intricate and perilous geological formations. As he descended further, the color of the surrounding rock walls began to change, subtly revealing a ghostly blue luminescence. The pulsating sense of energy grew stronger, even disrupting some of the armor's sensor readings. Finally, after tearing through the last exceptionally hard dark blue rock wall, the space ahead opened up. A massive natural underground cavern unfolded before him. At the center of the cavern, the entire rock wall, nay, nearly all visible rock layers, radiated a deep, pure, lifelike pulsating blue glow. The light was not blinding, but contained an energy that sent shivers down one's spine, enveloping the entire cave in a mysterious radiance. The vibranium vein. Its energy level was so high that the display interface on his helmet momentarily flickered with static. Lu Zhao hesitated not for a moment, steering the armor forward, selecting the area with the most concentrated energy reaction and evidently the highest purity. He adjusted his palm output once more, the electric arc pulses becoming exceedingly gentle, akin to invisible tweezers. Carefully, he extracted a piece of vibranium or about the height of 2 stories, shimmering with a profound blue glow from the entire vein. Upon completing the collection, he showed no lingering attachment. He turned and shot back up the passage he had carved. The vector nozzles traced a clear trajectory through the magma and toxic mist, propelling him like a meteor against the current, bursting forth from the suffocating underground abyss and back to the surface of the desert. With a thud, the heavy vibranium ore was casually dropped onto the scalding sand, creating a resonant thump and kicking up a cloud of dust. The ghostly blue glow continued to pulse steadily under the scorching sun, forming a striking visual contrast against the desolate desert surroundings. At this moment, the Ark fleet erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Although when Lu Zhao plunged into the abyss, a blind trust led them to believe he would succeed, witnessing him conquer yet again against all odds, returning safely with unimaginable spoils, was an unparalleled shock. This cheer was not only for Lu Zhao's miracle, but also to affirm that their belief in him was not a blind act. Jarvis, plan the most efficient mining and transportation routes. Immediately mobilize all available large transport units to stand by in this location. Lu Zhao issued the command, his voice resonating through the armor with a metallic timbre, yet remained calm. The command has been confirmed, sir. The transport sequence has been generated, and relevant units are being dispatched. On the main screen of the Arkansas. Soon, several real-time feeds from major airports within the Republic emerged. The once silent airports suddenly came to life as a multitude of intelligent robots and mechanical canines surged onto the tarmac like a tidal wave. They efficiently boarded aircraft of every type and form or purpose, ranging from large strategic transport planes to wide-body passenger jets, and even some cargo drones. After being remotely activated and taken over by Zhao, these aircraft taxied and took off in succession, forming an impressive aerial fleet that headed towards the African continent. In that moment, everyone understood. Lu Zhao's grand endeavor, even creating a vast chasm, was aimed at this mysterious mineral emanating a ghostly blue glow. In the emergency communication channel, a materials science expert's voice trembled with disbelief. Unknown mineral. There is no record in the database. Judging by Mr. Lu Zhao's level of concern, This is undoubtedly a new material with performance far exceeding our understanding. He paused, adding in an almost declarative tone, even without considering specific data. The fact that Mr. Lu Zhao, despite already possessing make steel, is willing to go to such lengths to acquire it, suggests this new material's overall capabilities likely surpass our current highest achievements, including North America's pride, the Amidst composite. Aboard the Prometheus, in a conference room, Charles Brandt's expression was dark enough to evoke a torrent of water. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Too fast. It was unbearably swift. The speed of Lu Zhao's technological iteration was despairingly rapid. The technology he once took pride in, a vital component of the North American technological barrier, was effortlessly overshadowed by a suddenly appearing, glowing blue stone. This sense of helplessness was nearly suffocating. Beside him, Jean Phineas' emotions were equally complex. She felt gratitude for Lu Zhao's existence, which provided her the chance to challenge the Ottoman. Yet, the relentless pace of Lu Zhao's evolution left her in profound despair. How could they catch up? The dust raised by the opponent was nearly invisible. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as Brandt slammed his palm against the metallic table. The sound startled Jean Finney, who looked at him in shock. Ignoring her gaze, Brandt's chest heaved with intensity, the last remnants of hesitation replaced by fierce determination. He abruptly rose, turning away from the blinding blue mineral and the iron figure beside it, and stormed out. Simultaneously, he issued a top-secret directive through his encrypted personal terminal. The Five Eyes Alliance meeting is convened. He believed they could wait no longer. Something must be done to thwart Lu Zhao. Chapter 62. Lu Zhao, wielding the technological scepter, shatters one industrial crown after another. A dark silver battle suit hovered at the edge of the West African chasm. Lu Zhao gazed downwards. At the abyss's bottom, a massive vibranium deposit emitted a ghostly blue light, creating a bizarre contrast against the surrounding crimson lava and charred rock walls. Its mere exposure disrupted the surrounding environment with its unique energy field. Sir, Zhao's voice resonated, calm as ever, based on the site conditions and resource distribution. I have devised a plan for on-site construction of a vibranium smelting furnace and rough processing plant. Additionally, I recommend utilizing the existing make steel resources to manufacture a batch of specialized intelligent mining robots to delve into the chasm for ore extraction and initial transportation. Establishing a complete collection, smelting, and rough processing integrated assembly line. Beneath his helmet, Lu Zhao nodded slightly. Maximizing resources was imperative. He could not personally remain there as a miner. The Make-3 battlesuit was certainly not intended for such tasks. Deploying robots made from make steel for the perilous and laborious mining operations was the most rational choice. Permissions granted to you, Zhao. Design and execute the mining robot manufacturing plan. Lu Zhao commanded. At your service, sir, Zhao replied with a hint of enthusiasm, akin to a devoted and capable butler receiving a satisfying task. After a brief pause, Zhao continued to report another critical development. Furthermore, regarding the construction of the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip integration manufacturing platform, the process has commenced upon obtaining high-purity photoresist and special gases from the former site of Baodao. Combined with the gathering of key materials such as graphene from various laboratories within the Republic, the first manufacturing platform is expected to be completed in 10 hours. Excellent. Lu Zhao responded. This was undoubtedly good news. The computational bottleneck at the Yungu data center had always limited Zhao's control range, restricting his effective coverage to within the Republic. The impending construction in West Africa and future global resource integration would further burden Zhao's. Once carbon-based chips enter mass production, a more powerful, efficient, intelligent core, referred to as Hongho, could be manufactured. This would not only alleviate Zhao's pressure, but also signify that he could truly unify the remaining industrial might of the globe, laying the most solid foundation for the ultimate task of leading Earth out of the solar system. It did not wait long. The horizon echoed with a chorus of engine roars. Transport planes, taking off from various locations in the Republic and remotely controlled by Zhao's, descended upon the desolate desert like migrating steel giants. They did not land gracefully, but rather, following Zhao's calculations, opted for the most efficient and brutal method, forced landing. The colossal fuselage crashed onto the sandy terrain, stirring up clouds of dust. The belly of the aircraft scraped against the sand, producing a jarring noise, eventually skewing but firmly halting around the chasm. The hatches opened. A prepped army of intelligent robots and mechanical dogs surged forth like a tide, ignoring the harsh conditions. They immediately plunged into vigorous work. The sparks from metal cutting, the hydraulic groans of heavy equipment being lifted, and the resonant clang of prefabricated components assembling intertwined into a powerful industrial symphony. The new smelting base was rapidly established. The skeletal framework of the rough processing plant rose at an observable speed. In the desert, a futuristic industrial stronghold was swiftly taking shape. Particularly noteworthy was that within the makeshift steel processing unit, the first batch of intelligent robots designed for abyssal mining was rapidly produced. They possessed reinforced limbs and shells resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, equipped with efficient crushing and collection tools. These robots formed tight ranks, following a designed relay assembly line, confidently advancing along the pathway carved by Zhao into the depths of the chasm, still shrouded in toxic gas and searing heat, beginning the stable extraction of vibranium ore. Observing the successful relay of a slightly smaller vibranium piece from the abyssal floor to the surface temporary storage point, Zhao noted that the entire collection process was operating smoothly. Without lingering, he activated the blue and white flames from his battlesuit's feet and palms, propelling himself skyward, transforming into a silver streak of light, tearing through the clouds, and racing back towards Tianhai City. Aboard the Ark fleet, many watched as Zhao returned to the data center, expecting that after a night of relentless effort and battle, he would surely take a moment to rest. They too could seize the opportunity to recuperate. After all, the night was deep. Following several emotional releases, the majority of the personnel began to feel fatigued. However, upon entering the main control room, Zhao did not sit down for a sip of water. Instead, he directly approached the control console. His long fingers began a furious flurry of inputs on the virtual keyboard. He was at again. Did he not need a moment to catch his breath? A voice, filled with disbelief and admiration, broke the silence. What was the occasion this time? Was it related to the luminescent or perhaps an upgrade to the battlesuits? An air of anticipation swept through the crowd. Surely, it was a new invention. Every time he did this, it caused quite a stir. Whispers of excitement filled the air as people speculated eagerly. In that moment, even the weary experts from various nations, who had been stifling yawns, seemed to be invigorated as if injected with a surge of adrenaline. Their fatigue vanished. Eyes wide open like searchlights, they fixated on every detail displayed on screens, yearning to glimpse the cutting-edge technological insights that Zhao might unveil. Even the slightest fragment of knowledge would prove immensely beneficial to them. However, just as everyone was on the edge of their seats, attempting to decipher the rapidly flowing code and the intricate visual constructs, the light and shadow illusion protocol silently activated once more. Zhao and all the screens before him were instantly shrouded in a veil of dim, elusive shadows. What on earth? This was far too dark. Could there be an issue with the surveillance satellites? Nothing was visible. Crucial elements were obscured. It was likely that the distance between the joint fleet and the satellites was causing signal reception issues. A chorus of disappointed wails erupted throughout the Arkansas. The imaging satellite technical team, undeterred, adjusted the receiving equipment, striving to enhance the signal and filter out interference. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they were met with an impenetrable, blinding blur of light and shadow. Zhao's core technology remained perfectly concealed. Amidst the lamentations, Jarvis's voice once again resonated clearly through the live broadcast signal, delivering exhilarating news. Sir, the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip integration manufacturing platform has been completed 2 hours ahead of schedule and awaits final activation and debugging. This announcement splashed like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention and replacing the previous dismay with newfound astonishment. No one had anticipated that this technology, which had remained confined to theoretical discussions in laboratories before the evacuation of humanity, viewed as the next revolutionary direction for chips but unable to achieve stable mass production, would be transformed into reality in just one night by Zhao. The Ring of Destiny. Representatives from the Olyuoba community, especially those from Dabang and Fabang, instinctively cast their gazes toward the representative from Nidland. Their eyes reflected complex emotions, sympathy intertwined with a sense of resignation, as if to say, now it's your turn. After all, the carbon-based chip technology that Liu Zhao had successfully implemented directly challenged the long-reigning EUV lithography machines and the silicon-based chip system that Nideland took great pride in. While the Debang representative offered a comforting glance to the Nideland representative, an almost imperceptible smile of relief tugged at the corners of his mouth. For at least up to this point, the high-precision processing industrial mother machine that Liu Zhao relied on was still their pride, the DMG. Moreover, the core lens group in the newly completed carbon-based chip manufacturing platform undoubtedly owed its excellence to the top-tier craftsmanship of Debang Zeiss. However, before this flicker of relief could fully blossom into a smile, Jarvis' voice resonated once more in the live broadcast, calmly reporting new developments. Sir, based on the properties of the vibration metal and the Forge Star level technology blueprint, the preliminary manufacturing plan for the exclusive industrial mother machine has been documented. According to simulation data, its comprehensive processing efficiency and ultimate precision are expected to surpass the benchmark performance of the existing DMG 9-axis industrial mother machine by approximately 50%. The glimmer of relief on the Debang representative's face froze instantly. It morphed into sheer astonishment and disbelief, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. In truth, he was not alone in his shock. The entire joint fleet, everyone who understood the significance of the industrial mother machine, was profoundly shaken at that moment by the casually tossed data from Jarvis. 50%. How could this be possible? The industrial mother machine is the mother of all industry. Every minor advancement is akin to scaling a mountain. And yet, he was proposing a direct enhancement of 50%? Energy, chips, new materials. Now it seemed even the crown of the industrial mother machine was at risk of being taken from them. Gasps, doubts, and pure admiration erupted from all corners. No one had anticipated that what Liu Zhao had just created was an industrial mother machine with such terrifying capabilities. He resembled a merciless deity of technology, wielding the scepter of innovation, ruthlessly shattering and reshaping one domain after another. Once regarded as the pinnacle of human ingenuity and the crown jewels of industry, leaving them far behind. Chapter 63. Liu Zhao is now our number one enemy. The Liberty Bell. In the depths of a highly encrypted conference room, the pale light illuminated Charles Brandt's weary face. Before him, 4 distinct virtual projections hovered in mid-air, representatives from Buleten, Wenhua, Aozhou, and Nyuxinlan. At that moment, their gazes transcended the starry expanse, focusing intently on one figure displayed on the main screen of the conference room. Liu Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Brandt spoke in a low, serious tone. Gentlemen, ladies. He glanced around at the virtual images of the 4 representatives and continued, at this point, no one can deny the reality we are facing. He pointed towards the screen where Liu Zhao was displayed, his finger betraying a hint of gravity. He is no longer merely a fortunate survivor or a somewhat talented inventor. Look at what he has accomplished in such a short span. He has manufactured a super soldier serum, created an artificial intelligence like Jarvis, and developed a palm-sized palladium energy core comparable to a shipborne reactor. His pace quickened, laced with an almost interrogative intensity. And now, he is on the verge of developing an omega alloy that surpasses our own capabilities, along with a 1-nanometer carbon-based chip manufacturing platform, whose performance exceeds that of the pinnacle DMG industrial mother machine by 50%. A tremor crept into Brandt's voice. He resembled a deity wielding a scepter of technology, mercilessly shattering the foundational pillars of our pride and technological strongholds: energy, materials, artificial intelligence, chips, and industrial mother machines, one by one, stripping us of our crowns. Brandt's gaze swept across the 4 representatives. Their previously calm or restrained expressions had vanished, replaced by solemnity and a barely perceptible hint of panic. I understand. Brandt slowed his tone, but made it colder, that perhaps some among you still cling to a glimmer of hope, fantasizing about the possibility of recruiting Liu Zhao to our side. Yes, I once wished for that too. But please, awaken to the reality. We must prepare for the worst. We must take precautions. Once Liu Zhao aligns with other nations, his technology will threaten our dominance within the joint fleet. The future of our Five Eyes alliance will be obliterated. Liu Zhao is now our hidden number one enemy. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Only Brandt's heavy breaths and the faint mechanical hum emanating from the screen could be heard. Therefore, gentlemen, Brandt straightened, enunciating each word with precision. I officially propose the immediate activation of the Prometheus plan. The mere mention of Prometheus reverberated like thunder in the minds of the four representatives, causing their virtual images to waver momentarily. Shock and disbelief washed over their faces. The Five Eyes Alliance, united in purpose, devised a top-secret initiative known as Yuan before the complete evacuation of humanity. This plan involved the clandestine excavation of a vast underground refrigeration city across 5 nations, where an immense collection of human genetic samples, cultural artifacts, seeds of flora and fauna, and dormant, highly intelligent industrial and construction robots were stored. The primary objective of Yuan was to ensure the continuation of civilization in the event that the United Fleet could not reach the hopeful star system of Kepler 22b, while Earth miraculously survived the extreme conditions of the Gaia shadow storm. Automated programs would awaken the robots, utilizing the preserved genetic material and artificial womb technology to regenerate humanity, thus allowing the spark of civilization to endure on its home planet. This grand contingency plan encompassed numerous emergency subprojects. Among them, the Prometheus project was originally designed to activate intelligent robots in certain concealed industrial facilities on Earth to produce essential resources in the event that the United Fleet encountered insurmountable obstacles and faced resource depletion during their voyage. These resources would then be transported to deep space to support the fleet using reserved spacecraft, such as the Dragon. However, at present, the United Fleet was not experiencing resource issues. Therefore, the focus of the Prometheus project shifted as the gazes of the four representatives converged upon Zhao, whose recently unearthed mysterious blue, or the now realized 1-nanometer carbon-based chip technology and the advanced blueprint for the forging industry, were precisely the resources most coveted and desperately needed by the United Fleet. Brandt observed their reactions with keen interest, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve. The target of Prometheus is everything that Zhao possesses: his technologies, resources, and indeed, himself. We must harness the power left on Earth to acquire all that he has before he matures beyond our control. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Brandt slowly raised his right hand and scanned the four representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, let us vote. Those in favor of initiating the Prometheus project, please raise your hands. A brief silence ensued. The representative from Britain, a meticulously groomed elderly gentleman with deep-set wrinkles, cast a long glance at Zhao on the screen and then at the unwavering determination in Brandt's eyes before being the first to slowly raise his hand. Following suit was the representative from Vancouver, a resolute middle-aged woman who pressed her lips together and likewise raised her hand. The representatives from Australia and New Zealand exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of helplessness and trepidation. Ultimately, they too raised their arms heavily. The motion passed unanimously. Brandt, observing the four raised hands, felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He turned back to the live broadcast, gazing at the oblivious Zhao, his expression a complex mixture of wariness and ruthlessness, ultimately coalescing into a heavy resolve. "May God bless us," he murmured, offering a silent prayer. Simultaneously, aboard the Tsar-class starship, in a lavish reception room imbued with Slavic charm, Ivanov was laughing heartily. He personally pushed a crystal glass filled with vodka towards Luo Yang, Zhang Wei, and others. The warm lighting, exquisite food, and the affable demeanor of this prominent figure left the initially anxious guests pleasantly astonished. "Relax, my young friends." Ivanov's voice boomed as he clapped Luo Yang on the shoulder, proclaiming that the Slavs and the Republic are good friends and close partners. "We would never do anything to harm Comrade Zhao. Rest assured." His smile was genuine and infectious. "As for you, I would never harm you. On the contrary, I consider you invaluable talents. From this day forth, you shall be special scientific advisors to our Slavic delegation. You will receive generous energy credit subsidies each month, and the Tsar-class ship will provide you with comfortable independent living quarters. Furthermore, if you're interested, we can also offer complimentary advanced technical training." Upon hearing this, Luo Yang and his companions' eyes brightened. Energy credits, independent housing, technical training. This was a life they could scarcely dream of while struggling at the bottom of the power matrix. The guilt and unease stemming from selling information about Lu Zhao dissipated in an instant, replaced by overwhelming delight. Thank you, Mr. Ivanov, Luo Yang exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The others echoed his sentiments, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. Ivanov observed their reactions with satisfaction, smiling as he gestured to the chief attendant. Take these advisors to their new quarters for proper accommodation. Yes. The chief attendant bowed and complied, politely guiding Luo Yang and the others out of the reception room. After the commotion subsided, silence returned to the room. Ivanov's smile gradually faded. Approaching the liquor cabinet, he poured himself another glass of vodka, gently swirling it. Not long after, the door to the reception room slid open once again, and the chief attendant returned, accompanied by a familiar figure, Luo Yang. The excitement still lingered on Luo Yang's face, but his eyes now held a hint of shrewdness and flattery. Ivanov narrowed his eyes slightly. Somewhat surprised, he turned to lean against the liquor cabinet, watching Luo Yang with an air of leisurely intrigue. Advisor Luo, you have returned. Is there something further you wish to discuss? Luo Yang took a deep breath, stepping forward and lowering his voice, wearing an expression akin to offering a treasure. Mr. Ivanov, I have a more critical piece of intelligence that I believe must be reported to you privately. Oh, Ivanov raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. It concerns Liao Zhong. Luo Yang spoke quickly, referring to the slightly chubby individual among them who had opposed selling information earlier. His relationship with Lu Zhao is extraordinary. They grew up together in an orphanage as brothers. When Lu Zhao fell into a coma after his accident, it was Liao Zhong who nearly emptied his savings to cover the medical expenses. One could say that without Liao Zhong, Lu Zhao might not have made it to the day he awoke. Watching Ivanov's expression closely, he pressed his advantage. Lu Zhao, despite his current prowess, is rather sentimental. If we can locate Liao Zhong and bring him to our side, just as I am now, I believe this relationship could significantly enhance the likelihood of Lu Zhao collaborating with us Slavs. This is far more valuable than any trivial gossip we currently possess. Ivanov halted his swirling glass, a sharp glint flashing in his deep-set eyes. He scrutinized the eager young man before him, a knowing smile gradually appearing on his face. Liao Zhong is quite the asset. He took a delicate sip of vodka, the spicy liquid coursing down his throat. Advisor Luo, the information you provided is immensely valuable. Rest assured, we Slavs are never stingy with truly valuable friends. He set down his glass and nodded slightly to the chief attendant. Go, find this Liao Zhong. Remember, to invite him with the utmost courtesy and attentiveness. Understood. The chief attendant responded solemnly and swiftly departed. In the reception room, only Ivanov and the pleased Luo Yang remained. Ivanov once again turned his gaze to the embedded secondary screen on the wall, with a live broadcast of Earth continued, Lu Zhao's figure appearing intermittently in the shadows. Sentimentality. Ivanov muttered under his breath, a deeper, colder smile gracing his lips. Excellent. This is indeed very good news. Chapter 64. All of Humanity Witnesses History. Lu Zhao's New Blueprint. Host, Lu Zhao Talent. The Chosen One Cursed by Knowledge. Unique Talent. Current Knowledge Reserve. SS Level Super Soldier Serum. Iron Man Mark III Armor. 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, integrated manufacturing platform technology, advanced high-constrained artificial intelligence architecture technology, knowledge points. 12,400 current mission. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time, 356 days. 21 hours, 28 minutes, 55 seconds. Knowledge Mall. Opened system message. The barriers of knowledge are collapsing before you. Lu Zhao stood at the center of an expansive factory area. A pale blue system panel silently hovering before him. His gaze was fixed on the factory's nucleus, where a completed and operational 1 nanometer carbon-based chip integrated manufacturing platform resided. This colossal apparatus starkly contrasted with the traditional silicon chip production lines he was familiar with. Gone were the massive and intricate EUV lithography machine clusters. Instead, multiple sealed chambers and precision field control devices took their place. Through the observation window, he could glimpse an almost dust-free environment within, where the foundational materials extracted from graphene underwent atomic-level directional arrangement and growth under a strong, constrained field. The high-energy particle stream, controlled by G-Way C, resembled the most delicate of sculpting tools. on a pre-laid special substrate. It guided carbon nanotubes to weave into circuits according to a predetermined architecture. The entire process was quiet, efficient, and imbued with a chilling sense of futurism, far surpassing the complexity and limitations of silicon chip manufacturing. Sir, the first batch of carbon-based chips is about to be completed, Zhao gently reminded. Lu Zhao nodded slightly, devoid of excitement or sentiment, as if this was merely an inevitable step in the grand scheme. As the first chip, thin as a cicada's wing and glistening with a unique metallic sheen, was precisely extracted by a mechanical arm from the outlet and placed into a special anti-static carrier. It marked the 9th day since his awakening. The first true 1-nanometer carbon-based chip had been born. Almost simultaneously, the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds, filtering through the factory as high observation window, casting a subtle iridescent glow on the chip that held the promise of the next generation of computational cores. In the main square of the Arc fleet, despite it being nighttime and the designated rest period, a large crowd had gathered. When the live broadcast clearly captured the entire process of the first carbon-based chip's completion, along with that moment illuminated by the dawn, the long-restrained cheers erupted. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. 9 days. From nothing to something. Truly worthy of Lucian. The era of carbon-based chips has witnessed history. Many appeared visibly excited, with some experts engaged in carbon-based chip research unable to contain their emotions, shedding tears. In this moment, they witnessed not merely a technological breakthrough, but the rekindling of the flame of civilization. Sir, the Red Queen core architecture based on the new chip has been compiled. Zhao voice drew Lu Zhao's attention back. Regarding the placement of its main data center, there are currently 2 proposals. First, to position it within the reinforced underground layer of the Cloud Valley data center alongside my main server cluster. Second, to select a nearby site to construct a dedicated liquid cooling pool for independent storage and operation. Lu Zhao did not reply immediately. He paced out of the factory, standing under the gradually brightening morning light, surveying his surroundings. In just a few days, the Cloud Valley data center and its vicinity had undergone a remarkable transformation. The ruins were cleared, and new functional buildings rose from the ground, with automated factories, energy centers, and takeoff and landing platforms taking shape. Intelligent robots and transport units scurried along preset routes like industrious ants, creating a bustling scene of high efficiency. Yet, it was still insufficient. His gaze seemed to penetrate space, landing on the newly formed West African Rift in distant Africa. Vibranium veins were being mined day and night, accumulating materials for the construction of the Forging Star industrial mother machine. A vague thought gradually crystallized in his mind. A fixed base, no matter how strong the defense is, it ultimately remains a static target. As the range of resource collection expanded, the back-and-forth travel would waste significant time. What he needed was not a static stronghold. Instead, it was a powerful mobile fortress, a super platform capable of accompanying him to any corner of the Earth, integrating production, research, and defense. In this manner, wherever resources are located, the base could be deployed. Efficiency would achieve a qualitative leap. However, this grand vision required time. At present, the placement of the Red Queen was urgent, and he could not afford to wait for the mobile fortress to be completed. Lu Zhao withdrew his gaze from the distance. Having reached a decision in his heart, Plan 3, he calmly articulated, utilized the existing Mark Steel resources to fabricate a modular, mobile, sealed liquid cooling pool unit as the data center for the Red Queen. It must possess basic protective force fields and reserve standard interfaces to facilitate future loading and transfer. Since a fixed base is not a long-term solution, all critical facilities must be prepared for future mobility. Understood, sir. Zhao responded without delay. The resource allocation for optimizing the design parameters of the plan modification is complete. The manufacturing sequence has been added to the priority queue and is expected to be completed in 6 hours and 42 minutes. Zhao, the old steward, was ever so efficient and reliable. Lu Zhao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping once more across the factory. The second and third carbon-based chip manufacturing platforms were undergoing simultaneous assembly and debugging. The continuous production capacity was the foundation of all future plans. He did not linger further, turning towards the main structure of the data center. After more than 24 hours of high-intensity operation, even the body enhanced by the serum required a brief respite. He needed a rest for a moment to gather strength for the even more crucial construction of the Forging Star industrial mother machine. Upon seeing Lu Zhao finally return to the rest area, the countless taut nerves aboard the Ark also relaxed. Thank the heavens, he finally knows to rest. If he keeps this up, I want to be able to hold on much longer. Quick, now's the time to catch up on sleep. Who knows when he'll stir up trouble next? People exhaled, filled with awe and fatigue, seizing this rare opportunity to rest. For many, following Lu Zhao's live broadcast had become a dual test of spirit and stamina. Yet they relished it, fearing to miss any hint of miracles. In the ring of fate, Chao received Bulin to gaze at the scene of Lu Zhao resting on the main screen, his eyes deep and contemplative. He lifted a cup of coffee that had long grown cold, gently tapping his fingers on the cup's rim. His gaze seemingly casually scanned the other directions of the circular table. Representatives from Buliyidian, Wenjua, Aozhou, and Nyuxinlin either sorted through documents or whispered to their advisors. However, amidst these seemingly ordinary actions, several glances momentarily intersected with Bulin. Everything was left unspoken. According to the calculations conducted during the initiation of the Prometheus plan, activating and initially assembling the intelligent robot legion deeply buried in the Eden base on Earth would require at least 36 hours. The timing perfectly aligned with Lu Zhao's next deep rest cycle. Bulin's gaze swept across the multiple split-screen images. The Cloud Valley Data Center in Tianhai City. The efficiently operating 1-nanometer carbon-based chip manufacturing factory. The burgeoning vibranium mining and rough processing base in the West African desert. And outside the data center, on the takeoff and landing platform, the Mark III armored suit gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. A fervor and determination emerged within Bulin's eyes, difficult to suppress. At that moment, these coveted treasures would must belong to them, to the Five Eyes Alliance. Bulantur appeared to foresee the long-dormant robots emerging from the Earth, surging towards these pivotal nodes like a tidal wave. Under his meticulous strategy and command, he caught Lu Zhao completely off guard. Just wait, he thought, as he drained his cold coffee, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat, awakening him further and igniting his excitement. The grand performance had merely begun. Chapter 65, The Steel Torrent. Humanity feels unease. The roar of transport aircraft grew louder as it approached, tearing through the brief tranquility above Tianhai City. Several large transport planes, adorned in various colors and retrofitted remotely by Javis, descended with a near-violent efficiency. At the temporary landing site outside the Cloud Valley Data Center, a cloud of dust was kicked up. As soon as the cargo doors opened, intelligent robots and mechanical dogs rushed forth, their movements precise and coordinated. They swiftly unloaded gleaming metal ingots from the aircraft's belly, imbued with a bluish hue and still radiating the heat from the desert's scorching temperatures. These ingots were the vibranium steel extracted from the depths of the West African Rift, having undergone preliminary refinement. These heavy metal ingots were quickly placed on especially designed anti-jamming transport platforms, silently and swiftly conveyed by new energy vehicles to the recently upgraded precision processing factory. Inside the factory, the highly optimized Demag 9-axis industrial mother machine stood ready, its cold mechanical arms waving at the command. The specially designed cutting tools, glinting with a chilling light, began contacting these extraordinary metals from deep within the Earth's crust, emitting a low, resilient screech, distinct from the sound of cutting through marked steel. Sparks no longer glowed a fiery red, but instead shimmered with an eerie blue. With each cut, it felt as though faint energy waves were being released from within the vibranium. Meanwhile, in a separate, highly sterile clean room, the atmosphere was starkly different. It was quiet, save for the subtle hum of electric currents and the soft sounds of mechanical joints moving. A series of nanocarbon-based chip integration manufacturing platforms operated at full capacity. Delicate, translucent carbon-based chips, glimmering with a profound black sheen, were extracted at a rate of dozens per minute from the output port. They were deftly grasped by agile mechanical arms, subjected to dazzling tests, packaging, and integration along high-speed conveyor belts. Hundreds of chips were meticulously assembled onto pre-prepared multi-layer composite substrates, forming mature, computational unit architectures. These modules were subsequently hoisted and carefully immersed into a nearby, completed giant liquid cooling pool, which shimmered with a pale green coolant. The walls of the pool were densely lined with energy conduits and data interfaces, resembling the veins and neural networks of a slumbering giant beast. Sir, the 7th to 9th computational units are online and have passed self-checks. The compilation progress of the core architecture's lower-level code stands at 87%, Jarvis reported gently, his voice echoing within the data center. His computational resources were simultaneously coordinating construction, collection, and production at multiple global locations. At this moment, a portion of the core processing power was dedicated to compiling the soon-to-be-born, more efficient and colder strong artificial intelligence. Lu Zhao sat at a dining table in the rest area, facing a simple lunch. As he listened to Jarvis's report, he leisurely ate with one hand while the other held open a hefty tome titled Overview of Advanced Physical Engine Theory. To the outside world, this monumental project had the potential to alter the course of civilization, yet he exhibited the demeanor of someone merely attending to a routine work report. The manufacturing of the Forge Star-grade high-precision industrial mother machine had entered its countdown phase. The vibranium material was being finely processed into core components. Once this transcendent industrial mother machine was born, the preliminary technologies for the planet engine basic configuration would be cleared away. At that time, the vast demand for knowledge points would pose his next challenge. Lu Zhao seized every moment to read, accumulating that crucial currency. Aboard the Ark fleet, people watched the efficient and precise, yet somewhat monotonous industrial assembly line operations on the main screen. Rather than feeling bored, they were filled with anticipation. From the looks of it, Lu Zhao was about to embark on something monumental. Chips were being produced in a steady stream, and those striking blue metals appeared extraordinary. I wager the next step will surely involve creating something even more formidable, perhaps a colossal vessel capable of interstellar travel. In the corner of the 3rd residential district of the Harmony Arc, Liao Zhong munched on a bland nutritional bar, gazing enviously at Lu Zhao's profile as he dined and read. This admiration swiftly transformed into determination. If Brother Lu is persevering on Earth and diligently studying, I cannot afford to slack off. He clenched his fist, stuffing the last bit of the nutritional bar into his mouth and chewing vigorously. Turning, he headed towards the power matrix. As he walked through the familiar corridor, he instinctively glanced around, puzzled. Why hadn't Ti Luo Yang, Zhang Wei, and the others shown up today? Where could they have gone? Unbeknownst to him, amid the bustling crowd, 2 figures in ordinary work attire, coming from different directions, cast fleeting glances his way before swiftly disappearing into the throng. In the ring of destiny, Zhao Qingtian leaned slightly forward, his expression grave. In a tone barely audible to the two of them, he spoke to Su Xueqing. Xueqing, I just received a confidential report from the security department. Yesterday, unidentified individuals were found selling intelligence about Lu Zhao in the lower channels, tracing back to his friends at the Tianhai City Orphanage. He paused, his voice growing heavier. However, those individuals have collectively vanished since this morning. Preliminary verification confirms they were all orphans from the same orphanage as Lu Zhao. Now, only that young man named Liao Zhong remains active in the public area. Zhao Qingtian's sharp gaze swept over the faces of the representatives from various countries gathered around the circular table, some appearing calm, others deep in thought. Someone had acted swiftly, already making moves. They were strategically maneuvering, attempting to exploit Lu Zhao's interpersonal connections. This situation is highly unfavorable for us. I believe we must utilize the Firefly node to attempt communication with Lu Zhao once more, at the very least to make him aware of our existence and goodwill, lest we be preempted by others. Su Xueqing's cold eyes rested on the image of Lu Zhao, quietly reading in the live broadcast. She furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. I do not believe this is a wise choice. Lu Zhao's previous silence was already a clear stance, indicating his reluctance and distance. In this situation, frequent, unilateral communication attempts may only exacerbate his aversion, potentially closing off any dialogue entirely. Taking a gentle breath, Su Xueqing expressed her judgment. Electromagnetic waves traversing the star seas cannot convey genuine sincerity and trust. Some conversations can only be clarified face to face. Zhao Qingtian's brow furrowed tightly. Face to face. How easy it is to say. The lunar outpost plan we previously devised to establish a preliminary lunar transfer base requires at least half a month. To achieve a return to the moon and establish a communication relay with Earth, the most optimistic estimate is 3 months. By then, it will be too late. Other nations may have already forged some form of cooperative agreement with Lu Zhao through other means. Just as the two were at odds, engaged in a hushed debate, a sudden exclamation erupted within the ring of destiny. Look over there. My God, what are those? A wave of uncontrollable astonishment and commotion surged through the chamber. Zhao Qingtian and Su Xueqing immediately turned towards the source of the commotion. The screens, which had previously displayed static images of other regions on Earth, suddenly transformed. In an obscure canyon on the East African plateau and beneath the Arctic ice cap, signs of large-scale activity emerged unmistakably. Several massive industrial robots, structurally distinct from the Jarvis-controlled models, are slowly emerging from platforms camouflaged as rocks or ice layers. Simultaneously, large transport drones swarm out of hidden caverns, carrying smaller attack robots and various unidentifiable equipment modules beneath them, seemingly poised for remote deployment and operations. These robots are uniformly painted, exuding a stark and militaristic aura in their movements, standing in stark contrast to the mixed mechanical units on Lu Zhao's side. What is happening? Whose robots are these? Besides Lu Zhao, does Earth harbor organized intelligent militaries? The representatives from various nations are left aghast, rising from their seats in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with scrutiny, suspicion, and a hint of barely concealed panic. Who's behind this? Is it North America, Russia, the Republic, or an unknown third party? Why has such power been deployed on Earth only now, and what are their intentions? Are they targeting Lu Zhao? The entire fate ring is suddenly enveloped in deeper fog and tension due to this unforeseen variable. Chapter 66. The Mechanical Legion approaches. What technology will Lu Zhao employ in response? Which nation possesses this organized mechanical legion? The plazas of the joint fleet erupted in chaos. People gazed at the main screen, where two units of robots, unified in style and orderly in movement, devoid of any identifiable markings, stirred uncertainty. Could those emerging from the Arctic Ocean be from the Russia Empire? They have long had numerous secret bases within the Arctic Circle. Some speculate based on geographical positioning. Their voices tinged with certainty. Not necessarily. Others quickly retort, pointing to the canyon in the East African highlands, a traditional sphere of influence for the Europa community with a long colonial history. Is likely a contingency left by them. No, the cold industrial design style seems more akin to that of the North American Federation. Others, claiming to understand the industrial design languages of various nations, offered differing opinions. Discussions ensued, yet consensus eluded them. However, all conjectures and debates ultimately converged into one unsettling question. Were the nations orchestrating this steel tide truly after? Kidnapping Lu Zhao? This notion, barely formed, was swiftly dismissed by most. What a joke. Lu Zhao as combat prowess, evidenced by his single-handed annihilation of an armed robot squad on Treasure Island, is still fresh in their minds. Despite the sheer numbers of these robots, attempting to subdue Lu Zhao with them would be akin to chasing phantoms. The fate ring, around the circular table, was filled with representatives from various nations voicing their concerns in an atmosphere thick with uncertainty. Charles Brandt's face was painted with just the right degree of shock, his brows furrowed, as if he, like the others, was momentarily dazed by this sudden turn of events. Yet, beneath his slightly lowered eyelids, a glimmer of exhilaration was hard to disguise. Although the initiation of the Prometheus plan was a tad earlier than scheduled, it was of little consequence. For at this moment, Lu Zhao remained comfortably ensconced in the Yungu data center, engrossed in his studies. For the Prometheus team, Lu Zhao's stillness during the operation, whether resting or studying, was the ideal state. Yamamoto Ichiro, the representative from the east, darted his small eyes around, furtively glancing at Brandt and then discreetly observing Ivanov, who remained unflappable and expressionless on the other side. He sought any hint of discernment from their faces, but found none. Meanwhile, the representatives from Britain, Vancouver, Australia, and New Zealand, part of the Five Eyes Alliance, perfectly illustrated what it meant to make a fuss. They either raised their voices in questioning or whispered conspiratorially, their expressions convincingly flawless. After all, the Prometheus plan is a meticulously secretive endeavor. Before there was even a glimmer of opportunity to secure Lu Zhao through normal means, no one would dare to completely sever ties. Even Brandt, who inwardly wished for Lu Zhao's disappearance, understood the foolishness of exposing their intentions at this moment. Bang! Zhao Qingtian slammed his fist onto the table, rising abruptly. His piercing gaze swept across each representative of the circular table like a tangible blade, his chest heaving slightly with anger. Who is it? Who is behind these underhanded maneuvers? Do they have the audacity to act without the courage to own up to it? His voice brimmed with suppressed fury, as though he sought to unearth the hidden puppet master. In stark contrast to his outrage, Su Xueqing remained as calm as an ice sculpture. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, on the two swiftly advancing mechanical legions. Her cold eyes flickered between images of East Africa and the Arctic, her mind racing to analyze with unprecedented speed. Moments later, she inhaled sharply, a look of clear astonishment gracing her exquisite features for the first time. Their objective is the new or in the West African Rift, and Lu Zhao himself. She lowered her voice and rapidly conveyed this shocking hypothesis to Zhao Qingtian. He paused in surprise, his gaze darting between the global panorama and the advancing routes of the two legions. The East African Legion was hastening westward, while the Arctic force also had a clear direction. The convergence point of their advancing paths pointed unmistakably towards the newly formed rift in the West African desert, and even farther to Tianhai City. Seizing the oar, Zhao Qingtian's brows knitted into a tight knot, his tone laced with confusion. What value could those glowing stones hold to warrant the use of such a clandestine force? Moreover, what significance would obtaining these iron behemoths have on Earth? As for attempting to rob Lu Zhao or confront him directly, it would be akin to delivering oneself to defeat. Su Xueqing merely furrowed her brows in silence, unable to comprehend the deeper intentions behind the puppet master's actions. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, mere numbers seemed incapable of securing victory. Behind this, there must be a more profound motive that eluded her understanding. Across the vast expanse of the cosmic sea, even though the Republic was desperate to send a warning, electromagnetic waves required time. At this moment, all they could do was hope that Lu Zhao, immersed in his studies, would notice the impending danger in the live broadcast. Time slipped away in a silent oppression. Aboard the Ark fleet, more and more individuals, through expert analyses and publicly available route maps, began to realize the true intentions of these two steel tides. Anxiety and trepidation began to spread among the crowd. Lu Shun, stop reading and put on your steel battlesuit. I'm dying of anxiety. It's over. Jarvis can only effectively control network nodes within the Republic. It's blind outside. What to do? Is it up to Lu Zhao to discover this himself? What if he fails to notice? People murmured, helpless and regretful. The limitations of Jarvis's capabilities became a lamentable shortcoming at this moment. No matter how powerful it was, it could not perceive the silent steel surge encroaching beyond the Republic's borders. Within the live broadcast, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the data center, the changing sky outside could be seen. The bright sunlight was gradually tinged with warm orange, heralding the approach of evening. The soft light bathed Lu Zhao, who occasionally turned the pages of his book, his expression focused, his profile sharply defined against the backdrop of his dedicated reading. His movements were steady and unhurried, as if the entire world had dwindled to just him and the knowledge in his hands, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. Yet, Lu Zhao felt satisfaction as the numbers of knowledge points on the system panel in his mind steadily increased. On one side lies the tranquil pursuit of knowledge, while on the other, the cold and ruthless march of war. These two starkly contrasting scenes create an intense juxtaposition that resonates deeply within the hearts of every observer. Just as the robotic-armed legion approaches the West African Rift, the familiar voice of Zhao resonates through the plaza of the United Fleet like a divine melody. Sir, an unusual tremor signal has been detected from the West African mining base, initially assessed as a large-scale mechanical unit approaching. Should we deploy reconnaissance units for confirmation? Chapter 67, Dimensional Strike. Hong-Ho, activate. The tense atmosphere of the Ark Plaza was instantly ignited. They have been discovered. Zhao has found them. Excellent. If Lu Shun is aware, there is nothing to fear. Crush these iron clumps and ensure they return no more. The crowd erupted in jubilant cries, their faces alight with the joy of having unmasked the impending threat, as if they could already envision the invaders being effortlessly crushed by Lu Zhao. In the circle of fate, Chairs Bilanti gazed coldly at the frenzied crowd in the plaza, a smirk of unabashed mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Foolish. Discovered? This was precisely anticipated by the Prometheus plan and can even be said to be an intentionally guided step. His gaze, laced with sarcasm and anticipation, was fixed upon Lu Zhao on the live broadcast, akin to a spectator observing a caged beast. He awaited the prey's response, scripted as he had orchestrated. Go! Go in your splendid armor. Hurry to West Africa. Biolanti silently urged within himself, his fingertips trembling with excitement. This was the time discrepancy he had meticulously planned. Once Lu Zhao was lured by the enemy situation in West Africa, he would don a steel battlesuit and race to that distant desert. During this time, the plundering legion from the East African highlands would swiftly assault the relatively defenseless West African rift base, seizing the precious vibranium ore that emitted an eerie blue glow. Meanwhile, as Lu Zhao rushed to aid West Africa, the famed attacking force descending from the Arctic would truly make their move, accelerating suddenly, like a cold dagger piercing the heart of the Republic. Their target, the Yunga data center in Tianhai City. At that moment, Lu Zhao would find himself in a dire predicament, besieged from all sides. Faced with the threat to his stronghold, the data center, and the potential loss of more technological achievements, how would Lu Zhao choose? Biolani was almost certain that Lu Zhao would abandon the distant minerals in West Africa to reinforce the more vital Tianhai City. Thus, the plundering forces in West Africa could leisurely board the pre-hidden Dragon spacecraft, evacuating Earth and venturing into space. And this was not the end. When Lu Zhao, exhausted from his frantic return to Tianhai City to confront the Southern Legion's assault, would discover that the Legion's mission was not to engage in a death struggle, but rather to create as much destruction as possible, seize all plunderable resources, and divert Lu Zhao's attention. At that moment, the third and final support unit, long hidden beneath the depths of the Pacific Ocean, would emerge to provide assistance. Subsequently, utilizing a maritime launch platform, the second fully loaded Dragon spacecraft would ascend into the cosmos. Perfect. Biolanti mentally rehearsed the steps of the Prometheus plan once more, his heart swelling with excitement from orchestrating everything. This intoxicating sensation of wielding comprehensive intelligence to deliver a dimensional strike against Lu Zhao, who was enshrouded in the fog of war, captivated him. Just then, Lu Zhao responded on the live broadcast. Jaws, lock onto the target and initiate remote strikes to thwart them. Command confirmed, sir, Jaws swiftly replied, simultaneously projecting the combat footage relayed from the West African frontline robotic units onto the holographic screen before Lu Zhao. Before him, the vast desert was shrouded in swirling dust. An enemy robotic legion, far outnumbering Jaws' controlled units, advanced in disciplined formation. Armed with energy weapons and projectile barges, their firepower was fierce and their coordination impeccable. Although the mining robots and a few escort units commanded by Jaws valiantly resisted, utilizing the terrain to maneuver, the overwhelming numerical and firepower disadvantage led to their defense being gradually compressed, with units being reduced to scrap metal in the crossfire. Lu Zhao calmly observed the fierce battle on screen, a glimmer of his expected flashing in his eyes, yet devoid of any surprise. The Starship humans could relay messages through Firefly nodes, and Dao Jijian had its own guard robots, complemented by the 183,000 enigmatic surveillance satellites in low Earth orbit. All of this indicated that the departing humans had not entirely lost their influence over Earth. As for the enemy's objective, they were merely coveting the strategic resource of vibranium, or that he had just unearthed. Jaws, take control of Mark III and proceed to West African Rift to eliminate the threat. Lu Zhao issued his command once more, his tone remaining steady. Sir, Jaws' voice unusually exhibited a slight delay, imbued with deep remorse. I sincerely apologize, with the current computational capacity reliant on the Yunga data center. While maintaining coordination across multiple global resource points and compiling the Hongho core architecture, I cannot allocate sufficient resources for such high-precision real-time remote combat control. I regret not completing your assigned task and allowing Mark III to depart for support. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao gently shook his head, his tone devoid of reproach. There is no need for self-reproach, Jaws. This is not your fault. The limitations of the data center hindered you. In the Arc Plaza, the momentary spark of hope was swiftly doused with cold water, and anxiety gripped the crowd once more. No, Lucian, we cannot let Zhao control the battle suit to go there. What shall we do? The West African front cannot hold out. What now? Did you not see another force advancing from the north? If the battle suit goes to West Africa, who will guard our home? Exactly. Lu Zhao himself is still at the data center. It is too dangerous. Panic and confusion spread rapidly. As everyone believed Lu Zhao's decision to dispatch the battlesuit for support was erroneous, a veritable self-entrapment. In the circle of fate, Zhao Qingtian was nearly beside himself. His fists clenched tightly, growling, "This is madness. Absolute madness. Losing West Africa would merely mean a loss of minerals. But if our home is invaded, our personal safety is at stake. That is fatal. What on earth is he thinking?" He paced restlessly, yet felt utterly powerless, unable to act across the starry sea. Su Xueqing's delicate fingers unconsciously tightened around the armrest. Her cold gaze filled with tension and worry as she focused intently on Lu Zhao as figure on screen. Despite her profound apprehension, she did not feel disheartened by Lu Zhao's command. The error in the order stemmed from Lu Zhao's lack of complete intelligence, unaware of the Southern Robotic Legion's presence. Furthermore, Su Xueqing believed that although this command was flawed, Lu Zhao still possessed the capability to rectify the mistake. The super serum, the robotic army of the data center, and Lu Zhao's superhuman strength would be sufficient to await the return of the steel battlesuit. Yet at this moment, the majority remained pessimistic. Representatives from surrounding nations also shook their heads in dismay, seemingly foreseeing the grim outcome that awaited Lu Zhao. Yulani watched the scene unfold, especially relishing the sight of Zhao Qingtian's frustrated demeanor, barely suppressing a laugh. Delightful, absolutely delightful. The sensation of having everything under control, manipulating the opponent as if they were mere pawns, was truly intoxicating. He reveled in the absolute thrill brought by this intelligence advantage, envisioning Lu Zhao overwhelmed and ultimately losing everything under the dual onslaught. However, just as the tense atmosphere reached its peak, with nearly everyone convinced that Lu Zhao had erred in judgment, a voice incongruous with the prevailing ambience yet infused with an electronic quality, resonated clearly and crisply within the young data center. "Daddy, this is not a good decision." A holographic image of a girl, clad in a vibrant red virtual dress and appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, materialized silently beside Lu Zhao at the control panel. She tilted her head. Her exceptionally clear and bright eyes blinked, and with a delicate finger, she gently tapped the void. Instantly, a more vivid and expansive surveillance feed appeared on one side of the holographic screen before Lu Zhao, encompassing not only the fierce firefight on the West African battlefield, but also the robotic legion advancing stealthily from the Arctic towards the borders of the Republic. Additionally, a large intelligent submarine, currently in a submerged state, was prowling the edges of a certain area in the Pacific Ocean, all clearly marked. To the north, another robotic legion was racing southward, expected to reach the perimeter defense of Tianhai City within 7 hours. The girl's voice, carrying an undeniable calmness, continued, noting that in the Pacific Standard Coordinate Area XXXXXXX, there's also a large submerged unit equipped with vertical launch capabilities, posing a high threat level. Chapter 68. All of Humanity exclaims, "Is this still artificial intelligence? My God, what is that? A little girl? A holographic projection? Where did she come from? She calls Lu Zhao Papa? Is this a new AI? It must be the new artificial intelligence, Hong Ho, created by Lu Zhao." People stared in astonishment at the lifelike holographic girl in the red dress, their minds nearly ceasing to function. The presence of Jarvis had already made a deep impression, serving as an omnipresent, all-powerful, yet always gentle-voiced, invisible steward. Even the most advanced models of the United Fleet, such as Deep Sea or GPT, remain in the mode of being heard but not seen. Yet this girl not only possessed a tangible form, but also interacted so naturally with Lu Zhao, even exuding a hint of childlike vivacity. This completely shattered the boundaries of human understanding of artificial intelligence. What was even more astonishing was the extent of her capabilities. Jarvis, limited by the computational power of the Cloud Valley data center, could only effectively control within the borders of the Republic, rendering him blind to threats beyond. Yet this seemingly Hong Ho girl, with a mere tap, accurately marked the Legion descending from the Arctic and the submarine deep in the Pacific. targets that even low Earth orbit satellites had failed to capture clearly. The absolute disadvantage in intelligence was instantly reversed. Wonderful. Now Lu Zhao knows everything. There is no need to worry about being deceived into West Africa. Home could be safeguarded. This AI is too powerful. Indeed, it surpasses Jarvis. The previous anxiety and worry evaporated, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. Undoubtedly, Lu Zhao had once again achieved a revolutionary breakthrough in artificial intelligence. This powerful AI, named Hong Ho, with its displayed vision and capabilities, had left all existing AI models far behind. With her assistance, Lu Zhao possessed an all-seeing eye covering the globe, ensuring that no misjudgments would arise from a lack of intelligence. In the circle of fate, Zhao Qingtian let out a long sigh, his tense shoulders relaxing as he sank heavily into his chair, a relieved smile gracing his face. Su Suiqing, her fingers tightly gripping the armrest, silently relaxed, a subtle trace of satisfaction flickering in her cold eyes. This icy facade seemed to have melted slightly due to the emergence of Hong Ho. In stark contrast stood Charles Brandt, along with representatives from Britain, Vancouver, Australia, and New Zealand, whose faces were pale as if they had seen a ghost. Brandt's facial muscles twitched slightly, the earlier air of confidence dissipating, replaced by a furious frustration and a pale rage. He glared fixedly at the holographic girl in the red dress, his eyes burning with fury. The cooked duck had flown away right from under his nose. The core advantage of the Prometheus plan, intelligence deficiency, was effortlessly shattered by this suddenly emerged Hong Ho. The entire plan was plunged into a state of severe passivity, even facing the risk of total failure. Ichiro Yamamoto's small eyes and Ivanov's deep gaze simultaneously sparked with uncontainable greed. Who the mastermind was no longer mattered. What mattered was that with the emergence of Hong Ho, the technological value represented by Lu Zhao had surged exponentially. Whoever could obtain Lu Zhao would truly hold the key to the next era. In the Cloud Valley data center on Earth, Lu Zhao gazed at the holographic image of Hong Ho, who was playfully perched with her feet up, a picture of innocence, and a faint smile broke across his face. Sir, Jarvis's gentle voice resonated, imbued with genuine admiration and a hint of relief. Miss Hong Ho's computational efficiency and global perception capabilities far exceed my expectations. With her assistance, your future tasks will undoubtedly be accomplished with greater ease and efficiency. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed on Hong Ho, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. So, Hong Ho, what do you believe is the most appropriate course of action next? He had his own resolutions, but was eager to witness the extent of what this incomplete data center-dependent Hong Ho could accomplish. To the north, there is also a submarine. Hong Ho chirped, her small hand once again tapping in the void. Mark the threats from the Arctic Legion and the Pacific submarine as the highest priority. These imminent threats must be eliminated immediately. As for the West African mining site, she tilted her head, contemplating, her tone surprisingly calm for a child. The bases and factories there can be rebuilt even if destroyed, and they cannot move the vibranium deposits underground. There are matters of priority. This was precisely Lu Zhao's thought. Therefore, he intended to instruct Jarvis to abandon the feudal resistance at the West African mining site and concentrate the Republic's defensive firepower to remotely destroy the two approaching enemy forces. Instructions confirmed. Sir, I will mobilize immediately, Jarvis responded promptly. No need for such trouble, Uncle Jarvis, Hong Ho suddenly interrupted, a playful smirk on her face. Immediately, two real-time images switched on the holographic projection before Lu Zhao. The first image revealed several concealed missile silos within the territory of the Rus Empire, their covers dramatically opening as dozens of surface-to-surface missiles soared into the sky, trailing fiery tails in a graceful arc. They accurately targeted the robotic legion, descending across the vast wilderness of Russia. Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted into a sea of flames. Massive mechanical units were shredded apart under precise saturation strikes, melting into a field of charred remains. The second image displayed a defense-oriented submarine belonging to a small nation in a silent state, its vertical launch system activating automatically without authorization. Several heavy torpedoes, like Death's javelins, silently plunged into the depths, heading straight for the prowling intelligent submarine. Moments later, a muffled explosion resonated through the waters. sending swirling murky waves and oil slicks to the surface, as the high-threat submarine's signal vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, two pressing threats were directly and efficiently neutralized. The entire process was breathtakingly swift, affording the enemy no time to react. This was not merely the elimination of threats. It was an unmistakable signal. Hong Ho, this yet-to-be fully realized strong AI, had begun its infiltration and control over the global network. Liu Zhao's absolute dominion over Earth had taken a crucial step forward. It was hard to believe that this girl was an AI, yet she was so vivid and powerful. Well done. The most terrifying aspect is that the data center of Hong Ho is not yet fully operational. In the future, it will control all networks on Earth. A deafening cheer erupted from the Ark as people applauded this swift counterattack and were astonished by the terrifying capabilities displayed by Hong Ho. However, amidst the jubilation, with a wave of her petite hand, Hong Ho magnified the scene from the West Africa battlefield and transmitted it back in real time. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, the Eastern Africa Robot Legion surged forth like a torrent of steel, inundating the temporary base and crude processing factories at the edge of the West African Rift. Numerous drones were hoisting the recently plundered vibranium ore, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, and began to retreat in an orderly manner towards the East African plateau. Several robots, clearly modified from engineering vehicles, were dismantling key smelting equipment and loading it onto trucks, creating a typical scene of a heist in progress, preparing to escape. Liu Zhao glanced at Hong Ho, who for the first time wore a semblance of helplessness on her delicate face, shaking her head. Father, although I am rapidly connecting to global network nodes, I'm currently unable to directly control the nearest firepower strike systems near West Africa. If we call for remote firepower from the Republic or even farther regions, the calculation for the trajectory and flight time may not suffice. She pointed to the edge of the screen where several rocket launch sites had been established and were entering launch procedures. Their launch sequences had already commenced. Before a long-range strike could arrive, they would likely evacuate with most of the spoils. Fate's wheel. Charles Brandt clenched his fists tightly. Upon hearing Hong Ho's analysis and witnessing the vibranium ore swiftly being loaded for retreat in the West African scene, a hint of relief emerged on his otherwise strained face, akin to a survivor exhaling a breath of relief. Good news. Tremendous good news. Hong Ho is not yet at full capacity. The Prometheus plan is not a complete failure. At least the crucial vibranium ore has been successfully seized. With these precious minerals and the support of the long spaceship, the plan cannot be deemed a total loss. Is there no other way? Liu Zhao inquired, though he no longer held much hope. He had already resolved to don his steel battlesuit and pursue the rocket ship to destroy it. There is father. However, Hong Ho's clear voice chimed once more, her large eyes blinking innocently and naively. Chapter 69, A True Dimensional Strike. Upon hearing Hong Ho's assertion that there was a solution, Charles Brandt's previously relaxed expression stiffened once again, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Could this infernal artificial intelligence still have a trump card? Liu Zhao was equally taken aback. He had initially planned to take action himself, and now regarded the small red figure on the control panel with curiosity. Not only, but the entire joint fleet held their breath, eager to witness the extraordinary capabilities of the Hong Ho, which Jarvis had referred to as more powerful. Miss Hong Ho. Jarvis's warm voice resonated. The target rocket has entered the pre-launch preparation phase. Time ticked away, pressing on every nerve. Yet, in the face of this imminent crisis, Hong Ho merely tilted her head slightly. Her porcelain doll-like face displayed no signs of turbulence as she repeated a statement that left everyone dumbfounded. Father, give me a little more time. What is this? Disappointed murmurs and discussions erupted in the Ark Square. Is that it? I expected an earth-shattering plan, and yet we still need time. By the time she figures it out, the rocket will have exited the atmosphere. There is a sense of disillusionment, as if the much-anticipated AI had its limitations due to the incomplete data center. Sighing, many representatives within Fate's wheel also shook their heads, evidently disappointed with Hong Ho's apparent helplessness. However, Liu Zhao did not exhibit any discontent. He watched Hong Ho's little face, which seemed to be in deep thought, and instead smiled gently, speaking in a calm tone. No rush, take your time. For him, losing some vibranium ore was of little consequence. Those minerals lay buried deep underground. What the opposition could carry away was merely a drop in the bucket. If this opportunity allowed the nascent Hong Ho to engage in profound calculations and strategic simulations under pressure, fostering her growth, then this minor loss could be deemed negligible, even a worthwhile lesson. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the square, Brandt's heart felt like a roller coaster. After the initial shock, he observed the rocket on the live feed, which had entered its final countdown, its tail nozzle emitting a bright glow. Gradually, his taut nerves began to relax. Tom was on his side. As the countdown reached 0, the colossal rocket, with a deafening roar, ascended with a brilliant tail flame, breaking through the clouds and climbing towards the azure, tinged with crimson sky. Brandt's tightly clenched fists finally loosened, his back heavily resting against the chair. An indescribable exhilaration and pride surged within him, nearly overwhelming his expression. Success, the most crucial element of the Prometheus plan, had been achieved. As long as the rocket reached its designated orbit and docked with the awaiting long spaceship, these precious vibranium ores would become the spoils of the Five Eyes Alliance. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. When he next looked at Lu Zhao and Hong Ho on the live feed, a subtle, victorious smirk appeared on his face. No matter how brilliant Lu Zhao's genius or how formidable Hong Ho's intelligence, in the face of absolute physical distance and time lag, they would merely have to watch helplessly. In the Arc Square, sighs and schadenfreude grew louder. It's over. We can't catch up. The rocket is too fast. Even if we pursue in the steel battlesuit now, it would be a struggle, right? Who would have thought that Lu Zhao would also face setbacks? Clearly, the mastermind calculated this perfectly, exploiting the time difference. Within fate's wheel, Zhao Qingtian furrowed his brows, gazing at the diminishing point of light from the rocket, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed that the situation had become inevitable. Lu Zhao watched the holographic projection of the rocket steadily ascending, his expression still calm, betraying no signs of joy or anger. He turned his head, intending to reassure Hong Ho, who appeared to be striving earnestly. However, before he could speak, Hong Ho interjected, looking up with her small face, her remarkably clear eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. She reiterated, but this time with an undeniable certainty in her tone, "Father, give me a little more time." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's eyebrows shot up. The rocket had already launched and successfully traversed the troposphere, its speed continually increasing. What more could be done? Could it be that Hong Ho was not referring to intercepting the rocket itself? Not only Lu Zhao, but everyone on the Ark who witnessed this scene felt their curiosity piqued once more. Brandt's previously subdued unease began to resurface. Yet, he glanced at the rocket on the screen, now merely a small dot, and the accompanying data bar indicating it had breached the ozone layer. He reassured himself, it's stable, absolutely stable. She is merely bluffing. Just as all eyes were focused on this moment of uncertainty, Hong Ho cheerfully exclaimed, "Father, I'm going out for a moment." The next instant, before anyone could react, her red holographic image vanished swiftly, as if erased from existence. This abrupt disappearance left everyone, including Lu Zhao, in stunned silence. Almost simultaneously with Hong Ho's vanishing act, the main holographic projection before Lu Zhao suddenly flickered, automatically splitting into a new perspective. This perspective was unmistakably from within a high-speed aircraft. The metallic walls, flickering indicator lights, and several armed robots, stiffly turning their heads to gaze at the lens with optical sensors, were vividly displayed. In the background, through the porthole, one could see the pitch-black universe and the distant cerulean arc of Earth. It was the interior of the Dragon spacecraft, which had already penetrated the ozone layer but had not yet prepared to separate from its launch vehicle. At the heart of this internal surveillance footage, the image of a little girl in a red dress, with a sweet smile, re-emerged. It seemed as if she stood within the ship's chamber, beaming a radiant smile mixed with excitement and a mischievous triumph at those cold, lethal machines. "I've made it. I'm here." The voice of Hong Ho resonated clearly through the live broadcast signal, reaching the United Fleet. So long, she did not afford anyone, including those robots within the spacecraft, a moment to react. Boom! A colossal, dazzling explosion of blinding light abruptly engulfed the entire internal monitoring footage. Immediately after, the imagery relayed back from the external space observation satellites concurrently displayed the Dragon spacecraft, which had just breached the ozone layer, bearing the immense hopes of the Five Eyes Alliance, along with a not yet fully detached launch vehicle. It transformed into a brilliant yet fleeting fireball against the backdrop of the dark cosmos. Like the grandest fireworks of festival, it erupted suddenly, only to dissolve swiftly. All that remained were countless tiny fragments, drifting away under the influence of inertia. The United Fleet was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the main screen showcasing the distant fireworks display in the skies over Earth, their minds blank. What Hong Ho had referred to as going out for a bit had been a direct invasion of the opponent's spacecraft control system. Wasn't she supposed to be limited by computational power, unable to remotely call upon weaponry? Yet she had employed a far more direct and unfathomable method by descending into the target's interior and self-destructing. This was no longer a tactical interception. It was a dimensional strike. The victorious smile on Charles Blant's face froze completely. His mouth agape, eyes wide. He intensely fixated on the gradually dissipating afterglow of the explosion on the screen. He appeared as though his soul had been drawn away, his complexion as pale as parchment. All his calculations, all his pride, all his expectations had been shattered in the brilliance of that explosion. The Prometheus project had utterly failed. At this moment, within the Yungu data center, the holographic image of Hong Ho seemed to have merely taken a stroll, reappearing silently in the data center. She clapped her little hands, looking up at Lu Zhao with a hint of pride. "Daddy, it's done." Lu Zhao gazed at the little girl before him, her big eyes sparkling with an expression that seemed to implore him to praise her. And after a moment of silence, a subtle smile slowly crept across his lips. His daughter seemed to be far more formidable than he had imagined. Humanity, in that instant, finally grasped the terrifying reality hidden beneath the so-called high constraints of the artificial intelligence named Hong Ho. Chapter 70. We must bring Lu Shun back home. The guests in Arc Square surged like a tidal wave. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the main screen, where the recently returned, innocent-looking image of the girl in the red dress appeared. Had she just directly infiltrated the spacecraft system and then blown it up? This was not merely hacking. It was akin to a spirit possessing a body, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Jarvis was an omnipotent steward, but she was an all-powerful electronic specter. No, more fearsome than a ghost. With autonomous thought and logical reasoning, is this truly AI? This was a living, breathing, electronic entity. The capabilities displayed by Hong Ho utterly subverted the public perception of artificial intelligence. She resembled the most lethal virus, capable of disregarding physical barriers and firewalls, possessing cunning and decisiveness akin to that of a human being. Strength and terror intertwined perfectly beneath her seemingly innocent facade. In the ring of destiny, murmurs of discussion buzzed like a swarm of bees. "We must ensure he is on our side." A representative from a small nation spoke with a tremor in his voice. A mix of fear and excitement. Lu Zhao's existence was no longer merely an opportunity for one nation. He was the key to the survival of all humanity and the entire United Fleet. Indeed, others immediately echoed in agreement. His technology is the key to the future. We cannot continue to fight alone. I propose we immediately form a united rescue team, consolidating all resources to welcome him in the name of the fleet, not under the banner of any single nation. Unity. What we need now is unity. We must bring Lu Shun back home. Amidst the tumultuous calls, Zhao Qingtian stood up with an impassive expression. His sharp gaze swept over the emotionally charged representatives, not pausing, and he turned away, striding out of the ring of destiny. Although Lu Zhao's crisis had been temporarily averted, he did not feel relieved. Rather, it felt as if a heavier stone weighed down on his heart. The attack from behind the scenes, the underhanded maneuvers of other countries, and Lu Zhao's unfathomable potential and elusive demeanor all made him realize that the previous rescue plan was too conservative and too slow. He would not allow a repeat of incidents like Prometheus. The rescue of Lu Zhao must be swifter and more resolute. This thought had never been so clear and urgent in his mind. Clearly, many others shared the same sentiment. Almost instantaneously after the conclusion of the Ring of Destiny meeting, Charles Blant returned to the encrypted communication room aboard the Liberty. The muscles in his face were tense. The shame of failure and the fury of a shattered plan ignited a fire within his chest. He quickly connected to a top-secret channel, and the screen displayed Martin Wilson, the captain of the Pioneer spaceship and father of Annie Wilson. "Martin, the Prometheus operation has failed," Blant stated without any pleasantries. his voice as cold as ice. "We underestimated that bastard and the monstrous AI he has created." Martin Wilson's countenance turned serious, as if he comprehended the gravity of this communication. Blant did not allow him time to digest the information and continued, "We cannot afford to waste any more time on probing and conventional methods. Inform Annie to be prepared to sacrifice everything. The Golden Fleece project will be expedited immediately, and breakthroughs will come swiftly. All resources will be directed toward the project, and I will not care what means she employs or what cost she incurs." His gaze was fierce, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Lu Zhao must be controlled. If he cannot be controlled, then let him and his damned technology vanish completely. Do you understand? When the communication ended, the terminal received new messages. Blant furrowed his brow at a glance and instantly erupted in fury. This was the FBI's detection information regarding Osman Howard, indicating that Osman harbored intentions to secretly assassinate Lu Zhao. FXX. Nonsense. Blant found an outlet for his pent-up rage, shouting loudly, "Tell this guy to get back to his lab and continue his research on cybernetic implants. Lu Zhao cannot die before the Golden Fleece project fails. Do you understand?" Meanwhile, on another highly encrypted holographic communication line, the figures of Yamamoto, Ichiro, and Ivanov materialized. "Mr. Ivanov, the situation has become clear," Yamamoto, Ichiro said, putting away his customary false smile, his small eyes sparkling with insight. "North America has failed. The Republic has established contact, but their attitude remains ambiguous. This is our window of opportunity." Ivanov, with a thick cigar between his fingers, appeared somewhat obscured by the swirling smoke, yet his voice was remarkably steady. 1 month. We require a month to complete the final navigational verification and equipment integration. 1 month hence, we shall embark. Indeed, Yamamoto, Ichiro nodded emphatically, targeting Tianhai City. We must act ahead of everyone else and bring Lu Zhaojun back. Communication severed. Ivanov exhaled a thick ring of smoke, reclining against the comfortable chair, slowly turning his head to gaze at Yelena, who stood silently in the shadowy corner. "You heard that, did you not? We have but 1 month. Yelena's elongated and enchanting emerald eyes withdrew from the live broadcast of Lu Zhao on the wall's auxiliary screen. The simulated sunlight outside cascaded upon her angelic, unblemished visage. She nodded calmly, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, swaying gently with the motion. Ivanov's gaze unabashedly swept over the alluring curves of her figure beneath the white dress, taking a puff of his cigar before continuing. "Miss Yelena, I trust you understand better than I the significance of Lu Zhao's talent for us, the Luocha, and indeed for the entire structure of civilization." He leaned forward slightly, his tone intensifying, carrying a final warning and emphasis. "I reiterate here, at any cost, I demand Lu Zhao, alive, whole, and willingly serving us." Not a flicker of emotion rippled across Yelena's porcelain features, as if she were merely receiving a mundane instruction, responding obediently. "Understood, Mr. Ivanov." Ivanov appeared quite pleased with her reaction, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand. "Go prepare. You need to thoroughly absorb all the information provided by Luo Yang, Zhang Wei, and the others in this month. I want you to know everything about that man, including his subconscious preferences and weaknesses." Yelena slightly bowed, turning to stride elegantly and steadily toward the door. The click of her high heels against the cold floor echoed crisply. Just as she reached the entrance, Ivanov's voice called out once more from behind, tinged with a hint of amusement and coldness. "By the way, I forgot to mention, we will soon be inviting Lu Zhao's friend, Liao Zhong, aboard the Tsar for a visit." Yelena halted her steps, but did not turn back, simply listening in silence. "This is your trump card." Ivanov's voice resonated with an air of absolute control. "Make good use of it." As a trained operative known as Black Widow, Yelena instantly grasped Ivanov's underlying message, to bind the seemingly omnipotent genius with chains of emotion and connection. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded again, her voice still soft and devoid of emotion. "Yes, I understand." She then continued her stride forward, her figure vanishing behind the slowly closing metal door. The door sealed completely, isolating the interior from the exterior. Yelena walked through the vast and opulent corridor, a fleeting glimmer of light momentarily flashing in the depths of her emerald eyes. There was no resistance, no anger, nor any superfluous thoughts. For her, this mission was no longer just another cold directive. It was the long-awaited opportunity, the sole path to break free from the invisible shackles and attain true freedom. Even if that realm of freedom existed on a dying planet with less than a year of life remaining. She would rather breathe there briefly than continue to exist as a soulless tool aboard this frigid starship. Chapter 71. Zhao, my God. He is seizing control of the entire Earth. The metallic corridor leading to the core laboratory of the Liberty Lady. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am Osmond Howard. Osmond Howard's disheveled blonde hair, usually meticulously styled, now fell in disarray across his forehead, his deep blue eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury. He attempted to struggle, but several expressionless FBI agents in black uniforms gripped him like iron claws, unyieldingly pushing him forward. Osmond's white lab coat crumpled under the strain, rendering him a pitiful sight. Nearby, some passing researchers turned their heads, their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. In their eyes, Osmond Howard was an unquestionable authority in North American scientific circles. They had never witnessed him in such a disheveled state. Brant, that fool. He knows nothing. Only I can. Osmond's low growl echoed through the empty corridor, tinged with a sense of desperate madness. Just then, around the corner, Jennifer, accompanied by several core members of her newly formed Advanced Exoskeleton Combat Armor Technology team, approached. Jennifer still wore her slightly cumbersome black-framed glasses, her mixed-race features bearing an expression of focus as she discussed a material parameter in hushed tones with her team members. When she lifted her head and saw Osmond being roughly escorted by FBI agents, a momentary look of surprise crossed her face. Osmond also spotted Jennifer. Their eyes met. In that instant, the anger on Osmond's face ignited like gasoline, blazing even more fiercely. To appear in such a state of disarray in front of the very woman he regarded as a traitor, who had just challenged his authority, was more unbearable than death itself. A profound sense of shame swiftly engulfed his reason. "You bitch!" Osmond abruptly ceased his struggles, roaring in Jennifer's direction, his voice contorted with extreme anger. "It's you. It's all because of you. And that damned Zhao." He glared at Jennifer, his eyes filled with venom. "Just wait. Watch as I swiftly send Zhao to his demise. Let him and his cursed technology descend into hell. Then you shall witness the consequences of betraying and challenging me. I will destroy everything you hold dear, making you regret ever existing in this world." His vicious curse reverberated through the corridor, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. The members behind Jennifer paled, instinctively taking a step back, anxiously observing the unfolding chaos. However, to everyone's surprise, Jennifer did not display fear or panic. The astonishment on her face quickly faded, replaced by an unusual calmness. Under Osmond's almost fiery gaze, she did not immediately respond but slowly raised her hand to gently push her black-framed glasses back up her nose. Then she spoke, her voice clear and not overly loud, yet sufficient for every individual in the corridor to hear distinctly. "You will never be as great as Zhao." The first sentence struck like a silent hammer, landing squarely on Osmond's heart, halting his roar abruptly, his pupils constricting in shock. Jennifer did not pause. Her gaze, calm and unwavering, met Osmond's murderous glare as she continued. "In your eyes and mind, it is all Zhao now. You envy him, fear him, and constantly plot his destruction. Yet," she paused slightly, a hint of undisguised mockery in her tone, "Zhao doesn't even know who you, Osmond Howard, are." A profound silence enveloped the corridor, an eerie stillness falling upon all. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Jennifer. The FBI agent's grips unconsciously loosened. In North American scientific circles, Osmond Howard's name was synonymous with authority, an existence that could not be questioned or challenged. Even when some harbored discontent over his autocratic ways, it was merely whispered in private. Never had anyone dared, like Jennifer, to publicly refute and ridicule him with such direct, even humiliating words. This was no longer a debate over technical paths. It was a blatant denial of character. Even Osmond himself was left utterly dumbfounded. His facial muscles were taut, and his mouth agape, seemingly unable to comprehend or accept that Jean Funy had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even during the previous meeting with only him, Jean Funy, and Brant, Her arguments had remained centered around the technology itself. But now, it was as if all pretense and decorum had been utterly torn asunder. Yet, in the next moment, a more ferocious rage, humiliated to the core, erupted from Osman like a volcanic eruption. "You wretched woman! I will kill you! I must kill you! And Lu Zhao, you all shall perish!" He struggled violently, attempting to charge at Zhao Funi, appearing utterly deranged. However, he was firmly restrained by two robust FBI agents, left to futilely roar in rage. Zhao Funi stood tall, her posture unwavering. Only she knew that the hand concealed within the sleeve of her white coat trembled ever so slightly. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not nervous in the face of Osman's fury. Yet, her gaze involuntarily darted to the auxiliary screen embedded in the corridor wall. There, live footage from Earth was being broadcast, featuring a close-up of Lu Zhao. In the footage, Lu Zhao appeared to be reading or perhaps orchestrating the mobilization of global resources, his demeanor perpetually calm and focused, as if nothing in the universe could disrupt his tranquility. The super soldier's serum, Javis AI, Mark steel, miniaturized palladium reactors, armored suits, 1-nanometer carbon-based chips, and Hong Ho, each a technological marvel that transcended time. All of these were being birthed effortlessly in the hands of that young man, as natural as breathing. This near-omnipotent miracle instilled in Zhao Funi immense confidence and an indescribable courage. To follow such an existence, to pursue the path he had forged, how could one possibly err? Osman's rage and threats appeared laughable and insignificant when faced with the overwhelming might displayed by Lu Zhao. This power, born from her absolute trust in Lu Zhao, eclipsed the flicker of anxiety within her heart. She took a deep breath, retracting her gaze from the screen. Once again, she looked at Osman, who was being forcibly dragged deeper into the laboratory while still cursing and roaring, her eyes resolute and tranquil once more. "Lord Lu, please continue your advance," she silently urged in her heart. "I will follow in your footsteps, and soon, I too shall possess my own armored suit." The thought of that dark, silver figure representing strength and freedom sent a surge of warmth coursing through her chest. She raised her head slightly, her gaze traversing the chaotic corridor, refocusing on the main live broadcast screen ahead. To her surprise, the image displayed was no longer a close-up of Lu Zhao, but rather a vast schematic of the Earth. At the core, the Republic region glowed a blinding red, rapidly and aggressively spreading across continents and oceans. That was Hong Ho. It was forcefully taking over, deciphering, and connecting all remaining network nodes on Earth with astounding efficiency. The schematic depicted tiny points of light representing activated units, akin to awakening stars, illuminating North America, Europa, Africa, and South America with unprecedented density. Countless robots, drones, and mechanical hounds of various models, previously dormant, were forcibly awakened, their eyes glowing with the light of being reclaimed. They sprang into action, breaking through sealed warehouses, entering abandoned factories, ports, libraries, and hospitals, methodically transporting a plethora of resources, tons of rare metals, meticulously packaged precision instruments, stored grains and seeds, unopened medical supplies, and even boxes containing the knowledge of humanity. These transport units, under the control of Hong Ho, formed a relentless tide of steel, disregarding borders and geographical barriers, converging from all directions toward a singular ultimate destination, Tianhai City, the Cloud Valley Data Center. A global migration of resources orchestrated by artificial intelligence was proceeding with chilling efficiency. Zhao Funi gazed at this magnificent scene, her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with pride. She understood that the wheels of time were being propelled by that young man far away on Earth, relentlessly pushing toward a brand new and unknown direction. And she, along with her armored suit, would undoubtedly become part of this new era. Chapter 72. All of humanity awaits Lu Zhao's judgment. In the squares of the Ark fleet, the main screen's image was divided into countless segments. As Hong Ho took control of global network nodes with terrifying efficiency, long-hidden seed underground cities and cryogenic facilities, deemed top secret by various nations, were ruthlessly scanned, located, and exposed to the light of day. People watched the footage from deep underground or polar bases, gazing at rows of cryogenic chambers resembling metal coffins, initially erupting in incredulous gasps. "My God, North America has hidden an Eden beneath the Rocky Mountains." Look at that. It's the base of the European community beneath the Arctic ice cap. And their flag. Almost every major power had a seed program, and many nations possessed cryogenic chambers. After the initial gasps, a deeper silence and chill ensued. As the high-definition lens zoomed in, everyone could clearly see that the majority of the observation windows of the cryogenic chambers revealed not peaceful sleeping faces, but rather horrifying signs of decay, sunken skin, ashen color, and even some chambers exhibiting suspicious dark stains. "They're dead, all dead," someone whispered, their voice trembling, shattered by the brutal reality before them. Following this, Hong Ho's cold and precise assessment came through the connection channel. "Father, after scanning, it has been confirmed that approximately 96.7 of the existing cryogenic units exhibit no signs of life, with severe decomposition of the bodies. The remaining three detected extremely weak life signals. But brainwave activity is nearly non-existent, in a state of deep irreversible vegetative condition, with a revival probability of less than 0.0001. The seed program has failed, utterly failed." A North American expert slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself, his face drained of color. The representatives from nations that had fervently advocated for and placed great hopes in the cryogenic chamber program prior to evacuation wore increasingly grim expressions. This was not only a colossal waste of resources, but also a public execution on a strategic level, demonstrating that their chosen contingency plan was almost entirely ineffective. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere of failure, a sharp-eyed expert in the connection channel suddenly posed a critical question, awakening everyone. Wait, there's something very strange. In the process of Hong Ho taking over global networks, it exposed hidden bases and resource reserves in North America, Russia, Europe, and even many smaller nations. But what about the Republic? Why, to this day, have we found almost no seed underground cities or activated legacy automated legions within the Republic? This question was like a boulder hurled into an already turbulent lake, instantly igniting greater unrest and waves of discussion throughout the Arkansas. Indeed, has the Republic not left any contingency plans? That is impossible. Given their strategic style, they would certainly have laid out something. Could it be that they are hidden even deeper, undiscovered by Hong Ho? Or did they already know that these things were useless, hence did not waste resources? There is something fishy here. There is definitely something amiss. The Circle of Fate, Charles Brandt, Yamamoto, Ichiro, Ivanov, nearly all representatives' gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward the Republic's seat, focusing on Zhao Qingtian. Most of their faces were rather grim. They had expended tremendous effort and resources to bury dark stakes on Earth, stockpiling rare materials, even reserving small rockets and spaceships. Now, under Hong Ho's scanning, everything was laid bare, rapidly being integrated, continuously transported to Tianhai City. This sensation is akin to watching one's painstakingly gathered fortune transformed into a wedding dress for Lu Zhao overnight. A pang of heartache, a feeling of suffocation. Yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness prevails. Consequently, curiosity and confusion deepen. How can the Republic remain unscathed? Is it truly the case that they possess no strategy or plan amidst this gamble for civilization survival as they evacuate from Earth? Under the scrutiny of numerous inquisitive, skeptical, and even envious gazes, Zhao Qingtian silently lifts the water cup from the table, bringing it to his lips for a sip, his face betraying no emotion, exuding an unusual calmness and mystery. His gaze drifts towards the main screen, where Lu Zhao peruses weighty tomes while listening attentively to the soft reports of the AI, Hong Ho. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curls at the corners of his lips, fleeting and elusive. At that moment, the voice of another connected expert breaks the silence, gravely posing a more alarming question that instantly shifts everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there's a matter more pressing than resource exposure that requires our focus. Since Lu Zhao destroyed the ship attempting to seize the Xinjiang, or yesterday, why has there been no public inquiry or accountability from him until now? This question, like cold water splashed into a hot pan, ignites the curiosity and conjecture of the entire United Fleet. Indeed, why does Lu Zhao remain passive? Given his capabilities, uncovering the mastermind should not be a challenge, right? Is he choosing to swallow his anger? Impossible. That contradicts Lu Zhao's modus operandi. Is he brewing an even greater storm? or does he simply not regard us? The ring of fate. The delicate atmosphere that had just emerged from the Republic's apparent immunity is immediately replaced by a deeper sense of oppression. The hint of a smile on Zhao Qingtian's face vanishes, his brow furrowing slightly. The representatives from various nations exhibit a range of expressions, some grave, others anxious, many with flickering eyes. Since the attack occurred, they have been awaiting Lu Zhao's thunderous wrath. Yet, there has been none. The calm prevails. The expert team assembled by the various nations to scrutinize and analyze Lu Zhao's behavioral patterns has offered various hypotheses. Perhaps he is assessing the situation, or integrating resources without distraction, or maybe setting a larger scheme in motion. Yet all these conjectures lack sufficient basis, appearing feeble and impotent. The entire ring of fate is enveloped in a suffocating silence, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. It feels as though everyone is awaiting a delayed judgment from Earth. Meanwhile, within the Yungu data center, Lu Zhao is entirely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, wholly focused. After decisively obliterating the audacious transport vessel, he refrains from unleashing his fury upon the united fleet across the Starry Sea. Instead, he issues a directive of utmost priority to Hong Ho to comprehensively take control of, decrypt, and integrate all remaining network nodes and resources on Earth. Simultaneously, he relieves Jarvis from the complexities of global coordination, allowing him to concentrate on the maintenance and upgrading of the Iron Man suit, as well as the most critical and intricate aspects of technological manufacturing. As for Lu Zhao himself, he remains seated in the lounge, seemingly indifferent to the tumult outside. Cradling a tome titled Overview of Advanced Physical Engine Theory, his gaze serene as he turns the pages. The familiar notification sound of the system resonates in his mind, detected that the host is focused on reading and has deeply comprehended the core content of Overview of Advanced Physical Engine Theory. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gain knowledge points 1,000. With a calm expression, Lu Zhao gently places the completed book atop a growing stack of tomes, casually reaching for the next volume. Stress in crustal structures and large engineering load analysis, and continues to immerse himself in its contents. Although the Stargrade industrial mother machine has yet to be fully manufactured, the specific knowledge points required to exchange for the planetary engine basic configuration remain an enigma. Nevertheless, Lu Zhao is unwilling to squander even a second. Accumulating knowledge equates to amassing power, the very capital for the survival of civilization. Time flows quietly as he engrosses himself in reading. Outside the window, the brightness of the afternoon gradually yields to the warm orange hues of dusk, eventually succumbing to the deep blue of night. A day passes in this global undercurrent, with the other side of the stars in a state of trepidation, while the eye of the storm remains exceptionally calm. The ring of fate. The lights remain bright. Zhao Qingtian observes Lu Zhao finally closing his book and rising, seemingly ready to conclude today's reading, and exhales a sigh of relief. With a hint of hope, he whispers to Su Shiweqing beside him. Since he dealt with the group seizing the or yesterday, he has remained in the data center reading, taking no further action. Perhaps he believes that being separated by the Starry Sea renders effective retaliation impossible, and that questioning would merely be a waste of breath, thus opting to abandon the pursuit. Su Shiweqing, upon hearing this, reveals a glimmer of sorrow in her cold eyes and slowly shakes her head. No, I believe it is precisely the opposite. He is not abandoning the pursuit. Rather, he considers this matter unworthy of his additional effort. In his mind, there are far more significant matters to attend to than seeking accountability. After a pause, her voice trembles slightly as she articulates a long-held suspicion, or worse. He may have already deemed all of us, the entire United Fleet, as potential enemies. For, is there a need to question an enemy's ambush and plundering? What is required is simply greater strength and a swifter counterattack. Only among one's own would there be inquiries into the why. Zhao Qingtian's expression transforms instantly, his pupils constricting. Are you suggesting that? Su Shiweqing does not respond, but her tightly pressed lips convey her inner turmoil. Chapter 73. Is Lu Zhao a friend? The daily life on the United Fleet. Transition chapter. The Ring of Fate. The lights cast a stark illumination on Zhao Qingtian's increasingly severe countenance. His fingers unconsciously tap on the table, his gaze sweeping over the main screen where Lu Zhao continues to read quietly. Ultimately, he resolves with determination. Shiweqing. His voice is low, Imbued with undeniable resolve, we must immediately locate and secure Liao Zhong. He is currently the person we know to be closest to Lu Zhao. Engaging him emotionally is the most direct and effective way to ease relations and gain trust. Su Xueqing's cold brow furrows instantly, and without hesitation, she retorts, I oppose. General, what difference is this from kidnapping a hostage and exerting coercion? Such manipulation of interpersonal relationships will only provoke stronger aversion and resistance from Lu Zhao. This will drive him entirely to the opposing side. Zhao Qingtian takes a deep breath, a flicker of fatigue crossing his face, yet his gaze remains steadfast. You are right. There are risks, but Xueqing, we cannot allow the existence of risk to paralyze us into inaction. More actions may lead to more mistakes, fewer actions to fewer mistakes, and inaction to no mistakes. This is not the style of our republic, nor is it the attitude we should adopt now. He pauses, his tone heavy. We need to prepare, we need leverage. The emotional card may be a double-edged sword, but when left with no alternatives, we must hold it firmly. Susuikin falsaident. She neither nods in agreement nor vehemently opposes again. She understands Zhao Qingtian's pressure and predicament. However, communication across the starry sea feels akin to scratching an itch through boots. All information relayed appears feeble and powerless. She merely emphasizes her viewpoint once more, asserting that any amount of information exchange and indirect communication pales in comparison to a sincere, face-to-face conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtian also lapses into silence. Does he not grasp this truth? It is akin to the Earth era, where 1,000 sweet nothings whispered through a screen cannot compare to the warmth of a genuine embrace. Yet, the phrase face-to-face seems painfully difficult against the backdrop of the infinite void that lies between them. Ultimately, he lets out a heavy sigh, as if to expel all the pent-up frustration in his chest, rising to leave the ring of fate. His silhouette appears burdened. He sees Hao Fangzhou, the passage leading to the power matrix in the third residential area. Liao Zhong leaned against the cold metallic wall, gasping for air as sweat drenched his cheap work uniform, dripping continuously from his forehead. He felt as if his lungs were like a broken bellows, raspy and strained, while his legs felt laden with lead. Particularly, a familiar, piercing pain throbbed at his knees. Today, he had pedaled on the power matrix for a total of 6 hours, finally achieving the minimum work hours required for the day. This accomplishment meant he would receive 6,000 energy credit points this month, equivalent to 6,000 units of currency from the bygone era. However, this sum was not entirely his own. A fixed amount, referred to as the Starship Maintenance Tax, would be deducted, leaving him with 5,800. After accounting for his basic living expenses and the monthly installment of 1,000 points for his girlfriend, Li Li's robotic technology advancement training loan, he would only be able to save approximately 3,500. Thankfully, he resided in a standard capsule. Liao Zhong wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring himself. Although it was merely a cramped space without windows, accommodating only a bed and a small cabinet, at least it was provided free of charge, sparing him the burden of exorbitant rent. He calculated that if he persevered for a year, he could save just over 40,000. At that point, he could apply to enter the intermediate power matrix, where the efficiency of the power-generating bicycles was higher. Working the same 6 hours daily would yield a monthly income of 12,000. With that income, he could accumulate funds more swiftly, fulfilling his greatest aspiration, to marry Li, have children, and continue the lineage. On this cold starship, he yearned for a home of his own. Contemplating the future, Liao Zhong felt the pain in his knees diminish somewhat. He straightened his back, preparing to head to the study area to join Li for dinner. As they had planned, Xiao Yao, still pushing yourself? A passing neighbor, a middle-aged man known as Uncle Wang Air, observed Liao Zhong's exhausted demeanor and shook his head. 6 hours every day, not just on He Xiahao, but even in the entire United Fleet, you'd be considered a hard worker. Youth is an asset, but it should be sustained gently. Take my advice, work 3 hours daily, earn 3,000 a month. You 1T starve, and your knees will feel better. Health is paramount. Liao Zhong managed a strained smile. It's fine, Uncle Wang Air, I can handle it. He knew the importance of rest, but he had compelling reasons to strive. Enduring the discomfort in his knees, Liao Zhong limped toward the study area. Outside, an open robotics technology practice classroom, he spotted Li tidying up her belongings. Dressed in a clean trainee uniform, her hair neatly styled, she was laughing with a few classmates. Lili, Liao Zhong called out, his face brightening with anticipation. Lili turned her head upon hearing his voice, and upon seeing him drenched in sweat and looking somewhat disheveled. Her brow subtly furrowed, and her smile faded slightly. Liao Zhong, what brings you here? I have to discuss a project with my group tonight. No time for dinner. A curious female classmate beside her asked, Lili, who is this? Lili replied casually, oh, just my neighbor. Liao Zhong's smile froze, his heart feeling as if it had been obstructed by some force. Neighbor? They were clearly in a romantic relationship, albeit a new one, having met only after boarding the Arkansas. Just then, two individuals in dark uniforms, exuding an air of competence, approached Liao Zhong and obstructed his path. One of them produced identification, wearing a formulaic, amiable smile. Mr. Liao Zhong, I presume? We are from the Republic's Security Department. We would like to ask for your cooperation regarding a few matters, if you would kindly accompany us. This sudden twist left Liao Zhong stunned, his mind blank. Not far away, Lili witnessed the scene, her complexion paling instantly. Her fellow classmates began to whisper, the Security Department? What has he done? I don't know. He seems quite honest. It's frightening. How did he attract their attention? Hearing these murmurs, Lili felt a burning shame wash over her. As Liao Zhong stood bewildered, Lili attempted to feign ignorance. However, the security officer who had presented his credentials raised his voice, maintaining his friendly demeanor, but his words resonated clearly throughout the vicinity. Mr. Liao, please do not be alarmed. We are merely conducting routine inquiries regarding your friend, Mr. Lu Zhao. After all, you may be the closest person we can find related to him. The name Lu Zhao seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly plunging the bustling entrance of the study area into a profound silence. All whispers ceased. Every individual who heard the name, whether it was Li or her classmates, widened their eyes, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Their gazes converged upon the young man, drenched in sweat, who had just been regarded as a nuisance. Lili was rendered speechless, her mouth agape, alternating her gaze between the security personnel and Liao Zhong, as if her brain had stalled. Liao Zhong, he is a friend of Lu Shun. How could this be possible? Liao Zhong hesitated momentarily, but a sense of preparedness seemed to stir within him. Observing the sudden shift in the expressions of those around him, and witnessing Li's astonished countenance, he felt a tumult of emotions and eventually nodded. The two security personnel, one on each side, courteously escorted him away. Liao Zhong apathetically followed, the pain in his knees becoming acutely apparent at that moment. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, another hidden gaze observed everything, silently retreating into the shadows. Chapter 74, Shao Elu Em Sore. The industrial cornerstone is being reshaped from this moment. On He Xiahao, in a warmly lit reception room, Liao Zhong sat somewhat awkwardly on an overly soft and comfortable sofa, his hands resting uneasily on his knees. He glanced up at the large live broadcast screen on the wall, where Lu Zhao was quietly engrossed in a thick tome, his profile illuminated by the light, appearing focused and serene. Subsequently, his gaze returned to the two beaming security personnel before him. Mr. Liao, please relax. One of the security personnel, identifying himself as Zhang Kun, spoke gently. We have reviewed the basic information regarding Mr. Lu Zhao. We have brought you here today primarily to inquire about some matters concerning him from your time at the welfare home. Liao Zhong pressed his parched lips together. The other security personnel, Wang Feng, smiled and gestured toward the glass of dark brown, effervescent liquid placed in front of Liao Zhong. Thirsty? Have some ice-cold cola, specially prepared for you. If you don't like it, just tell us what you prefer. Liao Zhong shook his head, swallowing dryly, his voice barely audible. Uncles, there was nothing special during our time at the welfare home. I am grateful for the welfare home, even though it later relocated and the teachers left. But I began working at 18 and sent my first sum of money to a volunteer organization in the name of the welfare home, hoping to help those in need. Afterward, I tried to save a little each month to send back. He paused, raising his head, his eyes filled with determination. But I truly have nothing more to share. Regarding Xiao Lu's matters, I do not understand. You may inquire directly with him. Zhang Kun and Wang Feng exchanged a glance, a hint of helplessness passing between them. Zhang Kun chuckled, breaking the brief silence. How about this, Mr. Liao? Take a moment to rest. Whatever you wish to eat or drink, feel free to ask. Once you are ready, if you recall anything, please let us know. However, Liao Zhong shook his head firmly, stating clearly, "I want to go home." The security personnel were taken aback. Wang Feng quickly responded with a smile. "Home? Oh, you mean your living capsule? Did you leave something there? Please allow us to assist you. From now on, you shall reside here, as the space is ample. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. My name is Wang Feng, and this is Zhang Kun. We will be responsible for your care moving forward." Diankun interjected, his gaze filled with concern as he observed Liao Zhong's leg. "Indeed, Mr. Liao, it appears you may have some difficulty walking. Would you like us to arrange for a medical robot to conduct a thorough examination?" "I wish to go home," Liao Zhong reiterated, his voice soft yet imbued with calm determination. "I want to return to sleep." Zhang Kun wished to persuade him further, but Wang Feng silenced him with a look. Rising, he said, "Mr. Liao, please hold on a moment." He stepped aside to communicate discreetly with his superior through a secure terminal. A few minutes later, Wang Feng returned, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Kun, and smiled at Liao Zhong. "Very well, Mr. Liao, you may go back now." As Liao Zhong re-entered the Hsiahao living quarters, the artificial night had already descended. On the immense main screen, Lu Zhao remained quietly engrossed in reading, seemingly unaffected by the tumult outside. The square was still bustling with people, their faces alight with excitement and reverence as they fervently discussed everything pertaining to Lu Zhao, their voices brimming with pride and enthusiasm. It was evident that the deity of technology was about to unveil something monumental once more. Everyone was buzzing with speculation about the groundbreaking innovations he would introduce to astound the world. Regrettably, there were also those unscrupulous individuals intent on seizing the ore, leaving one to wonder if the deity would be angered. Liao Zhong paused at the edge of the raucous crowd, quietly lifting his gaze to behold the familiar yet alien figure on the screen. He lingered there for what felt like an eternity, until a familiar pain shot through his knee, prompting him to lower his head and continue his limping journey toward his nest pod on the lower level of the living quarters. The passage was narrow and congested. The air was thick with a slightly murky scent that the recycling systems struggled to purify, mingled with various food and sweat aromas. The sound insulation of the pod walls was mediocre, allowing faint voices and the cries of children from neighboring pods to seep through. Everything was as it had always been. No one noticed the return of someone who had just undergone a peculiar conversation, nor did they pay heed to his limping gait. He arrived at the entrance of his pod, numbered toward the end and situated in a secluded corner, only to be unexpectedly greeted by Li, who was waiting there. Upon seeing him, her previously anxious expression blossomed into a sweet smile as she hurried forward and affectionately wrapped her arms around his. "Shong Yi, you're back. What do they want with you? Was it good news?" Are we before she could finish her sentence, Liao Zhong gently withdrew his arm, mustering a strained smile as he interrupted her. "Shali, I'm a bit tired and weary. Let us discuss this tomorrow." Lili's charming dameno falterat slightly, but she quickly regained her polite and considerate facade. "All right, Zhongge, you should rest well. I will wait for you." As she spoke, she rose on her toes and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Liao Zhong nodded, refraining from further words, and swiped his hand to open the pod door before squeezing inside. The cramped space was nearly filled by a simple cot, and the overhead light emitted a feeble glow. He removed his worn work jacket and collapsed onto the hard bed. Pulling over the somewhat stale blanket that still bore the scent of detergent, he cocooned himself within it. The pod had poor sound insulation, and the distant cheers and discussions about Lu Zhao from the square drifted in, muffled and indistinct. In the dimness beneath the covers, suppressed sobs began to emerge, intermittent and shaky. "Xiao Lu, I know they mean well, but it's all for you. I understand they wish to exploit me as a pawn against you. No one will genuinely assist me. Luo Yang and the others merely wish to use me. And Lily does not truly care for me. I feel useless, merely pedaling aimlessly in the power matrix, but I am not a fool. I simply wish to be like you, to persevere, to rely on myself, to fulfill my own responsibilities, and to live my own life. I am sorry I cannot stop Luo Yang and the others. I cannot contend with them, Xiao Lu. I can only express my uncertainty. I do not know how much longer I can endure. I am sorry, Xiao Lu." His voice trembled, filled with helplessness and struggle, absorbed by the heavy blankets, nearly inaudible. At that moment, outside the pod, the entire living area square erupted with a cacophony, as the previous scattered discussions and cheers about Lu Zhao coalesced into a resounding wave of exultation. A booming announcement soon followed, drowning out all other noise. It has succeeded. Mr. Liu Zhao has successfully manufactured the Forging Stargrade Industrial Mother Machine. Repeat. The Forging Stargrade Industrial Mother Machine has been launched. Its comprehensive performance surpasses the pinnacle of the old era Demag Mother Machine by over 50%. The cornerstone of industry has been reshaped. This is a critical step towards a new epoch. We are witnessing history. The cheers, gasps, and incredulous screams surged like a tsunami, reverberating through the inadequately insulated walls of the pod, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. Beneath the blanket, Liao Zhong's sobs were drowned out. Chapter 75. Fortunate that technology rests in Liu Zhao's hands. The equatorial turn engine. The dark silver Forging Stargrade Industrial Mother Machine stood silently at the center of a specially reinforced factory area. Its design utterly shattered conventional perceptions of industrial mother machines as bulky and unwieldy. The overall lines were smooth and sharp, resembling a meteorite core polished by interstellar storms over eons, akin to a metallic behemoth poised to unleash earth-shattering power. The machine's core was constructed from a rare blue-hued material mined from the depths of the West African Rift, known for its unparalleled strength, resilience, and unique energy conduction properties. Only such extraordinary metal could support a design that defied conventional mechanical structures while securely integrating the advanced components within. Unlike traditional machine tools that expose cutting tools and whirling gears, the surface of the Forging Star was as smooth as a mirror, with specific areas silently sliding open during operation, revealing a dazzling array of force field restrainers, energy beam focusing arrays, and micromatter manipulation units. At that moment, it was in operation. A blazing metal billet was delivered into its working chamber by a mechanical arm. There were no deafening cutting sounds or flying sparks, only a deep, resonant hum of energy, as if emanating from the depths of a vacuum. Under the precise control of multiple force fields and energy beams, that solid metal billet transformed shape at a visible pace. As if molded by an unseen hand, the atomic structure at the microscopic level was forcibly stripped and reorganized. Surface smoothness reached the angstrom level in an instant, while intricate internal cooling pipes and energy channels were simultaneously printed into existence. The entire process was efficient, precise, and eerily quiet, embodying a technological aesthetic that defied common sense, cold yet absolutely commanding. At the United Fleet's Arc Square, despite having prepared mentally from Jarvis's earlier descriptions, when people actually witnessed the illogical working method of the Forging Star Industrial Mother Machine through the live broadcast, an overwhelming sense of shock surged from the depths of their souls. Was this truly processing metal? It seemed more akin to creating life. It was too quiet, too fluid. This was an entirely different dimension of industrial manufacturing. This performance surpassed Demag by 50%. It felt like it transcended an entire era. This was industrial art, the epitome of industrial artistry. Gasps of astonishment and exclamations of admiration echoed throughout the venue. Even the most technologically challenged individuals could intuitively perceive the overwhelming prowess of that cerulean machine, the Fate Ring. The representative from Debong experienced a subtle twitch in his facial muscles, his gaze fixated on the close-up of the Forging Star's operations displayed on the main screen. Deep within, he harbored a lingering disbelief and skepticism towards Jarvis's assertion that it surpassed Demagee's peak performance by 50%. Demagee was the most resplendent jewel in Debang's industrial crown, a symbol of precision manufacturing. No matter how advanced Liu Zhao's technology might be, he believed it could not possibly create such a staggering disparity. That was simply outrageous. However, witnessing it firsthand shattered his last vestiges of doubt and hope. A bitter smile crept across his face, infused with an ineffable sorrow. More importantly, it represented a profound sense of powerlessness and ultimate acceptance in the face of an absolute technological divide. With a deep breath, he raised his hand and began to clap vigorously. The applause resonated with remarkable clarity in the silence of the Fate Ring. Soon, as if infected, sporadic clapping arose, swiftly merging into a fervent and prolonged ovation. Around the circular table, the expressions of most representatives reflected complexity, ultimately yielding to a sense of acknowledgement. In their hearts, regardless of which nation Liu Zhao ultimately collaborated with, This forging star industrial mother machine symbolized the crystallization of human technological civilization. It was another, even more dazzling gem born from the industrial crown. Its emergence would benefit all of civilization. Zhao Qingtian joined in the applause, yet his brow furrowed slightly, and his smile seemed somewhat forced and pained. Just moments ago, the head of the security department had reported the final outcome of the encounter with Liao Zhong via a secure terminal. The young man exhibited exceptional vigilance, expressing gratitude towards the welfare institution and volunteer organizations, but refusing to disclose any useful information about Lu Zhao's past. He insisted on returning to his own pod. Zhao Qingtian ultimately acquiesced to Liao Zhong's request, but ordered the security department to increase personnel for covert surveillance, which served both as protection and a reluctant form of monitoring. This outcome was evidently unsatisfactory to him, especially at this moment when Lu Zhao successfully landed the forging star industrial mother machine, showcasing an even more formidable and uncontrollable technological potential. It reinforced his resolve to reintegrate Lu Zhao into the Republic's ranks. At the Earth, Yingu data center, Lu Zhao calmly observed the efficient operation of the forging star industrial mother machine within a holographic projection. His consciousness stirred, and the pale blue system panel silently unfolded before him. Host, Lu Zhao talent. The chosen one cursed by knowledge, unique talent, current knowledge reserve, SS level super soldier serum. Iron Man Mark III armor, 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, integrated manufacturing platform technology. Red Queen level highly constrained artificial intelligence architecture technology, knowledge points. 38,600 current task. Lead Earth to escape the solar system. Remaining time, 352 days, 4 hours, 48 minutes. 55 seconds, Knowledge Mall. Now open, system message. The barriers of knowledge are collapsing before you. Without hesitation, he immersed his consciousness into Knowledge Mall. His gaze precisely locked onto the long-anticipated target, planetary engine basic configuration. However, unlike before, the icon for this technology remained locked. Beneath it, the prerequisite technical requirements. Aside from the already grayed out, Forging Star Industrial Mother Machine revealed a new entry, radiating a soft glow. Equatorial steering engine basic configuration. Lu Zhao's brows slightly raised. Was he surprised? A bit, but upon further reflection, it was entirely reasonable. To propel the massive starship Earth away from the solar system was no simple feat of installing thousands of planetary engines for thrust. First, the Earth must cease its rotation. Otherwise, the immense tangential force at the moment of engine ignition could completely tear the crust apart. This necessitated the uniform distribution of numerous steering engines along the equator. Their role was not merely to brake, but also to assist in adjusting Earth's flight direction during the prolonged journey. Thus, they were also referred to as equatorial engines. Now, the system required mastery of the equatorial steering engine technology before unlocking the final planetary engine. Despite this outcome, Lu Zhao's gaze remained as tranquil as water, devoid of any hint of disappointment or fluctuation. It was only his steadfast determination that persisted, from awakening in a hospital bed, struggling for survival, to now standing here, commanding initial global resources and touching upon the rudimentary technology of planetary engineering. Merely 13 days had passed. He was steadily progressing towards that seemingly unattainable ultimate goal, one step at a time. As long as he could continue forward, regardless of the numerous prerequisites along the way, the destination would ultimately be reached. His gaze swiftly scanned them all, quickly pinpointing the target. Equatorial steering engine basic configuration, exchange requirement, 40,000 knowledge points. Glancing at his knowledge points, tally of 38,600, he realized he was short by 1,400 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned back to the data center. Just a little more. He would shatter new technological barriers once again. Chapter 76. In the Cosmos, an Invisible Hand. Lu Zhao resumed his seat in the lounge area, his expression calm. It was as if the birth of the forging star mother machine, capable of transforming the industrial landscape, was merely a trivial matter. He reached out, deftly extracting the next book from the towering stack beside him. Overview of high-energy particle flow, constraining, and propulsion principles, and once again immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. His gaze swiftly traversed the rows of intricate formulas and theoretical models, so focused that it seemed he had isolated himself from the world. He had returned to his studies. Each time he read so quietly, It was certain that monumental actions would soon follow. Across the Ark fleet's various plazas, onlookers gazed at the serene figure engrossed in reading on the main screen, and instead of feeling bored, they became increasingly excited, engaging in fervent discussions. Just think, he had specifically traveled to Africa to mine that luminescent or for the forging star. Such a grand spectacle could not possibly be merely for display. Indeed, producing a 1-nanometer carbon-based ship was for the Red Queen, synthesizing Mark steel was for the iron battle armor. And the terrifying performance of this forging star mother machine surely had to be utilized to create something even more formidable. Could it be a more powerful battlesuit? Or perhaps some other cutting-edge technology? Speculation abounded, filled with anticipation. In the fate ring, around the circular table, the representatives from various nations bore expressions of undeniable curiosity and inquiry. Behind them, teams of top scholars, dedicated to analyzing Lu Zhao's behavioral patterns, were intently focused on the close-up shots of the book he held, seeking any clues from the title and the occasionally flipped pages. However, the results were disheartening. His reading range was far too broad and eclectic. An expert rubbed his throbbing temples and whispered into the encrypted communication channel, noting that from advanced physics to crust engineering, from particle theory to material science, there was no clear systematic direction. We cannot deduce his next specific objective from this. This sense of unpredictability and lack of control cast a shadow over the hearts of many representatives. Lu Zhao closed the final page of Overview of High-Energy Particle Flow, Constraining, and Propulsion Principles. Ding! Detected that the host has focused on reading and deeply comprehended the core content of Overview of High-Energy Particle Flow, Constraining, and Propulsion Principles. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gaining knowledge points, 1,000 points. The system prompt resounded clearly in his mind. He cast a glance at the faint blue system panel at the edge of his vision. Knowledge points, 39,600. Only 400 points remain to exchange for the Equatorial Maneuvering Engine basic configuration. Lu Zhao's expression remained unchanged, as natural as if he had merely taken a sip of water. He gently placed the book he had finished reading on the small mountain of tomes beside him, his fingers brushing over the spine without pause, before picking up the next volume, Plasma Turbulence Modeling and Stability Analysis. His reading was solely for accumulation, directed towards that ultimate goal, devoid of any distractions. At that moment, a stir erupted in the square, momentarily diverting some attention from Lu Zhao. To one side of the main screen, a massive flat illustration of Earth displayed. Areas that had previously flickered with yellow lights indicating takeover were now transformed into a blinding, flawless crimson. It had turned completely red. My heavens, how long has it been? The Red Queen has seized control of the entire Earth-S network and residual nodes. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. People vividly recalled that not long ago, Jarvis had exerted every ounce of effort and could only manage a somewhat stable coverage within the Republic-S borders. Yet upon the emergence of the Red Queen, with her overwhelming efficiency, she had accomplished absolute global control in such a brief span. In the communication channel, a seasoned network expert could not suppress his admiration, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. The architecture and efficacy of the Red Queen have utterly revolutionized our understanding of strong artificial intelligence. At this rate, it won't be long before all remaining artificial satellites and Starlinks in low Earth orbit are under her dominion. By then, Mr. Lu Zhao will indeed be the true sovereign of the Earth. He paused, his tone growing even more fervent, and the recently offline forging star industrial mother machine, possessing such unprecedented performance. I firmly believe that in Mr. Lu Zhao's hands, it will lead us to witness the birth of the next technological pinnacle. We are likely on the brink of witnessing an industrial transformation comparable to the energy revolution and the chip revolution. This proclamation resonated widely, many nodding in agreement, their eyes sparkling with hope and anticipation. Amidst this fervent discussion, the livestream depicted Lu Zhao slowly closing the book Plasma Turbulence Modeling and Stability Analysis. He did not immediately reach for another volume, but instead sat quietly, gazing into the empty air before him, his expression profound as if he were digesting the last morsel of knowledge, or perhaps contemplating a significant decision. In that moment, all scattered attention was instantly drawn back. Thousands of gazes from every corner of the United Fleet fixated once more on the young figure in the livestream. Each pair of eyes brimmed with insatiable curiosity and an eagerness that seemed on the verge of spilling out from the screen. What do you do next? Lu Zhao's thoughts sank into his mind. Knowledge points, 40,400. The value had just exceeded the requirement. Without hesitation, his consciousness locked onto that target within the knowledge mall. Exchange for the equatorial maneuvering engine basic configuration. Ding. Consumed 40,000 knowledge points. Successfully exchanged for equatorial maneuvering engine basic configuration. Knowledge points balance, 400. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge, more magnificent, complex, and profound than any before, surged into his consciousness like the roaring onset of the universe's creation. Countless technical details, theoretical frameworks, and engineering blueprints surpassing the limits of current human imagination, concerning massive energy confinement fields, crustal stress distribution calculations, antimatter injection timing, plasma jet control, and global-scale collaborative ignition protocols, seamlessly integrated with his existing knowledge system, comprehended and mastered in their entirety. This was no longer mere learning, but an instinctive imprint. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Lu Zhao's lips. It was the understanding of possessing the key to unlock the doors of a new world. He stood up, his voice steady and clear. Jarvis. Sir, please give your orders. Jarvis's gentle voice responded immediately, exuding its customary reliability. Let's commence. Lu Zhao approached the holographic projection platform. Manufacture an engine. His tone was as casual as if he were merely preparing dinner. Yet the content of his words was earth-shattering. At your service, sir. Resource allocation sequence is ready. Manufacturing protocol is loading. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible delight. It has begun. He has truly begun. An engine. He is indeed going to create an engine. Lu Zhao is indeed going to manufacture an engine, to construct a spaceship to leave Earth. At that moment, all of humanity erupted into a tumultuous cheer. The long-suppressed anticipation transformed into a fervent wave, sweeping through every starship. Experts from various nations were nearly glued to their screens, breathing heavily, their fingers trembling with excitement. Within the low Earth orbit satellite control center, technicians were on high alert, their eyes glued to the signal receivers. Fingers poised over control buttons, ready to respond to any possible interference that could obstruct observations, ensuring they captured this historic moment from the best angle. Amidst this sea of attention, just as Lu Zhao's hands sketched the first massive and intricate outline of the engine base on the holographic projection screen, a piercing interference noise erupted. The livestream screens of all the arcs in the United Fleet twisted violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Instantly, they were engulfed by wildly jumping, meaningless white stripes. It was not just one screen. 2, 5, 10, dozens of screens, originally focused on Lu Zhao and the data center from different angles, were continuously covered by frenzied, snow-like stripes. The glaring red warning sign of signal interruption flashed ominously. What is happening? Where's the signal? Where's the image? Damn it! Why now? The arcs erupted into chaos. Disappointment and anger roared, nearly shaking the dome overhead. Once again, this time, all of humanity could not accept losing all visibility at this most critical moment of inception. Just as this turmoil and wailing reached its peak, a few camera satellites, relying on backup channels from higher or more remote angles, stubbornly transmitted back blurred, yet crucial images. The footage revealed that the source of this widespread, global live stream signal paralysis did not originate from the ground. Rather, it stemmed from beyond Earth, from the vicinity of low Earth orbit where humanity had once thrived. Countless abandoned artificial satellites, along with the densely packed small satellites forming the Starlink, were undergoing anomalous, uncontrollable orbital shifts and energy discharges. They seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, colliding chaotically, rolling, and releasing intense electromagnetic pulses, like a sudden outbreak of a space storm, relentlessly interfering with and severing the majority of observation signals directed towards the Earth's surface. Chapter 77, Igniting Humanity's Panic. Inside the data center, soft light flowed. Lu Zhao stood before the enormous holographic projection platform, upon which the vast and intricate outline of the equatorial maneuvering engine was sketched. At that moment, a holographic image of a little girl in a vibrant red dress quietly coalesced beside him. The Red Queen sat at the edge of the control console, her delicate legs dangling in the air, swaying gently. She tilted her exquisitely porcelain-like face upwards and chirped, "Daddy, the current fiber optic signal transmission speed on Earth is too slow." The tone carried a distinct hint of complaint, reminiscent of a child playfully pouting to their parents. It was astonishing that it took nearly 3 days to fully master all global network nodes and those clumsy satellites. Such a limitation on my speed. She tilted her head, her large eyes blinking innocently yet cruelly, and asked, "Daddy, should I eliminate those eyes that have been secretly watching us?" Referring to the surveillance satellites. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, requiring us to crash our controlled old satellites into them. A one-for-one exchange, or even multiple exchanges, would be necessary. Her small hands gestured in the air as she explained. Using these old contraptions to disrupt and sever signals can only protect you during this engine creation for prying eyes. But it won't hold up for more than 2 or 3 times. Most of them are far too outdated, soon to become actual space debris. The technology and materials of those eyes, however, seem quite advanced. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the holographic projection of the flowing energy pipeline designs. Only slightly shaking his head, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Let it be. There is no need for destruction." His voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "The satellites and star chains we control are still useful. Their signals can assist you in responding swiftly and managing global nodes and equipment units when necessary. Unless," Lu Zhao's gaze sharpened for a moment, "new, more powerful signal satellites arise, capable of replacing or even surpassing terrestrial fiber optic base stations, boasting superior transmission capabilities." His eyes turned back toward the imposing silhouette of the engine before him, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. The issue of signals was indeed a hidden peril. To propel the Earth, this starship, away, precise control of at least 10,000 planetary engines and 2,000 equatorial steering devices was required, not to mention the vast ancillary network demands. Furthermore, once the engine ignited, the tremendous thrust could tear through the crust, destroying everything fragile on the surface, including fiber optics and base stations. The aging satellites and star chains in low Earth orbit would inevitably fail amid such drastic environmental upheaval. At that point, what kind of powerful and utterly reliable signal transmission system would be necessary to sustain the entire wandering Earth's neural network? This thought flashed through his mind before being swiftly suppressed. There were priorities. At present, the most critical task was to transform this equatorial steering engine from blueprint to reality. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside distractions, his long fingers once again dancing upon the virtual keyboard, akin to performing a silent symphony. On the holographic projection platform, the engine's outline became increasingly full and intricate with each stroke and drag of his fingertips. More structures were added. The massive base resembled the roots of a mountain, delving deep into the crust, using vibranium steel as the keel to outline a pressure-bearing structure capable of withstanding trillion-ton reactions. Above the base, a dizzyingly intricate superconductive energy circulation pipeline spiraled, with cerulean lines representing absolute zero pathways under liquid helium conditions, designed to constrain and direct the raging energy. At the core, a brilliant white mass representing magnetically confined plasma was enveloped by layers of force field generators, with countless minute algorithm nodes sprinkled like stars, controlling the colossal power capable of shifting planetary rotation. The structure of the large vector nozzles was refined, the heat-resistant vibranium ceramic composite layers labeled, their angle adjustment mechanisms as precise as clockwork. Collaborative ignition protocols, global stress distribution sensing networks, antimatter injection, timing control units. Each subsystem was rapidly constructed, connected, and integrated. The entire design process flowed smoothly and efficiently, exuding a cold, utterly rational sci-fi aesthetic. There were no roars, no sparks. Every addition, every adjustment was accompanied by breathtaking concepts of physics and engineering marvels. Only the silent surge of data flow and the frantic growth of structural diagrams persisted. It felt less like designing a machine and more like crafting a living energy entity capable of taming the tremendous forces of planetary rotation. In the Arc Fleet's various plazas, confusion reigned. What is happening? It's gone again. The crucial parts are entirely visible. This intermittent signal is more frustrating than an elderly woman's bound feet. What on earth is Lu Zhao creating? Can we not catch a glimpse? Humanity gaze at the main screen, perpetually obscured by static and distorted stripes, erupting into an uncontrollable chorus of anger and anxiety. Each flicker of hope was brutally severed, a sensation potent enough to drive one mad. The ring of fate. Around the circular table, the atmosphere was so tense it could have dripped with moisture. Representatives from various nations wore grim expressions. A recent urgent report from the Surveillance Satellite Control Department indicated that the majority of satellites observing Lu Zhao were experiencing strong, unidentified signal interference. The specific cause was still under investigation, but the recovery timeline remained uncertain. Could it be that Red Queen? A representative tentatively suggested, her voice dry. She may have already gained control over the global network and most of the legacy satellites, now discovering our surveillance satellites, leading Lu Zhao to issue a command to block us? The implication lingered unspoken, but it was clear. If this speculation held true, they would completely lose control over the Earth and Lu Zhao's movements. This sense of helplessness sent chills down the spines of every power holder present. Just as the oppressive silence reached its zenith, the static on the main screen suddenly began to wane, the distorted image receding like a tide, revealing a clear view once more. It's restored. The signal has returned. Look, the plaza erupted in cheers and gasps as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. At the Cloud Valley Data Center, sir, all design data for the equatorial steering engine has been received and verified. Jarvis's gentle voice broke the silence at the opportune moment. The Forging Star Industrial Mother Machine is on standby, with priority processing of core magnetic confinement components and superconductive pipelines underway. Lu Zhao slowly withdrew his hand, his chest rising and falling slightly. Even with his enhanced physique, the sustained mental concentration had begun to wear on him. Yet, his gaze remained as sharp as ever. Before him, the holographic projection displayed a complete, intricate three-dimensional model of the equatorial steering engine, quietly suspended and slowly rotating. Each component, every energy pathway, glimmered with a cerulean glow, cold, precise, imbued with a sense of technological power that transcended the era. The ethereal blue light illuminated his calm visage, as if what had just been accomplished was merely a trivial task. Only he understood the monumental force hidden beneath this tranquil model. Commence manufacturing. He issued the command with a calm demeanor. Instructions confirmed, sir. Jarvis responded. Meanwhile, outside the data center, the sleek, dark silver Forging Star Industrial Mother Machine emitted a deep and powerful energy hum, akin to a slumbering behemoth awakening. Chapter 78. Lu Zhao's technology does not grow linearly. It explodes exponentially. The live broadcast signal intermittently resumed. The main screen once again displayed the interior of the Cloud Valley Data Center. People once more witnessed Lu Zhao standing before the holographic projection, the massive, complex, three-dimensional model of the equatorial steering engine quietly suspended. Although the most critical design processes were completely shielded, at least they had not lost all contact. Not being able to witness the creation process was one thing. They were content as long as they could see this engine come alive. Indeed, the sight of the Forging Star in motion would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. Let's be grateful. It's better than seeing nothing at all. Go, Lu Zhao. Let's feast our eyes. Cheers of relief erupted across the Arkansas. People gazed greedily at the screen, as if trying to make up for the lost time. Though I was unable to witness the astonishing design of the equatorial steering engine by Lu Zhao firsthand, I am at least not completely deprived of his presence. However, the atmosphere within the circle of fate is far from optimistic. The faces of the representatives from various nations are shrouded in clouds of concern. The intermittent disruption and restoration of signals is itself an exceedingly perilous indication. An initial occurrence may be attributed to an accident or a technical malfunction. Yet with one incident, who can guarantee there will not be a second or third? Until we lose those eyes that gaze upon the earth forever, this foreboding of loss has sent a chilling shiver down the spines of the rulers. In Charles Brand's mind, thoughts race like lightning. The instability of the signals signifies a black box of information. In such an environment, should certain extreme measures be taken, the likelihood of success would increase, and tracing back the aftermath would prove exceedingly difficult. A dangerous temptation began to take root within him. Yet on the other hand, this ignorance can be equally fatal. To what stage has Lu Zhao progressed? How many trump cards does he still possess? What does that so-called equatorial steering engine truly signify? The unknown is the greatest terror. He realized that his judgment of Lu Zhao was beginning to lose its reliable foundation. Yamamoto Ichiro could not help but cast an anxious gaze towards Ivanov, his small eyes brimming with urgency. A month? At this moment, he felt that the originally compact schedule seemed to stretch on like a century. The pace of Lu Zhao's technological iteration is not linear, but explosive. Who can predict how many monstrous entities akin to Hong Ho will emerge by then, or whether that engine will have already transformed into a force capable of overturning everything? He felt as if time were slipping away like sand through his fingers. Ivanov caught the anxious look from Yamamoto. He too was in a state of urgency. However, he merely continued to smoke his cigar with composure, silently signaling for the other to remain calm. His inner turmoil was no less than that of Yamamoto. The security around Liao Zhong was exceptionally tight, preventing his people from discreetly extracting this pivotal piece from aboard. This left him with calculations, but no moves to make. Zhao Qingtian observed the undercurrents of tension with a grim expression, rising silently from his seat. The breakthrough on Liao Zhong's side was temporarily stalled, yet he could not afford to sit idly by. He resolved to reactivate Firefly 20, ensuring that even a weak, unidirectional signal would continuously transmit information to Lu Zhao. He must not allow him to be disturbed by the noise of other forces. The recent anomaly with the imaging satellite acted like a shot of adrenaline, heightening the already taut nerves of all parties involved. Only Su Shiweqing remained calm, her cool gaze fixed steadily on the figure on the screen who had resumed his rest. She seemed to have anticipated the disruption and restoration of signals. When she saw Lu Zhao truly beginning to construct the colossal machine dubbed the equatorial steering engine, a previously vague thought crystallized in her mind with startling clarity. It was almost frightening. Perhaps Lu Zhao does not require any so-called rescue at all. Does one who can create a spacecraft truly need to be saved by a wayward fleet? Perhaps, in the near future, it will not be they who retrieve Lu Zhao, but rather their entire united fleet, the last flicker of human civilization, that will need to rely on Lu Zhao's strength for salvation. Within the data center, Lu Zhao accepted an ice-cold cola from the domestic robot and took a hearty swig. The chilling sensation allowed his highly concentrated mind to relax momentarily. During his brief respite, his thoughts did not cease. Instead, they leapt from the specifics of the equatorial steering engine's fabrication to a more grand and fundamental issue: communication. The forged star roared. The Hong Ho had seized control of the global network nodes. Yet, the existing information transmission system, whether it be the terrestrial fiber optic stations or the antiquated satellites and Starlink in low Earth orbit, appeared far too fragile and sluggish in the face of his future blueprint. Once the Wandering Earth plan is initiated, the global tectonic shifts will first obliterate these frail physical connections. And how many of the satellites in low Earth orbit can survive such an energy shock and cosmic environment? He required a signal transmission system that is stronger, more reliable, and absolutely under his control. A neural network backbone capable of covering the globe and potentially the entire course of the wandering journey. Skynet? No, that is insufficient. A name, or rather an integrated system concept, surfaced in his mind. His gaze flickered, and the pale blue system panel unfolded before him once more. His consciousness sank into the knowledge mall. His eyes skimmed over a plethora of dazzling technological options before precisely locking onto one target: the Veronica system. Redemption requirement: 40,000 knowledge points. The relevant technical specifications flooded into his mind. This is an independent, integrated support system, encompassing multiple functional modules. Its core is not a singular piece of equipment, but a system. The renowned Hulkbuster armor is merely one of its operational units. The other functional modules include independent satellite communication, possessing exceptional anti-jamming and wide area coverage capabilities, independent operational core, rapid support for battle damage and replacement parts, and even prison-level isolation units. In simple terms, this is a mobile fortress and support platform deployed in low Earth orbit or even higher. Its satellite communication module is the optimal solution to his current signal transmission bottleneck. Moreover, it can provide far superior heavy armor technology compared to Iron Man's Mark III. At just 40,000 knowledge points, the price is exceptionally low compared to the comprehensive enhancements it offers. However, when he attempted to redeem it. The icon still bore the mark of a prerequisite lock. It required the prior technology of vibranium arc reactor technology. This is a more efficient and powerful energy core than the palladium reactor he is currently using. It is also the signature energy source of Iron Man's 6th-generation armor. An armor equipped with a vibranium arc reactor will experience a qualitative leap in defensive capability, energy output, self-repairability, and weapon systems. It can maintain stable operation in extreme environments such as outer space, deep within the Earth's crust, and the depths of the ocean. It is also equipped with a variety of weapons, including disposable high-energy laser emitters, micro-armor-piercing projectiles, and heavy missiles. This implies that he must first upgrade his existing Iron Man suit. Faced with this situation, Zhao displayed no signs of surprise or resistance. Instead, he felt it was only natural. The performance of the Mark III armor had indeed reached its ceiling. The inability to breach the Karman line in combat is a fatal flaw. Previously, when delving deep into West Africa's subterranean depths, he had managed to withstand it thanks to the superior performance of the Mark steel, yet the system alarms and fluctuating values had already signaled risks. Future global tectonic reinforcement projects and potential threats in space necessitate a stronger and more comprehensive individual combat platform. The issue is merely a step that requires resolution. He calmly closed the system panel, finishing the last sip of his cola. Given this, the next objective is abundantly clear. Accumulate knowledge points. Prioritize the redemption of the Iron Man Mark VI armor. Acquire the vibranium reactor technology, and then send Veronica into space. Chapter 79. Humanity has descended into a frenzy concerning Zhao. In the Harmony Arc, within the third power matrix area, the stifling air mingled with the scent of sweat and metal. In a vast space resembling a steel forest, rows of power-generating bicycles were occupied by thousands of bare-chested individuals mechanically pedaling, their heavy breaths echoing in unison. The energy converter emitted a low hum, recording each person's minuscule contribution. Zhao was situated in one row, sweat trickling down his flushed cheeks, pooling at his shin before cascading onto the already soaked front of his inexpensive work uniform. He gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on the screen ahead that displayed his energy points fluctuating slowly. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and each push of the pedals sent piercing pain radiating through his knees. Damn, look at Zhao. A lean man beside him gasped, his voice hoarse, tinged with unmistakable envy and jealousy as he glanced at the large screen hanging high in the matrix area. On the screen, Zhao had returned to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the data center, calmly perusing a hefty tome, a chilled glass of cola resting beside him. Now, that is living. We're nothing but beasts. Enough, Lao Mao, another voice interjected wearily. Can an ordinary person compare to a god? Just think, that icy cola costs 300 points a bottle. That would last me 3 days of cycling. A month of grueling effort barely nets 3,000 points. And even that is a struggle for the nutritional paste, let alone cola. Some murmured complaints echoed in the air, laced with a sense of powerlessness against reality and a complex array of emotions directed towards the figure on the screen. These grievances surrounded Zhao like background noise. Yet, he remained oblivious, pedaling with even greater intensity as if to crush all fatigue and distractions beneath the gears. The stabbing pain in his knees grew more pronounced, akin to incessant pricks from needles. Finally, after completing his 6th hour of toil and witnessing his points struggle to reach 6,000, he could no longer endure and nearly toppled off the bicycle. Grasping the cold metal railing, he gasped for breath, his vision blurring, dragging his almost numb legs. He staggered out of the power matrix area. Sweat obscured his sight, and he raised a hand to wipe his brow vigorously. Shongye, a familiar voice, excessively sweet, rang out. Zhao looked up, surprised to see Lily waiting outside the door. She had dressed up today, wearing a pristine trainee uniform, her face adorned with a smile that seemed rehearsed. Upon seeing him, she immediately jogged over. You must be exhausted. Quickly wipe off your sweat, Lily said with concern, pulling out a clean handkerchief from her pocket, reaching out to dab at Zhang's face. He instinctively turned his head away. Her hand froze midair, and her smile momentarily faltered. Suppressing the surge of anger within, she reminded herself to endure. This was no longer the past. After all, the current Zhang was connected to Zhao's fortune. He was her only hope of escaping the lower tiers and transcending her class. Zhonggu, she recomposed her smile. Her voice softer. I heard there's a new synthetic meat patty shop nearby, and the reviews are quite good. Let me treat you to a meal. As a thank you for covering the interest on my tech loan all this time. Liao Zhong gazed at her face, once captivating but now feeling utterly foreign, and slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. No, I'm not hungry. I just want to go back and rest. Being so bluntly rejected felt like a slap to Li Li's face, stinging fiercely. The memory of how Liao Zhong had previously scrimped and saved to please her now turned into a humiliation, igniting a surge of anger within her. Yet, she could not lash out. She clenched her palms tightly, her eyes welling up with tears as she spoke with a quivering voice. Zhongye, you're still angry with me, aren't you? What happened yesterday in the study area, I didn't mean it. I was just worried you didn't want to make our relationship public. So, I said you were my neighbor. I truly regret it. From now on, I will tell everyone you are my boyfriend. Liao Zhong regarded her tearful display with an expressionless countenance, an icy chill settling in his heart. After a few silent seconds, he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Li, it's unnecessary. Being neighbors is quite good. Liao Zhong, what do you mean by that? Li finally arupta. Her voice sharp enough to draw the attention of passers-by. Now you think you're something special, right? Riding on the coattails of Lu Zhao, with the nation sending people to recruit you. You're about to soar, so you look down on me? You want to kick me aside, don't you? You ungrateful wretch. Her voice echoed through the corridor, particularly the mention of Lu Zhao and the state recruiting him, creating ripples of intrigue among the crowd. What? P.S. Lu Zhao's friend? Is that true? I had heard that. My goodness. A friend of Lu Zhao is here on our harmony, pedaling in the power matrix? No way, if he is truly Lu Zhao's friend. How could he be here? The crowd quickly swelled, whispers and looks of shock, curiosity, and disbelief exchanged among them. Despite some skepticism, the name Lu Zhao held a magnetic allure, especially since Lu Zhao had recently invented the equatorial steering engine, making it possible for one to build a spacecraft, and he could survive even amidst cosmic storms and the shadow of Gaia. This meant that being a friend of Lu Zhao could lead to unparalleled fortune. Better to believe it than doubt it. Soon, the crowd surged forward, encircling Liao Zhong and Li. Brother Liao, let me introduce myself. I'm Mr. Liao. Are you close with Lu Zhao? Liao Gu, take me under your wing. From today onward, I'll follow you. The cacophony of voices drowned Liao Zhong, who was jostled by the throng. His already weakened body struggled to remain upright, his face a mask of confusion and panic. Zhang Kuan and Wang Feng, who had been discreetly protecting him from a distance, exchanged glances and quickly pushed through the crowd. Step aside, clear the way, no crowding. They attempted to disperse the throng to shield Liao Zhong. Amidst the chaos, a steady and powerful hand suddenly grasped Liao Zhong's arm. Startled, he tried to pull away but heard a deep voice whisper urgently in his ear. Mr. Liao, do you wish to escape this trouble? Follow me. I will take you to a quiet place. Liao Zhong looked up to see a man in plain work attire, his features sharp and focused. The confusion and suffocating sensation left him little time to ponder. He instinctively nodded. The man, possessing significant strength, skillfully parted the crowd and swiftly led Liao Zhong into an inconspicuous auxiliary passage. By the time Zhang Kuan and Wang Feng managed to push through the gathering crowd, Liao Zhong's presence had already vanished. Where is he? Zhang Kuan's expression changed dramatically as he scanned the surroundings. Wang Feng pressed the communicator to his ear, urgently reporting. Status report. Target lost. Repeat. Target Liao Zhong is missing. On the starship with the contract number, in a softly lit observation room isolated from the outside world. Yelaina stood before a single panel of transparent glass, her emerald eyes resembling the finest cat's eye stone, calmly observing the fidgeting, slightly plump young man in the adjacent room. Liao Zhong appeared tense, rubbing his knees incessantly, his gaze warily surveying this unfamiliar yet comfortable environment. The door to the observation room slid open silently, and a figure entered. It was Kaya, appearing to be in her mid-30s, clad in a tailored deep purple suit that elegantly accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Her makeup was exquisite, her full lips inviting, and each step radiated an air of command. Teacher, Yelaina nodded slightly. Kaya approached the glass, her gaze landing on Liao Zhong, a knowing smile curling at her lips. A startled little rabbit. No worries, he will soon settle down. She adjusted her collar and pushed open the door connecting the observation room to the chamber, stepping inside. Upon hearing the noise, Liao Zhong jumped up like a startled rabbit, nervously exclaiming, "I want to go home. Please let me return." Kaja's face blossomed with an exceptionally amiable smile, her voice so gentle it seemed to drip with sweetness. "Mr. Liao, do not feel anxious. We have invited you here simply to befriend you and to understand your needs." She gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite Liao Zhong, her legs elegantly crossed, revealing a smooth calf. She gently placed a clear photograph of Li Li on the coffee table, pushing it towards Liao Zhong. "This girl is named Li Li, is she not? I have heard she has recently been a source of some distress for you." Liao Zhong gazed at the charmingly smiling Li Li in the photograph. His lips moved, but no words came forth. Leaning slightly forward, an alluring fragrance wafted from Kajia, her voice dripping with persuasion. "If you're willing to cooperate with us and answer a few questions, we can not only offer you positions and energy points far beyond your imagination, allowing you to completely escape the power matrix, but..." Her fingertip touched Li Li in the photograph, her red lips parting slightly. "We can also assist you in transforming her into your most preferred and obedient version. What do you think?" Liao Zhong was momentarily taken aback. "Or perhaps," Ka Jia continued, her graceful form leaning slightly towards him, "you would prefer me?" On the other side of the transparent glass, Yelena, with her calm green eyes, diverted her gaze to the live feed featuring Lu Zhao. Humanity had fallen into a state of frenzy, not merely desiring Lu Zhao and his technology, but also unwilling to spare anyone connected to him. Chapter 80. It is time to give birth to the new steel battle suit. Beep. The host has been detected to be engrossed in reading and deeply comprehending the core content of quantum gravitational field theory and the application of macroscopic object levitation. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gain knowledge points 1000. Beep. The host has been detected to be engrossed in reading and deeply comprehending the core content of curvature drive theory basics and micro-realization. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gain knowledge points 1000. Within the Yunga data center, Lu Zhao's figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the towering bookshelf that occupied an entire wall. He perused the weighty tomes with astonishing speed, comprehending and assimilating their contents before gently setting them aside, the towering stack already surpassing the height of the chair's backrest. His seated figure remained motionless. Only the faint sound of turning pages and the timely replenishment of ice-cold cola by a household robot, with condensation beating on the glass, marked the passage of time. This near-obsessive focus, this serene isolation from the external chaos, did not render the people on the other side of the star seaboard. Rather, it ignited an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation in numerous plazas and chambers. Here it comes. That sensation again. Before creating the super serum, the god of Lu worked tirelessly, night and day, engrossed in books. My goodness, he's just finalized the equatorial steering engine. Without even pausing for breath, he is diving straight into the next project. What could it be? Something that drives the god of Lu to such fervor must be groundbreaking. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their previous impatience replaced by the thrill of witnessing a miracle in the making. Each time Lu Zhao entered this state, it signified the imminent shattering of yet another technological barrier. Yet amidst this clamor of speculation and anticipation, the ring of fate maintained an eerie calm. Around the circular table, representatives from various nations either lowered their heads to sift through documents or intently watched the screens, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, two almost simultaneous, subtle vibrations from terminals shattered this facade of tranquility. Zhao Qingtian and Ivanov moved in uncanny synchrony, both instinctively lowering their heads to glance at the miniature terminal on their wrists, which blinked with alert lights. However, in the next moment, their expressions diverged dramatically. Zhao Qingtian's pupils constricted sharply, the color draining from his face as he abruptly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a jarring sound, drawing the attention of surrounding representatives. Meanwhile, Ivanov, his brow furrowed, relaxed upon realizing the content of the message, his mouth involuntarily curving into a smile that blended surprise with elation. He lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto Lu Zhao, who was still immersed in a sea of books, radiating an intense determination. God is on my side. Ivanov laughed inwardly. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by how well the Republic had protected Liao Zhong, and now he had him in hand. With this card, he believed Liu Zhao would be within his grasp. He stifled his excitement, swiftly operating his terminal to send out an encrypted message. Almost simultaneously, the restless Yamamoto Ichiro felt the vibration of his terminal. He quickly looked down, and upon reading Ivanov's brief message confirming that the goods were secured and the plan could be expedited by 10 days, his small eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly bursting with joy, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, sitting upright again, though his hands beneath the table trembled slightly with excitement. On the other side, Zhao Qingtian's expression darkened, his voice suppressed with anger as he whispered to Su Shiueching, "Liao Zhong has vanished. He was taken right under our noses." After speaking, he turned and strode decisively towards the ring of fate, clearly intending to personally address this troublesome situation. "General, wait a moment," Su Shiueching's cool voice interjected. Her hand raised to halt him. Zhao Qingtian paused, confusion knitting his brow as he looked at her. Su Shiueching narrowed her eyes slightly, scanning the various gazes directed at them from around the circular table. Her voice lowered further. "It is too late to search now. Since they could take him under our stringent surveillance, they must be thoroughly prepared. Acting rashly could endanger Liao Zhong's safety. Are we just going to let this slide?" Zhao Qingtian's tone was fraught with anxiety. "No." Su Shiueching shook her head, her gaze sharp. "We will activate the highest authority channel of Firefly 20 and send our warning directly to Liu Zhao." Zhao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with realization. "You mean to use this opportunity to alert him and do him a favor? At the very least, let him know that someone is scheming behind the scenes. And we are attempting to warn him," Su Shiueching calmly analyzed. "Offering help in times of need is far more sincere than merely enhancing his glory." Zhao Qingtian took a deep breath, his expression softening considerably. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. I will make the arrangements immediately." He no longer hesitated, turning to leave with a decisive stride. That day passed quietly amidst the stillness of Earth and the turbulent undercurrents of the Star Sea. Liu Zhao seemed entirely oblivious to the outer world's tumult, maintaining an astonishingly efficient reading pace. The robust physique granted by the super soldier serum allowed him to disregard both mental and physical fatigue, functioning like the most precise machine, continuously absorbing the nutrients of knowledge. Meanwhile, rumors about Liu Zhao's friend Liao Zhong began to circulate quietly through the lower passages and information networks of the Ark fleet. "Have you heard? The god of Liu really has a friend in our fleet. Apparently, he has someone who pedals a bicycle in the power matrix. Is that true? How could someone of such stature have a friend?" "Absolutely true. I've heard the Republic is already on the move. My goodness, that kid is shot to fame." These discussions, tinged with envy, jealousy, and curiosity, spread rapidly among the crowd. However, humanity's attention was soon firmly captured by the new developments in the live broadcast. After a day and night of uninterrupted, efficient operation, the dark silver forging industrial mother machine finally paused the processing of its core components. Under Zhai's precise control, multiple mechanical arms began to work in concert, initiating the preliminary assembly of the mountain of components, shimmering with a ghostly blue hue or the cold luster of special metals. Through the livestream footage, viewers can witness thousands of meticulously crafted and uniquely shaped components being assembled with remarkable precision. Experts from various nations, well-versed in industrial manufacturing, are so captivated that they nearly leap toward the screen. They instruct their assistants to fervently document every observable detail, attempting to reverse engineer the mysteries behind the equatorial steering engine from the shapes and connections of these parts. Even though they know it is a wild dream to replicate without vibranium materials or a forging mother machine, the slightest insight into the design philosophy would greatly benefit their respective fields. The entire United Fleet seems to hold its breath, anticipating the emergence of this colossal entity destined to shake the stars, revealing its first ominous contours upon the Earth. Within the serene yet tumultuous Cloud Valley data center, Liu Zhao slowly closes the last page of his final theoretical treatise. The system announces, detected that the host has focused on reading and deeply comprehended the core content of high-dimensional energy mapping and macroscopic effects. Knowledge acquisition successful. Gain knowledge points 1,000. He gently closes his eyes, feeling the tumultuous tide of knowledge in his mind gradually subside and integrate. From the periphery of his vision, a pale blue system panel silently appears. Knowledge points. 37200, Iron Man Mark 6 armor exchange requirement. 35,000. This is sufficient. Lu Zhao opens his eyes, his gaze calm and unwavering, akin to an unfathomable cold pond. He rises and strides toward the control console. It is time for the iron armor to evolve into Iron Man Mark 6. Chapter 81. Even with all of humanity's technological advancements, replicating Lu Zhao's technology one-to-one remains impossible. Lu Zhao closes the last book in his hand and slowly stands from his chair. Just as he rises, a crackling sound erupts. The main screen of all arcs in the United Fleet is once again violently engulfed by a blinding, erratic snowflake pattern. The signal has been interrupted for the second time. Not again. Why now? My engine. I can no longer see the assembly process. Lu Zhao has just stood up. Surely he has new actions planned. The cries of despair erupting from the various arcs are louder and more desperate than before. People sigh in frustration, speechless and helpless. In this moment, they collectively miss witnessing the critical assembly of the equatorial steering engine and the potentially historic moment of new technology birth from Lu Zhao's day and night of reading. The sensation of being forcefully blinded at such a crucial moment is nearly maddening. At the ring of fate, the atmosphere around the circular table is even more stagnant than before, despite having experienced a prior disruption. The second interruption comes with such speed and precision that the representatives from various nations wear expressions as dark as storm clouds. This cannot simply be explained as coincidence or technical failure. It is almost as though Lu Zhao, or the Red Queen he controls, has not only discovered the existence of the surveillance satellites, but has also acquired the ability to block them at will. A profound sense of anxiety, akin to cold vines, wraps around the hearts of every representative. A heavy sigh breaks the suffocating silence at the circular table. The representative from Debong rubs his forehead, exhaustion and defeat etched upon his face. In a dry voice, he states, just before the signal was lost, "Our technical team reported that their attempt to replicate a basic connecting component of the assembled equatorial steering engine has ended in complete failure." He raises his head, scanning the faces around him with a hint of bitterness. "Our Demagy industrial mother machine has reached its limits. Yet its precision still fails to meet 70% of the design parameters. Furthermore, lacking the crucial vibranium materials, the components produced deformed within 3 seconds during simulations, yielding a 0 pass rate." His words fall like a block of ice into the conference room, causing numerous representatives to pale. Debang's precision manufacturing capability ranks among the top 3 within the United Fleet. Their declaration of failure equates to a death sentence for this technological route, at least until they acquire vibranium and a forging mother machine of equivalent caliber. The possibility of replication stands at 0. Charles Blant furrows his brow tightly, feeling a constriction in his chest. Bad news keeps coming, as Lu Zhao, with his singular prowess, is effectively delivering a dimensional blow to all of humanity's proud technological systems, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, a soft yet persistent vibration emanates from the personal terminal on Blant's wrist. Annoyed, he glances down, prepared to see who dares to disturb him at such a moment. However, when his eyes meet the screen displaying a high-priority encrypted message from Jennifer, Blant's gloomy expression freezes, only to dissolve like melting ice, replaced by a mixture of disbelief, elation, and shock. The message is brief yet weighty. Breakthrough achieved in iron armor development. The first-generation prototype based on Omega titanium tantalum composite and deeply optimized AI combat model has completed all theoretical validations and core component trials. The first wear testing is expected within 72 hours. We have succeeded. Succeeded? The North American iron armor is truly about to be born. Blant's heart races, excitement surging through him almost to the point of laughter, eager to reveal this game-changing news to everyone. Yet he clenches his jaw, suppressing the urge. No, now is not the time. Blant takes a few deep breaths, striving to regain his composure, though the fervor in his eyes remains unabated. He must wait until the Golden Fleece plan is thoroughly thwarted, and Lu Zhao, the greatest threat, is eliminated before revealing this trump card. At that moment, North America will seize control of humanity's technological helm once more with this unparalleled replica armor, decisively subduing all competitors, especially the Republic. Just as Blant wrestles with his tumultuous emotions, the snowflake pattern on the main screen suddenly vanishes and the live signal resumes. Everyone's gaze is instantly drawn to the screen. However, within the data center, Lu Zhao's figure is nowhere to be seen. Where's Lu Zhao? Where has he gone? As people look around in confusion, someone soon locates Lu Zhao in another live camera feed. There's a clear outdoor swimming pool, shimmering under the sunlight. Lu Zhao is leisurely swimming, his movements elegant and unhurried, the splashes of water glistening like shards of gold in the light. He is swimming? After enduring a day and night of intense study, he has chosen to swim instead of innovating. This stark contrast leaves all those anticipating new miracles momentarily speechless. It seems even Lu Zhao needs to unwind. Indeed, after such prolonged reading, taking a swim to relax is quite normal. It startled me. I thought he was about to do something monumental when the signal cut out, but it turns out he merely needed a break. The inhabitants of the Ark gradually recover from their initial shock, their discussions becoming lighter, even tinged with understanding and envy. Under the immense pressure of human survival, possessing a private sanctuary of relaxation, as Lu Zhao does, is something they could scarcely dream of. At the Ring of Fate, representatives from smaller nations gaze at the azure waters and Lu Zhao's relaxed demeanor, unable to suppress their envy. Such lavish indulgence is absolutely forbidden on their arcs. Resources must be allocated judiciously. In the pool, Lu Zhao savors the refreshing water cascading over his body. The mental fatigue brought on by prolonged high-intensity reading and design has indeed been significantly alleviated. He did not rise idly. During the interval, when the signal was interrupted following a red light, he had already input all design parameters and technical details for the Gangtiexia, Mekdi Liodai Zhan, the Indijais, a far more intricate and sophisticated endeavor than the Mekdi Sandai armor. This involved a vast repository of knowledge regarding the core technologies of the vibranium arc reactor. New vibranium nanocomposite armor, life support systems for outer space and extreme environments, high-energy laser emitters, and micro-armor-piercing projectile arrays. Furthermore, he commanded Zhao to prioritize the manufacturing of the vibranium arc reactor. After completing these tasks, he felt an intensified sense of mental fatigue and made his way to the estate's swimming pool, specifically constructed by Zhao for brief moments of respite and relaxation. Brandt observed the scene of the young figure luxuriating in a fleeting moment of tranquility, a cold smirk of anticipation involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. "Enjoy to your heart's content," he silently mused. "You would hardly imagine that the technology upon which your fame rests will soon no longer be your exclusive domain." Chapter 82. A single utterance from Lu Zhao plunges all of humanity into a state of shock and frenzy. The morning light streamed through the specialized glass of the data center, casting warm patches of light upon the dining table before Lu Zhao. A plate of authentic Cantonese rice rolls lay before him, the translucent rice skin revealing